for Chris, because if I could go back and do it all over again, it would always be you. 1. I only have to stay for 2 hours. Then I can leave. 2 hours. No big deal. It's ironic that I find this thought reassuring, considering I drove nearly an hour to get here. There's something about the cost-benefit analysis of driving an hour for a 2-hour social interaction that doesn't quite add up. Like paying $5 for shipping on a $10 item. At least I'm late enough that I missed peak rush hour. My phone vibrates with a call. When I see the name on the screen, I glance around the small Studio City wine shop in which I've taken refuge, tempted to hit ignore. I know I'm running late, but in my defense, choosing a bottle of wine is hard. I'm 5 minutes away, I say in lieu of a greeting to Ellie, tonight's host. It's not a lie. I am 5 minutes away. 5 minutes plus however long it takes me to choose a bottle. You're coming? He says, but it sounds like a question. I said I would. Right. I know you did, but Kat pointed out how you always cancel, and she's worried the table will be unbalanced if you don't show. I fight back a laugh. I can't imagine Ellie's wife Kat cares if I come to her dinner party, but I do believe she cares about the table being balanced. Kat hates me, but who can blame her? What wife wouldn't hate a woman who's in love with her husband? I can't stay too late. I recite the excuse I've spent all day silently rehearsing. I didn't have time to stop home and feed Ruthie, so I might have to leave early so she doesn't starve. It's only a half fly, I tell myself. Ruthie does need to eat. And if my geriatric cat buys me an easy out from a situation I'm eager to exit, well, all the better. There's a beat of silence, and I wonder if Ellie will call me on my bullshit. I'm really excited to see you, Joey, he says softly instead. His sincerity hurts. I had been about to cancel on Tuesday when he texted to make sure I could make it. Me too. This one is a lie. Or maybe it isn't. Can dread and excitement coexist? I say goodbye and return to the racks of wine. How much is appropriate to spend on a bottle brought to a dinner party? I asked Ellie on Tuesday what I should bring, and he said, just yourself. Yeah, right. I can just imagine Kat's judgment. Arriving empty-handed is not an option. I should be past caring. Usually, I am past it. On most days, I can divide my life into 2 periods. The person I was before I stopped agreeing to do things I didn't want to do, and the person I became after. The first person went to law school to appease her mother and then immediately settled down to work in corporate law. That woman, that much younger, more naive woman, did shit like date men who convinced her to read Jonathan Franzen. Even though, if she was honest, she'd never really liked reading. She went to college sports games because all her friends went, even though she hated sports. She drank beer and pretended it didn't taste like piss. She stayed at parties later than she would have preferred. And she gave underwhelming men too many chances. Then, in my late 20s, and only after years of therapy, I stopped. I started saying no. No, I won't go to work drinks on a Thursday when my bed is calling me. No, I actually hate hiking, but thank you for the invite. No, I won't go home with you or on a second date, and actually, let's cut this one short. And most of the time, no, I most certainly will not attend a dinner party hosted by the man I've been secretly in love with for years. It's not a perfect recipe for happiness, but it certainly doesn't hurt. 15 minutes after talking to Ellie, I drive through the picturesque suburban oasis that is his neighborhood. Lush green lawns, Christmas lights already up even though it's early November. Security system signs in easy-to-spot places. I park by the curb, grateful to find a spot that doesn't test my parallel parking skills, and walk up the path to Ellie and Kat's front door. It's a large farmhouse-style home, white with black trim. The type of house that says, we have money, but we don't feel the need to get all modern and weird with it. I knock on the door and glance at the pricey bottle of Pinot Noir clutched in my left hand, embarrassed by the splurge, like I'm trying too hard to impress. The door opens and I have an answer to my question. Dread and excitement can coexist. And for me, they've grown so intertwined as to become completely indistinguishable. Standing just shy of 6 feet, Elijah Aarons. Ellie to his friends, and, trust me, he considers just about everyone a friend. Has aged nicely. From the nerdy boy who was once my closest confidant, into this man with tanned skin and wavy brown hair just starting to gray at the temples. His face lights up, and a pang hits me straight in the chest. I am in love with this man. But I would give anything not to be. You came! He wraps me in a hug, and I melt into the warm, spicy scent of his cologne. Is it just me? Or does he hold me a touch too close, linger a little long on the embrace? I had always wondered if the chemistry between us was a figment of my imagination, until one night a year before his wedding, when he drunkenly admitted that he once harbored the tiniest of crushes on me. Only briefly, and haha, wasn't that funny? I mean, can you imagine? Could I imagine? I said I would. My words might sound snarky, but he takes my attitude in stride. Sometimes I think life would be so much easier if just once Ellie could be an asshole. He guides me into the foyer, and I am immediately confronted by myself. Well, a photo of myself, plus 11 other members of Kat and Ellie's wedding party. All of us gathered around the bride and groom, over-enthusiastic smiles plastered on our faces like we just know that through this picture, we will serve as an internal welcoming committee ushering guests into their home. 7 years later, I still can't believe Kat made me a bridesmaid. I know Ellie pushed for it, but still. That's the genius of Kat. She's fake, but she's convincing. I've always wished I were better at keeping up pretenses, but I'm too transparent. I've had not one, but 2 one-night stands call me out on faking orgasms. But I stuck to my guns and denied it. That's the kind of secret I'll take to my grave. My transparency is on full display in the photo. No smile could hide the misery in my eyes. It's like I knew that for the rest of our lives, Ellie and Kat would have a picture on their mantle where I look like complete shit. Olive skin washed out, every imperfection on my body highlighted by the lavender satin bridesmaid dress Kat chose. Alex will be relieved to have you here. The guys love to hound him for financial advice. I swear if I have to hear him utter the words, "buy on the dip" one more time. He shakes his head amused. I manage a hollow laugh, even as the life drains out of me. Alex is here. Alex Aquino is here. I'm about to see Alex, and Ellie thinks this is good news. I didn't expect this. All my dread leading up to tonight, and I didn't even think to expect this. Ellie and Alex were always closer to acquaintances than friends. More to the point, last I knew, Alex kind of hated him. Alex is here? For days, I've been angsting about tonight, and it turns out I was angsting for entirely the wrong reason. Great! I haven't seen him in... I refuse to think about the last time I saw Alex. That's so great. Ellie must be distracted because my weirdness doesn't seem to register. He always comes, gives me hell for it, reminds me how much his time is worth, but he never misses. Wait. Did Ellie just say that Alex never misses their dinner parties? Seriously? I was there when Ellie and Kat debated whether to invite Alex to their wedding. I had been pro-invite. To be fair, my logic had been, why not? He'll buy you the nicest gift on your registry. Since when are you and Alex so close? Ellie frowns. We've always been close. I level him with a flat look and he amends. He invited me to a Dodgers game last season. We go to games together now. I told you all this. You didn't. Pretty sure I did. I'd remember if he'd mentioned Alex, but I can't tell him why I'd remember. So I drop it. And Ingrid? Ingrid Aquino, Alex's wife. No show. I think she has her book club. Small mercies. Right. Book club. I've been meaning to join one of those. I say a needless lie. Ellie leads me to the immaculate living room, where I see a group of 5 men. 4 I don't know, and 1 I do. It's been years since I saw Alex in person, and I hate to admit that age has somehow made him hotter. Well, age plus nearly $1 billion. Alex turns slightly, and we lock eyes across the room. For a second, I think he'll have the decency to turn back, to ignore me, to let me stay in this moment with Ellie. I should have known better. Josefina Vasquez. God, how long has it been? 10 years? He always insisted on using my full name, no matter how often I told him I hated it. Once, I even thought I liked it. I plaster on a smile and watch Alex approach. He's even more impressive up close. Olive brown skin, inky black hair, plush lips, and whiskey eyes. Alex Aquino presents an appealing picture. Combine that with the fact that he's a low-key genius and rich as Satan, and he's pretty hard to resist. Until you actually get to know him. Then it gets easier. You saw each other at my wedding. Ellie frowns. We both freeze. Alex recovers first. You're right, we did. So not 10 years then. Alex trails off, eyeing me expectantly. It's been 7 years, Alex. I say flatly. 7 years. He repeats as if it's news, as if he forgot. You haven't aged a day. Before I can respond, Catherine Aarons walks in, followed by 4 other women, forming a nearly identical pack of blonde hair and perfectly golden spray-tanned skin. I glance at Alex, wondering if he's realized the same thing I have, that we're the only 2 people in this room who aren't white. But if he feels anything amiss, he doesn't show it. Our shared Mexican heritage might have once united us, a point of bonding. But as things stand now, I hate that I feel a begrudging kinship with him. Dinner's almost ready, Kat says, then beelines straight toward me with a megawatt smile, engulfs me in her arms and exclaims, Joey, you finally made it. It's so great to see you. Thanks for inviting me, I say and shove the bottle of Pinot into her hands. She doesn't even glance at it as she takes it from me. I really shouldn't have splurged. Kat herds everyone into the dining room, and I watch Ellie place a hand on the small of her back and rub in slow circles as he guides her away. Still pining, I see. Comes Alex's mocking voice. Now that we're alone, no one to listen in, I demand, What the fuck are you doing here? Excuse me? Alex asks, his body language taken aback, but his face delighted. You heard me. I did, but I'm afraid you've stolen my line. This is the first of Ellie's parties I've seen you at, so the real question is, what are you doing here? You hate Ellie, I say instead of answering the question. Again, Alex is the picture of dissonance, his mouth frowning, while his eyes sparkle. I don't know what you're talking about. Ellie is one of my closest friends. Didn't you hear? I attend all his dinner parties. I blink at him. Once. Twice. Thrice. You're deranged. I turn on my heel, resolving to ignore him the rest of the night. Unfortunately, that resolution proves impossible to keep. The conversation throughout dinner is dull, mostly because everyone seems content to hang on Alex's every word. It becomes really annoying really fast. I want to get home to Ruthie, who will meow at the top of her lungs, demanding dinner the moment I walk through the door. Ruthie is a fickle creature, constantly vacillating between hesitant affection and complete disregard for me. But she's my best friend in the whole world. I check the time. 8:23 p.m. Maybe I'll stay until 9. 9 p.m., then home to Ruthie. I glance up from my phone, and my attention is caught by the woman next to Kat offering to pour her some wine. Kat covers her empty wine glass and shakes her head. Ellie reaches out and grabs Kat's hand. Fingers interlocked. They share a loaded look. Small smiles tugging at their mouths. You've got to be kidding me. I run my index finger along the scar on the inside of my right thumb, up and down, in an attempt to ground myself.
Everyone's been talking about this mass exodus to Texas for years. I'm just waiting for it to shave time off my commute.
Alex concludes to a chorus of overenthusiastic laughter.
Speaking of exoduses, exodi?
Ellie says.
I miss Patrick and Madison. But seeing their yard, I can't begrudge them leaving. I don't think they make yards that big in LA.
How are they liking Dallas? It takes me a moment to realize Kat's question is directed at me. I'm too zeroed in on her empty wine glass. Sorry, what? Why put out a wine glass if you know you won't use it? Has Madison mentioned if they like Dallas? Kat clarifies. Oh, yeah, I think they like it. I know she's pregnant. Again? She screeches with excitement. No, just the once. I catch my mistake too late. Kat eyes me with pity, and I feel my fist clench around my fork as heat rushes to my face. She gave birth to Oliver 2 months ago, she says gently, as if breaking bad news. Right. How could I forget? I say lamely. Honesty time. I haven't spoken to my best friend in months. I've been busy working my ass off trying to make partner. She's been busy with, apparently, motherhood. I forgot to wish her a happy birthday, and she, I suppose, forgot to tell me she delivered a baby into the world. Or maybe I'm the one who forgot to check. A wave of guilt rushes through me, but I try not to let it show.
I'm thinking Seattle, if I ever decide to move.
Alex interjects. I glance up to find him looking directly at me. He holds my gaze for just a moment, then turns to the rest of the table and continues.
I read an article that said it'll probably fare pretty well in the face of climate change. The Midwest is supposed to fare better. But, I mean, who wants to live in the Midwest?
Everyone laughs at his joke, and they all move on as if my blunder never happened. I struggle to focus on the conversation even when Ellie passionately regales us with a beat-by-beat synopsis of the novel his agency just acquired. Listening to Ellie talk about books is the one time I'm actually interested in them. His passion infectious. But I can't stop thinking about Kat's empty wine glass. I spend the rest of dinner anticipating, bracing for an announcement that never comes. Stay for a drink. Ellie pleads when I try to say bye as everyone heads to the backyard for post-dinner cocktails. I have to get home. I shake my head. Ruthie can wait, he assures me. Just one drink. One drink. Lord knows I'll need it. Foregoing a cocktail, I step away from the group, search for the bottle I brought, uncork it, and pour myself a glass. My second in as many hours, and where I'll cut myself off. Both so I can drive home and prevent a hangover. The joy of my 30s. More than 2 drinks and the pain will linger for a full day.
Not driving, I assume.
I turn to find Alex standing not 2 feet away from me, vape in hand. He blows sugary sweet watermelon-scented vapor out of his mouth, keeping his eyes on me the entire time. You know what they say about assuming. I finish my pour and take a long sip. I don't like the judgment in his eyes, so I nod toward his vape pen. I thought you quit. His eyes narrow at the comment, which spins my mind back to the last time I spoke those words to him. I force myself not to react, as if I don't know what I just dredged up. He lets it go.
It's CBD. No nicotine in sight. Scout's honor,
he says and holds up 3 fingers. I roll my eyes. I know damn well he was never a Boy Scout. I take a sip of my wine, which quickly turns into a gulp, desperate to get away from him. I turn to leave, but stop at the sight of Ellie and Kat wrapped up in each other's arms across the yard, laughing with another guest. Hard to believe Alex could be the lesser of two evils, but here we are.
Play your cards right, maybe they'll name the baby after you,
Alex remarks. My gaze snaps to his.
What?
He asks.
Am I supposed to pretend not to know? She isn't exactly subtle.
You're an asshole.
You kind of like it.
His words are slow, enunciated, confident. I decide that doesn't warrant a response and take another gulp. Before I know it, my wine is finished. What could one more hurt, really? I reach for the bottle, but Alex grabs my wrist. I pull it away.
Just looking out for you,
he murmurs, closer than he was a second ago. Too close. Not your job, I say and take a step back. He lets out a resigned sigh.
I know you've never liked me.
I really don't.
Jesus.
He laughs.
Tell me how you really feel.
Oh, you don't want me to do that, I drawl.
Try me.
Let's just say, if I were given the choice between sitting through another dinner with you or having water poured over my rag-covered face, I'd choose waterboarding every single time. I start to second-guess myself. Did I take that too far? When his eyes darken.
You always did know just what to say to get me going.
With a scowl, I remind him. Have you forgotten you're married?
Would that I could.
He laughs, but there's no humor to it.
Don't worry about Ingrid Josephina. She's being more than taken care of. At her book club.
He says the words with such derision, leaving no question to the fact that Ingrid isn't at a book club. I'm about to ask what he means by that when I remember who I'm talking to. I shake my head, hating that Alex can pull me in so easily when I've spent years running from the memory of him. It's funny how one night can completely change your perception of who you are. One mistake, and you don't even recognize yourself anymore. I was never that type of woman. Until I was. Everyone has secrets, I sometimes tell myself to feel better. But that's the nature of secrets. I have no clue how bad everyone else's are, so I'll never know how mine stack up. I turn to leave, but he stops me. I pull my arm from his grasp a second time. Don't touch me, I mutter, low enough not to make a scene.
Watching you hold a torch for Ellie is getting sad. Let it go already.
He says, and I feel my face heat. Who the hell is he to judge me? This time when I walk away, he doesn't stop me. I let myself back into the house, walk through it, and go out the front door. I'm halfway across the lawn when Ellie catches up to me. Were you about to leave without saying goodbye? I figured no one would notice. I shrug, unable to meet his gaze. I noticed. He wraps me in a hug and adds, I'm really glad you came tonight. Promise you'll come to the next one? I shouldn't lie to him. He would never lie to me. The thought comes unbidden. Kat will be showing by the next one. Maybe I'm a masochist because the next words spill out of my mouth without thought. You're going to be a really great dad, Ellie. The shock on his face is almost comical, but it quickly morphs into a smile.
I should have realized there's no hiding anything from you.
He asks me to keep it a secret, tells me to get home safe, hugs me one last time. I allow myself to cry only after I've driven away and parked on a side street. In the silence of my car, I think that I've never felt so alone. Once I pull myself together, I get on the 134, driving from Ellie's home in Toluca Lake to my own in Eagle Rock. It's sad to think that we're separated by only a 20-minute drive, and yet I don't see him more than a few times a year. My phone rings over my car's speakers. cutting into my misery and alerting me to the fact that my volume is turned up way too damn high. I jolt, then glance at the dash. For an irrational second, my mind flashes to Alex, of all people, and I half expect to see his name on my screen. But, of course, that's not possible. I still have his number blocked. Incoming call. Mom. I hit ignore. I'll call her back in the morning. Another sound from my cell phone. This one just a chime. Another glance at the dash. One new voicemail. I reach over, turn my speaker volume down, and hit play. Joey, honey, it's Mom. Just calling to say goodnight. And I miss you. Call me back when you get the chance. It's been 2 weeks. It would be nice to hear your voice. Has it been 2 weeks since we spoke? Really? I know you're busy, but you haven't gotten back to us about Thanksgiving. Are you coming? Sierra booked her ticket, and I know it would mean a lot to her. I reach over to stop the voicemail, but red brake lights catch my attention through the windshield. I look up just in time to slam on my brakes before I ram straight into the truck in front of me. I brace for impact. 2. I come to in what appears to be an office. Strange. Call me old-fashioned, but I expected a hospital. I look around and realize I'm still tensed, still braced for impact. I force my shoulders to relax and release the tension my body's holding on to. My inhale sounds like a gasp. My heart beats out a quick, loud rhythm in my chest. My hands shake. Adrenaline courses through my body, at odds with the dullness of my surroundings. The office appears to be ripped straight out of the 1970s. Teak wood paneled walls, furniture that somehow manages to be both colorful and drab. Mustard and orange everywhere. No windows. The only light comes from the yellow-hued overheads. The room appears to be empty, but I jolt at the sound of a keyboard clacking. I'm not alone. The presence of another person in this strange space causes all my nerves to stand on end. I feel like my body's fight or flight response has been activated, and everything in me is screaming fight or flight, whichever, both, literally just do something. I stand and see a young man sitting at the desk on the other side of an absolute monstrosity of a computer. He's wearing horn-rimmed glasses and staring intently at his screen. I'd place him somewhere in his early 20s, if I had to hazard a guess. Where the hell am I? I demand. The man, the receptionist, smiles up at me, warm, comforting, inviting. And yet something is off. Something about his demeanor, his aura, I'd say if I believed in auras, tells me not to trust him. This isn't hell, honey. Don't you worry, he says, sounding disturbingly upbeat. I'm so thrown by the pep in his voice that it takes a moment for his words to register. What a very odd thing to say. And considering my last thought before he uttered those strange words was not to trust him, I'm feeling pretty damn worried. I wasn't worried about hell before this. Had never really thought much about it, if I'm honest. The idea of an afterlife, an overwhelming, nebulous concept I couldn't quite wrap my mind around. But now I sure am. Where is it, then? This is the waiting room. He seems to think he's being helpful. The waiting room, I repeat flatly. But I wasn't in a waiting room. I was in my... I freeze. The motion reminds me of bracing for impact just moments ago. But it couldn't have been moments ago. That makes no sense. I glance down. I'm still in the navy pantsuit I wore to work this morning. I meant to change before heading to Ellie's party, but things ran late. I have a change of clothes in the trunk of my car. The car I was in just a minute ago, and none of this makes one single bit of sense. Your caseworker will be with you shortly, if you'd take a seat. The receptionist waves toward the rows of empty chairs. If this is a waiting room, what am I waiting for? And why do I feel like I won't like the answer?
You're here to meet with your caseworker. Your caseworker will be with you shortly,
he repeats, slowly, his words overly enunciated. Only now do I register how robotic the receptionist's perkiness sounds. Does perkiness always sound so mechanical? It's possible. I've never been a fan of perky people, but I don't usually find them unsettling. I've never felt this unsettled in my life. What case? What are you talking about? I ask, desperation bleeding into my voice. A door opens a few feet away from me. Was it there a second ago? Of course it was. Doors don't just appear out of nowhere. People don't just appear in 1970s-style offices out of nowhere. Yet I seem to have done just that. A woman steps through the doorway. She looks to be in her 40s, a stern expression on her face, holding a manila folder. Smart brown pantsuit, also 1970s-ish, with bell-bottom pants, nude brown lipstick painted across her lips. My kind of woman. She opens her folder and peers down at it. Josefina Vasquez? It's Joey. I correct on autopilot. Years of habit. Who are you? I'm your caseworker. Follow me. She doesn't wait for a response before she turns on her heel and retreats through the doorway. I glance at the receptionist, who nods. Go ahead. Eternity waits for no one. Again, what a very odd thing to say. I can't hold back my frown as I turn and follow the caseworker, realizing that whatever is going on, I trust her way more than I trust this dude. I follow her down a long hallway. She walks with purpose, not once glancing back at me. I look down at her shoes. Heels that would clack on any hard floor, but her steps are muffled by the olive-green shag carpet under our feet. This is the ugliest carpet I have ever seen in my life. She steps into an office that looks a lot like the waiting room. Teakwood, mustard, drab. The carpet in here is the same shag texture as the one in the hall, only it's a burnt orange color. I would like to amend my previous thought. This is the ugliest carpet I have ever seen in my life. That this stern, self-possessed woman in front of me, again, my kind of woman, works out of this ugly office simply does not make any sense. The image of this woman in this space, day in and day out, is so incongruous that it would be laughable if I had the capacity for humor right now. She takes a seat behind a large executive desk. On top of it sits nothing but a single mug with a brown lipstick stain. No computer. No picture frames. No tchotchkes. Just the mug. Such a huge desk, almost completely empty. Please, take a seat. She gestures to the camel leather chair across from her and places the manila folder next to the mug. Only one chair on this side of the desk. Also strange. I've never given any thought to the fact that office desks almost always have two chairs in front of them. Until this moment. The kind of norm you don't really notice until it's gone. I take a seat, and she promptly opens the folder. She stares down at it. Her voice dry, she says without looking at me. Says here you died 3 minutes and 42 seconds ago. Does that sound about right? I stutter out a pathetic attempt at a response. I didn't. What? She peers up at me, a crease forming between her eyebrows. You don't remember your death? It says here that drunk driving was the cause. I had 2 glasses of wine, I argue, not admitting that it would have been 3 had Alex not stopped me. Would've, could've, should've. But the important part is that I didn't. It was 2 glasses of wine over the course of hours. Is that really drunk driving? It is, if it results in a car accident. So you do remember. I stand and begin to pace, frustrated. I was not drunk. I was distracted. And I'm not... I can't even say it. I mean, that is, if I'm no longer... How am I here? Are you a figment of my imagination? Am I in a coma? You are here because you died. If you hadn't died, you couldn't be here. She gestures at the general here around us. And here is where, exactly? This is my office. Her words are slow, deliberate, like she thinks I'm stupid. Similar to the tone the receptionist used with me just moments ago. Okay, I'll play along. If this is the afterlife, it isn't. Then what is it? I stop pacing. If you'll sit, I'll explain. I stare at her. She doesn't even blink. Oh, she's good. I sit but continue to stare. Now that I've had a moment to think, I say, I motion to reduce my charges down to reckless driving. You're not being charged with anything. Then why mention drunk driving? Because that's how you died, she says simply. There is no way my blood alcohol was above the legal limit. It was not, she confirms. Then how? We currently exist outside the boundary of laws. As if that isn't a truly disturbing concept. Although I think she meant to reassure me. She takes my silence as permission to continue. As I was saying, you died. She consults the folder. 5 minutes and 8 seconds ago. I blink. Is the time written in the folder changing by the second? That doesn't... I catch myself in a cycle of the same thought on infinite loop. Of course it doesn't make sense. None of this does. It's all strange. It's all weird. It's all nonsense. I pinch myself. And it hurts. Her eyes clock the movement and something that looks almost like amusement tugs at her lips. But only for a moment. Blink and you'd miss it. She continues. It says here that you left your living state behind with a multitude of regrets after spending the vast majority of your life. Profoundly unhappy. Does that sound right? No. I respond promptly. A hollow yet somehow weighty feeling in my chest. No, that doesn't sound right. I don't have regrets. So you must have the wrong woman. The file does not make mistakes. Then why bother asking? I mutter through gritted teeth. The file. I zero in on that manila folder. My file. A file of my life. Of my failures. Of my death. Of my darkest truths, evidently. You know what I think of your stupid file? I'm not proud of it, but I lean over the desk, hoist myself up over it, really. The thing is massive. And reach for the folder, but my caseworker grabs it and pulls it back. I want to see it. I gasp, still reaching. You can't see it, she says, sounding exasperated. She stares at me like I'm a petulant child. I am acting rather like a petulant child, aren't I? But then who could blame me? According to her, I have so many regrets. What's one more? What the hell does it say? I ask. I sit down and slump in my seat, defeated. Everything I just told you. What else? Carmen Vasquez, Sierra Vasquez, Javier Vasquez, Elijah Aarons, Alexander Aquino, Helen Cohen, Madison James, Jacob Kent, Drew Lopez. Why are you listing everyone I've ever known? They're all associated with your regrets. That's not true. I laugh. Sure, maybe the first few, but I haven't thought about Drew in years. You spent, she glances down, 11 minutes and 38 seconds scrolling through his wife's Instagram last February, wondering why you broke things off with him, and thinking maybe you would have been happier if you had just settled. I don't respond to that, but I'm certainly not laughing anymore. Would you find it helpful for me to walk you through the regrets you associate with each of these people? I would be happy to. No. I stop her, overwhelmed by sadness. No, it would not be helpful. So I'm here to, what? Have my life dragged through the mud by an angel? Is that it? I'm not an angel. I'm your case worker. You're not telling me anything. Due to the extent of your regrets and unhappiness throughout your first life, You qualify for a second chance.
A second chance. I repeat, as if repeating it will make it make sense.
A second chance at life if you so choose. An opportunity to get it right, in so much as such a thing is possible.
I continue to stare at her blankly, and suddenly she rolls her eyes. The most human thing I've seen from her so far.
A do-over, if you will.
Like reincarnation? I ask. In my head, I run through all of the religions I have any sort of basic understanding of. Reincarnation features in a few of them, but none of them mention a weird 70s-style office and grumpy not-angel angels. At least I don't think they do.
Not reincarnation. You wouldn't be born into another body. You would go back into your own body at an earlier point in time. It's more akin to a concept humans refer to as time travel, except minus all the paradoxes.
I lean forward. So if you're not an angel, and you're not human, what are you? The expression on her face tells me exactly what she's about to say before she says it.
I'm your caseworker. Are you interested in the offer, or would you like to decline?
Let me get this straight. You're giving me a chance to time travel. What's the catch? There has to be a catch.
There are a few rules. You can go back to any point in your life, but we recommend no younger than age 5. People who go back earlier generally don't adjust well. You can tell no one about this. If you do, your very existence will be erased from all record and memory. And last, this is your only do-over. When you die again, there will be no third chance.
I wait for her to continue. And when she doesn't, I say, "That's it?"
You caught the part about a lack of discretion resulting in the erasure of your entire existence? It happens more often than you'd think.
Yeah, sure, but there's no other catch. I snap my fingers. Second chance at life, just like that.
Should I take your excitement to mean that you intend to accept the offer?
Yes, definitely. Of course. I don't want to be dead. It's the first time I've spoken it out loud, and I stumble on the word. Yeah, no death for me, please. And then I have a rather heartbreaking thought. The person I hit in the truck just now, did they? I can't bring myself to say it. My caseworker says nothing, her expression unreadable. She's not going to tell me. Maybe I don't want to know. Bizarrely, the thought of this stranger sends my brain spiraling in another direction. To Ruthie. Ruthie, who is at home waiting for me to feed her. Probably meowing at the top of her lungs on the off chance I can hear her. Oh God, what have I done? Ruthie, who I adopted 6 years ago at the beginning of the pandemic, because everyone was adopting pets to make themselves feel a little less lonely, and I thought, hell, why not? Ruthie and her wide golden eyes with that beautiful ring of green in the middle. Eyes that hold that sense of otherworldly knowing that cat eyes do. Eyes that, when I first adopted her, made me feel like she'd sized me up and found me lacking. I've proven her right. Ruthie is waiting for me, and I'll never get home. She'll go back to an animal rescue because I doubt anyone in my life will take her. Ruthie hates everyone who isn't me. I cry. For the first time since I arrived in this strange place. Maybe it says something bad about me that it was the memory of my cat, not the thought of the stranger I might have killed, that did it. But I'm too upset to care. What have I done? I get to go back in time, sure. But somewhere out there, in this timeline, or whatever, Ruthie will forever be waiting for me. For 6 years, she's been the one constant in my life, the sole presence I could rely on to always be there for me, to never make me feel like I needed to be anything other than exactly who I was. And I failed her.
My caseworker waits for my tears to stop, staring at me with an unnervingly unemotional gaze as I struggle to compose myself. Before she speaks again. When would you like to go back to? Please think carefully, because once you make your decision, it cannot be changed. What moment would you pinpoint as the moment you began to get it all wrong? I didn't get it all wrong. I bite this out. By most standards, I was successful. I graduated college with a 4.0 GPA, got a 170 on my LSAT, was at the top of my law school class. I got a cushy job in corporate law, and recently, my boss even started hinting that I might make partner soon. These are not the makings of a failure. I bought my own house in Los Angeles. And I adopted Ruthie. Maybe it's dumb, but she really is the best thing I ever did. She was so untrusting when I first adopted her. As a kitten, she'd narrowly missed being put down at the West Los Angeles Animal Shelter. After being saved by a no-kill rescue, she bounced around foster homes for 8 years before I took her in. Sure, I haven't hit those milestones a lot of people want to hit by their 30s. I have no spouse, no children, yada yada. But I've been working toward other goals. Goals I admittedly prioritized under the romantic assumption that everything in my personal life would fall into place if it was meant to be. I'm only 32. There's still time for all that. There was time, at least. As it is, there's just this. A second chance. More than I ever would have expected. More than I deserve. Allow me to rephrase, my caseworker says. Then she closes my file and folds her hands together on top of it. When do you feel your regrets began to take root? Without thinking, I say, off the top of my head? Probably my first college party, but nothing. Because the moment the words are out of my mouth, the room starts to spin. 3. My senses are under assault. People shout to be heard over the music. A vaguely familiar rap song that's so loud, I can barely think. The air is thick with the heat of too many bodies packed in too small a space. And as I shift, my sweaty thighs stick to the leather couch underneath me. I'm engulfed in a cloud of smoke, and I cough uncontrollably at the distinctly pungent smell of weed. It's been years since I've dealt with this stench so potently. Jesus Christ, have these kids never heard of vaping? Wait a second. Kids. I'm surrounded by kids. I glance down at my right hand and raise it up to my face. The scar on the inside of my thumb from when I was reckless with a curling iron in my 20s is nowhere to be found. Instead of immaculately maintained, professionally long acrylic nails, always in a neutral shade unless I'm feeling saucy enough for red that month, chipped glitter polish stares back at me. My nails have been bitten down to the quick, and the cuticles around my thumbnails are ripped raw from my picking at them. I had forgotten about the state of my nails before I got in the habit of dropping $100 on them twice a month. But I would recognize these hands anywhere. I touch my nails to one another, but the usual clicking sound they would make tapping together is gone. Not that I'd be able to hear it anyway, but I can just tell. The sensation of my bare nails against air somehow feels wrong to me. I'm 18 years old again. I am a kid. I glare up at the ceiling. No, I wasn't serious. Is my caseworker listening? I was just brainstorming. This isn't my choice. I don't choose this. There's no way my muttering was legally binding. I wait for the drab office to spin back into view. When it doesn't, I cry out, "Come on, this isn't funny." What isn't funny? I whip my head to the side and see my best friend Madison, 2 red Solo cups in her hands. She's a rather unfortunate victim of the time. It's 2012. Her foundation is thick and matte. Her cheeks contoured with a shade too orange to match her dark brown skin because makeup brand execs haven't yet caught on to the fact that darker skin has undertones too. Don't worry, I want to tell her. In a few years, Rihanna will save us. Her brows are heavily filled in, and her hair is in micro braids, pulled into a larger fishtail braid. She looks like a baby. Madison! I haven't seen you in... I catch myself. For her, it's probably been 5 minutes. I run my hands nervously down my thighs, then frown. This dress is made of cheaper material than anything I've purchased in years, and the sensation of running my hands across it isn't exactly comforting. Also, my thighs are fucking tiny. Well, not tiny. I've never been what I would call tiny, but certainly tinier. It feels good, but it also feels wrong. This is not the body I'm used to. Madison doesn't notice anything amiss. She just plops herself down on the couch between me and the stoner who is the source of the secondhand high I'll probably soon be feeling. I know I took forever, but this place is packed. She says that like it's a good thing, and I realize why when she giddily continues. I can't believe we're at an actual frat party. Yeah, me neither. I say, my voice hollow. You have no idea. She hands me one of the cups. The adult, logical part of me wants to ask if she allowed anyone else to touch this. But I don't say anything. Because if I know myself at 18, which I think I do, I warned her about all that before she went to get them. We both take a gulp of mystery punch. Whew, that is sweet. Ooh, yummy, she says. Yum, I echo half-heartedly. Speaking of yummy, Madison says, her voice dropping an octave. I follow her gaze across the room and see... Oh, hell no. It's funny how time makes you forget things. For instance, I forgot what a total wreck Madison's love life was for the first 3 years of college, before she saw the light and realized that the love of her life had been right there all along in the form of our close friend, Patrick. It was a wreck because of him. Jake. Jake, the guy currently holding his hands up in victory after making a shot in beer pong. Jake, the loser Madison is currently eye-fucking. No way, not him, not again. Jake, the asshole Madison lost her virginity to on this very night, and who then proceeded to ruin the next 3 years of her life. They dated on and off until junior year, when she finally walked away for good. He cheated on her throughout, hence the off periods, and completely shattered her self-esteem. Only, no. He didn't. No, he hasn't. Not yet. I can stop it. That's what this whole do-over thing is about, I realize. I can fix not only my life, but also the lives of the people I love. I can save my best friend from having her heart broken. I can spare her so much pain. What are you talking about? Madison says. Do you know him? Do you have a class together? Maybe you could introduce us. In 2 seconds flat, Madison's voice goes from bewildered to ecstatic. Yes. I begin slowly, trying to formulate a believable lie. I do know him. I met him at that club meeting I went to the other day. What was it? The volunteer club? That brings food and supplies to homeless people? Well, shit. Why did that have to be the last club meeting I went to? I want to contradict her and say I went to something super boring and self-serving, but my brain draws a blank. I make a mental note to figure out what classes I'm taking and what clubs I'm in, because now that I think back on it, my freshman year was kind of a blur. Yes, right, that one, except he only joined because it'll look good on his med school application. I say, grimacing like I wasn't similarly motivated, except it was law school for me. He's going to be a doctor? Her eyebrows shoot up with interest. Okay, new tactic. He slept with half the women in the club, never called any of them, broke their hearts. Madison's smile fades, but I'm on a roll. He's a cheater, too. There was one girl he cheated on her repeatedly, had her in full denial, blaming herself, thinking it was her fault. Really ripped her confidence to shreds. This isn't fun anymore. Actually, I feel really sad, and also guilty. I should have done something like this the first time around. I'd seen all the warning signs, but I'd ignored them. Not this time. Frowning, Madison asks,
Why blame herself if he's the cheater? She should have dumped him.
Wow, Madison, victim blame much? I don't know. I shrug. I guess it's one of those things you can't really understand until you've lived it. With any luck, this Madison won't ever understand.
You got all that from an informational session? You were gone like 20 minutes.
Sat next to a chatterbox. She was gossipy. But hey, at least we know to avoid that guy.
Right.
You're right. I definitely don't want to get involved with that. Whew. Glad I can check off that box. My eyes catch someone at the other end of the room, and my heart skips a beat. Ellie Aarons stands in the corner with his best friend, and Madison's future husband, Patrick Leone. They're such babies, is the first thought in my mind. Don't get me wrong, they're both cute. Awkward, nerdy cuties. Ellie especially, but also, they're 18. Him, on the other hand, I see real potential in him. I direct Madison's attention to Patrick.
The tall guy in the blue?
She asks, perking up as she follows my line of sight. No, not him. The other one, with the curly hair? Patrick really did have great hair in college, I muse. Dirty blonde curls that got lighter when he started playing intramural ultimate frisbee sophomore year. That's when he really started to blossom. The current iteration of Patrick is a skinny, pale thing.
The one in blue is cuter, Madison says.
He is. Sure, yes. But I feel like the curly-haired one is better for you. Damn it, Madison, don't make me spell it out. You're going to fall in love with Patrick and marry him and move halfway across the country and have an adorable, I'm sure, baby. Madison gasps as if outraged and says, You have your eyes on the blue and you want me to distract his geeky friend. No, I protest, even though she hit the nail on the head. I do want to talk to Ellie. But I also want to steer her toward the happily ever after she deserves. No, I genuinely think you'd be good with him. I see real marriage potential. He'll get hotter in his 20s, don't worry. He really does.
Oh boy, does he.
Madison learned to joke that it was the black wife effect. Madison rolls her eyes and says, I'm 18. I'm not looking to get married. I pause. Yeah, good point. Madison is focused on losing her virginity, not marriage. Right, that's fair. But if you were, not everyone is dying to meet their soulmate on day one like your parents did. She says it cheekily. I force myself to laugh, but I feel hollow at the reminder. My parents met at college orientation, dated throughout undergrad, and got married the summer after graduation. They supported each other, emotionally if not financially, through law school and medical school respectively, and built a life together. What did I tell Madison about them? I don't recall the conversation. Did I brush it off as a simple biographical detail? Or did I admit I'd always hoped my life might follow a similar path? Did I tell her that the thought of having someone by my side through the different phases of life had always seemed wonderfully romantic? That I longed to carve out my own little corner of the world, a place for just me and my other half, where I would never feel lonely. In the end, of course, my reality had not been quite so idyllic. Forget about marriage. I bet he'd be a great boyfriend, too. Or even, I think about how she originally got together with Jake tonight and pivot. A great, low-stakes, casual hookup. You don't even know him. I've got a feeling. I know the two of us just met, but I want you to know I see right through you. I frown at her words, but of course that's true. We met as roommates our freshman year, and from her perspective, that started only a little over a week ago. It's fine, she continues. You don't have to convince me. I practice my flirting techniques in the mirror all summer. Time to put them to use. I'll be your wing woman. I don't need a wing woman. Even if I wanted something to happen with him, it wouldn't. Sure, we'll have an amazing conversation. There might even be a moment when it looks like he wants to kiss me. I'll ruin it because I'm nervous, and a moment like that will never happen again. Madison claps me on the shoulder, shaking me out of my reverie. That wasn't good. I almost spilled the beans. I glance up at the ceiling. What exactly constitutes something existence erasing? So don't ruin the moment, she says as if it's obvious. You say that like it's easy. Maybe it is. Madison shrugs. Remember what we said before we left the dorm? I smile. To me, 14 years have passed since I walked out of that dorm. Refresh my memory? We're not in high school anymore. Thank God for that, I mutter. I shudder at the thought of accidentally going back earlier than now. Reliving AP exams, the SAT, college applications? No thank you. And we're going to act like it. No one here knows we've never had boyfriends, or that we're virgins. Her voice drops low on the last word, as if it's something to be ashamed of. We can be whoever we want, so we're going to be hot girls. I mean, look at us. We're hot. She'll hear no argument from me. I've spent many nights scrolling through old photos, lamenting the fact that my self-esteem at this age had been too low to appreciate what I had. Although I really don't want to spot a mirror and see how I've done my makeup. You're right. We are hot. And however we did things the first time, in high school, I say, stumbling to correct myself. That isn't how we have to live our lives now. Let's go meet our men. I stand, waiting for the twinge that always hits my knee when I do so. Nothing comes. Of course it doesn't, because I'm 18 years old. Now that I'm thinking about it, I realize that I don't have any of my usual aches and pains. The tightness in my lower back and shoulders, the headache that always lurks in the background ready to ruin my day, the ache in my ankles, although at a level so low I hardly even notice it. Is this what it feels like not to be in a constant state of low-grade pain? Being 18 is amazing. Madison walks forward, swaying her hips, full of confidence that I know is a front, but damn if it isn't convincing. Our men? She says, turning to me with a giggle. Isn't it kind of weird to think of boys our age as men? No, I say. Well, yes, definitely. But I have a good feeling about these guys. We weave through the party, my shoes sticking to the hardwood floor with each step. The sensation calls to mind the ugly shag carpet of the office I was in earlier this evening. Earlier this evening, or 14 years from now. Or somehow both at once. I'm so caught up in my thoughts, I almost miss Jake stepping in front of Madison. Hey, he says, all cocky and confident. I scoff. 3 years of pain, and that's how it began? With, hey? Sorry, no, Madison says and skirts around him. I can't help my smirk of triumph at his bewildered look. That's right, Jake. Not this time. This time, it's our time. Madison and I are going to go get our men. Our 18-year-old, baby-faced men. 4. As we approach Ellie and Patrick, I start to psych myself out. What will I say? This isn't how it happened last time. Last time, we bumped into each other. Last time, I was alone. Madison already off with Jake. Last time, Ellie spoke to me first. Am I about to ruin everything? Only a few more feet. Too late to turn back now. I adopt my flirtiest expression. One that took years to perfect. Just as we're about to step up to them, Madison yanks me away. Maybe she psyched herself out? She must have been bluffing about not finding Patrick cute. Okay. This is fine. The situation can be remedied. I allow her to pull me out to the backyard of the frat house. Despite my confusion, I'm grateful for the change. The stuffy heat is replaced by a cool Los Angeles breeze. The smell of sweat and weed exchanged for fresh air. And, okay, still weed and also cigarette smoke. I'll take what I can get. What's up? We were so close, I say. We can't just go up and talk to them. She replies as if it's obvious. My bafflement morphs into amusement. Teenagers. We definitely can just go up and talk to guys, actually. No, I read about this in a magazine once. I've been perfecting it in my mind ever since. You act like you're going to walk up to some guys. Then you take a quick turn and walk past them. It catches their attention, intrigues them. It's called the approach and swerve. She's so earnest, her eyes wide like she's imparting great wisdom. No offense to magazines, but that might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Walking up and talking to them is more effective. No, that never works. Works more often than you think. How would you know? She raises an eyebrow. Good point. I wouldn't know. I've never just walked up to a man, started a conversation, and taken him home an hour later. Not yet. My sister mentioned it, I say with a shrug. I thought you don't speak to your sister. Do you have two? I already stopped talking to Sierra. I frown. Am I misremembering my life right now? That's not supposed to happen for years. That's what you said. Something about graduation? Right. I laugh half-heartedly. I forgot about that. My older sister, Sierra, and I have always had a contentious relationship. Growing up, we were constantly in some sort of tiff. I'd say it was her fault. She'd say it was mine. I'm old enough now to realize it was almost always a little bit of both. Our personalities just clash. Nothing to be done about it. Now that Madison mentions it, I remember. At dinner to celebrate my high school graduation, Sierra and I got into a fight after she managed to turn the evening around and make it all about her. Specifically, her fears about med school, which made my parents shift all their attention to her, reassuring her by listing all her accomplishments. It had felt so deliberate, like she hated that the focus was on me. And I know that makes me sound like a spoiled brat, but, well, you really had to be there. You said 2 days ago that you'll never speak to her again. How could you forget? Easy, because I do speak to her again. Not even that long from now. We made up so fast that I barely remember this gap in communication. The real breakdown of our relationship won't come for years. I blanch as I realize I might have to forgive her, or I'll look like the petty one. Yeah, but, sisters. I wave her off, then switch the subject. What's the game plan with Ellie and Patrick? Who? Oh, shit. The guys inside. Blue shirt and curly hair? You know their names? I overheard them talking when we walked by, I say with a shrug. This explanation makes no sense. But what is Madison going to do about it? Call me out and theorize that I already lived a whole life with those guys as my friends and then time traveled to before we met? Not likely. You could hear them over the music? Madison asks. We're outside and I can barely hear her over the music. Yep, your guy's Patrick, by the way. Maybe pretend not to know that when you meet him. How exactly? Madison's eyes widen, and she turns so her back is to the door. Oh my God. Don't look now, but here they come. I told you. We are hot girls. Yes! She exclaims with a tiny fist pump. No way. I lean to the side so I can look past her shoulder. Sure enough. Holy shit, it worked. I hate that it worked. But I'm also in awe of Madison and the genius, apparently, of teen magazines. I told you. Approach and swerve. In a louder voice, she says, Anyway, that's why I'm thinking I might switch over to engineering. Or maybe computer science? But you hate math, I start. But Patrick's eager voice cuts in. Did you say engineering? I'm an engineering major. Madison turns to look at him, her eyes wide with innocence. I finally register what she's doing. Oh, she's good. Was she always this good? Her genius was wasted on Jake. No way! She exclaims, hopping up and down on her heels with excitement that I'd swear was genuine, if she hadn't already made it clear that she has no interest in him. Yet. What a coincidence! I have so many questions. Maybe we can talk about it over there? She grabs his hand and pulls him across the yard. Patrick stares but goes with her, slightly open-mouthed. And I'm taken back to their wedding and the incredibly moving speech he gave about how he'd fallen in love with her at first sight. So strange to clock it happening in real time. He glances at Ellie, and that look says it all. He's already a goner. And then, there are two. I turn to Ellie and reach out to shake his hand. In another life, this motion belonged to him. He initiated our handshake. He initiated the whole conversation. Later, he joked about how awkward he was, shaking hands like it was an interview, not a party. This time, I take charge. Hi, I'm Josephina, but everyone calls me Joey. I say as his hand grips mine. The first time I spoke these words to him, I wasn't aware of what a major moment it was. Sure, he was cute, but I had no clue what we'd become. He was just another cute guy at a party. Until he wasn't. Ellie's eyes widen in surprise. He chuckles. Is that funny? I press. But I already know. No, it's just, I'm Elijah. But everyone calls me Ellie. Only now does he let go of my hand. I mourn the loss of contact. I bet you get a lot of shit for that, I joke. Truthfully, if I weren't so in love with him, I would roll my eyes at having to repeat this conversation. I'd found it so funny at 18. I went by a nickname that traditionally belongs to boys, and he went by one that traditionally belongs to girls. It was funny in 2012, okay? Yeah, you'd probably know, he jokes back. Kids can be such dicks. That, at least, will always be true. I lean in conspiratorially, a moment I've replayed countless times in my head, and say, You want to switch names? He lights up like a little kid. Yes? Okay, take two. He walks away from me just a bit, maybe 6 feet, does a U-turn, and strolls back to where I'm standing, waiting. He holds his hand out, and I take it in mine. Nice to meet you. I'm Joey, he says. Hi, Joey. I'm Ellie. What's your major, Ellie? I'm majoring in... I trail off. Wait for him to provide an answer I already know. English, technically, but sort of undeclared, he whispers. Right, I'm an English major. For now, anyway. He never did switch his major. He kept toying with the idea, but in the end, he decided to go into publishing. He became a literary agent, one of the few based in LA from what I can tell. It suited him. I'd never met someone who loved books as much as Ellie. I was never a big reader, but I sometimes felt like I had read the classics because he loved to give me play-by-plays of his favorite books. Reading them on my own could never live up to his passionate retellings. What about you? I ask. Weird, since I'm basically asking to talk about myself. Oh, yes, I'm... Business. Pre-law with a minor in political science. I whisper to him. We're so close it's like we're sharing secrets and not basic biographical information. Wow, really? Damn, go me. He says, genuinely impressed. I mean, you know, business, pre-law, poli-sci, no big deal. I just have my life together. Gonna save the world one day. Really know what I want. What can I say? I was very much not changing the world as a corporate lawyer. Actually, I was working to keep the status quo exactly the same. And it's not like law ever felt like a calling. But now's not the time to get into all that. That's great. I love a guy who knows what he wants. I say, my flirt turned up to a 10. He notices. I don't miss how nervous it makes him. Yeah? Ellie murmurs. Yeah. We stare into each other's eyes. He leans in. I follow suit. Or maybe I start it. Impossible to say. I see the exact moment he begins to doubt himself. 6 years from now, he'll drunkenly laugh about how he can't believe he almost kissed me the night we first met. He'll make an offhand comment about how he wanted to, but he was scared. Scared he was misreading things. Scared I was just joking. Scared I was out of his league. But he'll say that he's glad he didn't, because he can't imagine his life without me as his best friend. That comment will haunt me quite literally until the day I die. I was scared too. Too nervous to make the first move, hoping beyond hope that he would just kiss me already. And he almost did. But then he didn't. I spent years mourning a kiss that never was. A kiss that never could be. He starts to back away now, and I think, fuck it. I'm not letting him go that easy. Not this time. I guess I'll just have to be brave enough for the both of us. I stand on my toes, grab the back of his head, and gently bring him down for a kiss. Slowly, making my intentions clear. If he wants to stop this, he can. He doesn't. The kiss is perfect and sweet. Everything I always thought it would be. We're smiling as we pull apart, his eyes a little glazed over. Love a girl who knows what she wants, he murmurs. Yeah? Yeah. So I get bolder. Why the hell not? I want to go upstairs with you. Yeah? He asks, surprised and, if I'm not mistaken, enthusiastic. Yes. Do you want that? Yeah. Yes. Definitely yes. I reach up and pull him down for another kiss. Then I take his hand in mine and lead him away. I make it only a couple steps before I smell that familiar smell. Watermelon-scented vapor. I stumble, a horde of memories hitting me straight in the chest. What's wrong? Ellie asks, stopping behind me. Do you smell watermelon? He furrows his brow and looks around, makes a show of smelling the air. No. What? No. No? He's confused but takes a moment to breathe in yet again. Maybe I do? Sort of. I'm not sure. Why does it matter? That takes me aback. Why would it matter? It doesn't. Sorry. Let's go. I shake my head and try to get back into the moment. I reach down, grab his hand, and lead him through the crowded party. Halfway up the stairs, I make the mistake of glancing out at the sea of partiers, and my gaze locks on a cherubic, baby-faced Catherine Ahrens, staring directly at me. No, I remind myself, ignoring the pang of guilt. Not Catherine Ahrens. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Her name's Catherine Davis. She doesn't know me. I don't know her. I'm not doing anything wrong. Pushing past the moment, I continue up the stairs. Every time I glance back at Ellie, his eyes are more and more glazed with lust. I pull him into the first open door I find. Some frat guy's room. Sorry, dude. I lock the door behind us and don't hesitate to pull him down onto the bed, so he's on top. We make out. He's a little clumsy, uncoordinated, but still perfect. He pulls back when I take his shirt off. I've never... He breaks off awkwardly. Me neither, I assure him. It's not a lie, is it? I mean, sure, it's kind of a lie, but time travel. Virginity is a social construct, and I can't even begin to work out how my specific situation fits into that construct. So, virgin. Sure, let's go with that. Encouraged by my words, he kisses me again. Soon we're both down to our underwear. I pause for a moment. He's so young. Now that we're in close quarters, I'm discomfited to realize he smells nothing like the warm, spicy scent I've come to associate with Ellie over the years. Instead, he smells like cheap cologne, woody rubbing alcohol, like the inside of one of those preppy outlet stores that keep the lights too low, the music too loud, and the scent strong and overpowering. He smells, in summary, like an 18-year-old boy. This isn't weird, what I'm doing, is it? Sleeping with Ellie when he's 18, I mean? Sure, as far as he knows, I'm 18 too. But I'm not 18. I'm 32.
Everything okay?
He asks, so genuinely concerned that I can't help but find him more endearing. Something I truly hadn't thought possible.
We can stop if you want.
I shake off my uneasiness. Plenty of women in their 30s sleep with barely legal guys. Women older than that, even. And sure, I've always found that to be a bit icky. But what are my options here? Find someone my own age? Then they're the creep. Besides, I'm not 32 anymore. I'm 18. 18 with the confidence of a woman in her 30s. I should be unstoppable. Most men in this position wouldn't think twice. This is Ellie, I remind myself. He's not just some random guy. He's the man who spent weeks making LSAT flashcards with me in my room and months helping me study. The man who held me while I cried over a mean comment Sierra had made, hyping me up and reminding me that I was a pretty big deal, actually. His words, not mine. The man who successfully pulled off not one, but 2 surprise birthday parties for me over the years. My best friend. Sure, it's a little weird right now, but it'll all be worth it if it means I get to live the life I always wanted, with Ellie by my side. Okay, I've convinced myself. This is fine. Totally fine. More than fine. It's downright kinky, even if I'm the only one who knows it. I roll Ellie onto his back and straddle him. I'm about to make his fucking life. It's better than okay. I don't have a condom, he says. I'm on the pill, I assure him. It's reckless, but I know I don't have anything. Just like I know from years of drunken chats that he didn't lose his virginity until next semester, to some random girl at a house party. Still, it's important to check in, so I ask, is that okay? Ellie lets out a breathy laugh.
It's better than okay.
It isn't until much later that I remember one very important detail. I didn't go on the pill until my junior year of college. 2 years from now. 5. I can't believe you had unprotected sex. Madison has repeated this refrain on a loop all morning. I'm driving us to the closest pharmacy so I can pick up some Plan B. I didn't travel back in time just to let my second chance at life get thrown off course by an unplanned pregnancy. I awoke this morning feeling more disoriented than I had in years. My head swam with a hazy swirl of memories that made no sense. I died? I was in college again? I slept with Ellie? There was a strange, antiquated office space? It was like waking up from a series of vivid dreams, and the logic of the events made about as much sense as in a dream. I once read that we remember dreams as winding, non-sequitur storylines because we actually have multiple dreams each night. And in the morning, our brains patch them together, creating weird narratives where one moment you're at school, and then you walk through a doorway and into a bank. That's what it felt like. Separate, distinct dreams that my brain patched together. Death, office, party, sex. And yet as I came to, I noticed things that called the dream explanation into question. Cheap plastic blinds instead of my blackout curtains. I was in a strange bed, lying underneath a thin, scratchy comforter, with somebody's arm wrapped around me. Someone pounded on the door. The frat boy whose room this was, returning from wherever he had passed out the night before. He didn't seem fazed at discovering that Ellie and I, two complete strangers, had apparently had sex in his bed. Just said, "Nice one, dudes," and stumbled past us. Ellie and I said awkward goodbyes, and I gave him my number before walking to my dorm. And now, you could have an STD. I don't have an STD. There's no way to know. You need to get tested. I read that it can take weeks to get a reliable result. So you should probably get tested twice. Once now, once in 2 months. Do you think the campus health clinic offers STD screenings? They do. I don't need to get tested. That's so irresponsible. He probably had HPV. I read that most people have HPV. Did you get the vaccine? My mom wouldn't let me, said it would encourage me to sleep around. Wow. I just realized I don't have HPV yet. I should really get the vaccine this time. He was a virgin, Madison. I'm fine. I know he said he was. He wasn't lying, trust me, I know. Late night drunk talks, remember? But my words cause Madison to freeze. Her voice drops down to a scandalized whisper when she says, "He was that bad?" No, I protest. He wasn't bad at all. He was great. It's okay. Most girls don't enjoy their first time. I read that in a magazine. That's why I want to get it over with as quickly as possible and move on to the good stuff. I decide not to disillusion her with the reality that for most women, bad sex continues far past the first time. I did enjoy it. It was lovely and meaningful and great. And you're right, most people's first times aren't amazing. Mine sure wasn't, so it was bad. No, that's not what There's no good way to explain to Madison that in another life, I lost my virginity to George from my statistics class, a guy who thought that 3 quick thrusts of his fingers was adequate foreplay. Because in this life, I lost my virginity to Ellie. Was it perfect? No. But it meant something. It meant everything. Okay, it was kind of bad. It's fine, he can learn. What about you? What about me? I pull up at a red light and side-eye her. You really expect me to believe you spent all night in Patrick's room watching TV? It was a really good show. I think I might like anime. Oh God, listen to me. I'm so weird. I'm never going to get a hot guy to look twice at me. I should just resign myself to ending up with someone like Patrick. Yeah, you should. Not someone like Patrick, Patrick himself. I don't want Patrick. Why are you acting like this is a death sentence? Patrick's a great guy. You didn't say 2 words to him. I would have if you hadn't pulled him away, Miss Thinking of Switching Majors. I can't wait for Patrick to learn that you've nearly failed every math class you ever took. I was wing-womaning you. And it worked. I already took care of that by pretending to be surprised that engineering is so math-heavy. And that worked? I laugh. Like a charm. So did your wing-womaning, I acknowledge with a smirk. We pull up to the pharmacy. I park the car. She gasps as I open my door. Oh my God, what if you're pregnant? That's what we're here for. Plan B. Come on. I get out of the car and walk toward the entrance. Behind me, Madison yells, I thought we were here for snacks. Half an hour later, with dozens of posters of baby-faced Harry Styles as my witnesses, I swallow my pill with a large glass of water. I had kind of a jump scare this morning when I was confronted by so many Harrys on my side of the room, and Super Hulock on Madison's. Also, so much teal. Bright, vivid, loud teal. It's a lot. I need to redecorate. Or maybe I'll lean in. Hard to decide. Are you going to see him again? Madison asks, watching me with fascination. Yes. When? I don't know. I shrug. We didn't make any plans, but I gave him my number. I'm supposed to go to their room to watch season 2 with Patrick on Saturday. Maybe you could join? Yeah, maybe. I'll bring it up when he texts me. I tell her. I'm not worried about it. This is Ellie. I know he'll text. By Friday, it feels like my cell phone is mocking me. Ellie still hasn't texted. And it's all I can think about, whether I'm in my room, in the dining hall with Madison, or in class. And my classes. They're so boring. I AP tested out of a lot of gen eds, so I'm mostly in introductory business classes. Maybe I should be grateful I don't have to stress about school on top of the crisis that is my romantic life. But unfortunately, that also means they provide zero distraction. I hope I didn't come across as too awkward, but I'm such a mess in interviews. Madison laments. We walk through the quad, having just grabbed lunch between classes. I'm sure you did great, I assure her. But I've been zoning out, and I think Madison is starting to notice. Do you know how hard it is to convince someone that the skills I developed babysitting are transferable to working in a library? Why is it hard? They both involve keeping a sharp eye out for mischief, wrangling people, gently chastising. You have to be stern but considerate of delicate feelings. And aren't college students just like big toddlers anyway? Oh, that's good. That's so good. Next time I'm sending you to interview in my place. I bet you did better than you think you did. I know she did. Because Madison worked at the library for the entirety of undergrad. Madison continues to fret. But I'm too distracted by a sensory memory to hear her. Watermelon. Scented. Vapor. There's that smell again. So familiar that I'm transported to another time and place. Another life. Where the hell is he? I'm not supposed to meet him yet. We don't meet until next year. But if I could just see him. It's like he's everywhere and nowhere. A phantom haunting my second life, reminding me that no matter how much I change, some things will remain constant. Like watermelon-scented vapor. You're not even paying attention, she says. Do you smell watermelon? What? Watermelon. I could swear I smell... I look around. I can feel Madison's frustration, but I can't stop. I just want to see him. What kind of distraction attempt is this? I get it, you don't care about my interview. I care, of course I care, I tell her. But I add, you don't smell it? Smell what? Watermelon. What does it matter? It doesn't matter. I say with a sigh. It doesn't. You really don't smell it? Before Madison can respond, a phone rings. My phone. I realize with a jolt. That is so loud, Madison mutters as I pull the phone out of my pocket in triumph. Finally, Ellie has worked up the nerve to call me. I've had my ringer turned up to the loudest setting all week to make sure I don't miss this moment. I look at the screen and almost drop my phone. Incoming call. Mom. It's the first time I've heard from my mom since the night of the accident. The first time I've seen her name on my screen since. Aren't you going to answer that? Madison asks. My phone is still ringing at full volume. Students stare as they walk past. I'm making a scene. I shake my head and hit ignore. One thing's certain. After all this time, I can't process the emotions of talking to my mom in the middle of a crowded quad. I'll call her later. Who was it? Madison asks. Just spam. I lie. We eat dinner in the dining hall that night. When I think back on this period of my life, our friend Helen was usually here. But when I mentioned her name earlier, Madison just went, Who? The memory of Helen, her life as well as her death and my mixed emotions about seeing her again, is almost enough to make me lose my appetite. But Madison distracts me. You should come with me tomorrow, Madison says, then takes a bite of her burger. I put my slice of pizza down. My dinner consists of pizza and French fries, two foods that I saved for special occasions in my 30s, mostly due to having to pop an antacid before even daring to think about eating them. But they have no effect on me now. Not yet. I'm not going to ambush Ellie in his dorm room. I thought you liked him, she says, mouth full of food. You should make a move. I made a move. It's his turn. I hate this. I hate that although I'm 18 again, I should have the wisdom and confidence that comes with being in your 30s. But instead, I'm waiting around for a guy to text me. Does this shit never end? It isn't even weird gender politics. I'm not refraining from texting him because he's the guy and I expect him to text first. If he'd given me his number, I would have texted him something flirty on Saturday with zero shame. But he didn't give me his number. I gave him mine. Or maybe he'd be thrilled. Maybe he lost your number. I put it in his phone. Maybe he lost his phone. She muses. At my doubtful look, she adds, maybe he forgot your name and spends every evening scrolling through his contacts wondering, is she the one? I told you about the thing with our names. He wouldn't forget. Maybe he's looking for Ellie instead of Joey. She jokes. Or maybe he's nervous. I would be if I were responsible for the entire start to a romance. You ever think of that? Guys have to text. They have to ask us out. Only they don't know if we want to be asked. And they risk seeming like creeps if they make the wrong move. Wouldn't you be nervous? I consider Madison's words. Maybe she's right. Or maybe I just want her to be right. I wasn't exactly subtle. Maybe he's just that oblivious. Most boys are. She offers. Yeah, maybe. I say, unable to keep my smile at bay at her attempts to cheer me up. My smile slips off my face when I look up to see Ellie walking into the dining hall. Beside Kat. Blood rushes from my face as I recall locking eyes with her at the party. I always knew she met Ellie the same night I met him. And while he and I became strictly platonic friends, the two of them began a flirtation that finally turned into a relationship fall of sophomore year. Was it naive of me to think that sleeping with him would change any of that? A memory surfaces. Ellie walked into the dining hall with Kat. But I didn't notice him until he put his plate down next to mine and said, Hey, Ellie, mind if we join you? I laughed at the callback and we all ate together. My crush was there, but not yet a fully formed thing. I was just happy to make new friends. A sting at the edge of my nail pulls my attention back to the present, and I realize I'm picking at my cuticle, a habit I thought I was long past. I watch as blood wells and, embarrassed, pull my hand down to my lap. I look up and Ellie meets my gaze from across the dining hall. His back straightens and he awkwardly turns away. I wait for him to turn back around, to acknowledge me. He doesn't. Well, that solidifies things. In this reality, the one where we slept together instead of just starting a weird inside joke about our names, he's decided to keep his distance. He didn't lose my number. And he's not just nervous. I slept with Ellie hoping I could change the nature of our relationship. And I did exactly that. Instead of becoming my best friend, he sees me as nothing more than a one-night stand. The only question is, how do I fix this? 6. Saturday afternoon, I peer through bleary eyes as Madison gets ready to go watch season 2 of that anime with Patrick. She takes care with her makeup, applying and removing different lipsticks, brown, then red, then berry, then finally another shade of brown. And she pretends she's not into him. She stands up from the desk she's converted into a makeshift vanity and turns to me. I'm leaving. You need to get up. I don't wanna. I grumble. It comes out more like, I don't want. It's 4 p.m. It's not healthy to sleep in this late. I don't want to be healthy. I say to be stubborn. But really, I'm shocked. I slept until 4 p.m.? I've never slept that late in my life, except when I had COVID. And I did it on this shitty dorm mattress? And my back doesn't even hurt? 18-year-old bodies are wild. I catch her look and add, save your judgment for someone who wants it. Nobody wants judgment, she says with a snort. There are kinks for everything, Madison. Gross. I don't know, I heard Patrick is into some pretty out there stuff. I joke and sit up. I'm only half joking. In a couple years, Madison and I will get over our sex-shamey upbringings enough to start actually talking about this sort of thing. I know more about Patrick's inclinations in bed than I ever cared to. Like I said, gross, she says. After a pause, she continues. You didn't actually hear that, did you? He doesn't seem like... I smile to show that I was kidding, even though I wasn't. There's no need to scare the girl, and besides, she'll be fully on board. You're fucking with me. Got it. And even if he were, I wouldn't need to know. We're just friends. It sounds like she's trying to convince herself. Mm-hmm. Sure. Madison frowns and comes over to sit next to me on the bed. Does it bother you that I'm going? Because if it does, it doesn't, I assure her. I don't have to be friends with him. I barely know the guy. Cutting ties would be easy. Don't. Patrick's a good one. I don't want Madison to cut Patrick off. Not only because I know they end up together, but also because she is now my only connection to Ellie. The more I think about it, the more I suspect that Ellie ended up with Kat because she was smarter about it than me. She didn't hang around him the way I did, always making herself available. She dated other guys, and even though she later said she'd always had a crush on Ellie, she made sure Ellie didn't know that. And in the end, he pursued her. She made herself a scarce resource. Sure, the analogy is a little gross, and yes, I'm old enough that I shouldn't feel the need to play silly games to get a boy's attention. But when in Rome, maybe I came in too hot, sleeping with him right off the bat. But that's okay. As much as it sucked to see him walk into the dining hall with Kat yesterday, I know I have time. They don't start dating until next year. I can fix this. I need to fix this. A good one with terrible taste in friends, Madison says. He doesn't have terrible taste in friends. Evidence suggests otherwise. Maybe I can talk to Patrick. Try to gauge why Ellie didn't call? Don't, I groan. Please don't bring it up. I don't want it to seem like I'm pining. Aren't you kind of, though? Pining? I can put out feelers. No, it'll just get back to Ellie. I don't want that. I doubt Patrick would mention it. Guys don't talk the way girls do. Oh, to be so naive. Men love gossip as much as women do, I regretfully inform her. Pretty sure they don't. Trust me, Ellie and Patrick do. You don't even know them. I would respond, but all of my nerves are standing on end because there it is again. Do you smell watermelon? Oh my God, what is with you and watermelon lately? Is this some kind of stroke? No, I don't. Oh. Wait. Yeah, actually I do. That's weird. I wonder where... But I've already zeroed in on our cracked open window. I jump out of the bed. That gets you up? Fucking watermelon? Fucking watermelon indeed. I can see only the back of his head, but I'd recognize him anywhere. Right there, sitting at the picnic table outside our dorm, is Alex Aquino, reading a book and vaping. Mother-fucking watermelon. Well, this is a surprisingly welcome distraction. I glare down at him, incensed that I could travel 14 years back in time to before we even met. And he's still right there, omnipresent, hovering around the edges of my periphery, at seemingly every moment, haunting me, mocking me. Before I know what I'm doing, I'm halfway down the hall outside our room. "Joey, wait!" Madison calls, catching up to me. I stop and turn around. She holds up my student ID. "You forgot this, unless you're trying to get locked out of the building in your lobster pajamas." I glance down. Sure enough, I'm in my old favorite pajama set, matching bottoms and a button-up shirt decorated with cartoon lobsters wearing top hats. Purchased for me when I was 15 by my mom at this kitschy beachside boutique we both loved in San Diego. I'm also not wearing a bra. Madison makes a good point. But I shrug. Who cares? It's just Alex. I thank her and turn down the stairwell. Madison follows me to the first floor. "You're not wearing shoes," she points out. "Have fun with Patrick," I say, my voice sing-song. How can I have fun when I'm worried that my roommate is losing her mind? "Try making out," I offer with a shrug. "How many times do I have to tell you?" she begins, then stops as I push open the door leading from the stairwell to our dorm's lobby. She follows me through it. I know, you're not into him. But consider this. What if you are? What if you like Patrick, you just don't want to like Patrick? I know you have some vision of yourself where you're a woman who dates men like, I don't know, Chris Evans or Chris Pine or any of the Chris's. And let me just say, you absolutely could. But Patrick is a good guy. Just admit that you like him and save yourself a whole lot of heartbreak. I exhale, kind of winded from my speech. "I don't know why you're all up Patrick's ass," she mutters. Speaking of Patrick's kinks. "I'm going this way," I point to my right. "Patrick and Ellie's dorm is that way." I point to my left. "I'll see you when I see you." I walk away as Madison cries, "How the hell do you know what dorm they're in?" "You told me." I lie. "Pretty sure I didn't." "Don't do anything I wouldn't do." I walk out, breathe in the warm fall air, and approach Alex. "Those things'll kill ya," I remark as he takes a drag of his vape. I don't wait to be invited before I sit down across from him like it's the most natural thing in the world. He doesn't reply for a long moment, just takes me in. I do the same. His wavy black hair is a couple inches longer than he'll wear it in the future. His brown eyes are warm and rich in the light of the sun. His skin is a few shades darker than my own, probably because he does things like sit outside reading on Saturday afternoons. The right side of his mouth curves up in something that is not quite a smile. "That's so. Vapor's lung is no joke." "Vapor's lung," he repeats, trying it out. "It's like smoker's lung, only less cool." "I'll have to look into that," he says, closing his book and setting his vape on top. He regards me like I'm a puzzle to figure out. Huh, good luck, buddy. There won't be much written about it for a few years, but you can trust me. "You pre-med or something?" he asks, leaning forward. His eyes gleam with intrigue. Oh, there's a shade of Alex I'm familiar with. Alex, the flirt. I never noticed when we were younger, but he looks a few years older than he actually is. 5 o'clock shadow in full force. He would probably have no problem getting into a bar with a bad fake ID. Or something, I say. "So, psychic, then," he says. Ignoring him, I push forward. "It's really rude of you to vape here, right outside our windows. Secondhand smoke and all." "Smoke?" He raises an eyebrow. "Secondhand vapor," I amend lamely. "Are you asking me to leave?" he asks. I shrug because now that I'm down here, sitting in front of this boy who hasn't actually technically done anything to me yet, telling him to leave feels a bit harsh. In my silence, he begins to gather his things. I glance down at his book and groan. It's 1Q84 by Haruki Murakami. Of course it is. God, you would spend your Saturday reading Murakami. He pauses and perks up.
You like Murakami?
Does liking movie adaptations of his short stories count as liking Murakami? Because other than that, my only Murakami experience is that, while I was dating a guy who liked him, I picked up one of his books, made it 50 pages in, and gave up. And the movie adaptations I liked haven't come out yet. Not at all. Oh, he says, sounding only slightly disappointed. The women he writes tend to be plot devices to help the men on their journeys. I say, recalling a criticism I read online to assure myself it was okay to DNF a modern literary classic.
Possibly a fair point. I'll take that into consideration.
Bothered by how understanding he's being, I continue. Murakami fans are some of the most pretentious men I've ever met. Men who see real women as nothing but plot devices.
Have I done something to you?
He asks, sounding genuinely bewildered. Well, of course he is. A strange girl just came up to him and started bashing his taste in books for no discernible reason. I sigh. No, you haven't done anything. Yet.
So, you're attacking my taste in literature just for the hell of it?
I'm sorry. I start, but he cuts me off.
Because I gotta say, I'm kind of into it.
I can't help the laugh that I bark out at that. The sound of it makes him grin, and I find myself searching his eyes for something. His words remind me of our conversation the night I died. His reaction to my insults. You always did know just what to say to get me going. The realization hits. Alex Aquino, whether 18 or 32, has a thing for being insulted. A possible shame kink? Intriguing. I'm Alex, he says, reaching out with his right hand. I stare at it a moment before I take it. When I do, I remember the last time we touched. Right before. I push the thought aside, and another time his hands were on me comes to mind. He always did have such great hands. Joey, I say, my voice a bit shaky. It's short for Josephina, but I prefer Joey.
Josephina? That's a pretty name,
he says and lets go of my hand.
Well, Josephina, you want to tell me what you're doing walking around campus in your pajamas and no shoes? Did you see a guy out here reading Murakami and think, I must rid the world of one more?
No, I laugh. I'm actually a vicious sleepwalker. Just cannot be contained.
Right, got it,
he says, nodding quite seriously.
In that case, you want to tell me what you were doing sleeping at...
He checks his phone.
Nearly 5 in the afternoon?
It's not 5, it's... I check my own phone. 4:22, I said nearly. In 38 minutes? In what world is that nearly anything?
So I'm dramatic. My question stands.
He says with a laugh, his eyes crinkling at the corners. And suddenly I'm laughing too. God, was he always this adorable? 7. I need to go. I shake my head, trying to clear it as I stand up from the picnic table. I remember I'm in my lobster pajamas, of all things, and I'm not wearing shoes. Or a bra. I cross my arms, then wonder if doing so only makes my state of undress more apparent. I uncross them. But when I catch Alex's gaze glancing down to where I'm sure too much is showing, I cross them again. I want to scream. Did I really think it didn't matter what I wore the first time I met Alex?
You just got here.
He frowns, a wrinkle forming between his eyebrows. Right, I did. And now I'm going to go. I make it only a few steps before he calls out.
When can I see you again?
I turn around. Confusion is written all over his face. Was he always this adorable? The thought that sent me spiraling. That told me it was time to cut and run. To put as much space as possible between us. Before he ruins me all over again. Because yes, he absolutely was this adorable. And charming and cute. Until boyish charm morphed into manly manipulation. Until he realized he had something most people only wish they had. Something that can't be learned or faked. Magnetism. And boy, did he use that magnetism to his advantage. How did I allow myself to forget, even for a few minutes, that nothing with Alex is ever genuine? I don't think that's a good idea. At least give me your number. I'm about to say I don't own a phone when I realize I'm holding it in my hand. Okay, well, good thing I've never shied away from being a bitch when need calls. I'd rather not. Bye. I practically sprint away, ignoring the sound of him calling my name. I take the stairs to my room, punch my code into the keypad on the door, and make a beeline to the window. Alex is still in the same position I left him, turned away from the table and staring toward the door of the building like he's not quite sure what to do with this. He glances up, his focus pulled straight to my window as if by an external force, as if he could feel my attention. I'm rooted in place, arrested by the feeling of our eyes locked together, connecting us across the distance. I don't know what I expect, but it certainly isn't for him to lean back against the table on both elbows and stare up at me, a small smile slowly curling his mouth. Everything about his posture and demeanor working in tandem to send the exact same message. I can do this all day. Unbothered, not a worry in the world, as if things are going exactly his way. I step back from the window. I'm not doing this. I refuse to get caught up in whatever game he thinks we're playing. When Alex plays, he plays to win, and he's never much cared if his wins come at the cost of everyone around him losing. I need a shower. That's right. I need to take a very long, luxurious shower. As luxurious as a shower can be in a communal bathroom. Which, admittedly, is not very. Out of all the things I've had to adjust to back in college, using the communal bathrooms might be the worst. Right now, those communal showers might as well be an oasis. By the time I get out, Alex will be gone. Unfortunately, while I might have gotten away from Alex in a physical sense, my brain refuses to comply. The whole shower, my thoughts keep returning to him. His obnoxious, self-satisfied smile. His easy confidence. The fact that I can hold all the cards, have all the foresight in the world, and still find myself sucked into his orbit. Now that I've removed myself from said orbit, I kind of hate that I ran away. This is my dorm, and that should be my table. If anyone should run away, it's him. It's admittedly nice to have something other than Ellie to focus on. For the first time in days, I'm not spiraling into sadness. I'm working myself up into a rage. It feels kind of good. I take the time to blow dry my hair. I put on skinny jeans and a thin black sweater. Cheap polyester, like everything else I owned in 2012, apparently. By the time I get back to my room, I'm high on my anger. I head straight to the window. I don't know what I expect to see more. Alex still sitting there in the same relaxed position, staring up at me like I never left. Or an empty table. Alex having vanished like a ghost, leaving me to worry if our exchange was nothing but a product of my imagination. What I don't expect is for him to be there, but not looking at my window, his head in his book like none of it happened. I fume as I watch the ease with which he turns a page, then another. I'm about to do something unhinged, like bang on my window to get his attention, when he looks straight up at me and smirks, as if he's known I was here all along. I realize that he's now on the opposite side of the table, perfectly positioned to glance up at me with casual indifference. He's fucking with me. That's it. I raise my window the few inches it will actually open and yell, "Leave! Now!" His smirk widens into a smile like he thinks my words are cute. He stands up, rounds the table, walks toward the building until he's right under my window, and calls up to me like Romeo professing his love for Juliet. "I'll leave when you give me your number." Okay, not quite a profession of love. He barely has to raise his voice for it to project across the distance, in stark contrast to the veritable shriek of my own voice. But I push through. "I'm not giving you my number." "Then I guess I'm not leaving." "Some would call this stalking." "Some would call this a public table." "Go away." "You go away. I'm trying to read." He turns his back to me and sits down, this time facing away from the window, and picks up his book. I grab my ID and hurry out the door. I rush down the stairs, storm up to him, and rip the book out of his hands. "Oh good, you're back," he says as if nothing is amiss. Hands spread out on the table, leaning over him. I demand, "Why are you doing this?" "You're the one who came up to me," he says, and I'm not quite sure if he's talking about earlier or right now. I sit down across from him. Take one deep breath, then two. He smiles all the while like he's eating this shit up. "What do you want?" I ask. "I told you what I want." "My number." "You're not getting it." We're locked in a heated stare, and to my satisfaction, he's the first to break, with a glance down at my sweater. "Your lobster pajamas are gone," he remarks softly. I'm so thrown by the change of topic that I respond on autopilot. "You say that like it's a bad thing." "Probably for the best." He shrugs. "I'm kind of scared of lobsters." "You're scared of lobsters?" The revelation shocks a laugh out of me. "Oh, you're laughing at me? That's great. I trust you with this confidence." "That's your own fault. I never said you could trust me." "I don't think a fear of lobsters is very funny," he says with mock seriousness. "Maybe not funny, but it's certainly ridiculous." "They're basically sea spiders. Totally freaky." "They're more like sea scorpions," I argue. "Even freakier. I can't believe people eat those things." "I'd try a land scorpion if given the opportunity." I shrug. "Maybe. Sea scorpion or not, lobster's delicious." "I'll pretend I believe you. But do you not know? Have you never tried lobster?" "I refuse to eat lobster on principle. Because it's gross." I would bet money that the Alex I left behind in my first life had tried lobster. But the more I think about it, the more I guess it isn't surprising that this Alex hasn't yet. Alex was always open about his working-class roots growing up in a small town in New Jersey. Wore those roots like a sort of obnoxious badge of pride after he made all his money. I pause, realizing how quickly I got sucked back into conversation with him. Confident lobster hate from someone who's never even tasted it, I say. I'm about to tell him to fuck off when he abruptly stands and says, "Fine, let's go." "What?" I ask, dumbfounded. "Let's go. Get lobster." "Right now?" "Right now." "What happened to your principles?" "Fuck principles. I'd rather get dinner with you." "I'm not getting dinner with you right now," I tell him. "That's okay. I'm open to a rain check." He grins, then adds, "If you give me your number, we can set something up." Jesus. You think you're pretty smooth, don't you? His grin only widens, and he ignores my comment. "Have dinner with me. I'll buy. If you still don't want to give me your number after, I'll leave you alone and never bother you again." I open my mouth to protest, but find myself pausing. I'm hungry. It's a free meal, an easy way to get him out of my hair. And, maybe most important, it's a distraction. I've hardly thought of Ellie since Alex came into the picture. Okay, fine. One dinner, but it's not a date. And not lobster.
Why not?
He frowns. I can't tell if he's protesting the fact that it's not a date or that I vetoed lobster until he sarcastically adds,
I mean, if it's so delicious.
You're a college freshman. You can't afford lobster.
I have a part-time job.
He shrugs.
I can think of worse things to spend my paycheck on than dinner with a pretty girl.
One dinner, not a date.
Besides,
he continues,
now I need to try lobster. It'll be disgusting and I'll win this conversation.
He's still standing. I stand too, just because it feels weird to be staring up at him. I didn't realize this conversation was a competition, I say, though really I should have. Everything is a competition to Alex. He said that in an interview once. That's what drove him to amass so much wealth. He saw life as a competition, one he was determined to win.
All conversations are competitions,
he remarks offhandedly. My phone vibrates with an incoming call. I glance down and see it's my mom. A conversation I'm still not ready to have.
Shouldn't you get that?
He asks. And when I look up, he's staring at my screen. I start to make up an excuse, but what I land on is, I'd really rather not. He watches as I hit ignore and type a text telling her I'm out and will call later.
Do you want to talk about it?
He asks softly. I doubt you want to hear my family drama.
I'm starting to think I want to hear everything about you,
he says, and I'm shaken by his overwhelming sincerity.
I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. I'll even go first.
Family issues are definitely not a pre-lobster topic.
They an over-lobster topic?
The conversation on the way to dinner and after we take our seats flows with an ease that is unnerving, though not surprising. What is surprising is how sweet and earnest Alex is. Eager energy radiating off him. So different from the man I once knew. After we place our orders, I decide, fuck it. I have a hypothetical question for you. A scenario.
I love these, go.
He makes a big show of relaxing his shoulders and closing his eyes like he's getting in the zone. I roll my eyes, but it's ineffective since he can't see me. It's 100% hypothetical. It isn't real. I reiterate with a glance at the ceiling, just in case my caseworker is listening.
I have heard the word hypothetical before, yes,
he says with a smirk. Let's say you lived your life and you did it wrong. Frowning, he opens his eyes.
How can you live your life wrong? Is there a rule book I'm missing? If so, I'd love to take a peek. What school of philosophy are we working out of?
No, just, you made some mistakes.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Sure, but yours were bigger, I guess.
How big we talking? Murder? Did I end up in jail?
Not that big. Lord, if he isn't the most frustrating man I have ever interacted with. Just, you didn't like your life, okay? You were unhappy.
By unhappy, do you mean depressed?
I pause and consider. Now that he's put a name to it, I realize I should probably get a prescription for the antidepressants I'd been on for years when I died. Yes, you were depressed. But it was more than brain chemistry. You had antidepressants, but that didn't solve the sadness. You made a lot of wrong choices.
Damn, that's bleak.
Bleak. Hearing my life reduced to that single, cold, sharp word. I have the brief urge to defend myself. To argue that, actually, maybe there's more to life than happiness. There's success and satisfaction and ambition. Sure, I might not have been big picture happy, but that doesn't mean there was zero joy. I turn that sentiment around in my head, but I can't quite get it to come out of my mouth. My life was sad. Trying to defend it would just make it sadder. Yeah, I guess it is. But you weren't actively unhappy. You just weren't actively happy. Most days, you would have said you felt fine, and it wouldn't have been a lie. But when you tally up years of days that are just fine, it apparently adds up to not fine. Whatever. Anyway, then you die.
You make that sound like a good thing.
It is, because, hypothetically, you're offered a second chance. You get to live life all over again.
Like reincarnation,
he says. I thought that, but not quite. It's a do-over. You get to live life a second time, retaining the memories of your first life. You remember all your mistakes, your regrets, everything. It's more akin to time travel.
You really felt the need to clarify that this scenario isn't real?
He cuts in. As I was saying, you get a second chance to get it right. What do you do differently? For instance, do you go out with the man who completely shattered your perception of yourself just to avoid thinking about another guy?
You're assuming I'd take the offer.
Wouldn't you?
No. No, I don't think I would.
Why the hell not?
I guess I'm more interested in what comes next. If I was miserable the first time, how can I guarantee I won't be miserable the second? There's no way to know. I'm still me with the same faults and blind spots. Still prone to the same mistakes. Even if I try to live completely differently, I might still fall into the same traps but with different names. But what I now have is concrete, incontrovertible proof that there is something after death. And that's fascinating. That's a game changer. It would be all I'd be able to think about.
Well, okay. I should have known that Alex would take my hypothetical and turn it on its head. Okay, but what if you did accept the offer?
I just said I wouldn't.
You're not given a choice. You're just thrust back to right now.
Right now? Right here? In this restaurant?
I nod, my expression serious. Right here, right now. He stares at me for a long moment, really seems to think about it. I swear I see a shift in his eyes as he considers his answer. His pupils grow larger, irises darker. A small smile slowly forms, and he just stares. Stares and stares, and then he stands, pushes his chair in, and pulls out the one right next to me. He slides it closer than is strictly appropriate for two people eating at a restaurant, and takes my hand in his. I gasp, unable to focus on anything but that single point of contact. I resist the urge to pull my hand away out of fear he'll notice my scabbed cuticles. He stares into my eyes, wholly sincere, and murmurs,
"If I had a chance to do things over, I would want to be as close to you as possible."
Oh. And then he leans back casually, shrugs like he didn't just completely shift the tone of the night, and says,
"Beyond that, I'd probably try to remember which stocks were hot and get in on the ground floor."
He's still holding my hand. You would think of money, I mutter, low enough that I don't think he'll hear. I pull my hand away, annoyed by the reminder of who he really is, annoyed that I keep letting myself forget. He does hear.
"Oh, you've known me for, 3 hours? And you already have me pegged?"
In his eyes, a challenge. I rise to meet it. I so have you pegged.
You think so?
I know so.
And what do you think of me?
I scoff, scandalized. You can't just ask me that.
Why not? If this were my second run at life, I'd want to know the score as soon as possible.
Look at him, finally getting into my game. Okay, I'll bite. Fine, if you must know. I'm torn about what to say. I know what I should say, how I should feel. I know the man this boy grows into. I can see glimpses of him in his attitude, his confidence, his relentless pursuit of me. Only with young Alex, I almost find it charming. This isn't the irritating arrogance of the man I stormed away from the night I died. It's something innocent, uncorrupted. Or maybe that's just what I'd like to think. As I take him in, considering my words, I can't get myself to say something mean. Because no matter what he grows into, I know he's different. There's a sincerity to him that time erased. I mourn the loss of this earnest boy. And regardless of what becomes of him, I refuse to have a hand in his growing jaded. Unable to believe the words coming out of my mouth, I admit, I think I might actually like you. He doesn't miss a beat. I like you too, Joey Vasquez. A lot. No maybe about it. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He stares into my eyes, a small smile tugging at his lips. It's strange to hear my nickname coming from him. I'm so used to him calling me Josephina. A waiter arrives to ruin the moment, playing a starring role as the metaphorical knife, I suppose. He places 2 surf and turf plates in front of us, tells us to enjoy our meal, then walks away. Alex grimaces at his plate, stabs the lobster with his fork, and dutifully cuts off a bite. I can't believe I'm about to eat something's tail. Moment of truth, I say as he lifts his fork. He brings it to his mouth. Wait, I cry. You have to dip it in butter. But I want to taste the lobster, he says, staring down at the piece on his fork dubiously. It's only good with butter. If it's only good with butter, then it's not really. Just eat it the way it's meant to be eaten, I command, exasperated. Alex shrugs, dips it in the butter, puts it in his mouth, and chews. So?
Butter,
he says around his food. It's good, right? He makes a big show of swallowing it and says, if you like butter. So, I win.
You know, you can eat melted butter on its own, right? It's not recommended, but...
He shrugs. But I note that he eats all of his meal, both the surf and the turf. When we're done with our food, Alex says,
I promised you my family issues. Earlier.
You don't have to. I start, but he's already going.
One of 3 kids. My sister's cool, but my brother takes after my father. Which means nothing to you, but...
You really don't owe me anything. I insist, knowing somehow that he's about to drop an emotional bomb on the table, and he'll expect me to handle it delicately. I don't do delicate.
My father left when I was 8.
And there's the bomb. I stare at him, shocked. None of the biographies or magazine profiles ever mentioned this. Not even Alex's Wikipedia page. They listed his family members, and his father was always there. But nothing ever so much as hinted at the story behind the pain in Alex's eyes. I didn't know that, I murmur.
How could you? I don't talk about it. I once told a friend that he was dead. Felt like a good, clean way to justify his absence. It was great. Then one day Dad shows up again and picks me up from school. Like nothing ever changed. One day he was gone, and then he wasn't. All of a sudden, my friend's telling everyone I'm a pathological liar. Maybe I am. Anyway, that's sort of my dad's shtick. He's addicted to gambling, loves to rack up debts and not pay them. He skips town to avoid the consequences, conveniently ignoring that the consequences always come down on my mom. Then comes back home after hitting a jackpot. Honestly, he's hit a lot of jackpots over the years, to the point I can't help feeling like he's actually really fucking lucky in a twisted sort of way. But no amount of luck can save you if your vices are strong enough. Whenever he left, my mom would swear up and down she was through with him. Done. But then he'd come home and... he's charming. He can make my mom fall in love with him all over again. It just gets easier and easier for him. Harder for her. Impossible for us.
I say the first thought that comes to my mind. He sounds like a real shithead.
Alex's laugh sounds surprised, like he can't believe he's laughing about such a thing. I have the thought, distantly, not quite fully formed in my head, that this version of Alex would be so disappointed to hear what he grows into. Cheating on your wife isn't as bad as abandoning your children, but they exist in the same ballpark of shittiness. Then again, who am I to judge? If I were to ask my 18-year-old self if she'd ever sleep with a married man, she'd swear up and down that she would never, not in a million years. And she really would mean it. Funny how life takes its turns. He is a shithead.
Your turn, Alex says, pulling me out of my thoughts. What?
My family issues, in exchange for yours. I showed you mine.
Yeah, but I don't have anything like that. Alex shrugs.
It isn't a competition.
I thought all conversations were competitions.
You'll never let me live that down, will you?
Never ever.
Emotional conversations are an exception.
Well, now you're just making up rules as you go along, I say. Then take a deep breath. I don't know where to start. My family is fine. My dad is good at the quality time and bonding parts of being a parent. He's a doctor, and when I was growing up, he was always working. So when he was home, he just wanted to relax. We'd hang out, watch old movies and TV shows together. The bulk of parenting and household duties fell on my mother, who also worked full-time. I grew up watching her and thinking, hell no, that's not for me. You know, like, she had to do all the heavy lifting, the hard work, and my dad got to be the cool parent. I still wanted, I don't know, happily ever after or whatever. But if that's what it's supposed to look like, pass. My mother is difficult, exacting. She never settles for less than perfection. She's the child of immigrants. They both are, actually. So I think she always felt like she had to achieve a lot for them, to make up for their sacrifices. Which is fine, I get it. Or, I guess I don't, but she expects us to do the same. She planned our whole lives out before we were born. She wanted a doctor and a lawyer. My sister chose doctor, so I trail off, then continue. Sierra's 4 years older than me. She's a surgeon. Studying to be a surgeon. I rush to amend. She's brilliant, but she has this way of making me feel small anytime she talks. She loves to center herself, even during my moments. I shake my head, embarrassed, and add, "Sorry, I sound like a brat."
You don't,
he says, his expression serious.
I get complicated families.
Yeah, but my situation is nothing compared to...
It's not a competition, remember?
He reminds me, reaching out and placing his hand on mine. I stare down at our hands, but make no move to pull away, surprised by how comforted his touch makes me feel. How grounded.
So, you're pre-law, then?
I am, I confirm. What, I pull my hand back.
Nothing.
That was a something,
It's just, if you were in your hypothetical situation.
I almost laugh. Little does he know.
Would you spend your whole second life trying to live up to your parents' expectations? It's your life. You're the one who has to live it.
I think that's easier said than done, I mutter, unwilling to admit that his words have hit me hard.
It is,
he acknowledges.
The one thing I've always wanted most is to make sure I live my life according to my own rules. Master of my fate, captain of my soul, all that poetic shit. To own my choices and know that, for better or worse, they were mine.
You want control, I interpret. That tracks.
Control would be nice,
he concedes.
but the illusion of it is enough.
Well, maybe 18-year-old Alex wouldn't be as disappointed in 32-year-old Alex as I thought. After dinner, we stroll in silence to my dorm. Together, but both of us lost in our own thoughts. Or at least I'm lost in mine. You didn't have to walk me back, I say. I know. I had an ulterior motive. I see what's coming well before it happens. But I make no move to stop him, as he brings his lips down to meet mine. The kiss is at once completely familiar and totally new. Soft and sweet. It's an innocent kiss in many ways. But the hand that isn't gently cupping my face reaches around to my back, and I feel the way his fingers grip the material of my sweater, hard, hinting at a desire for more. It calls to mind the memory of exactly what more felt like with him.
How about that number?
He murmurs and pulls away, but just a bit, so our foreheads still touch. I hesitate. If I give in, there's no turning back. I breathe in the scent of him. He smells a little like butter from the lobster, which nearly causes a poorly timed laugh to rise to the surface. Who am I kidding? I passed the point of no return somewhere between lobster pajamas and actual lobster. I nod, and wordlessly, we pull out our phones and exchange numbers.
I'm going to text you tomorrow,
he says. Please do, I reply, thinking, for the first time in hours, of Ellie and the text that never came.
I'm going to ask you out.
He kisses me again, lingering longer this time. His hand is still on my back, though his fingers have loosened their grip.
Are you free Tuesday?
Tuesday? Who goes out on a Tuesday? I laugh.
People who don't want to wait until next weekend,
he says, as if it should be obvious. We have homework, I remind him.
Come over to my room.
He shrugs.
We can do our homework together.
I level him with a flat look. I remember very well how doing homework together always goes in college. He's going to have to try harder than that. Yes, I will go out with you next weekend.
I'm not asking yet. Just checking if you're free.
I open my mouth to verbalize my annoyance, but he stops me with yet another kiss. Unable to help myself, I take the opportunity to deepen it, pulling away only when I realize we're crossing the line into making out. I hate to admit it, but I melt more with each kiss. He takes a step back, then pauses. He leans in and kisses me one last time.
Good night, Joey.
Once again, I'm jolted by his use of my nickname. In my first life, he always called me Josephina. It's funny that his absolute refusal to use my preferred name was something that annoyed me for over a decade. An act of rebellion that I took as a sign of disrespect for my preferences. And yet, for just a single fleeting moment, I find myself missing the sound of my full name rolling past his lips. You can call me Josephina, I almost say. But only you. Only ever you. Ridiculous. He can call me whatever he wants, because this thing between us, however exciting, is not built to last. It's a good distraction. Something to take my mind off the mess I've made with Ellie. That's all it can be. But I know all too well how easy it is to get caught up in a distraction. Good night, Alex, I say, watching as he walks away. He stops and turns around to smile at me not once, but twice. And I realize what a dangerous game I'm playing. I know all of Alex Aquino's faults to an exact degree. I have experienced many of them firsthand. Too bad knowing something is a terrible idea. doesn't magically erase the temptation. He'll hurt me. I just might let him. 8. I wake to vigorous shaking. For a moment, I think it's an earthquake. Then I remember that earthquakes don't have arms. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Madison shrieks. She lets out a triumphant cry and shakes me harder. I saw that. You're awake. Don't try to pretend you're not. What time is it? I groan and squint my eyes. She's still dressed for sleep in her pajamas and bonnet. It's like the first thing she did upon waking was put on her glasses and jump across the room to shake me. Like 8, maybe? On a Sunday? Let me sleep. You slept enough yesterday. Which reminds me, we need to talk about how you stormed out in pajamas. But first, I have gossip, and I need to share it. You were asleep when I got home, and I was tired, so I couldn't share it then. But now I'm awake, and if I'm awake, that means you have to be awake, so you can hear the gossip. I wanted to wait up for Madison last night, but I was too overwhelmed by my surprisingly lovely dinner with Alex. Torn and confused over what, if anything, it meant. Hence, sleep. The great panacea. Screw your gossip. I roll over to face the wall and pull my comforter over my head. Joey, think about where I was yesterday, and trust me, you're going to want to hear this. She says, her voice transitioning to a knowing sing-song. That causes me to jolt up. You didn't. Oh, but I did. She grins gleefully. I told you not to bring me up. Yeah, well, I ignored that. And you'll be glad I did. I doubt it, I remark dryly. I sigh. Okay, give it to me. Tell me the damage. So, I brought you up with Patrick. I already hate this. No, let me finish. It's a good thing. Imagine if Patrick had been the one to bring Ellie up. What's the first thing you'd do? I would tell you, obviously. At my pointed look, she protests. That's different. How is it different? Because boys are stupid. She says, like, duh. Boys aren't as stupid as we like to think they are. I argue. They're only stupid when you don't want them to be. When it would work in your favor for them to be stupid, they're always way too damn smart. Madison waits for me to finish ranting. Are you done? Fine. What did Patrick say? And what did you say that he parroted back to Ellie? Maybe this can be remedied. He said that Ellie really likes you too. 2? You told Patrick I like Ellie? This shouldn't be so horrifying. I'm a grown-ass woman, and I've experienced worse things than a guy finding out I like him. But also, I'm not a grown-ass woman. And this is Ellie. Are you listening? Ellie likes you. Patrick said he was just embarrassed because it was his first time and he was all in his head about it. Sparks of nervous excitement jolt through me. Ellie likes me. But I tamp them down. How pathetic am I to be excited about this? I'm old enough to know that mixed signals are just another, more painful form of rejection. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that. I mean, it's nice to hear he likes me. But I already knew that, didn't I? Ellie once admitted he'd had a crush on me at the start. And knowing that had only served to make me feel worse. The issue here isn't Ellie's emotions. It's his actions. But I can't exactly go up to him and scream, I know you like me. He didn't even bother to text me. But Patrick said he thought about texting you a whole bunch. Well, unless Ellie decides to turn those thoughts into actions, preferably with an apology, I'm going to focus on other things. Like what a great distraction Alex is. I slump back against my pillow and stare at her, my mind racing. To a certain degree, this is false bravado. Despite my wonderful dinner with Alex, there's a history between me and Ellie. I just need it to happen the right way, I refuse to chase after him like a puppy dog, and besides, history has proven that doesn't exactly work. Enough about me. How is Patrick? Patrick's good. That's it? He's good? What do you want me to say? How about, he's the best. We fell madly in love and jumped each other's bones. She frowns. I guess I am laying it on a bit thick. I don't know why you're so obsessed with Patrick. He's cool, we're friends, that's all. Fine, I'll drop it. For now. We move on to safer subjects. As I get ready for the day, my phone buzzes with a text. Alex.
I woke up convinced that yesterday must have been a fever dream. But then I checked my phone, and your number was there. So I guess what I'm saying is, good morning.
I smile at his message, grateful for the distraction. Me. Maybe it is a fever dream. Have you checked your temperature? I hear shellfish poisoning's a bitch. Alex.
Don't remind me. I ate a sea scorpion. And somehow, I'm happy about it. You're a bad influence.
I chuckle at his words, because the very thought of being a bad influence on Alex Aquino is laughable. Even the thought that I could influence him at all, when he's always been such an immovable force. Me. I'm broadening your horizons. Somehow I never asked, how do you feel about shrimp? His response is immediate. Alex.
Cockroach of the sea. What's so funny?
Madison asks from across the room.
Oh my God, is that Ellie? Did he finally text you?
No. I say flatly, my good mood deflating at the reminder. It's not him.
Oh.
She frowns.
Then what the heck is so funny?
Nothing, it's, I scramble for a good lie, wanting to keep Alex to myself just a little longer. I land on something between a truth and a lie. It's my mom. I should call her. A few minutes later, as I walk aimlessly around campus, I call my mother. The phone rings and I'm torn between wanting it to go to voicemail and wanting to get this over with. Oh my God, she's alive, comes my mother's voice, imbued with over-the-top relief. Javier, did you hear that? Your youngest is alive. I hear my dad yell something in the background, but can't make out his words. Okay, I get it. Very funny. I roll my eyes, unable to keep the smile from my face. Sorry I haven't called. I understand. You go to college and you forget all about us. It's the natural way of things. Should I take this to mean school is going well? Now that we're talking, I don't know why I was so scared. I'm 18, so our relationship hasn't frayed yet. The guilt and emotional heaviness that accompanied conversations with my mom later on are nowhere to be found. I try to picture my mother as she is in this moment. The last time I saw her, she was in her early 60s and getting ready to retire. But right now, she's 48. An empty nester in the prime of her career. A career that resembles my own, only as I learned too late, not in the ways that mattered to her. My mom is a public defender. She works to keep people out of jail, and she's brilliant at it. It's a cause she's passionate about, and her passion fuels a fire that always struck me with awe. Although she pushed me to be a lawyer, I must admit I also wanted to be just like her. Then I got to law school and discovered I hadn't inherited the strengths that made Mom a great litigator. I didn't have the passion. I wasn't as eloquent. I couldn't command the attention of a crowd. It's weird to compare a litigator to an actor, but a great litigator has a certain kind of star power, a stage presence. I had none of that. What I did have was a keen attention to detail, the focus to comb through contracts and not miss a single technicality, the ability to memorize volumes of corporate law until I knew them like the back of my hand. I excelled in my contracts classes. And when I took a corporate law internship, I excelled there too. Much more than I had at my internship for a public defender. So I became a corporate lawyer. Mom said she was proud, joked about how relieved she was that I'd be able to pay off my law school debt so fast. But I could tell she wished I'd chosen a different path. All of that was just doubt in the back of my mind until Sierra decided to drag it into the open one day. About 3 years before I died. I'd gotten a promotion and a raise at my firm. It was Christmas and my parents were celebrating me. Then Sierra scoffed and asked them why they were glorifying my selfish corporate greed. That was a common Sierra refrain, calling me selfish, so it didn't faze me. Only this time, she dragged my mother into it. She said even Mom hated that I was doing such soulless work just because it paid well. I asked Mom if that was true. She couldn't quite deny it. Over the following 3 years, I went home a grand total of 8 times, only when Sierra had other plans, even though I lived a mere 3 hours away. But all that's in the past. Or the future. A future my mom knows nothing about. A future that feels silly now, thinking back. I allowed a nasty comment from Sierra to drive a wedge between me and my mom. And for what? To lose 3 years of time with her? Time I've miraculously gotten back. A rush of guilt floods through me at the thought of how I've dodged her last couple calls because I was too scared to have this conversation. I resolved to be better, to appreciate the time I have with my mom, to not blame her for pain she never meant to inflict. School isn't really going much at all yet. It's barely week 2. I shrug even though she can't see me. We've mostly just gone over the syllabi and read the introductory chapters of our textbooks. I'm not asking about your classes, silly. I know you'll do great in those. In the background, my dad yells, "She wants the chisme." How's campus? Any new friends? Are there any boys? Mom asks, confirming my dad's accusation that she's calling for gossip. Yeah, Mom, they do allow boys in, I joke. And how are those boys? My mind flashes to Alex and Ellie. Alex and Ellie. Ellie and Alex. The boys are boys, I say enigmatically. Say no more. I can already tell you want out of this conversation. But her next words make me wish I'd stuck to the topic of boys. Have you spoken to your sister yet? I knew this was coming. You know I haven't. Well, could you? She's having a hard time at school, always complaining. I'm sure a call from her baby sister would cheer her up. I remember that Sierra hated medical school at the start. She moaned about it in that way people sometimes faux complain about their accomplishments. Oh, it's so difficult, but also so rewarding. Which obviously meant, yes, please make it clear how proud of me you are. That's the only reason I'm talking about this in the first place. But later, when I vented about law school, she made derogatory comments about my work ethic and said that the stress of school didn't compare to the stress of the real world. The years she spent grumbling to me conveniently forgotten. I'll think about it, I say to appease my mother. That's all I ask. Oh, I almost forgot. I know you're probably not thinking about this kind of thing yet, but I was discussing internships with Judge Wright the other day, and she said she could make room for you over winter break. It's a good opportunity to dip your toes in, and if it goes well, it'll guarantee you a spot in her summer internship program. Oh, shit. I remember Judge Wright. I hated that internship. The hours were long, it was unpaid, and she loved to yell at me for every tiny mistake I made, and a lot of mistakes I didn't. The other 2 interns hadn't helped. They'd both been in law school and were older, so they treated me like I was their personal intern. Someone to do all the grunt work they thought themselves above. I turned a corner one day to find them muttering about me being a diversity hire, whose mom got me the spot. That had stung because, at least in terms of the second part, I knew it was true. As for the first part, I was 18 and had worked my ass off at everything I'd ever done. So I was unused to that sort of racist dismissiveness. Not that I wouldn't get used to it. I heard variations of it at every turning point in my life from then on. When I awkwardly admitted that I was at school on a full scholarship, people's minds automatically went to my ethnicity, even though in reality, it was my PSAT score. How did I get into a top law school? Not my 4.0 GPA. Nope, it was because I was Latina. How had I managed to sign with a law firm before graduation when some of my classmates hadn't? Bingo, it had to be my ethnicity, or the fact that I was a woman. And hell, the two together just made my life a cakewalk. Yeah, about Judge Wright, can I think on it? What's there to think about? It's only a month with Christmas and New Year's off. I'm not sure I want to take on an internship during my first break from school. Okay. Well, I already told her that you'd love to do it, but I suppose I can tell her you changed your mind. My mom sounds like she dreads saying any such thing to Judge Wright, and my heart goes out to her. I'm tempted to backtrack and say I'll do it. It's your life. Alex's words from last night come to me. This is my life, and whatever I decide to do with it, I'm the one who has to live with the consequences. Consequences I've already experienced once. Why not try to avoid the bad bits? It's not like this internship will be the deciding factor on whether I get into law school. I won't say anything to her yet, though. Sleep on it and get me your answer by the end of the week. Mom says, hopeful. Great. Now, I have to disappoint my mom twice. Because I've already decided. There's no way in hell I'm doing that internship again. This is my life. I'm the one who has to live it. That night, as I'm laughing at another text from Alex, Madison exclaims, "Okay, what the hell is going on?" She hurls herself across the room and wrenches my phone away, ignoring my protests. She frowns as she scrolls, and I think of how I wanted to keep Alex to myself a little longer. Emphasis on little, I guess. Who the hell is Alex? He's a guy I met. I shrug, not wanting to make a big deal of it. It's hard to explain. Why haven't you told me about him? We just met, I say, ignoring how hurt she looks. Actually, funny story, Alex was the source of the watermelon I smelled yesterday. Isn't that strange? She looks even more confused. But you've been talking about watermelon for days. Why were you talking about watermelon in the quad on Friday if you just met this Alex guy yesterday? Damn. I really need to make a mental note to never forget that Madison is smart and will catch me in a lie if I'm not careful. And this is a huge lie for her to catch. An existence-erasing lie. That was a coincidence. I try. She stares at me like I've grown a second head. So you stormed outside to find the source of a watermelon smell you've been smelling for days, and you met this Alex guy? And now you text about bugs? I consider explaining that actually the texts she's referring to are about seafood. That about sums it up, I confirm. It's too much of a hassle to get into. Why'd you let me go on about Ellie when you've already moved on to this Alex guy? I'm about to protest that I haven't moved on, that Alex is just a distraction. But I stop myself. We established earlier that Madison has a big mouth when she's with Patrick. Whatever I say now will probably get back to him, and therefore to Ellie. Didn't I wonder if part of the reason Ellie fell for Kat was that she dated other guys during freshman year and didn't spend it pining after him? Maybe it's time to test that theory. Maybe the idea that I've moved on with another guy is exactly what I need Ellie to think. 9. My life has become nothing more than a rerun. The thought hits me on Wednesday as I'm disassociating through my 8 a.m. class. All week, the past week and a half, really, I've sat in my classes watching life go by a second time, with a passivity not unakin to the experience of scrolling on my phone while an old TV rerun plays in the background. Only, the rerun is my life. I can't stop thinking about my conversation with my mother. The way she's already pushing me to pad my law school application, as if it's a given that I'm going. I remember this pressure, the crushing weight of it, the fear that no matter how hard I tried, I would never achieve the success my parents wanted. Even knowing now that I got into law school, that I got a good job, doesn't help. The pressure still weighed heavily in my chest during our conversation. Maybe that kind of weight never goes away. And at best, you simply learn to ignore it. I keep replaying Alex's words in my mind.
It's your life. You're the one who has to live it.
I've already lived my life once, and according to a cosmic being, I did it all wrong. And now, I'm just doing it again. Sure, some things are different, but not by much. I slept with Ellie, but I'm still pining. I keep finding myself drawn to his social media pages, all of them private. I stare at his tiny profile photos, my finger hovering over the add friend and follow buttons, only to narrowly stop in time when I consider the possibility that he just ignores my request. The only thing worse than having zero access to Ellie would be to have zero access to him while knowing he has a request from me sitting there, reminding him of how pathetic I am. Until I find a way to fix that, I've got the distraction of a date with Alex on Friday, and we have a text chain of constant flirty banter. But honestly, that only adds to the watching life pass by while I scroll on my phone analogy. Something's gotta give. As I listen to my professor drone on about developing marketing strategies, I realize I can't do this again. It's time to flip the channel. I jolt out of my seat, ignoring the other students' stares. 10 minutes later, I storm into the office of my advisor, Dr. Tom Barr. After he welcomes me in, I start explaining why I'm there. And the high I feel from finally taking control of my life sustains me right up until the moment he cuts me off mid-sentence.
I can't allow you to switch all your classes.
What the hell do you mean you can't allow me? I snap, outraged that this man thinks he has to allow me to do anything. And then remember that I am basically a child, and Tom, though still in his 20s, is my elder, and an authority figure. Knowing that doesn't make me less annoyed. In a calmer voice, I plead my case. School policy is clear that students are allowed to drop and add classes until this Friday without a fee or need to petition. Tom lets out a long, put-upon sigh.
Josephina.
It's Joey, I remind him, going for a gentle tone. I already told him to call me that when I came in. You'd think a man who insists his students call him Tom, despite the fact that he has a PhD and should therefore be Dr. Barr, would understand the concept of a nickname.
Okay, Joey,
he says, stretching it out.
I can't let you switch all your classes because I don't believe it's best for you.
I know what's best for me, I counter flatly. The nerve.
I know you think you do. I get it. You're a headstrong young girl. But I'm your academic advisor, and it is my job to advise you on your academics.
Young girl? Headstrong? I hear what you're saying. I'll take it under advisement, I say calmly. But the fact of the matter is that the drop and add deadlines aren't until Friday. In the meantime, I am an adult, and I'm free to do what I want when it comes to the classes I pay for. My scholarship pays for the classes, actually, but that's irrelevant. I'm confident as I speak these words. And I'm telling you, not asking. I'm going to switch my classes. I level him with a hard stare, and don't back down until he sees things my way. I walk back to my room after my meeting with Tom, fully prepared to take a nap. My new first class isn't for an hour and a half. And find Madison at the mirror, doing her makeup. "Don't you have class right now?" she asks. In the reflection of the mirror, I watch as she frowns, confused, and turns to me, her makeup forgotten. It's an amusing picture. Her makeup half done, only one brow filled in. I decided to switch a couple classes. I dropped the one I had now. Her eyes widen. "What did you drop?" I hold up the printout of my new courses. She crosses the room and grabs it. Intro to film. Intro to creative writing. Acting for non-majors. Intro to archaeology. Two-dimensional design? She says, finally raising her eyes to meet mine. Her eyebrows stretched upward. It's a prerequisite for three-dimensional design, which is a prerequisite for pottery making. I explain and take a seat on my bed. You want to make pottery? I've always thought I might be good at it if I tried, but I never had time, so. What about your business and poli-sci classes? Are you dropping your minor? I think I'm dropping all of it. You've wanted to be a lawyer since you were 12 years old. How is... She glances down at my schedule. Archaeology going to help you get into law school? I don't think I'm going to go to law school, I say. And whoa, does that feel like a weight lifted off my shoulders. I managed to tell my best friend I've changed my mind. And I didn't explode from shame. Now, if I could only work up the guts to tell my mother. Is this a quarter-life crisis? Madison demands. Sure, I shrug. It's as good an explanation as any. It's not like I can tell her the truth, that if anything, this is a second life crisis. The first time around, I saw college as a means to an end. It was just something I had to get through in order to get to the real life I had always dreamed of. If I studied hard enough and got great internships, all would be okay. And it was, in a sense. After college, I immediately started law school. And the summer before 3L, the company I was interning at told me they'd hire me as soon as I graduated. And then I worked. I worked almost non-stop, for years. On weekends, I took my cases home. It was not a dream life. In the last couple of years, the near-constant work started to catch up to me. Burnout set in. And I began to wonder if maybe there was a better way to live. But by that time, I was on a hamster wheel that wouldn't stop spinning. Being back in this dorm room with a dozen Harry Styleses smiling down at me is surreal. For the first time in years, I can breathe. 15 hours of class a week. 15! As opposed to the 60 to 70-hour work weeks I averaged in corporate law. I'm a college student. My only responsibility is to learn. I plan on taking full advantage of that privilege. So yeah, I'm going to take archaeology and film classes and anything else that strikes my fancy. I'll wait to declare a major, and even after I do, I might mix it up and switch if the whim strikes. It's not like exploring my options means law school is out. I bet I could still score high on the LSAT if I decided to pursue that. And besides, I'm not going to be totally fiscally irresponsible. Once Madison returns to getting ready and starts talking about how she got the job at the library, I pretend to be surprised. I do a Google search to find where Bitcoin is at, then invest every penny I have in it. At some point in 2020, Bitcoin will skyrocket to $60,000 a share, and over $100,000 in 2024. I know this. I've just used all my money to buy 100 Bitcoins. Holy hell, I'm rich. At least, I will be. In 8 years. It's only once I've crashed from that high that I remember pesky things like having to buy basic necessities right now, in the present. I should probably get a part-time job. My new first class today is Intro to Film at 11 a.m. I arrive at the room early, and to my surprise, who is there but Alex fucking Aquino? I freeze in the doorway. This cannot be happening. What the hell is Alex doing in a film class? He isn't a film major. He double majored in business and computer science. I know this because we had most of our business classes together. Furthermore, it's been written in every single profile on him since he made his first million. Is he taking this as an elective? Did he start out as a film major and just never mention it? Now that I think about it, that sounds exactly like Alex. He'd never own up to a hiccup or misstep on his path to greatness. Someone behind me clears her throat, and I awkwardly move to allow her to pass. There's an empty seat right next to Alex. Should I sit next to him? It'll be weird, but it would be weirder if I sat elsewhere. It takes Alex a moment to register who just dropped into the seat next to him. A glance, then a second take, then,
Joey? You're not in this class,
he says, smiling.
Our date isn't until Friday, you know.
I added it this morning. I ignore his flirtation. I didn't realize you were enrolled. His smile widens.
Then today is my lucky day.
Are you a film major? I say, feigning ignorance. I thought you said something about computer science on Saturday. Lie. The only major we discussed was mine, when he advised me not to let my parents' wishes dictate my life. But we spoke about so much, I'm betting he won't call me on it. Turns out to be a safe bet.
I'm undeclared, but you're right. I'm leaning toward computer science. Or maybe business.
He leans in close as if he's about to tell me a secret, and continues.
I don't really talk about this. It's kind of embarrassing. But I trust you, so I'll let you in. I've always had this secret dream of becoming a movie director. So while computer science and business are the practical options, if I were a little braver, I might major in film.
I'm sure my expression does nothing to hide my shock. The idea of Alex Aquino, near billionaire, tech scion, arrogant asshole, having an unfulfilled dream is wild to me. But of course he did. Doesn't everyone? Then I wonder, does everyone? Is that why I'm back here? Because I lived my first life in a manner that ignored any unfulfilled dreams I had, based on the assumption that everyone did that to some extent, and I should suck it up and continue down the path I had set myself on? Was this actually an unfulfilled dream of his? Or was it just a dream he outgrew?
I know it's silly.
It's not silly. I insist. Not at all. You should pursue film, if that's your dream. I force myself not to say anything else. I wouldn't want to sway him too much. On the one hand, I would love to live in a world where Alex Aquino becomes a struggling film director, not evil incarnate. On the other hand, it feels rude to mess with his future like that. And yet, tempting. Who am I kidding? 18-year-old Alex is sweet, but that doesn't change the man he'll become. And I'm not sure being a filmmaker would make him any different. It's pretty widely known that a lot of filmmakers are the worst. The Alex I remember would fit right in.
What are you doing here, Miss Pre-Law?
He asks, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his desk to block out the rest of the room. I'm switching majors. I tell him matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
To what?
He asks, surprised. I shrug. I'm trying a few things out. We'll see what sparks joy. I consider admitting that he's the one who inspired this change, but decide to keep that my little secret. He leans back and regards me as if seeing me in a new light.
Keep me posted on how that goes. Who knows? Maybe we'll both love this class and become filmmakers.
He says it so easily, without a shred of irony or doubt, as if the difference between a future where we're both filmmakers, a career that I, a person with almost zero understanding of the film industry, am well aware is hard to make it in, and a future where we aren't, is really as simple as us deciding if we want it or not. As if every possible version of his life is his for the taking. He just has to decide which one to reach out and grab. I wonder if he's ever experienced a shred of self-doubt in his life. Unlikely. Maybe I'd do well to try to be a little more like him.
So, what'd you think?
Alex asks, waggling his eyebrows at me as we exit the classroom. Professor Cuellar is very... I pause, searching for the right word. Professor Cuellar is a lot. High energy, passionate, knowledgeable. The sort of professor who can stand up there and just talk. Who has the ability to go on about his subject for the entire class without once consulting his notes. I don't think he even had notes. I have a full page that's just a list of movies he referenced. He holds film screenings every Sunday. They're optional, but watching those movies at some point is not. So far, I've missed Citizen Kane and Singin' in the Rain. Luckily, I've already seen both. But admittedly, it's been a minute. This Sunday, they're screening Dr. Strangelove.
He's pretty radical,
Alex tells me. I snort at the word choice. Radical. Sure, why not?
Where are you off to?
He asks.
What else did you sign up for to see if it sparks joy?
I glance up at him as we turn down another hallway and find him looking at me. His eyes shine with mirth. But there's no mockery there. Only genuine curiosity. Acting for non-majors, I tell him.
You're going to be a double threat, huh? Actress, director? Like Barbara Streisand and Penny Marshall?
And Julie Delpy, I offer.
Angelina Jolie.
He counters, turning this into a challenge. I rack my brain. The problem is, I can think of several actress-directors. Greta Gerwig, Olivia Wilde, Regina King. I just don't think any of them were directing in 2012. And then it comes to me. Duh. Lena Dunham.
Jodie Foster.
Jodie Foster's directed stuff? I ask, shocked. Again, I know, but in 2012?
Oh, yeah. Little Man Tate in 1991. Home for the Holidays in 95. Classics.
Drew Barrymore. I offer, hoping beyond hope that he doesn't have anyone else. Despite the fact that this started as lighthearted small talk, I have an overwhelming need to win. He turns to me, confused, and I shoot him a smug smile in return.
She directs?
He asks. I nod. The beloved classic, Whip It.
The one about roller derby?
The very same.
Huh. I did not know that.
He nods in a way that tells me he's filing this information away in his brain for later use.
Looks like you win. I mean, I can think of plenty actor directors. Clint Eastwood, Ben Stiller, Danny DeVito.
I cut him off. Nope, sorry. That wasn't the assignment. I win.
What would you like your prize to be?
I pretend to think about it, then say, You'll walk me to acting?
I thought that was a given. What a waste of a prize. And you could have asked for anything.
I laugh as he holds a door open for me to exit the building, trying not to notice how our bodies brush as I pass him. Sitting next to Alex in Intro to Film was fun. He'd whispered comments on the lecture to me, and when Professor Cuellar shot him a stern look, he switched to making faces. It felt like we'd spent as much time looking at each other and trying not to laugh as we had paying attention. I think of the way I dated in adulthood. Meaningless hookups orchestrated via dating apps, occasionally leading to flings that fizzled out over the course of months or even weeks. Until the inevitable day I got sick of it all and deleted the apps, swearing off men until enough time passed that I got tired of being lonely and restarted the cycle. I forgot how nice it is to just have a crush. An innocent, butterflies-in-the-stomach crush. How electrifying it is to lock eyes with your crush in the middle of class. How empowering it is to know that your crush is mutual. It's not the same as dating someone. Although I've always longed for the comfort of a stable, rock-solid relationship, there's something magical about the pre-dating phase. The mutual crush. The anticipation and excitement are their own kinds of drugs. We walk in silence for a few moments, and I glance up and take him in. He walks with an easygoing swagger, and maybe I'm biased because of my knowledge of things to come, but he just exudes confidence, hinting at the inevitability of his success. But something is off. I know that memories warp and change over time, but the Alex I'm with here and now is so different from the Alex I remember at this age, or near this age, since I didn't meet him until sophomore year the first time around. No matter how hard I focus, I can't figure out what the difference is. Maybe my own perception of him has changed because of all I know, a bias I couldn't escape if I tried. If I'm honest, when I first met him, I thought he was a bit strange. Kind of pretentious, a little distant. Nothing to write home about or anything, just not what he ended up becoming. But also, not the endearing boy walking next to me. Did something happen freshman year to transform him into the guy I remember? Alex glances over and catches me observing him. I can tell from the tilt of his mouth that he's pleased by my attention.
So, we got film. We got acting. What else did you sign up for?
I rattle on about my other classes, answering all his questions. He seems particularly fascinated by archaeology and confused about two-dimensional design. I explain, it's the study of two-dimensional art. I don't know, it's a prereq for three-dimensional design, which is a prereq for pottery.
Are you a big fan of pottery?
In theory. I shrug. My parents have a big collection of Talavera pottery. Mugs, plates, planters. So many planters. You should see our yard. It's a hot mess of color. I always wondered if I could make something like that. So I'm going to try.
Filmmaker, actress, artist. By my count, that makes you a triple threat.
I roll my eyes at his compliment. Truth be told, I expect to massively suck at all these subjects. It's just for fun.
Not possible. You could never fail at anything,
he says confidently. Having that confidence aimed at me, about me, unsettles me in a way I can't describe. You've barely known me a day, I remind him.
Hold on. You forced me to eat a sea insect on Saturday.
No one forced you. You insisted. He continues without acknowledging my interruption.
And it's now Wednesday. By my count, that makes 5 days.
Oh, my bad. 5 days. Just enough time to know a person well enough to make sweeping statements about their capabilities.
Exactly,
he says.
And I expect to learn a lot more about you on our date Friday.
As if the universe is mocking me. And hell, based on what I've experienced, I'm not in the position to count that out as a legitimate possibility. The moment he says that, I glance up and see Ellie walking in our direction, backpack slung over one shoulder. I'm so jolted by the sight of him that I stumble. Alex grabs my elbow to help me keep my balance. I smile up at him gratefully, but I can't help glancing back to Ellie, wondering if he saw. If he did, he's pointedly looking away now as he passes us. I look up to see Alex following my gaze with an unreadable expression, before he turns to me and asks,
"You okay?"
"Yeah, sorry. Just lost my footing." We resume walking to class in silence. I'm so in my head that it takes me several moments to remember what Alex was talking about before I saw Ellie. Our date. I'm flooded with guilt. Guilt that it took 2 seconds of seeing Ellie to erase Alex and our date from my mind. Guilt at the thought of leading him on. Guilt that, as lovely as he is, I'm not sure I will ever be able to separate him in my mind from the man he becomes. Guilt that while he has this unshakable confidence in me after knowing me only a few days, I keep thinking of him as nothing more than a distraction. This boy deserves to be more than just a distraction. And then there's the flip side of my guilt. Is a crush really all it takes to erase 14 years of history with Ellie? No. Definitely not. About our date. I trail off, eyes focused ahead, trying to word this gently.
Oh no. You're bailing,
he says. Shocked, I snap my eyes to his, catch his resigned expression. Am I that obvious? I ask, grateful I don't have to say it out loud, but disappointed to get away with such cowardice.
Honestly, kudos for doing it in person. I probably would have just sent a text.
I stop walking and step over to the side of the path, so we can have a modicum of privacy as students walk past. Alex follows me. It's not, I start.
Please don't say it's not you, it's me,
he begs, and I laugh. But it really isn't you. Okay, maybe a little bit, but I can't exactly say it's you but in the future. So I try a different side of the truth. I just got out of something.
A relationship?
Not quite, I admit. How to put this without sounding pathetic? Worse than that. I had my heart broken, and I'm still not over it. It isn't fair to lead you on. I don't want to hurt you because I do really like you. There. Heartbreak. Easy. No need to explain that I still hope to get Ellie back.
You really like me,
he repeats, a confused smile tilting his lips. I think of his words on Saturday.
I like you too, Joey Vasquez. No maybe about it.
I do. I admit yet again.
But no date.
His brow is furrowed, but he seems more confused than upset. I'm not ready for anything serious, I explain.
Who said it has to be serious?
He asks, pulling me up short. When I don't immediately respond, he adds,
It's a second date. I'm not asking you to fall in love with me.
I feel insulted, maybe? I'm the one trying to cancel our date, but he's dictating what it means? But also, if he insists it's casual, it's not like I didn't warn him. Okay, then. As long as we're both on the same page, I say slowly, trying to decide if this is okay, if this makes me a monster.
So the date's back on?
He clarifies. I nod. The date's back on. We start walking again. I glance at him, and only now do I realize what makes this Alex so different from the Alex I knew. And it's silly, really. But I can't help but comment. You can vape if you want to, you know. You don't have to refrain on my account. He shoots me a guilty look but tries to mask it.
I don't need to vape all the time. It's not like I'm addicted or anything.
I laugh because the Alex I knew was definitely addicted.
Besides, I'm thinking of quitting,
he says, shocking me before I remember that this is par for the course where Alex is concerned. He loves resolving to break bad habits. That's so? I ask dubiously. Actually sticking to those resolutions? I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah,
he says.
A little birdie told me those things will kill me.
10. On Thursday, I have Intro to Archaeology, Two-Dimensional Design, and Intro to Creative Writing all in a row, so my day will end early. By the time I walk to creative writing, I have a sneaking suspicion that there is no future for me as an archaeologist, or a two-dimensional artist. But I hope to find joy in things I'm not naturally good at. I have a little more hope for creative writing, but not much. I've never written anything creative in my life. Also, there's the whole not reading thing. I step into the classroom, and all the blood drains from my face. Helen. I'm early, so only 2 people are there, sitting on opposite sides of the room. There are easily 50 or so seats, arranged in 3 semicircle rows in front of a central podium. Helen sits in the back right corner, hunched over with her attention firmly rooted in the book she's reading. Her white blonde hair hangs in a curtain, so it blocks her face from where I stand in the doorway. But I know it's her. I would recognize that hair anywhere. Shiny and soft. It always juxtaposed beautifully with her thick eyeliner and all black clothing. I forgot that Helen studied creative writing. I forgot a lot of things about Helen. I take a deep breath and beeline for the seat to her left. She looks up, confusion briefly spreading across her face, before she offers me a small smile. Only now do I remember that this class is capped at 15 people. 15 people in 50-odd seats. Maybe sitting right next to her was overkill. I smile back, trying my best to make it genuine. It's been years since I saw Helen. And she always looked so sad. The thought comes with a pang of guilt, because she probably had. I'd just been too caught up in my own shit to notice. Helen was friends with me and Madison throughout college. But friendship trios are rarely balanced, and ours was no different. Madison and I had the bond of being roommates, and we also just had more in common. Madison loved to drag us out to parties, something I was happy to go along with at that age, but which wasn't really Helen's scene. She bailed half the time, and never really gelled with the rest of our friend group. I'm not sure why Helen changed. She started going out senior year, drinking a lot, drinking too much. But we didn't think anything of it. It was college. Most of us drank pretty heavily. I remember getting home from a party once and chatting with Madison about how happy we were that Helen was finally getting out of her shell. Helen moved back to Iowa after graduation and got a job teaching English at her old high school. The 3 of us drifted apart. At 27, Helen died of a heroin overdose. Her brother gave a moving eulogy that reframed the Helen I thought I'd known and offered a new perspective. A shy girl who went to college and immediately grew depressed. Who drank because it was the only way she didn't feel miserable in a crowd. Who began to associate alcohol with friendships and relationships, and then dated a woman who introduced her to harder drugs. Her death came years after we'd drifted apart, and I'd often wondered if it would have happened if Madison and I had made more of an effort to keep in touch. "I'm Joey," I offer. "I just switched into this class." "Helen," she murmurs, not quite making eye contact. Her focus is somewhere in the general vicinity of the air above my shoulder. I forgot how she was with people who weren't her friends. How low she spoke. How it took several interactions for her to make direct eye contact with you, and even then it was rare. Just one of those quirks I stopped noticing. "What's Professor Travers like?" I push, determined to spark a real conversation. "She's cool," she shrugs. "We have to write a short story every week. 2,500 words, emailed to her by Sunday night. Kind of a lot, but good practice if you want to be a writer." I blanch. An entirely new story every single week? I'm used to drafting contracts and shareholder agreements, but I wouldn't know where to start to create a world of fiction, let alone a new world every week. Maybe creative writing isn't for me. Do you? I ask. Want to be a writer? It takes her a long moment to respond. I don't know. Maybe. It's more of a hobby. I'm not sure I have the talent for it. I'm sure you do, I say with a smile. Her gaze snaps to mine. The first time she's made eye contact in this whole conversation. The effect is arresting. I'm staring into the eyes of a dead woman. To be fair, I also am a dead woman, in a way. I should take a philosophy course. Metaphysics, maybe. I make a mental note to add that to the lineup for next semester. How would you know? You haven't read anything of mine. Damn, Helen has claws. Did she always have claws? I never talked to her much about her writing. Maybe it's a sensitive topic. It's just something people say, I guess. Do you often say things that people say? I laugh and reply, I guess I do. Not an original bone in my body. A smile tugs at her lips, the sort that makes me feel like I've accomplished the impossible. And she says, originality's overrated. I'm not sure that's a very writerly thing to say. More eye contact. Now that we're in the rhythm of things, I remember how much I liked Helen. I told you, I'm not sure I have what it takes. Really? I'm beginning to gather a credible pile of evidence that tells me you just might. This is just talking. You can't tell if someone is a good writer just by talking. I don't know. Maybe you can if you really pay attention. She doesn't reply, and I can tell she's starting to clam up. But I want this friendship to work, damn it. So I changed the subject. How does Professor Travers have time to grade all those stories? That's the good news. I don't think she does. Grades are based on class participation, and as long as we do the assignment and write a new story every week, we get A's. But the class is a workshop, so she picks 2 writers at random each week and sends their stories out for everyone to read and give notes on. And you won't know you've been chosen until she sends your story out. So Murphy's Law says it'll be the week you decide to half-ass it. As she's talking, I hear a familiar laugh. A laugh that fills my stomach with both butterflies and dread. It can't be. I turn, and it is. Ellie walks through the door. He's with someone, a guy who isn't familiar. For a moment, I just stare. This is my worst nightmare. The moment is almost the exact opposite of walking into Intro to Film yesterday and realizing I had signed up for a class with Alex. I'd been sort of amused by the idea of Alex thinking I'd added the class because I'd developed a sudden obsession with him. With Ellie, that prospect terrifies me. I know how this looks. I slept with Ellie. He didn't text me after. So I signed up for one of his classes? All the worse if he did see me yesterday. There's no way he'll think it's a coincidence. He's going to file for a freaking restraining order. I've been hoping to find a way to get Ellie to pay attention to me. But something tells me this isn't the kind of attention I want. I focus on the podium. I will not look at him. I will not look at him. I will... Ellie takes a seat in the front corner directly opposite me. But I don't think he's seen me yet. I dart a glance at the door. Is it possible to slip out undetected? Drop the class so he never knows? Joey? Are you okay? Helen's voice pulls my attention back to her. Helen. If I drop this class, it'll make it harder to cement our friendship. I don't even remember how we met the first time. At a club meeting, maybe? But not one we stuck to. If I drop this class, I wouldn't even know how to begin recreating that meeting. 5 minutes in class together don't make us friends. If we're not friends, I can't keep an eye on her. Can't connect with her. Can't save her. That makes the choice easy. I care more about keeping Helen alive than I do about making sure Ellie doesn't think I'm a freak. She glances at Ellie and his friend with concern. Is something wrong? You look... She narrows her eyes. Do you know those guys? I take a deep breath. How much to say? Hell, I decided I wanted to solidify this friendship as quickly as possible. What better way to do that than with some self-deprecating gossip? I lean forward, careful to keep my voice down. I slept with one of them 2 weeks ago. He said he'd text, but he didn't. Her eyes widen. You didn't know he'd be here? I shake my head. No, I mean, he told me he was an English major, but I didn't know he took this class. Oh, God. The mention of majors brings me back to our conversation at the party. As far as he's concerned, I have no reason to be in a creative writing class. He doesn't know that I'm having a second life crisis and changing the narrative. He just knows that the business major he slept with 2 weeks ago is suddenly in his creative writing class when one of the few significant pieces of information he gave her was that he's an English major. Hell, for all he knows, I switched into 5 English department classes in the hopes of striking gold and finding him. But I really had no clue he'd be here. Doubt creeps in. Had I known at some point that he'd taken a creative writing class with a professor named Travers? Was that information floating somewhere in the back of my mind, subconsciously driving me to add this course to my schedule? No. No way. That's ridiculous. It's a total coincidence. The worst kind of coincidence. That sucks, Helen whispers, then lets out a small, tinny giggle. Despite my anxiety, I laugh along with her. It really does, doesn't it? It's not too late to drop it, she says optimistically. That would look even more pathetic. I counter, not bothering to tell her I considered that already. She opens her mouth to reply, but closes it when the classroom door shuts. I look up, and in walks the woman with a stern countenance. Dressed in a red power suit, she carries a thermos in one hand and clutches a binder to her chest with the other. I looked her up, so I know this is Professor Travers, better known in the literary world as Jessica Travers. She's a graduate of the Iowa Writers' Workshop, and her short stories have been published in several national journals and magazines. One was featured in the 2007 edition of The Best American Short Stories. It's kind of shocking how similar she looks in person to her author photo. The same serious expression, her dishwater blonde hair in the same soft waves, even the same red suit. Put a bookcase behind her and I'd swear the photo had been snapped mere moments ago. She takes a seat at the desk in the front of the class and starts to assemble her papers. I stare at her, my back straight. The epitome of a good student. I will not look at Ellie. Professor Travers begins the class, and I'm so focused on making it seem like I'm paying attention to her that I find it difficult to actually pay attention. If I were actually paying attention, I would probably allow my gaze to do what it naturally wants to do, which is to wander just a little bit over to... Nope. Right now, looking like I'm paying attention is the more important task. Helen gently nudges me in the side. Frowning, I turn to her. She darts a pointed look at Professor Travers. Oh, shit. Professor Travers is staring. At me. How the hell had I missed that while looking directly at her? She offers me a tight smile that doesn't reach even the general ballpark of her eyes. Off to a great start. Josefina Vasquez, why don't you stand and tell us a little about yourself? Where you're from, your major, and your favorite novel is what we all shared on the first day. My face heats, and I take a deep breath, willing my nerves to calm down. I had to do this in 2-dimensional design earlier, too, but I felt nowhere near as anxious. for one very obvious reason. I stand, eager to get this over with, smile at the room, and say, "Hi, my name's Joey. I'm from San Diego. Major is to be determined. My favorite novel is..." Every single novel I have ever read escapes my recollection. I glance around the class, taking care to glide my eyes over Ellie without feeling. I wonder what the others said. Not Ellie. He said The Catcher in the Rye, obviously. But everyone else. Did they flounder like me? Or did their answers come easily? Do they know enough to know their answers will probably change? That years from now, they might barely recall the plot of their current favorite book. That sometimes, you pick a favorite of something, and it becomes your automatic answer for years to come. But every once in a while, you pause and wonder, is that my favorite still? But when the next time rolls around, you give the same answer again. Because to have a favorite anything feels intrinsically tied to your identity. Yank at one thread, and the whole fabric unravels. What would I have said at 18? I envy these kids, I realize. They're still figuring out who they are, deciding who they want to be. They could be anyone. Their lives could go any which way. They have yet to meet both the best and worst parts of themselves. I say the first novel that comes to mind. Haruki Murakami's 1Q84. Shit. Why the hell did I say that? I move to sit back down, but Professor Travers halts me. Interesting choice. What about that novel in particular appeals to you? Now that it's too late, plenty of other novels come to mind. I should have gone with The Hunger Games or Twilight. I exerted a lot of energy in high school and college defending both those books and their movie adaptations, and I felt downright vindicated when Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson began getting the critical respect they deserved. But no, I went with 1Q84, a novel I have never read. I rack my brain for anything, any piece of knowledge at all about this novel. But the only thing that comes to mind is the cover of the book I saw in Alex's hands the other day. The one where the woman seems to stare directly at the reader. I blink at Professor Travers, focusing on that crease just between her eyes. God, I'm going to hate this class, aren't I? This is a professor who loves to challenge her students. Challenge with a capital C. And that was all well and good when I was 18 the first time, taking classes for my business degree on the pre-law track, because I knew that those professors' challenges would serve me well as I prepared for law school and my career. But this is a creative writing class, and I don't even want to be a writer. Being challenged with a capital C, and also embarrassed with a capital E on my first day, sucks. And then, I remember. There was a man on the back cover. And I remember even more. The one and only thing I know about 1Q84. It's a love story. And something about a parallel universe? Damn. Now that I think about it, maybe I should read 1Q84. I put on my big girl pants, collect my anxiety into a little basket and hold it at arm's length, and lie. I just really loved the romance. And the parallel universe. Yes, I suppose those are its main appeals. I must confess I found Aomame and Tango difficult to root for. You didn't find the writing repetitive? Okay, Jessica. Jesus Christ, just let me like what I like. Repetition has its place in writing. It worked for me. I shrug coolly. She nods once and says, "Very well. Welcome to creative writing, Josephina." "It's Joey," I correct as I sit down, flustered by the experience. Helen leans in and whispers, "She did that to everyone. I don't think she likes novels. She hated on Pride and Prejudice, The Bell Jar, The Fountainhead. Can't blame her on that one. Lord of the Rings, even Frankenstein. Who the hell doesn't love Frankenstein? The only person whose response she didn't pick apart was that girl in the front row, who said she doesn't read many novels but loves a collection of short stories by George Saunders. I laugh as the tension leaves my body. Thanks for letting me know. I was starting to feel pretty dumb. And because I apparently am a glutton for punishment, right as I say those words, I allow my gaze to be pulled just a bit to the side, to the natural spot for my attention to land. Ellie's eyes dart away from me to the front of the room, where Professor Travers is opening up a conversation about this week's first story for workshop. I snap my eyes forward. I shouldn't look at him. I shouldn't even think about him. But also, he was looking at me first. Part of me wonders if transferring into his class, though it looks weird, might be a second chance. Serendipity. A second chance at Ellie in my second chance at life. Maybe this is the universe telling me not to give up. I consider my next move and waver back and forth throughout class, torn between avoiding what I'm certain will be a painfully awkward interaction and sucking it up and speaking to him like a mature adult. When class ends, I rush to follow Ellie out the door. Do you have a break before your next class? Helen asks, dragging my attention to her. I was thinking of grabbing a coffee if you want to join me. I can see how much effort it took for her to invite me to hang out. But I'm split in two, as I see Ellie drifting farther and farther down the hall. He's getting away. Hey, I begin to brush her off, then wonder what the hell I'm doing. This is my chance to be a better friend. But it's also my chance to clear the air with Ellie. I decide to go for both. I'd love to get coffee. I just need to talk to Ellie real quick. Do you mind waiting? Helen's eyes widen. You're going to talk to him? Yeah, I don't feel good leaving things unsaid. Especially if we're going to be stuck in class together all semester. You're braver than I am, she says, sounding impressed. I'll wait here. I hurry down the hall and call Ellie's name. He stops and turns around, shoulders hunched as he waits for me to catch up. Hey, Joey, he says quietly. What's up? I want you to know that I didn't know you'd be in this class. I didn't think you did, he says. Then, it is kind of weird, though. Isn't it? Aren't you a business major? I'm thinking of switching, I admit. Guess I'm not as put together as I made it seem. Oh, that's okay, he says. I'm the last person who can judge that. I laugh, and he laughs, and we both smile at each other. And for just a moment, as we're sharing in his self-deprecating joke, it feels like before. It feels like us. He breaks eye contact and glances away. I scramble for what to say next, feeling lame for starting a conversation that's already falling so flat. Does he think it's weird that I'm talking to him right now? Like I ambushed him? Why didn't you call? Did I do something wrong? Is there anything I could have done right? How's that for an ambush? I hope it won't be awkward between us, I say instead. Of course it won't be, he responds. We're both adults. We can be mature about this. I agree, then tell him I need to go. I walk away, feeling hollow. Somehow, being ghosted was preferable to whatever the hell that was. As I walk back to Helen, I tell myself this is fine. Just one awkward snag in the tapestry of my 14 years with Ellie. We have an entire semester of workshop discussions ahead of us. A semester for us to connect. A semester for me to impress him. I feel a pang of guilt, seeing Helen leaning against the wall, attention firmly focused on her phone. She deserves better than to be left alone for a boy, I realized. She deserves... Well, actually, I have no clue. Love and compassion and friendship, certainly. But I feel reasonably confident that she had those things the first time around. We walked together, and I resolved to connect with Helen. I need to get to the core of who she is and what she needs, and save her from an untimely death. But no pressure. 11. Friday evening. It's almost time for my date with Alex. But no matter how many times I ask, he refuses to say where we're going. The only clue? Wear something you're willing to get dirty. I scowl at my closet, wondering what the hell that could mean. If someone warns you your clothes might get dirty on a date, where do you think you'll be going? Hiking? Madison muses. I thought that, but it's night. I hear her type something. I peek my head out of the closet and see that she's put the manga she was reading, loaned to her by Patrick, aside and pulled out her laptop. She reads out a list. Food fight? Paintball? Ooh, cooking class? Yeah, could be cooking. I acknowledge. But none of those ideas feel quite right. They don't feel Alex. You really like this Alex guy, huh? Madison remarks in a tone I can't quite decipher. She has a late shift at the library in a bit, but I know she's seeing Patrick again this weekend. So I take a moment to figure out a response I don't mind getting back to Ellie. He's cool, I shrug. We'll see how tonight goes. I guess I'm just surprised you're moving on this fast when you seemed so into Ellie. I think about our stilted conversation after creative writing. If he wanted me to wait around for him, he should have texted. Let that get back to him. Plagued by decision paralysis, I finally grab jeans and a cute top, after I realize there is not a single thing in this closet I'll own by my 30s. So even if the outfit I wear tonight gets ruined, it's no real loss to me. The joys and perils of fast fashion. By the time Alex and I are in his car on our way to wherever we're going, I'm annoyed that I spent hours debating what to wear because he thought it'd be cute to keep his plans a secret. Where are you taking me? Where do you think I'm taking you? Are you serious? We're on the date, and I still can't know? Dead serious, he says, then pauses and glances at me. Whatever he sees on my face causes him to let out a small laugh. You think this is funny? I demand, not hiding my annoyance. Alex shrugs. Kind of. We've got a bit of a drive, so you have time to let your brain run wild wondering. Please, feel free to guess out loud. I would have said dinner and a movie based on your text about eating late. But then there was your comment about getting dirty. I don't realize how that sounds until the word is out of my mouth. Dirty. Alex stops at a red light and glances away from the road long enough to give me a not at all subtle once-over. You look great, by the way. Kinda sad we might ruin that outfit. Even though his words send a thrill through me, I roll my eyes. You're a shameless flirt. There's no shame in saying exactly how you feel. I run my hand along the plastic door panel, then lower it to the fabric seat underneath me. I was surprised when I first saw Alex's car last week. A white Corolla, old enough that he must have bought it used, but not old enough to feel vintage. It smells vaguely of gasoline and old cigarettes. Such a far cry from the ostentatious sports car he drove in 2019. Give me a hint. As I say this, he turns right onto Sepulveda Boulevard. Before he can answer, I ask, Are you getting on the 405? Are we going to the valley? Merging onto the 405, he admits.
Since you figured it out, yes, we're going to the valley. Specifically, Northridge, then Van Nuys.
I frown, racking my brain for what could be in Northridge and Van Nuys. I've lived in LA for 14 years, or a month, depending how you spin it, and I'm not certain I could point to Northridge on a map. What the hell is in Van Nuys and Northridge? I think of the messy date ideas Madison pulled up as I was getting ready. Paintball is looking more and more likely. He laughs and glances at me, and the image of him looking away from the highway brings on a panic so sudden and severe that all logic escapes me. Eyes on the road! I scream. My heart pounds. My breath quickens. I'm not in Alex's car cruising up the 405. Instead, I'm trying to get far away from Alex. It's nighttime on the 134. I slam on my brakes, and then... The silence is deafening in the wake of my outburst. My breathing is loud in my ears, and I'm embarrassed by how ridiculous I sounded. Alex stares resolutely at the road.
Are you okay?
He asks, his voice soft and concerned. I'm sorry, I mutter. That was irrational. I realize this is the first time I've gotten on a highway since.
Don't apologize. It wasn't irrational.
It was, I argue. I'm still a little on edge, but the panic is wearing off. I'm fine. I got into a car accident a while ago. It was pretty serious, but magically I walked away from it unscathed. It's something I'm still working through. The weight of my admission brings a frown to his face.
Do you want to talk about it?
He asks carefully. No, I say too quickly. No, it was just... It's dumb, but I was distracted in the car, so I think you looking away from the road just brought that to mind.
I swear I won't look away from the road again,
he says, his tone so serious that I laugh. Like that, the tension is broken, and a flirty smile plays at his lips before he says,
It's pretty tempting when you're sitting there looking like that, though.
He pulls into the parking lot of one of those quintessential LA strip malls, the 2-story kind that takes up a corner and has the mandatory hole-in-the-wall restaurant and vape shop. Someone once told me that LA is basically just one big strip mall, and I haven't been able to unsee it since. We're getting Salvadorian food?
Food's not until later. Why, are you hungry? We could pop in and grab some pupusas.
I shake my head, unable to restrain my smile at how eager he is to make me happy. That is what it is. Eagerness. But it's interesting how it reads on him. Eagerness always strikes me as youthful, sort of naive, even. But from Alex, eagerness comes across as self-assurance. If his date is hungry, he'll get his date food. No question about it. I ate earlier. But I don't understand. Are we here to pick up an edible arrangement?
Stop guessing.
He jokingly reprimands me, then presses his hand to the small of my back to guide me to the right. I jolt at the touch, the first reminder of the kisses we shared just days ago. Everything else escapes my mind, all my focus pulled to that tiny spot of contact. I don't make another guess about where he's taking me. He could be leading me to the storefront he rents to stash the bodies of his victims for all I care. All that exists are those few square inches where our skin is separated by nothing other than the thin fabric of my top. He isn't even touching me with his whole hand, just the tips of his fingers, exerting gentle pressure to guide me toward the stairs leading up to the second story. Halfway up, I glance at him and see that his attention is firmly focused on the same spot. He's just as affected as I am. Either that or he's staring at my ass, which I know looks great in these heels. At least they're good for something, because with each step I worry I'm about to trip and twist my ankle. Mental note: prioritize more sensible footwear in my second life. I stop walking, and Alex meets my gaze. Oh yeah. That little point of contact is driving him just as wild as it's driving me. He blinks his eyes and clears his throat as if he can will his lust away.
Joey,
he starts, almost as if he's about to apologize. I reach out and cup his chin, delighting in the surprise that elicits. I lean forward slowly, leaving no question what I'm about to do. As tempting as it is to deepen the kiss, I keep it to a chaste press of our lips, aware that we're in public, and this is the start of the date. It's a good kiss, as chaste as it is, but when I pull away, I find myself frowning. Why do you taste like watermelon? I thought you quit. It takes a few moments for his confusion to clear, but when it does, a sheepish smile replaces it. He reaches into his pocket, and I'm not sure what I expect him to pull out, but a Jolly Rancher definitely isn't it.
replaced one addiction with another. Want one?
He asks, offering it to me, his voice deep and throaty, betraying how affected he is by our kiss. I shake my head. Years of having to religiously use prescription sensitivity toothpaste to keep my teeth from being in a constant state of pain has completely turned me off hard candy. I'm good, I assure him. He shrugs as if to say, suit yourself, and pops it into his mouth. It shouldn't be hot. It should not be hot to watch a guy eat candy. But something about the motion, him bringing it up to his mouth and closing his plush lips around it, combined with the fact that his voice never lost that lust-filled huskiness, does something for me. If I weren't so curious to find out where he's taking me, I'd grab his hand, lead him back to his car, and demand he drive us somewhere we can have some privacy. Why the hell not? Didn't he say we could keep this casual? The car quickie is about as casual as it gets. Though driving across town to a surprise date he planned doesn't exactly scream casual.
You're just really excited about your edible arrangement, aren't you?
Alex jokes. I knew it. I laugh. You know they deliver those, right? I mean, I'm sure they'll appreciate you going through the effort of picking it up.
You're very funny. And normally, I would take the time to see this bit out to its natural end. But we're late. Come on.
I didn't realize the people at Edible Arrangements were such sticklers for punctuality. I retort, continuing up the stairs. I stop short when I look into the window of the only place that's currently open, its brightly lit interior on full display through its huge floor-to-ceiling windows. You didn't, I gasp, turning toward him to see that he looks unsure, wary even. You booked a pottery class for our first date?
You said you always wanted to learn,
he says simply, as if this isn't the most thoughtful date anyone has ever planned for me.
I know you're going through the prerequisites right now, but I figured, why put it off?
Throat clogged with emotion. I realized that if I had truly met Alex for the first time on Saturday, if I didn't know the cheating asshole he once was, and if I weren't already in love with Ellie, this sweet, tremendously thoughtful date would feel like the perfect follow-up to that first night where we just clicked in a way that felt like kismet. Or it would have felt like kismet had I not walked up to him that afternoon with a plan, knowing exactly who he was, pushing all his buttons on purpose and trying to punish him for misdeeds he had yet to commit. Hell, I even knew he liked punishment. Just a little bit. In that weird way he always loved to hint at. Does this feel like kismet to him? Does it feel like fate dropped me in his lap on Saturday, Just a wild, contrarian girl walking around campus in her pajamas, who could talk for hours about the same inane stuff as him. Is he mentally writing the screenplay of his life, casting me in the role of his manic pixie dream girl? Or does he think this is the real deal? Real deal? I can't allow myself to think this could be real. To think we could be real. I won't be the fool I once was. Whatever he might think, I know better. I know where this story ends. I know where his story ends. Even if I'm rewriting my own. Alex Aquino is going to be a very successful man. And in his success, he will succumb to the same downfalls to which I imagine many successful men succumb. The entire world will be within his grasp. And in his greed, he'll try to take it all. He'll have the perfect wife who is, if not loyal or doting, at least beautiful and decorous. And what he doesn't get from her, he'll find outside the marriage. Because I know, I always knew, that I was not the only person he used to cheat on Ingrid. Alex Aquino is, quite simply, not a man made for true love. And yet, is it possible for me to rewrite his story? Who are you? I mentally beseech him. Are you this boy? Or are you that man? Is it possible to be both?
What are you thinking?
He asks, after several moments of me staring, and him staring back. A curious tilt to his chin. A confused squint to his eyes. A wary turn to his lips. I shake my head, not wanting to go there. Instead, I joke. This is way better than an edible arrangement. 12. Despite 30-odd years spent believing the opposite, I'm not sure I have a natural talent for pottery. A love for it, yes. A talent? Alex and I end up at two wheels next to each other in the back of a class with 8 other people. We're a couple minutes late, but the teacher, Jeanette, is nice about it and helps us set up. From that point on, everything takes me just a little bit longer to understand than it takes everyone else. Alex, in particular, picks everything up with uncanny ease. It's infuriating. When Jeanette has us press the clay into the wheel to make sure it doesn't come off, I don't press hard enough. Then I press too hard. It takes me an embarrassingly long time to figure out what exactly she means when she tells us, push down, don't push laterally. Multiple times, Jeanette walks up to me and sweetly chides, give your clay room to go where you want it to go. I didn't even know sweet chiding could be a thing, but it's eerily similar to the voice my two-dimensional design instructor, Professor Higgins, uses when she critiques our drawings. Must be an art thing. It all culminates about a quarter of the way through the class when, despite Jeanette's constant warnings not to break a pull, I break my pull. Which means that I pull the clay too hard upward, making the walls of my thing, I'm not really sure what I was going for, so thin that it collapses in on itself. I stare at my catastrophe in shock. I don't miss the distinct sound of laughter coming from my right. Oh, that's funny to you? I ask, glaring at Alex and his unnervingly perfect bowl. I should explain that part of my frustration lies in the fact that we're supposed to be able to make up to 6 pieces in this 2-hour class, and Alex is nearly done with his second piece. But I was still working on my, now destroyed, first. He shrugs, eyes widened in innocence, and says,
We can still fire it up. It'll be abstract.
Before I can come up with a clever retort, and it would have been very clever, I'm sure, Jeanette walks over, face contorted in a sympathetic frown. The thing about Jeanette is that I'm pretty sure she's my age. I mean, she's the age I was once upon a time. But when she looks at me, she doesn't see her equal. She sees a teenage girl. and the voice she uses with me is so patronizing. "Oh, no," she says, her tone pitched up, not unlike the voice I used when talking to my cat Ruthie. She stares down at the pile of collapsed clay in front of me with pity and continues. "It happens at least once every class. Not to worry, I'll grab you another ball of clay." I shoot her a small, tight smile and sit there, useless, waiting for her to return with the clay. I thank her, she hands it to me and makes a joke about using a gentler touch this time. "Oh, this is so good, Alex," Jeanette says, leaning over him to get a closer look at the bowl he's working on. I feel my eyes roll to just about the back of my head. "You are doing a great job of keeping a firm pressure. There's no way this is your first time." She continues, and though her words are innocuous, the way she says them just screams innuendo. Alex, I should point out, does not get a patronizing voice. There is no sweet chiding. It's more like husky praising. She places her hand on his shoulder, and it's like a beacon calling my attention. What in the actual fuck? Is this 30-year-old woman hitting on my 18-year-old date? And sure, okay, yeah, I'm a 30-year-old woman, in a way, but no one knows that. If I were actually 18 right now and had even a fraction of the insecurities I remember having at this age, I would probably sit here silently, worrying about whether Alex wished I were a sexy art type like Jeanette. I'd worry about him wanting an older, confident woman who could control her voice to the degree that she knows how to huskily praise a guy. I'm about to say something. I haven't figured out what. Probably something to the effect of, "Get your own date," when Alex leans away from her touch and says,
"I'm doing all right. I think someone up front just did the same thing as Joey. Might want to help them."
His tone is so dismissive that she actually physically reels back in surprise. But she collects herself quickly and goes to help the guy who, sure enough, broke his pull. And maybe it's mean of me, but I feel so relieved that someone else did it too. Alex fixes his gaze on me, and I wonder what he sees. Can he tell I got jealous? His eyes take on a determined glint, as if he's making a decision. He says nothing as he stands, pulls his stool nearer to my wheel, and leans in close.
"Mind if I join you?"
The thing about pottery spinning is that it requires a pretty awkward posture. Your legs spread wide around the pottery wheel. Alex, with his long limbs, takes up a good amount of space, and he's decided the most comfortable position is with his left leg spread out flush against my right one, his knee at my hip. My knee only inches from his. "What are you doing?" I ask, my voice just a bit too breathy.
"Helping you,"
he says, pointing out the obvious. He dips his hands in my water, then puts them over my own on my lump of clay, adding gentle pressure as I try to remember what the hell Jeanette's instructions were about beginning my piece. "Is this you trying to reenact Ghost?" I joke.
"If I were reenacting Ghost, I'd be over there."
He jerks his head toward the space behind me.
"Why? You trying to give me direction? I'm happy to move."
I don't reply. It's too much. Far too much contact when I'm already awaiting the moment we're on our own so I can kiss him again. It's downright indecent, actually. We are in public. I try to ignore it. This is fine. Normal date stuff. He's being cute, and if I could just get over how turned on I'm becoming in reaction to absolutely nothing, I'd probably appreciate that he's trying to save me from walking away from this date without any pieces I like. He starts to add a little more pressure, holding my hands ever so slightly in place as he says,
"You're moving too fast. You'll end up with uneven walls."
Frowning, I ask, "Have you done this before? You sound like you've done this before." Alex shrugs and keeps working the clay. For a moment, I think he's not going to answer me, but then he admits,
I watched a few YouTube tutorials, just to be safe.
I'm so amused and flattered by how much effort he's put into this date that I stop protesting and allow myself to enjoy working with him. We spend the rest of class pressed against each other, him murmuring small tidbits of advice as we work, our hands constantly brushing. The smile doesn't fade from my face the entire time. And even though I know he did most of the work, I come away feeling really proud. Alex's favorite restaurant in LA, it turns out, is a small diner in Van Nuys called Beeps. It's got a presence, might be the right word for it, with a pink and teal exterior and a big lit-up sign. The dining room is cozy, with 1950s and 1960s themed pictures lining the walls. James Dean, Marlon Brando, Marilyn Monroe, Grace Kelly, the Beatles. It's also packed. I catch a few people's attention on me, and I can't blame them. Despite having worn an apron the entire class, I have bits of dried clay all over myself. Even after attempting to clean up, I look like I just got done mud wrestling. Alex, of course, looks flawless. Not a speck of clay on him. "What's good?" I ask, staring up above the cash register at what might be the most extensive menu I've ever seen in my life. I'm overwhelmed by the sheer wealth of options.
"Everything's good,"
he replies. I level him with a glare because, not helpful.
"No, seriously. Everything's good, you can't go wrong."
You can't possibly have tried everything. What do you get?
"Breakfast,"
he says, like duh.
"It's a diner."
It's 9 p.m.
"Time doesn't exist inside a diner,"
he says seriously, as if the words are gospel. We're up. I wave him ahead.
"Anything else?"
The cashier asks once he's ordered.
"Whatever she's getting,"
he says, then steps aside. They both look at me expectantly. But when he notices my expression, Alex asks,
"What?"
"Did you just get a Coke float with breakfast?" I ask, not judging him, but rather in awe of his gall, his daring, his brilliance. I would never think to get a Coke float with breakfast.
"It's 9 p.m.,
he says defensively. I thought time didn't exist inside a diner. I throw back at him. Then I turn to the cashier, smile, and say, I'll have exactly what he's having. Alex pays. I don't protest because, right as I'm about to, I remember that I sunk all my money into Bitcoin. God, I really need to get a job. I follow Alex to one of the tables in the back of the dining area. We sit down and I watch as Alex pulls out a Jolly Rancher and pops it into his mouth. I feel my jaw drop at the bizarreness of the act. Treating candy, of all things, like an appetizer. Through laughter, I ask, Did you seriously just pull a candy out right before we eat dinner? In a restaurant?
"I did. Sure you don't want one?"
Pass. I tell him, then laugh again. What is it with you and watermelon? Seriously, it's the weirdest thing in the world. I've seen Alex vape a lot over the years, and it was always watermelon scented. It was pretty annoying in 2019 when Harry Styles came out with watermelon sugar, just a few months after the incident. And I had to train myself not to think of Alex and all the associated shame and guilt that came as a package deal every time the song came on the radio. That's the worst thing about men. Their ability to ruin the things you love by tainting them with bad memories. He shrugs.
"I like watermelon."
Did you ever eat those watermelon lollipops as a kid? The Mexican ones, I ask. Seeing his blank stare, I elaborate. You know, with the chili powder on the outside? He shakes his head, then says,
"I didn't really eat Mexican candy growing up."
None of it? No Lucas? Pelon Pelo Rico? Rocaleta Pulparindo? He shakes his head again, and maybe I'm imagining it, but I think he looks slightly upset.
"I'm guessing these are all candies?" "There was never much Mexican candy in my household. Except that De La Rosa marzipan my mom loves. Sorry.
Yeah, he's definitely upset. And the weird thing is, I have no idea why. Maybe that isn't that weird, but it feels weird. I mean, sure, we were never close, and there were 7 years of us actively avoiding one another. But we saw each other regularly throughout college. We were the only 2 Mexican people, the only 2 Latino people, period, in our friend group. And it's strange to realize we never really talked about that. I remember little things, small moments when he and I bonded over stuff our friends didn't quite get. Like when I mentioned my parents storing pots and pans in the oven, and the only one who didn't act like it was weird was Alex. I hadn't known that was a Latino thing. Or that time Ellie didn't know who Selena was, and Alex and I spent 20 minutes explaining her legacy before putting on the movie and making our friends watch it. Tiny things. Innocuous moments I never gave much thought to until now. When I realize Alex has an emotional hang-up about Mexican candy, of all things. In an attempt to lighten the mood, I say, "Well, I know what our next date is." I wait to see how he takes that, and feel my tension thaw when he cracks a smile.
Is this you asking me out? It's my amazing taste in diners, isn't it?
You're right. I better wait to see if your taste in food is atrocious before I commit to anything. You've already got a point against you for the lobster.
Bad taste in food is a deal breaker. Good to know.
Of course food is a deal breaker. You spend so much of a relationship eating together. I wouldn't be able to spend the rest of my life with someone who wants to eat bland food all the time. He smiles, but I can see that something's changed on his face at my words. Only then do I realize I just spoke about the potential of a long-term relationship for the 2 of us, which is not how this is supposed to go. To change the subject, I say, "Please tell me it's just candy. If I have to introduce you to the entire canon of Mexican cuisine..."
Canon?
He laughs. Yeah, like entire literary canon, you know?
I think that only works in the context of books. I'm not sure you can apply it to food.
Well, I just did. And you're deflecting.
I'm simply marveling at your creative interpretation of the English language.
I stare at him blankly, and he continues.
Right. Mexican food. No, I'm good on that front. My mom loves to cook. Growing up, it was Mexican food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh my God. I groan. That sounds amazing. Both my parents hate cooking. I grew up on takeout. And every Sunday, my mom would pick up pan dulce from the panaderia. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a pink concha right about now.
Why a pink one?
Because it's the best one.
It tastes the same as the white and yellow.
No, it definitely tastes better. I gasp. Does pan dulce count as candy?
Obviously, pan dulce does not count as candy.
You never know. Dulce and all. The food arrives. By the time we're done eating, I'm convinced this is a great choice as far as favorite restaurant in LA goes. It isn't just the food, though the food is admittedly great. The whole atmosphere is a vibe. I feel comfortable, like I could come here every day and feel at home. As weird as that might be to say about a diner. The good part of it has to do with the fact that the people at the tables on both sides of us are speaking Spanish.
What are you thinking?
I shrug, unsure if it's an odd train of thought, and say, I might really like Van Nuys.
I love the valley,
He says.
It feels like home. Not like, technically home is New Jersey, but I never felt like it. The valley feels how I imagine home is supposed to feel.
I realize I don't know where Alex's home was in 2026. Strange. Usually that's the first thing an Angelino will tell you, right before we complain about the traffic. That's how I feel about the East Side. Just this sense of belonging. It's funny. I don't even speak Spanish, but whenever I hear it, it's comforting. I've always wanted to learn, but I don't really have a knack for languages, I admit.
I could teach you,
he offers. I didn't know you were fluent.
Fluent is a stretch. My mom is from Mexico, but my siblings and I spoke English growing up. My dad's from New York, and he insisted we speak English at home. I felt like...
He trails off, searching for the words.
Like my mom was always working overtime to speak his language, meet him on his terms. Eventually I realized that was bullshit, so I learned.
Just like that. You learned a second language? I laugh. He would make it sound easy.
I wouldn't say it was just like that. It took a lot of studying, practicing with my mom while she struggled not to laugh at my terrible pronunciation. But I really wanted to learn. It was a small thing, to give her the comfort of her first language back.
That's not a small thing, I murmur.
The weird thing is, as I've gotten older, I've started to gain more sympathy for my dad, even though he's the last person who deserves it. I just think everything he did, all the things that made him such a terrible father, the gambling, the leaving, even the coming back, stemmed from a place of self-hatred. How can you be a good father, a good husband, when you hate yourself? It's possible, probably, but harder, for sure.
Why do you think your dad hates himself? I ask, leaning forward. And I hate that I think this. But part of me wonders if there's a similarity between Alex and his father. Two very different men, but both bad at marriage. I wouldn't be surprised to discover that self-loathing is the root of Alex's flaws. His greed, his cheating, his arrogance.
Well, a load of reasons. Toxic masculinity, internalized racism, generational trauma, the usual.
He pauses, then continues.
My dad has a Chicano accent. Not thick or anything, but I remember one time I was 6, maybe 7. And this guy in a store acted like he couldn't understand what my dad was saying. Called him a stupid immigrant. My dad was furious. He covered emotions like shame and embarrassment with anger. And I remember I brushed it off so easily because I knew and my father knew that he wasn't an immigrant. He was as American as that other guy. And I thought, man, look how dumb that guy looks. And I also thought, I'm glad it didn't happen to my mother, who actually is an immigrant. But for my father, insults like that work exactly like they're meant to. That guy didn't care about my dad's birthplace. He just saw a man with brown skin and wanted him to know he wasn't welcome. So as much as I hate that he forbade us to speak Spanish in the house, when I think of it in the context of comments like that, I get it. I'm not excusing him, because many people, millions of people have dealt with the same shit he did and not allowed it to turn them into awful people. But I do get it. You know, he's the reason my name's Alexander. My mom wanted to name me Alejandro, but he insisted. He won. But 9 times out of 10, my mom calls me Alejandro anyway.
Even though the topic is serious, I smile. My entire extended family ignores the fact that my name is Josefina. They pronounce it in Spanish, like Josefina. Joey who? We both laugh, and once the laughter fades, I ask the question that's been bothering me throughout dinner. Is your father the reason you didn't have Mexican candy growing up? It says something about how much the tension has eased that Alex laughs instead of closing up again.
Yeah. He said Mexican candy had lead in it and would poison us.
Oh. Well, shit. Okay, so I'm not like defending your dad or anything, but technically he was right. I do remember hearing as a kid that a lot of the candy had lead in it.
And your parents let you keep eating it?
He asks, his eyes wide. I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds pretty bad, but I was fine. No lead poisoning to speak of. I laugh, and he laughs with me. And only once I've calmed down do I say, "Look at us. Criticizing my parents for letting me eat candy and yours for not letting you. There's no winning. Why do I feel like this is the perfect microcosmic example of parenthood as a whole? Alex laughs, then quickly sobers.
Oh, I'm terrified of having kids. I don't think I'll ever have them.
Alex says, his voice quiet. Really?
You sound surprised.
I am surprised. Though, now that I think about it, I'm not sure I should be. After all, at 32, Alex had been married for nearly a decade and remained childless. I guess it isn't surprising, given what we've talked about tonight. But, for what it's worth, I think you'd make a great father. I say it casually, an offhand comment, but from Alex's piercing gaze, I can tell it means a lot to him.
Do you really mean that? Or are you just saying it?
He asks softly, and I can feel that this is an important question. Which is wild because we're 18-year-old college freshmen on a second date, and parenthood feels like a nebulous idea, far off in the distant future. I consider his question carefully all the same. I do mean it, I realize. I do think Alex would be a great father, although he clearly wasn't a great husband. And the odd thing is, I think that holds true for the Alex sitting in front of me and the man I left behind 14 years in the future. I really mean it. It takes him a long moment to form a response.
I'd like to think I wouldn't be the same as my dad. I couldn't possibly. But there's always that fear that I'm not the man I believe I am. Having kids feels like a lifelong test I don't know if I can pass.
I always wanted to be a mom, I confess. But I don't want to lose myself to motherhood the way so many mothers do. I want to feel confident in my ability to retain a semblance of the person I've become before I have children. Problem is, I have no clue who that person is. I can't identify the emotion in Alex's eyes. But he looks gravely serious. Too serious for comfort. So I diffuse it with a joke. I think I'll just become a happy cat mom instead. Alex laughs.
Nothing wrong with that. I heard a rumor that pets are the new children anyway.
Alex is quiet as we walk to his car after dinner. He stops a few feet away and turns to me.
I'm sorry the conversation became a downer. I don't know what came over me.
Not at all. It was nice to get insight into your life. The things that made you... you. He lets out a humorless laugh.
That's one way to put it. Still want another date?
You're not getting out of it that easily. We have an entire childhood of Mexican candy to introduce you to. His smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. Hey. I place my hand on his chest and look up at him. He looks back, eyes pooling with emotion. And for a moment we stand frozen like that. We don't say anything, but an entire silent conversation takes place, at least from my perspective. And maybe I could leave it at that. But something compels me to continue. I'm having a really great night. I kiss him. And this feels so different than the kisses a few nights ago. And even the kiss earlier tonight. Maybe it's because my feelings about him have changed. I'm not sure exactly how I feel. I know I'm attracted to Alex. But I'm scared. So scared. Because I know exactly who Alex becomes. What he's capable of. And I know it isn't pretty. He's not the kind of guy that comes with a happily ever after. He's the kind of guy that makes you hope. The kind of hope that scars once it's ripped away. The kind of scar that hurts to even think about. But the kind of hurt that feels like living. I'm in deep enough to think that the pain might be worth it for just a little more time with him. All I want to think about is here and now. Tonight. Tonight. I'm 18 years old. And Alex is the sweet boy who took me on a considerate date. and then opened up in a way I couldn't imagine the Alex I left behind opening up. Tonight, Alex is a boy I like. So I kiss him, and I keep kissing him until he pulls away. 13. In another life. I need air. If I can get some air, just 15 minutes alone to breathe, I can make it through the rest of this reception. Then there's the after party. I can't even begin to think about the after party. On second thought, maybe what I need is another drink. I approach the bar, then spot a caterer entering through a side door just as the upbeat dance tune fades out, replaced by Tennessee whiskey. I glance back at the dance floor, where couples pair up and anyone who came alone slyly steps away to grab a drink or sit down. My gaze is drawn to Kat. Her silky blonde hair, her glowing skin, her huge white wedding dress. She really is a beautiful bride, swaying to the music and staring lovingly into Ellie's eyes. I avert my gaze, and as I do, I notice that side door again. There it is. I step outside and take a deep breath, relishing the cool breeze.
That bad, huh?
I startle, then turn and see a familiar silhouette standing under a harsh streetlight.
The dancing, I mean. Our friends have many talents, but dancing isn't one of them.
Don't be an asshole. I scold as I walk over, but I'm smiling. He looks great, even though the lighting isn't doing him any favors. And I try not to think about how sweaty I am, or how the ugly pastel lavender satin of my bridesmaid dress is clinging to my skin. Or how I'm sure in this lighting, my pit stains are on stark display. Alex and I have never been particularly close. I've seen him only a few times in the years since graduation, and while we're part of the same friend group, I don't think we've ever hung out just the two of us. But in this moment, I'm relieved to see him. I came alone tonight, despite me and Madison joking that she's my date, not Patrick's. And even though Alex is every bit as coupled up as our other friends, I'm pretty sure he came alone too. I haven't spotted Ingrid.
Just being honest,
he says.
Sometimes honest and asshole are synonyms.
I retort and watch as he takes a long drag of his vape. The scent of watermelon makes its way to my nose when he breathes out. I smile at the familiarity, a sense memory that time will never quite erase. We've spent many drunken nights passing one of his vapes around.
I thought you quit,
I remark.
I did,
he says, then takes another drag.
But tonight's a night for celebration.
I glance toward the dumpsters. Funny way of celebrating.
I'm not the only one out here,
he counters with a pointed look. I offer him a wan smile. It was getting hot. I needed some fresh air. It's his turn to glance at the dumpsters.
You picked a great spot.
Can I try it? I nod toward his vape pen. He raises his eyebrows and says,
You've tried it before. You were never a fan.
I shrug. Times change, people change. Maybe this has changed. It has definitely not changed, I realize as I hack up a lung. What even is the point? I exclaim, handing the vape pen back to him.
Here we go,
Alex says, rolling his eyes. He's smiling, though, so I feel encouraged to continue. It's just nicotine, I say. It does nothing except kill you. What is the point?
The only people who claim nicotine does nothing are people who have never been addicted to nicotine.
Like, is it the flavor? Because I feel like you could get the same experience from sniffing a LaCroix. I pluck the vape from his hand and take another drag. I cough only a little bit this time. He takes the vape back and shakes his head.
No more of that. I won't have your addiction on my conscience.
Before I can think of a response, the music, which we've been able to hear the faint thrum of, cuts off. A voice, I can't make out whose, comes over the mic. Time for speeches. I stare at the door. Its presence looms large until it's all I can focus on. I should go back inside. I don't want to go back inside. Do I have to go back inside?
I'm sorry,
Alex says, drawing my attention to him.
I know tonight isn't easy for you.
His voice is so quiet. I could almost believe I imagined his words. Almost. So I am that obvious. I've always wondered. I say bitterly. God, I'm fucking pathetic.
Not obvious.
Alex shakes his head.
At least not to anyone you're worried about. Ellie's got a lot of great qualities, I'm sure, but he's not particularly observant.
I open my mouth to defend him, but what comes out is... I'm pretty sure Kat's noticed.
Yeah, Kat sees more than she lets on. You're fine, though. She'll never tell Ellie.
Why not? I scoff. Wouldn't that be the perfect wedge to drive between us?
Sure, if she had any confidence in their relationship. If not, she'd worry that in bringing up the feelings she suspects you have for him, she'd give him an idea. Put you on his radar, so to speak.
If I haven't been on his radar for the past 7 years, I never will be. I remark. But a memory comes to mind. One I've been dutifully trying to ignore for the better part of a year.
I wouldn't be so sure,
Alex says thoughtfully.
You seem like the kind of woman who could sneak up on a man's affections when he least expects it.
What the hell does that even mean? I laugh. Is that a compliment? It feels like it's supposed to be a compliment, but it's woefully lacking. I might actually feel a little insulted.
Don't. I'm just talking out my ass. Thanks for calling me on it.
Anytime. I joke.
You want to get out of here?
He asks, standing taller, his eyes brightening as if new life has been breathed into him. I've always known in a cold, distant sort of clinical sense that Alex Aquino is a cute guy. Attractive in a way that sneaks up on you, like he said about me. But now, with excitement in his eyes, the air around him rife with possibility, he looks so good. It's dangerous. I've never had a particular taste for danger. And go where?
Anywhere. I don't want to be here. You don't want to be here. Why should we stay?
If you don't want to be here, why'd you come? I laugh incredulously. But I'm pretty sure he notices that I don't deny wanting to be elsewhere.
Why'd you?
He challenges. What, are you saying you're secretly in love with Ellie too? I joke, then gasp in earnest. Or Kat? Are you in love with Kat?
I find the very notion of both those options extremely nauseating.
What? Why? What's wrong with Kat? Kat's great. I don't really like Kat, but I'm also well aware that most of my reasons for disliking her have more to do with me than with her.
Nothing's wrong with Kat,
Alex says easily. He does everything easily, I'm starting to notice. Every word out of his mouth, every tilt of his head, every puff of his vape pen. It's as if he doesn't have a care or worry in the world. His confidence should probably be annoying. But instead, it's magnetic, addictive, infectious. Was it always? I never noticed before. I seem to have lost my immunity.
There's just nothing particularly right with her either. She's fine.
Alex finishes. The notion of being in love with someone who's fine is nauseating to you? Seriously?
What's it going to be? We staying or are we going?
In the coming days, weeks, months, I will replay this night and wonder how I allowed things to go so wrong. How I could possibly have let myself veer so far from propriety. I knew better. And what's worse, I knew better. And yet, this is the moment I will pinpoint as the start of the fall. His easy, casual use of the word we, when heretofore there had never been any semblance of a we to speak of. Like we're partners, allies, just trying to get through this terrible, awful night. Together. We can't just leave, I insist, sounding scandalized more because I know I should want to stay than because I actually do. The truth is, the idea of never again having to see Kat in her wedding dress? Such a beautiful bride. But beauty can be grating. Is incredibly tempting.
Sure we can.
He shrugs.
It's a victimless crime.
He says it so simply, and my conviction continues to crack. I hesitate, but finally say, you can. I can't. I'm a bridesmaid.
So what?
So I have duties, I sputter.
Oh, come on. You can't tell me that tending to Kat's every whim all night is your definition of a good time.
All night? Try all week. It's not about having a good time. It's about being there for a friend.
Since when are you and Kat friends?
I hesitate. Too embarrassed to admit I was talking about Ellie, who pushed for me to be in the wedding. Alex must pick up on my discomfort because he continues.
She can find someone else to fluff her train or whatever. There are other bridesmaids. You've done enough work. Text Madison and say you had too much to drink. Got tired, took an Uber home.
What about you?
No one's going to be looking for me. So, what's stopping us?
We. Us. Him. Me. Together. Victimless crime. Plenty of victims. Ingrid. Ellie. Kat. Myself. Shh. Let me have this. He holds his hand out, and I take it. Though I make sure to mutter something about him being a corrupting influence, just to save face. Later, thinking back, I'll wonder if I actually felt sparks when our fingers touched. Or if those came later. Or were they ever there at all? Maybe it was just a trite concept that my brain transposed onto a night that was simultaneously amazing and awful. A dreamlike haze and an absolute fucking nightmare. A figment to make me feel a little less guilty about doing something terrible. I mean, sure, I helped a man cheat on his wife, but who could blame me? The sparks, Your Honor. The sparks. I plead the fifth. He walks me to his car, and I stop short. You have got to be kidding me.
What? You don't like it?
It's a bright blue Corvette, loud and ostentatious, and it's kind of cliché, isn't it? You're a bit young for a midlife crisis.
I think that makes it not a cliché.
A few minutes later, as I take in the sleek interior, he says,
What are you thinking?
I'm pretty sure this is the nicest car I've ever been in.
How do you manage to make that sound like an insult?
It's not an insult. I protest a bit too fervently.
Now I know it's an insult. Come on. What are you really thinking? I can handle it.
I decide to take him at his word. Who cleans your car?
What?
Your car. Who takes it to the car wash? Gets the inside vacuumed and detailed, etc. Because in addition to being the nicest car I've been in, it's also the cleanest. It's got that new car smell and everything. And I'd bet money that's not Alex's doing.
I fail to see why that matters.
Of course you do. I snort. Alex stares at me for a moment. He's turned completely in my direction, leaned back against his door, arms crossed in front of his chest, one knee brought up so his shoe is on his seat. I wonder if his shoe is leaving a mark. A mark I'm sure won't be there long.
I have an assistant.
I fucking knew it. I laugh.
Whom I pay very well, I'll have you know.
Well, congratulations, I say sarcastically. What's your assistant's name?
His name is Sam.
And how old is dear Sam?
22.
And how does 22-year-old Sam feel about assisting a boss only 3 years older than him?
You know, I've never thought to ask.
Alex, I hate to break it to you, but Sam deserves a raise.
You don't even know how much I'm paying him.
I don't need to know. I laugh, then remark, I think this is the longest you and I have talked one-on-one the entire time I've known you. He's silent for a long time. Long enough for me to wonder if I've said something wrong.
This is the longest I've talked one-on-one with anyone in a while. The person I talk to most is Sam, who, as established, I know nothing about. How pathetic is that?
What about Ingrid? I ask. I need the reminder of his wife to be out there, hanging tangibly in the air between us. Because every other aspect of this conversation is quickly endearing him to me. And even though I wouldn't say I'm drunk, I've had enough to drink that I am now constantly, in the back of my mind, realizing just how attractive Alex is, and marveling that I've never noticed it before.
Ingrid and I don't talk,
Alex says, his voice almost toneless, betraying none of his feelings toward the words he's just spoken.
Not for a while now. Did you know the average age for a first divorce is 30? I always was an early bloomer.
I'm about to say something that will undoubtedly be woefully unhelpful, when my phone vibrates inside my purse. Alex waves as if to say, go ahead. I look at the text and immediately regret doing so. It's Ellie, I tell him, staring down at the screen. He's wondering where I've run off to. Said he saved me a dance. Alex nods in sympathy.
We're still here. We can always run back inside.
There's that we again. I don't want to go back inside, I mutter. Something in my tone must give me away. Tell him that it's a little more than an unrequited crush, or even unrequited love, that's keeping me firmly planted in his passenger seat.
Is everything okay?
He asks carefully. Yeah, it's fine.
You can tell me. You don't have to. If you tell me to drop it, I will. But if you have something to get off your chest, I'm all ears. I talk to our mutual friends once or twice a year. I'm not about to spill any of your secrets.
I don't know why I decide to tell him, when I haven't told anybody. Not even Madison. Almost a year ago, shortly after Ellie proposed to Kat, he and I went out. We got a little drunk. I see Alex's eyebrows arch in surprise. No judgment to be found anywhere on his face. And I jump to assure him. Nothing happened. He wouldn't. I wouldn't. Anyway, he confessed that he used to have feelings for me early on when we first became friends. Just a crush, but... And then he laughed. Haha, isn't that weird to think about now? And I somehow made myself laugh with him. Yeah, that's so weird. We met the same night he and Kat met. Did you know that? I fell for him almost immediately, but nothing ever came of it. All these years, I've thought it was because it was one-sided, that he never felt the same way. But to know that he might have, it just sucks. It sucks, and I think I would have been better off never knowing. Neither of us has brought it up since. Part of me hasn't stopped wondering. Does he know how I feel about him? I don't kid myself that I've been subtle. I mean, you know, and Kat probably knows. Madison knows I used to feel that way, but I think I've convinced her it's over. But if he does know, then what the hell kind of game was he playing? Why mention it?
That asshole.
Alex mutters. He looks absolutely furious on my behalf. You shouldn't call him an asshole at his own wedding.
We're not at his wedding. We're in the parking lot outside. It's totally different.
Is that eye for technicalities the skill that made you a billionaire?
I'm not a billionaire.
So I'm thinking a few years ahead. My question stands.
Was it actually a question? It felt more like a sarcastic remark.
What can I say? I'm a good multitasker.
You're a good deflector, is what you are. We're not talking about me. We're talking about what an asshole Ellie is.
I should defend Ellie. I know I should. But for the first time in all the years I've known him, I can't find it in me. What else is there to say? I ask.
Oh, not much. Except that him saying that to you was absurdly selfish.
I don't know if that's fair. I weakly protest.
I think I'm being more than fair, actually. Because there's a lot worse I could say. I don't get it. Why are you so hung up on him?
Why do I love Ellie? I've asked myself a million times. I wish it were a simple answer. Why does anyone love anyone? How do I explain that when I'm with Ellie, I feel like the very best version of myself? Or, at least that's how I felt at the start, before jealousy stepped in and warped everything. But even now, jealousy and all, I look at Ellie and see so many things I wish I had more of. Empathy, compassion, patience. I didn't fall in love with him all at once, so I can't pinpoint a single reason or moment. All I know is that over time, I realized I couldn't imagine my life without him in it. I've on occasion wondered if I'm just a masochist, if part of me is in love with the impossibility of Ellie, if part of me likes the poetry of yearning. But I don't want to give voice to that. So I shrug and say, I wish I knew.
You can do better, both in a partner and in a friend. It isn't right for him to string you along.
Like you said, he probably doesn't realize I have feelings for him. Not particularly observant, remember?
Okay, so let's take you out of the equation. Pretend it's not about you. And it isn't, because, no offense, you don't really matter here.
Hey! I object, insulted.
I know, hurts, doesn't it? Push that aside and think about the situation objectively. Ellie had just gotten engaged to the woman who is allegedly, what did he say in his vows? His best friend, his confidant, and, oh yeah, his whole heart.
Alex looks nauseated.
She said yes to spending the rest of her life with him. He should have been over the moon. And instead, he turns to his other best friend, who also happens to be in love with him, but benefit of the doubt or whatever, and confesses his past feelings to her. Why do that? What's his motive?
Who's to say he had a motive? Maybe he was just reminiscing.
There's always motive to everyone's actions, either conscious or subconscious.
Well, aren't you the cynic? I mutter.
I'm not a cynic, I'm a realist.
The most cynical thing a cynic can do is call himself a realist. I laugh.
Fair enough.
He concedes.
Cynical or not, I have a point, and you know it.
What's your motive in inviting me out to your car, then? What do you expect to gain from this? I challenge.
Distraction.
He says simply. Distraction? I repeat, my voice flat.
I am, as you pointed out, a cynical man, currently in a marriage nearing its end. The last thing I want to do is pretend to be happy for two people starting their own doomed legal entanglement. Even less so now that you've proven what I've suspected for years, that Ellie is a jackass masquerading as a nice guy.
You're supposed to be his friend. You came to his wedding. I counter. I should be appalled. Alex is the first person I've ever heard say anything bad about Ellie. And though I would have, until 8 months ago, been his biggest defender, part of me is eating this shit up.
Don't insult my intelligence, Josephina,
he says with a droll eyebrow raise. I would usually protest someone's use of my full name. I've gone by Joey for so long that my own name sounds foreign to me. My brain's slow to register that when someone says it, it's me to whom they're referring. but I let it slide as he continues.
You and I both know that the only reason I was invited tonight was so I could buy them a good gift. Which they will surely pick apart once they receive it, measuring it against some criteria they have in their heads of money spent versus the guest's income. They'll probably even let you in on the verdict. Please, tell me how I do.
I pause, unsure how to respond. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. Part of it already happened. I was in the room when Ellie and Kat debated whether or not to invite Alex. And I was the person in favor of inviting him. Because he'd buy them a good gift. It had all been fun and games at the time. But now I feel ashamed. Despite the fact that I know he's right, I feel a profound surge of sadness at how transparent we all are to him. I wonder if he sees anyone as a friend. Or if he at least believes there are people who see him as a friend. Or maybe he sees everyone through the lens of what they can do for him, and imagines everyone looks at him the same way. I rush to reassure him. You're Ellie's friend. Kat's, too. They wouldn't have invited you if you weren't.
Is that what we're doing?
What are you talking about? I ask, but based on the dread that's pooling in my stomach, I already know.
I thought we had an unspoken agreement to be real with each other tonight. But if that's not the case, let me know and I can slip back into social niceties.
He stares at me, his words hanging in the air. I'm not going to say you're right.
You know I'm right.
I'm not going to say it, I stress. He laughs, a short and rough sound of surprise, and says,
Fine. You don't have to say it.
Thank you. He smiles, his eyes twinkling with humor as he says,
Now that we've established that, do you actually want to go somewhere, or should we head back inside and pretend this heart-to-heart never happened? You can take Ellie up on that dance he saved you.
I roll my eyes at his sarcasm. Since we've agreed to be real with each other.
I can't wait to hear what's coming.
Alex cuts in. I shoot him what I imagine to be a stern look. But I guess there's no heat to it because he just keeps smiling while I continue. They refuse to tell me the wedding cake and groom's cake flavors. They said it was a surprise, but I'm now convinced it's because they knew they were choosing two of the worst cake flavors in the history of cake flavors.
The worst.
He agrees. I need dessert. His eyes, already bright with mirth, light up even more.
How do you feel about pie?
Despite my love for the East Side, I've never been to House of Pies in Los Feliz, which absolutely shocks Alex, who refers to it as an LA institution. I text a lie about drinking too much and calling an Uber to both Ellie and Madison, before turning my phone to silent. When we arrive at House of Pies, I fumble to get my door open, and I learn that fancy cars are somehow too good for normal door handles. Alex has to lean over to help. Somewhere between Alex's car and the booth, his suit jacket comes off. His tie gets loosened, top button unbuttoned, and shirt sleeves rolled up. It's an enticing image, but I do my best to pretend I don't notice. Alex and I decide that this is an evening for celebration, after all, and order 2 kinds of pie each. Strawberry cream and Bavarian chocolate for me. Fresh peach and southern pecan for Alex. We end up sharing all 4 slices. We stay in the booth for hours, talking about random stuff. College, work, movies and books we like. Embarrassed, I admit that I'm not a big reader and would rather just watch the movie, even if everyone in the world is going on about how much better the book is. He doesn't judge me for it. We don't delve into anything too deep, but we get to know each other in little details that have never come up. Before I know it, it's after midnight. The wedding reception has long since ended. Alex makes a comment about it getting late, and we leave. He pulls up to my apartment to drop me off, and I direct him to the tandem parking spot where my car is. He turns to me, the car still running, and we both pause, allowing the moment to drag on. I should get out of the car. I know I should. But I can't quite make myself. Over the course of the night, something has shifted. And this man who was nothing but an acquaintance earlier feels like so much more. I know the moment he leaves, the illusion will shatter, almost like it never happened. After several moments of silence, Alex turns off the engine.
What are you thinking?
Do you ever know you're about to make a mistake you'll regret later? But you can't stop yourself?
Sometimes I stop myself and regret that.
He counters, his eyes heating in a way that makes me think he knows exactly what I'm talking about. So I say to hell with it, and I cross the space between us. This is the part I'm most ashamed of. The part I conveniently edit out in my recollection of the night. I make the first move. Everything from here on out happens the way it happens because I start it. Alex is just enthusiastically along for the ride. Our lips crash together a little too forcefully at first, but we find our rhythm. And before I know it, I'm lost to the sensation of how right this feels. He pulls me over the center console until I straddle him in the driver's seat, only barely able to make myself fit. It's cramped and uncomfortable, and altogether perfect. As we continue our kiss, I glide my hands down his chest, into his waistband, and yank out his shirt so I can get my hands on his skin. He grabs my hips, pulling me closer until I feel how hard he is beneath me. I gasp at the sensation, and he trails kisses down my jaw, neck, shoulder.
Do you want to?
He pauses, waiting, allowing me to lead. Let's go inside, I say. And once the words are out there, my impatience builds. I need out of this car. I reach to open the door, then pull back when I can't find the handle. Right, buttons. We went through this dance at House of Pies. Which was it again?
It's this one.
He presses one of the buttons on the door and helps me out of the car. I glare as he shuts the door behind him. What's so wrong with door handles? He laughs and cups my chin in his hand. He leans forward and brushes his lips over mine in a soft kiss. And I forget everything but this feeling. I guide him to my apartment. And the moment the door closes behind us, he's back on me, pushing me against the wall. In a frenzy, I yank off his tie. He rips off my dress, his shirt, my bra, until there's nothing but the two of us, pressed against each other in the dark. He murmurs my full name,
Josephina.
And for the first time, it feels right. He kisses me as he gets down on his knees, hitches my leg over his shoulder, and licks me until I'm a shaking, gasping mess, unable to hold myself up, grasping at the wall for balance. In my room, I push him onto the bed, turn on a lamp, and grab a condom from my drawer. A natural pause in the rhythm. An easy place to stop. That's the thing about torrid affairs. In retrospect, they feel like they happened in a flurry. A snowball of passion that couldn't have been stopped once it got rolling. You refer to your actions in the passive voice. You got carried away. You were swept up. But in reality, there are pauses. Places where you have to think. Where you have no choice but to make an active decision, whether you acknowledge it or not. The moment you have to figure out which button functions as the door handle. The seconds spent fishing your keys out of your purse. The time it takes to grab a condom from a drawer. The time to put it on. He flips me over so he's on top, lines himself up, pauses, and looks me in the eye.
Tell me you feel this too.
He murmurs.
Tell me it's not just me.
I feel it too, I say, ending on a gasp as he pushes into me. We move in tandem, the rhythm hard and fast, overwhelming in the best way. We don't speak. The air around us filled with nothing but the sounds of our gasps and moans, and skin slapping against skin. It's what we both need. To feel like we're nothing but bodies, sensations. My orgasm builds fast, crests before I have time to fully process it, and his follows shortly after. We lie there, catching our breath. He turns to me, and we kiss slowly, languidly. To think, tonight easily could have never happened. If I hadn't snuck out that side door, if I'd gone back inside to take Ellie up on that dance, if I hadn't said, sure, why not invite him, when Ellie and Kat had been deliberating on it all those months ago. It shouldn't be possible, I think, to have such chemistry with a person and never know it. Would it always have been this good? Or did the pieces need to fall exactly as they did? Years of indifference, one night of connection, and then we start again. This time slower, lazy, almost sleepy, no less overwhelming. Afterward, he gets up to grab a washcloth. We clean up and he returns to my bed. Neither of us brings up the option of him leaving. We fall asleep in each other's arms. In the middle of the night, his phone rings. I grumble for him to turn it off, thinking it's an alarm. Though, of course, I later realize that no one sets an alarm for 3 a.m. It's just work, he explains, and tells me to go back to sleep. But I'm awake now. When he turns to find me watching him, he asks, "What are you thinking?" I'm thinking I want to keep you. I'm thinking I want to do it again, I say. So we do. Say it's not the last time. He murmurs as my orgasm starts to crescendo. It's not the last time. I gasp. You feel it too, he says, repeating his earlier refrain. Not a question, but I still respond. I feel it too. This time we don't fall asleep fast. We stay up and whisper sleepy secrets in the dark. We talk about the first crushes we ever had, all the way back when we were kids. I tell him how I already hate my job even though I just started it, and that I regret transitioning so seamlessly from high school to college to law school to work, never pausing to take a break. He admits he worries that his mother is disappointed in the man he's become, even though he's able to take care of her now. I talk about the places I want to go, and he tells me about the places he's been. We discuss our fears of dying, our fears of aging, our fear there's nothing out there, and our fear there is. We talk until I can't keep my eyes open any longer. The sun is bright when I wake up, alone and disoriented. Memories come flooding back. An amazing night. But morning brings with it guilt and shame. I glance at the clock. Make that afternoon. I hear a distinctly male, distinctly familiar voice coming from the living room. And I smile. I get up to call him back to bed, my negative emotions forgotten now that I know he's still here. Funny how company has a magical way of taking the edge off where guilt is concerned. I'm not actually any less guilty because there are two of us. But now that I know he hasn't left, it feels like we're splitting the pot. I pause in the hallway, amused by the sight of that god-awful lavender satin dress crumpled in a ball on the floor, pulled off me and tossed aside in our flurry to the bedroom. Discarded in plain sight without a second thought. I'm at the hotel. Alex murmurs, low enough that I can tell he's trying not to wake me. Silence.
Yes, I know I told you I was going to come straight home, but I had too many drinks at the reception and figured it was better safe than sorry,
he says, his voice getting louder as irritation bleeds into his tone. More silence, as whoever's on the other end of the line replies. You know who it is. A traitorous part of my brain whispers. And I do. Alex's wife. whom I conveniently forgot about last night. That's too kind to myself. Alex's wife, whose existence I conveniently chose to ignore.
No, I'm not lying.
Alex says with a long sigh. A cold weight of dread settles in the center of my chest. This is not a conversation someone has with his estranged wife he's about to divorce. This is a man trying to placate his worried, loving partner he just cheated on. The lavender dress now appears to be mocking me. Crumpled, tossed aside, discarded.
If you wanted to keep tabs on my every move, you could have come with me.
More silence.
My friends do not hate you, Ingrid.
I listen as this goes on, him assuring her that he's at the hotel, his tone alternating between blatant irritation and quiet placating. Eventually, he promises that he'll be home soon and ends the call with a gut-punching,
I love you too.
He walks back into my bedroom and freezes when he finds me sitting at the edge of the bed, staring at him with what I'm sure is a scathing expression.
Josephina, I can explain.
My name is Joey. I snap. Despite the fact that he called me Josephina and Joe several times last night. Last night, I had even liked the sound of Joe coming from his lips, a special nickname for a strangely special night. You're assuming that I expect or want an explanation, neither of which, I promise you, is the case.
Just let me...
It's fine, Alex, I'm not naive. I knew what this was going into it. I'd watched the man I love marry someone else. I had a couple drinks, made a bad decision. That's it. It's not worth getting all hung up over. But I am. I'm so hung up. And I need him out of my apartment so I can wallow in peace.
A bad decision.
He repeats, voice hollow. I will my eyes to stay dry. I feel so stupid. So monumentally, disastrously stupid. Stupid and also guilty. Because Alex was right a few minutes ago when he assured Ingrid, his wife, his fucking wife, that his friends don't hate her. At least I don't hate her. The few times I met her, she was cool, if a bit distant. Not the sort of woman who deserves what I just did to her. No woman deserves that. Yes, Alex, a bad decision. What else would you call fucking a married man? I put it out there. Call it what it is. I have to. Acknowledging what we've done won't erase it. But it's better than couching it in euphemisms and pretending that makes it better. Carried away, swept up.
You're right.
He snaps.
A bad decision. Like pretending last night was anything more than both of us using each other to get over other people. Hope I helped.
He leaves. And I do my best not to think about him until the night comes, 7 years from now, when I walk into a dinner party and am confronted by his unexpected presence. 14. But none of that ever happened now. There's a pink concha on my desk when I arrive to intro to film on Monday. Alex is in his usual seat. It's a little awkward seeing him again, and that way it's always weird after you share part of yourself under the cover of night, only to remember those secrets are still out there once daylight breaks. Where did this come from? I ask as I take my seat. He shrugs casually, pretends he doesn't know.
Beats me.
I struggle to hold back a smile before giving up completely. Alex watches as I take a bite of the concha. Pink crumbs fall to my desk. I offer him a bite, but he shakes his head and keeps watching me with a smile.
How was your weekend?
He asks as if we haven't been texting constantly. I spent the weekend watching TV and applying for part-time jobs. I was mostly alone, since Madison was busy with Patrick on Saturday, then had a shift at the library Sunday. It was tempting to ask Alex if he wanted to hang out, but I refrained. It was good. Laid low. I shrug, adopting the same dismissive casualness he used when he pretended not to know about the concha. Then add, I did go out to dinner on Friday.
Anywhere I've heard of?
Probably not. It's pretty far away.
Was the food good?
Something in his voice tells me he isn't actually asking about the food. The food was great.
That's good to hear. Really good,
he says, his eyes darkening as he glances down at my lips. He's thinking about kissing me right here in class. I can tell. I wonder if it's obvious to everyone else. Friday was pretty chaste as far as dates go. We kissed against his car, then drove back to campus, the conversation flowing easily the entire way. Once we parked, I all but attacked his face, right there in the parking garage, and we made out until I started to feel antsy. The memory of the last time I'd done this with him, creeping up on me. Making out in Alex's car, albeit a different car. Moving things from the car to my apartment. Waking up alone. Overhearing his conversation with Ingrid. 7 years of silence. Years spent trying to rationalize my actions, like telling myself I didn't really know they were still together, because Ingrid had missed the wedding, and Alex had mentioned divorce. Although I eventually had to admit that I had known. I just hadn't cared. Or perhaps I'd cared. I just cared more about my own pain. For a while, I avoided my friends' get-togethers out of fear Alex would attend. Or worse, not just Alex, but Ingrid. And then I'd have to confront the reality of what I'd done. I finally realized that was unlikely. Alex avoided most get-togethers as a policy. Too late. I had gotten used to my solitude. I had even grown to like it. If I wasn't around my friends, I didn't have to face the secrets they didn't know about me. The disconnect between the woman they thought I was and the woman I had become. Years of warring between trying to maintain friendships and trying to move on. And then, one night, it all caught up to me. Unwelcome memories flooded my brain until they were the only things I could focus on. But I tried to push through them. Because I wanted this, damn it. To my surprise, Alex had been the one to pull away Friday night, murmuring something about taking things slow. I was grateful to him for putting on the brakes, because Lord knew I wasn't about to.
So when are we eating Mexican candy?
Alex asks as we walk out of class. When are you free?
For you, Joey? I'm always free,
he says easily. I roll my eyes and laugh at the corniness, but my mirth vanishes when I spot a familiar face. Helen offers me a small smile in recognition, and I do the same. Once we've passed her, I turn to Alex to see him looking at me with an expression I can't quite read.
Friend of yours?
She's in my creative writing class.
How's that going so far?
I've only been to class once, but I had to turn in my first short story Sunday night, and let's just say, I wouldn't exactly call myself Jane Austen.
Well, of course not. Jane Austen didn't write short stories.
I search for a change of subject. I don't want to get into it. Sitting at my laptop staring at a blank page was hell. After hours of nothing, I broke down and wrote what basically amounted to a bad synopsis of the movie Yesterday, where the protagonist wakes up in an alternate universe in which the Beatles never existed. It's certainly unethical, but the plagiarism can't be proven. And it also feels kind of perfect, considering the plot. Can I ask you a hypothetical question? Alex's eyes light up with mirth as he says,
I love your hypotheticals. Sure, but only if you clarify at least 2 more times that it's not real.
Say I had this friend.
Oh, a friend.
Not like that. An actual friend. Not a placeholder for myself. I have a friend and she's struggling. Or I'm worried she's going to struggle. Sorry, I know that's cryptic. I want to help her. Only I don't know how. I need advice, but I don't want to invade her privacy. A pause. Then he asks,
Is this about the girl we just passed?
No. I protest too quickly. No, it's someone else.
Is it anything I can help with?
I don't think so. He considers this.
Have you tried consulting the internet?
I snort. Like the whole internet?
Not the whole internet. You ever go on Reddit?
A couple times. I wouldn't say I've gone on Reddit so much as it's popped up when I searched random topics over the years. I have never typed www.reddit.com into my browser.
Make a throwaway account. Go to a relevant subreddit and ask for advice.
I frown, unsure of this whole ask the internet plan. But when I get back to my dorm after acting, the first thing I do is open my laptop. It takes me 2 days to post. 2 days of psyching myself up, lurking, searching for the right subreddits. One class with Helen. My knowledge of her future looming like a dark cloud. 2 days spent searching for a way to word my posts that won't erase my existence. Typing and erasing and retyping. Wishing I had a paper contract that outlined the terms of my agreement. Replaying my conversation with my caseworker to a degree that I worry I'm starting to misremember. 2 days of pretending I'm fine, just stressing over homework. Whenever Madison asks me why I'm frowning so intently at my computer screen. I can't tell anyone what happened in my first life. But a hypothetical question isn't a confession. I survived after I posed the scenario to Alex at our first dinner. I guess I'll risk my entire existence on the theory that if I can pose it to one person, I can pose it to the whole internet. Or at least to the reincarnation subreddit. Preventing a tragedy from your past life? I have a hypothetical question that I'm hoping this subreddit can help me with. Let's say, hypothetically, that after you died, you were offered a second chance at life. An opportunity to go back and live your life over again, retaining all your memories. Only when you arrive back in time, you meet an old friend whose life ended in tragedy. A fully preventable tragedy. A drug overdose, perhaps. But the wheels for that tragedy have not yet been set in motion. Your friend is not yet an addict. How would you consciously work to prevent such a tragedy without letting it slip that you're on your second life? I hit the post button and wince, waiting to be Thanos snapped out of existence. But seconds pass, and I'm still alive and kicking. Hell yeah. Now I just need some stranger on the internet to solve all my problems for me. I refresh the page once, then again. Not sure how it works. Do you want to grab dinner before my shift? Madison asks, and I jolt at how close she is. In a hurry, I click away from Reddit and frantically open Word. I catch her frowning at my screen. But if she saw my post, she doesn't say anything about it. I scramble for a response. I really don't want to leave my computer. I've been psyching myself up for this for 2 days. No, I should probably stay here. Work on my short story. I thought you just turned that in, she says, brow furrowed. Another one's due this week. I shrug helplessly. Okay. She nods, understanding. Text me if you want me to grab you a plate. Madison leaves. I refresh the Reddit page a few more times before I give up, close it, and search for a distraction. I applied to a couple jobs. I attempt to do homework. An hour later, I'm back on Reddit. And finally, an alert. Someone responded to my post. Is this some kind of joke? If you read the posts around here, you'd know that is not how reincarnation works at all. Are you some kind of troll? Get a life. Okay, so that's not helpful. I close my laptop. I'm just going to go to sleep. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to think about my post at all. After I've gotten ready for bed, I check Reddit one more time for good measure. I have a DM. The message is from a user called Second Take Anonymous, with a few numbers after the name. I snort because it doesn't seem like a username that should be popular enough that it requires numbers. The message reads, "Second take Anon. Did this happen to you?" That's it. That's the whole message. Simple. To the point. I freeze, the words sending a chill through my body. Because that's not a logical response to my rambling, nonsensical, hypothetical question. Not unless... Is it possible? I deflate, realizing I'm probably being too optimistic. Rethinking my whole existence on the basis of 5 words sent by an anonymous person on the internet? How pathetic. I go to their profile and see that they have never posted anything. But their account was created over 3 years ago. That feels strange. I carefully craft my response. Me. Even if it had, I wouldn't exactly be allowed to tell you. Their reply comes almost immediately. Second take Anon. Of course. Wouldn't want to be erased from existence. Holy shit. This is real. This is another person with the same experience. A person who wants to talk about it with me. What do I do? What do I say? What can I say? Before I can think of anything, the person messages again. And again. Second take Anon. You're not alone. Second take Anon. We have meetings in most major cities. We call ourselves Second Take Anonymous. And officially, we are all addicted to this game. I can connect you to the person running your local chapter meetings if you'd like. The message includes a link that I'm afraid to click, so I don't. I copy it and paste it into Google to see where it leads. And sure enough, it's a website for some obscure online video game called Second Take. The summary. Second Take is an online RPG where a player can relive their life multiple times. I run a Google search for Second Take RPG. Other than the same link this Reddit stranger sent, very little comes up. This is getting weirder and weirder. I go back to my DMs to find that the person sent more. Second take Anon. Before I give you any more information, you'll have to tell me something you could only know if what you're saying is true. I will extend the same courtesy. I think for a moment before I respond. What could I say that would prove I'd actually experienced what I experienced? On a whim, I type, me. Ugly-ass olive green shag carpet. Again, their response comes swiftly. Second take Anon. Ha. Mine was mustard. I've talked to a lot of people, but none of us really understand the 70s decor. Someone who visited the office before the 70s claims it always looked that way. Second take Anon. Okay, my turn. Second take Anon. Caseworker. As I stare at those words on my screen, I marvel at how short-sighted I've been. Of course there are other people going through what I'm going through. Other people living their lives over again. Why the hell wouldn't there be? And suddenly I wonder, how many of us are there? Once I get over my shock that this is really happening, I manage to type a coherent response. She writes back and tells me that her name is Pam. She currently lives in Tokyo, but is originally from a small town in Kentucky. I tell her I'm in Los Angeles, and she sends me the address and time of meetings that take place in Hollywood, the first and third Thursday of every month, as well as an email address for Richard, the local chapter organizer. Suddenly, I feel a little less alone. 15. The bi-monthly Second Take Anonymous meetings in LA take place just off the Walk of Fame in a Hollywood strip mall, which makes this the second strip mall I've been to in the past week. By the time I've parked and walked inside, I'm so annoyed with pedestrians. Twice, people walked into the street in front of my car even though I had a green light. that my nerves about the meeting are almost forgotten. It's only as I step through the door and into the sparsely decorated, dimly lit space that I remember I'm in a random strip mall, and I was led here by a stranger on the internet.
Joey?
I'm greeted by a short, squat man with dark brown skin and a shaved head who looks to be somewhere near middle age. He peers at me with a curious, cautious gaze, as if he knows he needs to tread carefully lest I tuck tail and run. "Richard?" I say. He smiles, his eyes warm, and responds.
That's me. It's nice to meet you and put a face to a name. It's not every day we have a new attendee.
I nod, a stilted motion, and look around the room. There are a couple people standing near the pitiful refreshments table. A small circle of chairs is set up in the center of the room. Richard watches me take everything in.
It's not much.
"It's great,"
It's not.
he says with a laugh.
We don't put a lot of thought into the ambiance or food because usually it's us venting for 2 hours about our lives and how living doesn't get any easier no matter how much perspective you think you have. It's not the kind of conversation that works up an appetite.
I frown. "You mean this shit doesn't get easier?"
Want me to introduce you to everyone? Or are you more of an observer to start?
"I think I'd rather observe, if that's okay," I say. Richard nods, tells me to let him know if I have any questions, then walks away to greet another man who just walked in. Feeling awkward on my own, I make a beeline for the pot of coffee. As I'm pouring some into a paper cup, a new voice speaks up behind me. "The coffee's shit." I turn to see a young Asian American woman, probably 18 or so, her long hair bleached to an almost white lavender and hanging in loose waves around her face. She wears a navy blue mini dress and thigh-high boots to match, and a long white fur coat is draped over her shoulders. She looks simultaneously fabulous and comically out of place. As long as it's caffeinated, I'm happy. I shrug. "I'm Kimiko. Some people call me Kimi, but I hate it, so don't call me that." "Kimiko it is," I assure her. "I'm Joey." "Joey? Is that your real name?" "Nickname, but I hate my full name, so don't call me it," I say, echoing her words. "You new here?" "First time." "No, not here. I know you're new here. I come to every meeting. I mean, are you new here?" She gestures around the room on every utterance of the word here, and it takes me a moment to grasp her meaning. New to my second life. 3 weeks tomorrow, I say carefully. Then I glance up and wait to be snapped out of existence. "You? Wow, 3 weeks. You found us fast. Good for you," she says. And is that bitterness in her voice? I think it is. "It'll be 10 years for me in December." 10 years? I repeat. How old are you? Maybe that's rude, but I'm too surprised to care. She has to be around my age. Did she start over from childhood? 20 biologically, but spiritually, I'm 42. I freeze at the realization that if she's spiritually 42, and she's been here 10 years, she died at the same age I did. I was also 32 when I start. Kimiko nods, sparing me the need to elaborate. That ties us for the youngest of the Hollywood crew. Every other regular made it to at least their 50s. She leans back against the refreshment table and scrutinizes the room. You met Richard. He was 72 when he died. You won't hear him talk much about his first life these days, but he used to, and it wasn't pretty. He never said this, but I get the feeling he used to be a hoarder. Don't know why, just a hunch. Richard is standing with 2 people. A tall man, probably somewhere in his 30s, with wavy brown hair and the widest smile I've ever seen, and an even taller woman, curvy with vivid red hair. The woman is, as far as I can tell, ageless. If someone told me she was 30, I would believe it. If someone told me she was 55, I would also believe it. Kimiko nods toward them. Stephen and Marie. Stephen killed the guy in his first life. At my expression, she bursts out in what to me seems like inappropriate laughter. Oh God, your face. It wasn't murder, just manslaughter. And something about negligence. Stephen's good people. Tragic accident, but he still got put away. Died in jail. Came back, avoided the accident, and from what I can tell, is living a pretty good life. He's a struggling actor. Marie's husband died when she was super young, like 22. They'd only been married a year. In a freak accident. She never found love again, even though she lived a whopping 98 years. This time around, she managed to prevent her husband's accident. And so far, she's been with him 20 years longer than what they originally got. Still happily in love. In that same matter-of-fact, blasé manner, she walks me through the past and current lives of the other attendees. Trent, a blonde guy in his 30s with tattoos over every exposed inch of skin other than his face, is trans and lived his entire first life in the closet. He started his second life on the day he turned 18, moved away from his toxic family, and immediately began his transition. Next up is Noah, a buff, good-looking Hawaiian guy. Noah is a USC athlete, and judging from how he's casually leaning back in his chair without a care in the world, he's got the confidence to match. He reminds me a bit of Alex. Noah's the newest, aside from you. He died 4 years ago. He's been pretty vague about everything. I know he lived to his 50s, but it sounds like he didn't really do anything. He worked at a store. His best friend was his dog. He claims he was ugly, but, I mean, look at him. How? How is that possible? And last, there's Evelyn. I take a closer look at the woman she's gesturing to, and I'm hit by a sense of familiarity. Why do I feel like you've seen her somewhere? I've just placed her when Kimiko explains. Child star. Not a particularly famous or successful one, but she devoted her entire life to chasing the 15 minutes of fame she experienced as a kid. All she got out of it was trauma and a coke addiction. She's the only person here who went back to an earlier age than I did. 7. Her first casting call. Only this time she made sure to bomb. She teaches 5th grade. My head whirls with the onslaught of biographical information about these strangers. And the person I'm most curious about after all this is... What about you? What about me? Kimiko shoots back. You gave me the nitty-gritty about everyone else in the room. What's your story? With a mysterious smile, Kimiko shakes her head and backs up a step. Meeting's about to start. Wouldn't want to be late. I can't protest because she's already across the room. I follow her to the circle. Everyone's eyes are on me as Richard begins the meeting. He asks if there's anything anyone wants to share. A moment of silence. Then a hand shoots straight into the air.
Kind of you to kick us off, Evelyn.
Evelyn cuts him off and says in a high-pitched, nervous voice,
Richard, who is she? Who are you?
The second question is directed at me. She turns back to Richard.
I don't like strangers. You know I don't like strangers, Richard. Are you sure we can trust her?
Back to me.
How do I know I can trust you?
Holding his hands up in a placating gesture, Richard says gently, I'm sorry, Evelyn. I should have explained. We have a new guest joining us today. Everyone, this is Joey. Joey passed the same test all of you did. She comes to us as a friend, but I don't think it's fair to make her talk until she's ready. Does that seem fair, Evelyn? Evelyn tilts her head, appearing to think this over, then turns to me.
Do you know who I am?
She asks, sharply. I do, I acknowledge.
How do you know that?
I've seen your movies.
I've never been in a movie,
she snaps. Okay, I say easily. My mistake. Evelyn nods once, apparently satisfied. Do you have anything else you would like to ask, Evelyn? Richard says.
No, I'm done.
Does anyone have anything they would like to share? To my surprise, the group moves on from that weird interlude with relative ease. Marie tells us her husband is recovering from a cold, and that even though having a cold is the most mundane thing in the world, she worried over him the entire time, unable to shake off her fear of losing him, even after all these years. She talks about her children, one of whom just lost her last baby tooth, and starts crying as she discusses her joy at every milestone that she never would have gotten to experience had she not been given this second chance. I find myself moved by her story, to the point that my eyes start to tear up, and I have to rein myself in. This is all I want from my second life. Knowing that Marie has achieved the kind of personal fulfillment she never had the first time around. I feel hopeful for my own future. Given how affected I am by Marie's words, I'm surprised to notice Kimiko not so subtly rolling her eyes. And is Stephen glaring at Kimiko? Odd. I learn personal details of these people's lives as they discuss things in a frank and open manner that has me continuously glancing up at the ceiling, waiting for someone to be wiped from existence. But that moment never comes. Kimiko's hand shoots up in my peripheral vision, and I watch as the room reacts. Richard looks comically surprised, while Stephen and Marie seem almost hostile. So weird. From the way Kimiko approached me and immediately talked my ear off, I would have thought she'd be a big sharer during these meetings. But I can tell by everyone's reactions, as well as the fact that she hasn't said a word since we all sat down, that this isn't the case. Richard clears his throat and asks, Kimiko, do you have something you would like to share with the group? Hard pass, she says. I just want to establish that you haven't actually asked Joey if she wants to talk. She turns to me. You can talk, you know. Richard's big on easing us in and making sure we're comfortable, but you can talk if you want to. Do you want to? I freeze, suddenly on the spot for the second time tonight. You can talk if you would like to, Joey, Richard confirms, but you don't have to. I take a moment to think about it. Do I want to talk? I came here for a reason, didn't I? And yet, something about this is so disconcerting. The way everyone talks and looks at each other is just a little off. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe something big. But I can't put my finger on what it might be. There's a tension in the air. A judgmental undertone to every action. I've never been to group therapy, but something tells me it's not supposed to be like this. But I did come here for a reason. Even if I never come back, I want to know that I did my best to help Helen. Easier said than done. Even though I've listened to every single one of them speak with unnerving frankness, I still have my caseworker's words in my ear, reminding me that the one and only rule of this whole deal is that I don't talk about it. It's like Fight Club. First rule, second rule, etc. So why are we all here talking about Fight Club? Something's gotta give. Do the people... I struggle with the wording. The people up there... The caseworkers? Richard fills in. Yes, the caseworkers. The caseworkers in the game? Kimiko snorts, then says, We all know you're talking about the game. You're fine. They're not going to smite you. We've been doing this for years. Right. How, though? How have we been talking openly about it? Richard clarifies. I nod. My caseworker, in the game, told me that talking openly about the opportunity I was given would result in me being kicked out of the game. Erased from the game completely. Did your caseworkers not give you the same warning? We all got the same warning, don't worry, Kimiko assures me. Then how are we here, talking like this? How have we not ceased to exist yet? Noah, who has been relatively quiet the entire meeting, leans forward, looks me straight in the eye and asks,
How are you so sure we haven't?
What? Ignore him. He fancies himself an amateur philosopher, says Kimiko. We don't advise group members to ignore each other, Kimiko. Richard chides in a tone that sounds rehearsed, like he's had to give her the same reminder more than once. Despite that, I ignore Kimiko's words, though I offer her a small smile, and turn to Noah. What do you mean? I'm sure we haven't ceased to exist because we're still here.
That's your perception of reality. But how are you sure that your perception is correct? And even if it is, are you sure that your reality is the only reality? We've all lived in two realities. Why should we think it ends there? If there are infinite realities, maybe there is one where you were erased the second you reached out to Richard. And now you're stuck here with us in a new reality.
This is giving me a headache, I mutter. I told you to ignore him, Kimiko says. So is it all bullshit? Can I shout it to the world? Tell all my friends, hey, I died and then undied? Ask me how? Well, Noah begins. No, you can't do that, Kimiko says flatly.
We don't know that,
Noah argues. Kimiko turns so that her entire body is facing me and says, No one in this group, or any of the groups as far as Richard is aware from talking to other group leaders, has ever directly told the truth to anybody who has not been given a second chance. We all found our way here by doing what you did. Vague posting online, or in some cases by hinting at it while drunk in a bar within hearing distance of someone who was in one of these groups. We talked around it. We shouted into the void for help, and the void brought us to each other. But none of us, not a single one, has ever told the truth to family or friends. Which seems odd, doesn't it? That out of the thousands of people attending these sorts of group sessions around the world, no one has heard about a friend of a friend who managed to successfully confess the truth to someone they love? In my opinion, it lends credence to the idea that our caseworkers weren't bullshitting us. We can't tell anybody the truth unless they've been through the same thing. Just because no one has tried, I start. But Stephen cuts me off. It's the first time I've heard him speak. We don't know that no one has tried, he says. We just know that if they did, they're not here to talk about it. I'm confused, and it must show because he clarifies. You'll cease to exist, right? That was the promise.
Well, there are a lot of people coming to these groups, and the odds are good that at least one or two of them would choose to risk it all and tell the truth to the people who mattered to them. But if they did, according to our caseworkers, they cease to exist. I don't want to speak for everyone, but sometimes these meetings feel empty, sparse, quieter than they should be. Like something is missing. Someone. A lot of someones. Like there were more of us once. It's hard to describe, but we all get that feeling. Kimiko finishes. Keep coming long enough and you will too. And it gets worse the longer you come. That nagging sensation like someone's not here who should be. Like the opposite of déjà vu. You've seen someone before, but now they're nowhere to be found. Not even in your memories. Trent and Marie nod, eyes haunted, like they know exactly what Kimiko and Stephen are talking about, but don't want to think about it too much. I certainly don't. Richard is the first to collect himself. But for now, here in the comfort of this space and with these people, you're free to be as open as you'd like. If there's anything you want to share or ask, please do,"
he says. So I do. Hesitantly, still not quite convinced it's safe, but also not wanting to cling to my reservations when I see no logical reason to. I tell these 7 strangers about myself, about my first life, about my time with my caseworker, and the past few weeks. I talk about Helen and how worried I am. I tell them that her addiction won't come until later, and that as far as I could tell, it was unexpected by her closest friends and family. Once I've given all the information, I ask if anyone has any advice or if they've dealt with this in their new lives, having to prevent a nebulous downfall rather than a crisis at a specific moment. My question hangs in the air for several heartbeats, each one thudding progressively louder in my head as I await the reactions. Finally, someone answers.
"Why do you think you need to save her?"
I turn to Trent and respond. Because she's my friend.
"I'm not saying she isn't. But why do you feel like you're the person who has to save her?"
I'm the only person who knows. Trent considers this. A small smile tugs at his lips, almost like he's amused by what I've said.
"You think that knowing her future makes that future your responsibility?"
Doesn't it? Kimiko says.
I agree with Trent,
in a surprised, almost scandalized tone.
Everyone is on their own path. This opportunity that you've been given is about correcting your path and finding joy and pleasure in your second life. If you spend all your time worrying about other people, it will interfere with your personal fulfillment.
That's not at all what I said, Trent says flatly, all humor wiped from his face.
Isn't it, though? Kimiko challenges.
The problem is, maybe Joey isn't a selfish person,
Marie chimes in.
Maybe she finds fulfillment in helping others. Not everyone can engage with your solipsistic worldview, Kimiko.
Kimiko is unfazed.
Oh, I wouldn't give me all the credit.
Trent said it first.
I didn't say that,
Trent exclaims. His voice is only slightly raised, but the effect is as good as yelling.
We're forgetting one key piece here,
Noah says. At his words, Trent and Kimiko both roll their eyes, and Trent says,
Here we go again,
in a way that does absolutely nothing to mask his derision. So it's not just Kimiko he can't stand. Noah continues as if Trent hasn't said anything.
This entire debate rests on the assumption that Helen is a pawn in this story instead of a player. But if she died in this tragic way, and she had regrets because of it, there's always the chance that she was given the same choice as all of us.
Wait a minute. Are you saying she might be living her second life too? I ask.
I have a theory.
Noah starts. Trent snorts.
You always have a theory.
Go ahead, Noah, Kimiko encourages.
Technically, it's 2 theories. And everyone here except Joey has heard them already.
He pivots toward me so I'm his sole focus and says,
The first theory is this. Everyone who got a second chance at life in our previous reality has been moved to this new reality with us. The only problem is, were that true, this world should be vastly different from the last one, since so many people are using the knowledge they gained from that first go-around to get ahead in this timeline. And sure, there are small differences in the world between our last lives and this one, but nothing large scale.
I open my mouth to ask what those small differences are, because I haven't noticed any. But then Trent speaks, and before I know it, the window for asking is passed.
Yeah, you said something once about the butterfly effect. How even one person reliving their life in the 1800s should completely change what things look like in the present.
Exactly. Noah smiles at Trent like a proud teacher. Trent doesn't smile back.
So think about it in the reverse. Let's say Bill Gates was living his second life during your first life. That's why he was able to get so filthy rich, right? But then, what's going on with Bill during your second life? Is he on his third? Or is he just a carbon copy of himself from his second life? My second theory is this. There are infinite realities. Infinite versions of us. Yes, my consciousness exists on this plane, but there are other versions of me out there. And when people get their second chances, some of them go here to this plane, but others go to another. There could be infinite versions of your friend who developed her addiction, and infinite versions who recovered. Infinite versions who might have needed and taken that second chance, and infinite versions who never became addicts to begin with. We have no way of knowing which version of her exists in this timeline. So you might as well proceed as you normally would. Be a good friend. Look out for warning signs. Do your best. But don't beat yourself up if things go haywire. Because in the grand, complex scheme of the multiverse, you have very little control.
He stops speaking, offers me a tight smile, then turns to glance at the rest of the group as if waiting for them to pick his words apart. I feel like that was your very smart intellectual way of saying that your team's solipsism too. So that makes 3. Kimiko says, leaning back in her chair and looking smug. Steven clears his throat and adds,
I don't know about solipsism, but what I will say is that I think the difference between the happiest way our lives could go and the saddest is a much finer line than we like to think. A couple decisions, a matter of seconds, tiny moments that add up to a completely different life. You might change your friend's future simply by nature of the ways in which you're going to act differently, for better or worse.
Do you want my advice?
Marie asks. I want everyone's advice, I say diplomatically.
You have to open yourself up to new experiences. If you keep focusing on your past life, you're only inviting disappointment. You're here for many reasons. One of which is to find the happiness that eluded you in your first life.
A pointed dig at Kimiko, like she just can't help herself.
When I first got here, all I could think about was keeping my husband safe. I had spared Hank from an untimely death, but I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. I imagined I was in that movie, Final Destination, and death was waiting to loop back around and get him. And then one day I remembered Ernest, the golden retriever who found me in the wake of losing Hank. Rescued me, really. I saw him running wild at a busy intersection. Brought him to a shelter. He didn't have a microchip, so I kept him. And he changed my life. But in this life, the day I found him had come and gone. I was too late. I stalked that intersection for weeks, feeling like I'd lost a part of myself I had forgotten I had. I'd been too overjoyed at having my husband back. I mourned Ernest and finally stopped visiting that intersection. I adopted another dog, Joyce. Then a month after adopting Joyce, I passed through that same intersection, just going about my day, not even thinking about Ernest. But there he was, sitting on the corner, staring straight at my car, as if he'd been waiting. Joyce and Ernest became best friends, and I was so incredibly lucky to have both of them in my life for over a decade. But it never could have happened if I hadn't surrendered myself to the whims of this second life. So that's my advice. Stop trying to orchestrate your life to fit the mold you have in mind, and things will fall into place.
Even though her words aren't actually helpful. They're pretty insensitive, actually, the more I think about it. It's like she's saying, you have to open yourself up to your friend dying again, and then, hey, maybe she won't. Second lives are funny that way. They do linger in my mind for the rest of the meeting. Right through the moment I leave after exchanging phone numbers with a couple of the other attendees. I think about what she said as I chase Kimiko out the door, hoping to get some sort of explanation about the hostility of the meeting. But I find myself in an empty parking lot. Kimiko, nowhere in sight. I continued to think about it for days. Not nonstop or anything, just percolating in the back of my mind. Processing. A few days later, it hits me. I've got to see a man about a cat. 16. I hurry into the West Los Angeles animal shelter, a woman on a mission. I don't know much about Ruthie's life before I adopted her in 2020, but the rescue I adopted her from had a few key details in her bio. They knew she was born sometime in 2012, this year, and that she was brought to the West Los Angeles animal shelter as a kitten after someone found her roaming the streets of Venice. She stayed at the shelter until it was nearly too late, when the no-kill rescue saved her from euthanasia in the nick of time. She never found a forever home. She was adopted once, kept for a year, then surrendered back to the rescue. She bounced around foster homes, growing increasingly antisocial. That part wasn't in her bio, just quietly admitted to me when I adopted her. Until she found me. But I can change her story. Maybe. I hope. I mean, okay, if I'm honest, chances are slim. It's October, so she might have already been brought to the rescue and adopted by her awful first owners. The ones who had the nerve to return her like she was nothing more than a poorly fitting article of clothing. I take a deep breath and remind myself that I don't know the full story. There are valid reasons for people to return a pet to an animal rescue, I'm sure. Even if they've had that pet for a whole year. Maybe the owners had a baby with severe allergies. Maybe Ruthie attacked their baby. Honestly, that sounds like a very Ruthie thing to do. I tried the rescue first. After scouring their website photos without glimpsing Ruthie, I called, described her, and asked if they'd had a cat like that come through in the past 10 months. The person I spoke to wasn't helpful, but after much hassling, she promised to look through their records. Unable to sit idly by while Ruthie could be locked in a cage somewhere, I left my dorm the moment I got off the phone and drove to the shelter. I want my cat back. I've never been to the West Los Angeles Animal Shelter before. I'm saddened to see where Ruthie spent the second chapter of her life, after her first chapter on the wild streets of Los Angeles. It's not that there's anything wrong with the shelter. There isn't. It's nice. It's clean. But the moment I step out of my car, I'm greeted by a cacophony of dozens of dogs barking and yapping at the top of their little doggy lungs. Deep barks, high-pitched yelps, a growl or two. Ruthie hates dogs. The one time Ruthie saw a dog in my apartment, when a coworker brought over her tiny little terrier mutt, Ruthie had hissed at him, run away, and subsequently spent the entire evening cowering under my bed, refusing to come out until hours after they'd left. I wonder if this is where that fear started. A young Latino man, probably somewhere in his 20s, sits behind the welcome desk and offers me a wide grin. "Welcome to the West Los Angeles Animal Shelter. I'm Diego. Are you here to adopt?" I nod once, firmly. Then I reconsider. I don't want him to get his hopes up and try to give me a cat who isn't Ruthie. Even though the moral of Marie's story last night was that I should be open to another cat. Maybe, I'd like to look at the cats, please. A few minutes later, Diego leads me through the cat portion of the shelter, which is separated from the dog section. I carefully walk past the cages, eyeing every cat, even the ones I know at a glance are most certainly not Ruthie. Many of them seem dejected, hunched over in the back corners of their cages, but some come and press against the front bars, begging for attention. Diego offers an endless string of commentary, telling me their names and any personality quirks he's noticed. He tells me about the social ones, and even has nice things to say about the most antisocial of them, seeming to genuinely believe that each of these cats will open up and become the perfect pet if they go to a kind, loving home. I don't know at what point I start crying, but Diego notices it before I do. Hey, it's okay. I know it's kind of overwhelming to see them all locked up in cages like this, but we get a lot of volunteers in to help socialize them. Play with the ones who want to play. We do our best here, really. Between feeling sorry for Ruthie and feeling sorry for all these cats I never would have thought about had I not been so determined to find Ruthie. I'm sobbing. I grow embarrassed, my cheeks heating as I realize I'm breaking down in front of this total stranger. It's a good cry. The kind where I let out all my pent-up emotions. The kind that would have left me feeling relieved afterward. If I weren't in a public space and if it felt like there would be an afterward. I keep crying and crying, and Diego stands next to me, quiet. Once the tears finally ebb, I spare Diego a glance. He stares straight ahead at one of the cats, a small orange tabby, his fingers scratching the tabby's neck through the bars, giving me the closest thing to privacy he can under the circumstances. I realize this is the first time I've cried in a while. Since the night I died, probably. And the way I cried really shows that. Even though my tears have stopped flowing, I feel like they're still right there, waiting to come to the surface at a moment's notice. I clear my throat and mutter an apology, unable to look him in the eye. How am I supposed to get through the rest of this interaction? I focus on the cats, trying to rush through seeing them. I start to doubt I'll have any luck. Maybe coming here wasn't a good idea. I get it, Diego says. That's why I work here. It's sad, all these animals without a home. And I'd adopt them all if I could. But I figure working here and trying to make their lives better, getting them to the right families, that's good enough for me. Have any of these furballs caught your interest? We reach the end of the row of cages, and Ruthie is nowhere to be found. My tears have mostly dried, so I take a deep breath and push forward with my real reason for coming here. Finally looking him in the eye and trying not to think too hard about what he must see. I'm an ugly crier, always have been. I'm struck by the thought that Diego is a really good guy, caring so much about these cats. And probably one of the few people I've met who seems to have found a job that he loves, one that's rewarding and where he makes an actual difference. I'm glad he was probably one of the first people Ruthie met. Or will be, depending on the timeline of things. Which brings me to... You haven't seen a tortoiseshell tabby cat come through here this year, have you? Long-haired? Looks brown in some lighting? Could easily be mistaken for a Maine Coon because of her coat, but doesn't have the grumpy-looking face or the tufted ears. Yellow eyes with a green ring around the pupil? You lost your cat? Diego asks, his voice full of sympathy. I nod, then remember that Ruthie would have come in here at no more than a few months old, not yet vaccinated or spayed or any of those fun things that cats have to go through before they can be adopted. So I lie. Not my cat. I took in a stray kitten, but she got out a few days later and now she's all I can think about. I know it's silly, but I really want to get her back. I can tell by the look on Diego's face that I've played this right. He doesn't even blink at my lie about knowing Ruthie for only a few days, just warmly asks, What was her name? Ruthie. Can you describe Ruthie to me again? I do. hope fluttering in my chest. But once I'm done, Diego shakes his head and says, I haven't seen a cat like that pass through here recently. How long ago did you lose her? Uh-oh. Okay, how to play this. It's been a while. I start, which elicits the surprised reaction I expect it to. I land on a lie that is both careful and a bit of a spiral. A few months, actually. I was living up in the valley at the time, so I checked all the rescues and shelters up there. I know the odds of her getting all the way down here are slim, but hey, you never know. Cats are impressive creatures. I should probably give up, but I just wanted to check, you know? I get it. Can't say I blame you. I have 3 cats at home, and if any one of them got out, I'd tear the city to pieces searching. Diego walks me out with a promise to keep an eye out for a cat matching my description. I'm almost through the door when I catch sight of a flyer. I turn back to Diego. You guys are hiring? 17. October passes with lightning speed. I get the receptionist job at the shelter, and despite my determination to live this life differently, it's easy to fall into the rhythm of school and homework and work. Different job, different classes, but the same cadence. The biggest difference is Alex. Physically and emotionally, things between us build at dissonant speeds. Physically, we take things slow. Glacially slow. We make out in his dorm room. He's one of the few lucky freshmen assigned a single. The clothes stay on. And if my hands so much as creep toward a place that can't be shown in a PG-13 movie, he pumps the brakes. Emotionally, things escalate at a speed I can hardly wrap my mind around. We spend all our free time together. We haven't put a label on it, still clinging to our initial commitment of staying casual. But a label hardly changes how something feels. It feels like Alex is a perfect boyfriend. He takes me on dates every weekend, even though we stopped referring to them as dates and now make plans by asking, "What do you think of doing X this weekend?" I wake up every morning to a good morning text. Whenever I message him, he always responds quickly, with perfect punctuation and in ways that keep the conversation flowing. He asks questions. He makes jokes. He uses emojis. At no point while talking to him do I ever feel like he'd rather be doing anything but talking to me. No matter how great he is, I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop. For him to get bored. Sure, he seems perfect right now. But I know the truth. Money will change him. Hell, it might not even be money. It might just be time. It's easy to act perfect when you're enamored with someone. It's a lot harder to keep that act up once you've settled down. I don't go to another second take meeting. I remember the tense hostility I couldn't make sense of, and think maybe I'm better off without the group. There was something unsettling about it, like meeting someone who reminds you of yourself in only the worst ways, or like looking in a mirror that reflects back all your flaws. Impossible to look away, even though you're desperate to escape. After I skip the second October meeting, Kimiko shoots me a text joking that I couldn't handle my new dysfunctional family, but she promises she's around if I ever need her, and I shouldn't hesitate to call. I do my best not to need her. As much as I'd hoped to find a new passion, I come to the conclusion that I am probably not meant to be a filmmaker, or an artist, or an actor, or an archaeologist. Certainly not a writer. I work my ass off in creative writing, reading everyone's stories multiple times so I can come up with thoughtful feedback for the discussion, so I can impress Ellie. And I don't think I do half bad. Ellie's an active participant in every discussion, and so am I. We don't talk to each other, but at least I know he notices me. When it comes to the actual writing, more weeks than not, I rely on the crutch of stealing my story plots from movies that have yet to come out. The Substance, Past Lives, Hereditary, Ex Machina. I don't feel too guilty about it, figuring that Professor Travers isn't even reading them. And it's kind of like that old thought experiment. If a tree falls in the forest, etc. That is, I don't feel guilty about it right up until the day I have to sit in class and receive notes as if I am the original creative genius behind The Shape of Water. I don't like that she fucks a fish, one girl says shortly into the discussion. Lydia, whose tastes run to very serious literature, based on her short story we workshopped. It's not about fucking a fish, Helen argues. I'm flattered she's defending my honor. Helen might be quiet by nature, but she becomes a different creature entirely when she's passionate about something in these discussions. We've grown close over the past weeks, hanging out after every class. I see Helen more often than I see Madison, even though I live with Madison. But Madison seems to always be busy at work or hanging out with Patrick, still just as friends. It's not always Madison's fault. Last night, she wanted me to go with her to a Halloween party, but Helen suggested a scary movie, so I stayed in with her and watched Halloween. She spent half the movie with her head hidden in my shoulder, despite the fact that she picked it. I've tried to take the advice of the second take group and not worry too much about the future. Instead, I focus on being the best friend I can be right now. I even introduced Helen to Alex. She grew quiet, like she always does around new people, but Alex managed to put her at ease within minutes, and we've gotten dinner together a few times. She literally has sex with a fish, Lydia snorts. I take notes. Literal sex with fish. Professor Travers's biggest rule for workshop is that the writer is not allowed to speak unless asked a direct question. No responding to critiques. You're just supposed to sit there and take it. And write it down, I guess. I'm grateful for that right now because I don't have much to say, and I woke up this morning with a nasty sore throat, so talking doesn't feel great to begin with. I would have skipped class if my story wasn't the one being workshopped. My story. He's a humanoid amphibian. I jerk my head up to meet Ellie's eyes as he speaks. Not a fish. And it's a metaphor for marginalization. For loving someone in spite of all the parts society deems ugly or unacceptable. It's about looking beneath the surface. He turns to Lydia, which you clearly didn't do while reading it. The discussion continues, but I barely hear it. My notes are an incoherent mess of half-thoughts and missing words. Ellie is always an active participant in these discussions, but it feels different when it's my story we're talking about. Even if it's not my story, it's The Shape of Water. I walk down the hall with Helen after class. As I'm telling her that I think I'm getting sick and need to go pass out in my room instead of doing our usual hang, I hear my name called. I'll see you later. Feel better? She says, her eyes wide, then scurries off. I turn around and wait as Ellie approaches, my heart sinking down to my stomach. Hey, Joey. I just wanted to tell you again that I really loved your story. He seems to genuinely mean it. So I smile and thank him and throw more weight into ignoring the guilt I've spent the past hour and a half avoiding. No, really, it was so vivid. I felt like I could see it all, like a movie in my mind. And just everything you did with the characters, it was really brilliant. If you ever want eyes on your writing or notes or anything, I'd love to read anything you write. My mind is racing as I struggle to form a response. Yeah, that would be great. I'll send you something. Awesome, he says, face stretching into a grin I know so well. I can't wait to read it. And then maybe we could get coffee. Talk about writing? I'd love to pick your brain about how you come up with your ideas. I tell him it's a plan. We say bye. I should be elated. This is my shot. But instead, I feel awful. It's been odd, seeing Ellie all semester. He's still the Ellie I love, smart and passionate. He just treats me like a stranger. This is the moment I've been hoping for. Our first moment of true connection since the party. And it's based on nothing but a sham. I think you should go to the health center. I moan through the pain. My throat is on fire. I feel a cold hand on my forehead, force my eyes open, and find Madison standing over me. It's only a cold, I say. Try to say. My throat isn't exactly cooperating. You should get away from me. Don't want to get you sick. I feel a pang as I say that. I miss Madison. It seems like we're always missing each other. I'm caught up with Alex. She's caught up with Patrick. But I remind myself that's a good thing. By this point in our first life, she'd already suffered her first Jake-induced heartbreak. This is better. I know it's better. But sometimes when we do hang out, she seems distant. Once upon a time, I would have taken this personally. But one of the great things that comes with age is the realization that most people's attitudes aren't about you. A friend being snippy is usually due to something going on in their life. Not because they secretly hate you or are upset with you. So I remind myself that her attitude probably isn't personal, and I move on. She leaves for class, and I stay awake just long enough to email my professors that I'll have to sit this one out. In the past, I might have popped some meds and headed to class anyway. But not now. I'm doing my civic duty by staying in my room. I check my phone and see I have a text from an unsaved number. I open it and am filled with mixed emotions when I realize why it's unsaved. It's Ellie. He says he wants to make sure I have his number, that he can't wait to read more of my writing. He even includes his email address so I know where to send it. Asks if next weekend is good for coffee. I glare at his wording. He wants to make sure I have his number? Ellie, I wonder why I don't have your number. Instead of doing something I'll regret, like responding when I'm angry, I go back to sleep. I reawaken to 3 texts, all from Alex, sent in the middle of intro to film. Alex, you playing hooky? Then, Alex, you should have warned me. I wouldn't have bothered showing up. And last, Alex, I never noticed how boring this class is without you. Do I actually want to major in film? Or is the fact that this is our only class together making me biased? I roll my eyes, unable to contain my smile at his words, then let out a hacking cough. Ugh. I'm covered in a clammy sheen of sweat, and my entire body aches. Is this the flu? It's only now I realize I forgot to get my vaccine. Oops. Me. I'm sick. Sorry, I don't think I'll be able to hang out this weekend like we planned. Alex. Sick how? Do you need anything? Me. I don't know, a cold. Maybe the flu. I'm fine, just need rest. Alex doesn't respond. Which is weird, considering how prompt he usually is about replying to texts. I try to sleep, but I feel like death, so I mostly just lie there for the next hour feeling sorry for myself. There's a knock on my door. Groaning, I force myself up. I open the door and I'm surprised, but also kind of not, by the person in the doorway. What are you doing here? I brought you some stuff, Alex says, holding up what looks like a takeout bag of food and a reusable grocery bag. My heart melts at this simple, thoughtful gesture. I step aside to let him in, making sure to give him a wide berth, and immediately return to my bed, unable to ignore my body aches. Don't get too close. I can't have your illness on my conscience. Are you hungry? I got you the best menudo en pozole in Los Angeles, because I wasn't sure what you prefer. And then I thought, what if she doesn't like either?
So I stopped by the store and grabbed a can of Campbell's chicken soup.
He unloads item after item onto my desk as he speaks. Of course, I like menudo and pozole. Who do you think I am? I realize I'm starving, but my throat hurts so bad I can't imagine forcing food down it.
Other than soup, we have the usual. Gatorade. I got yellow, blue, and red. Cough drops, painkillers, decongestant. I also got crackers because that feels like sick food. But then I realized it might look like I think menudo and pozole should be eaten with crackers, so I also got tortillas and bolillo. Oh, and of course.
He pulls out a jar that is all too familiar to me, and I blanch. No, get that away from me. Everything else is really sweet and appreciated, but that's where I draw the line. Return it or keep it, I don't want it. Alex stares down at the jar of Vicks in his hand and frowns.
It'll make you feel better.
No, it'll make me feel hotter than I already do while also making me sticky and smelly. His frown deepens. He sits at the foot of my bed.
Joey, this is the magical elixir of our ancestors.
Vicks was invented in North Carolina. I inform him flatly. Belatedly, I register how close he is and protest. You're gonna get sick.
I have a really great immune system,
he assures me.
Do you want soup or should I refrigerate them? They're still hot.
I don't have the energy to push the issue. If he wants to get sick, let him get sick. Menudo sounds good, I say, staring longingly at the bag on my desk. It's so far away. Alex gets up. I watch helplessly as he prepares everything, asking if I'd like him to add the onions and cilantro. Duh. And squeeze the lime in. Also, duh. He gives me the Gatorade of my choice, blue, and heats the tortillas up in the microwave. And soon, he's watching me slurp down a big bowl of cow tripe. I could almost cry at how sweet this was. I could almost cry for a lot of reasons. I really do feel like shit. If you're hungry, you should eat the pozole, I offer. He shakes his head.
Those are both for you. I'll wait for the pozole to cool down a bit and put it in your mini fridge.
Then, as if the question has been bursting to come out, he asks,
if you're Mexican, how do you not know about the power of Vicks?
It's because I'm Mexican that I hate that shit. I got sick a lot as a kid, and my mother would always put it all over me until I was like a greased-up, mentally pig. My neck, my back, my chest, my feet. Ugh. I say, shivering at the memory of being slathered in Vicks as a child.
Having it on your feet is the best. I'd be happy to apply it for you later.
Stay away from my feet, perv.
I also got you a couple of those Vapo inhalers. The lip balm-looking things that you put up to your nose, and this shower tablet thing so you can experience the magic without feeling like a greased-up, mentally pig, as you so poetically put it.
Don't act like it's not an apt description.
Vicks is God's gift to sick people.
I appreciate everything you've done, truly, and I will use all the Vicks products that don't involve rubbing shit on my body. I promise. How much was this? I can Venmo you. I freeze. It's 2012. Is Venmo even out yet? Is it popular? I rack my brain trying to remember. He doesn't seem fazed by the reference, so my tension eases.
You don't owe me anything. It'd be kind of an asshole move to come over unannounced with stuff to make you feel better and then charge you. Don't you think?
I shrug, thank him, and continue eating. We sit in silence for a few more minutes, and then I tell him mournfully, I don't think I can eat anymore. He hops out of my bed, puts the food away, and brings all the medicines and Vicks products over so they're easily accessible. Then he stands there for a moment, making it clear that he doesn't want to leave, but also doesn't know what to do next.
You want to watch a movie?
He asks, his voice soft. I'm going to get you sick.
So I'll get sick,
he says with a shrug. He can see that I'm about to relent. So he sits down on my bed, next to me, puts a hand on my ankle and rubs slow, hypnotizing, dangerous circles into my skin.
I'll get sick, and by then you'll feel better. You'll feel obligated to take care of me and bow to my every whim. There might even be a nurse's costume involved.
There will not be a nurse's costume involved. He grabs my laptop and says we can watch anything I want. My choice. I pick the ultimate sick day movie, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. But we barely pay attention, talking the whole way through. I complain about how my entire body aches. He massages my joints while explaining that they ache because my immune system is sending white blood cells to fight whatever virus I've contracted, as well as histamine to dilate my blood vessels and allow more white blood cells to pass through them. Once I might have been annoyed with him for explaining this. I would have called him a pretentious ass. Not now, though. Maybe I'm too tired to be annoyed. Or maybe I've just grown to like how he seems to know everything. Not long into the movie, I begin to doze off. As I fall asleep to the rhythmic feeling of him rubbing circles on my back, I realize that whatever is going on between us, he's no longer just a distraction. I'm not sure he ever was. 18. Things come to a head the Sunday before Thanksgiving. Campus has started to empty out, but we technically have classes Monday and Tuesday, so some students linger. I'm surprised to find Madison on her way out as I'm coming back from work. It feels like whenever she's not working, she's hanging out with Patrick, which I love for her, but I miss my best friend. I've missed her for years. Not that I can express that to her. I know this is partially my fault. I spend a lot of time with Alex and Helen, and that takes a toll on my friendship with Madison. I've suggested we all get dinner together a few times, but Madison seems to always be busy. I keep getting this irrational feeling she's avoiding me. Hey, I greet her now. Want to grab dinner? I'm supposed to hang out with Alex, but I know he'll understand if I postpone. Madison freezes, and for a moment I get the uncanny sense that she's about to lie to me. But then she sighs, looks down and mumbles something. What was that? I have a date. She repeats a little louder. After I register her words, she has a date and I didn't know. My mind whirls back to Ellie's party, when Kat asked how Madison was doing, and I couldn't answer her. It was easy to tell myself that friends grow apart when they're separated by half a country. But here we are, sharing a bedroom, and I feel as distant from Madison as ever. This is supposed to be my chance to make sure we never grow apart in the first place. Holy shit, Mads, that's awesome. With who? I say, trying to mask the conflicted feelings rushing through me. She averts her eyes as if she's not sure what to say. I prompt, It's Patrick, isn't it? You're finally admitting you're into each other. Another pause. Then she looks up, locks eyes with me, and nods. Yeah, it's Patrick. It's exciting to think that my plan to help Madison avoid heartache is working. But I'm also kind of surprised. Madison hangs out with Patrick constantly, but anytime I hint that something more might be happening between them, she seems annoyed. So I always back off. That's amazing. Tell me everything. When did he ask you out? What made you change your mind? I told you you'd love him. Yeah, I certainly didn't expect this, you know? But yes, I will tell you everything. Later, though, okay? I'm running late. In the blink of an eye, she's rushing out the door, leaving me to change out of my work clothes and into something more comfortable to go hang out with Alex. I'm halfway to his dorm when I feel my phone vibrate in my back pocket. Helen, have you read this week's stories for class? I frown, confused why she'd text me about this. Me. I thought class was canceled this week. I was planning on reading over the break. The thought of having to read and come up with notes dampens my mood. Before I can get too upset, Helen's response comes through, and then another. She's one of those people who send several texts in quick succession instead of one long text. Helen. No, you're right. It's canceled. Just... Helen. Ellie's story got sent out this week. A brief flash of dread at Ellie's name. I never sent him my writing. It felt wrong stealing from someone else for the express purpose of impressing Ellie. And when I sat down and tried to write something of my own, nothing came. Well, actually, a lot of things came. They were just all shit. I think of the text I've neglected to respond to for over 2 weeks. I know I'm blowing my chance, but it feels kind of good. Leaving him hanging. Having him be the one to wait for once. Helen. And I think it might be about you. Helen. I mean, not about you. I don't think you're like that. Inspired by you? Question mark, question mark? Helen. IDK. I might be making it up. Exclamation point, exclamation point. Helen. Don't be offended if I'm wrong. Concerned face. Without responding, I pull my emails up on my phone and go to the assignment sent by Professor Travers 2 hours ago. I download Ellie's story and sit on a bench to read it. I know immediately that Helen isn't making anything up. The story is told in close third person, through the perspective of an 18-year-old boy named Valerie. In the first scene, Valerie meets a girl named Garrett at a party. They joke about each other's names. They flirt. She leads him to a bedroom. It's exactly the same as the night Ellie and I met. Only, it isn't. What starts off romantic quickly grows distinctly unromantic. Through Valerie's eyes, I see Garrett, myself, in a light that has to be at least a little fictional. She's too enthusiastic, too eager. It's a little much, cringeworthy even. But Valerie eats it up. It's the first time he's gotten attention like this from a girl, and he's not sure what to do with himself, so he goes along with it. That's how his perspective of the night is presented. Him following my lead up until the moment I take him to a bedroom. Valerie knew they should slow down. He should pump the brakes. He wanted to get to know her better. He wanted to tell her that he'd never gone this far before. And he'd always imagined his first time happening with a girlfriend. He could even see her becoming a girlfriend, though he'd known her less than an hour. He opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated. He had never had any large amount of confidence to speak of, and the thought flitted through his brain. What if he never got a chance like this again? Illogical, irrational, he knew it. That didn't stop the thought from blaring over and over like a siren. Was he supposed to be turned on right now? She clearly was. He had the inappropriate urge to laugh. Could she not tell he was having a crisis? Who could possibly think of sex at a time like this? Eventually, he worked up the courage to tell her that he'd never done this before. That maybe they should pause and get to know each other. He resolved to ask her out on a date. She cut him off after barely 2 words, misreading his intentions and assuring him that she'd never done this either. She seemed as nervous as he was, and he felt oddly comforted by that. Maybe he should just go ahead. Get it over with. That's what college is supposed to be about, right? Experimentation? Well, he could start right now. Get this interaction that he knew was going to be awkward out of the way, so he wouldn't have to have it later. I stop reading for a moment. My face heats up. With embarrassment or anger, disbelief or shame, take your pick. All of the above. I'd felt so great that night. Sexy and in control. From everything I could tell, Ellie had enjoyed himself. I distinctly remember him saying, "It's better than okay." I finally pinpoint the emotion I'm feeling. Guilt. Did I imagine his consent? Consent that had, in the moment, seemed pretty enthusiastic. How could I have misread the situation so badly? But no. He cops to that in the story. He discusses the disconnect between the words coming out of his mouth and the thoughts rushing through his head. He wants what's happening. He just wishes it were happening a little differently. Wishes he could shut off his brain and go with it. But he can't. That's what the story is about, I realize. Disconnect. The disconnect between his words and actions on one side, and his anxiety-laced inner monologue on the other. The disconnect between what he wanted and what he thought he should want. The disconnect between Valerie and Garrett. Between Ellie and me, as they were engaging in an act that should be, at its core, about connection. As I continue reading, I flush even more, for a different reason. Ellie spares no details. It's not erotica, per se. It's too awkward and embarrassing and messy for erotica. But it's erotic. Erotic in the worst possible way. Erotic in the way that seeing two people you know but in whom you have no sexual interest heavily making out in public might be. As in, it might check those boxes, but you'd still do your damnedest to extricate yourself from the situation at the earliest possible moment. In the story, Valerie is caught up in his own thoughts, constantly worrying. Is he going to come too soon? Is he going to be able to come at all? Should he flip them over so he's on top? Oh God, he did it, and now he has no clue what to do. Is his rhythm okay? Is he hurting her? Shit, it really seems like he's hurting her. Should they have done more foreplay? Any foreplay at all? In the end, he comes too soon. And as good as it feels, he can barely enjoy it. Most of his pleasure stems from relief at the whole thing being over. As he pulls out, he has the urge to apologize, but she seems so happy, so satisfied that it stops his words. Had she come after all? I feel like I'm going to be sick. If I'd eaten in the past couple hours, I'm sure I would be sick. It's one thing to learn that someone regrets sleeping with you. That I could have handled. Finding out he hadn't enjoyed himself as a vague, nebulous concept would have sucked, but I'd survive. If it hadn't been for the fact that I'd spent years building him up in my mind, I wouldn't have enjoyed it either. In the strictest definition of the word, I hadn't enjoyed it. I had just wanted to enjoy it. But this? Having to read about his lack of enjoyment in explicit, excruciating detail. It's awful. And it gets worse. After detailing our awkward post-sex conversation, which to me had seemed sweet and intimate, Ellie writes about how I passed out. His internal debate, should he leave? Is he an asshole if he leaves? His guilt at the thought of me waking up alone the morning after losing my virginity. Ever the sweet, romantic hero even as he's eviscerating this character insert of me. He discusses the morning after, how we parted ways with a kiss, and spends what are definitely too many words on my morning breath. In the story, I come across as almost desperate, asking for assurance that he'll text me. He swiftly decides not to text me. Then it morphs into almost a horror story. A week later, Garrett shows up in Valerie's class, a studio art course, not creative writing, because the surface level changes include making Valerie an artist, not a writer, and Garrett pre-med, not pre-law. Afterward, she accosts him in the hallway and assures him that she didn't know he was in the class. He's disturbed by the sentiment because that thought hadn't even crossed his mind until she mentioned it. Now Valerie begins to wonder, is she stalking him? He isn't sure what to believe, and he's forced to confront the reality of his ego. Because if she is stalking him, He's at least a little bit flattered by it. She always stared at him in class, though Valerie was self-aware enough to know that the only reason he knew she was looking at him was because he was looking back. And the story ends. It fucking ends on that sentence. I can't think. I mean, I can think, but every thought is coated in a thick layer of molten hot anger. Before I know it, I'm standing in front of a dorm, and it's not Alex's. I haven't been here in over a decade. Did Ellie and Patrick live in room 345 or 543? I know it was something sequential, easy to remember. And yet I seem to have forgotten. I slip into the building as 2 students exit, get in the elevator, and go with my gut, hitting the 3rd floor button. When the doors open, muscle memory takes over, and I find myself at Ellie's door. Am I really doing this? Ellie thinks I'm pathetic and obsessed with him. Showing up at his dorm, unannounced, plays directly into those perceptions. But if I don't tell him how I feel right now, I probably never will. I'll have to sit in class, mortified, unable to say anything about it without making it obvious to everyone that the story is about me. If it isn't already obvious. I pound on the door. The next few seconds are excruciating. As I stand there listening to the ambient college dorm sounds, students laughing, TVs playing, the faint hum of music, I have that sinking, panicky feeling I always got at work after I sent an email I had proofread only twice, wishing I could go back just 2 seconds and unsend it, clicking over to my outbox to reread it more carefully despite the fact that if I found something, it was far too late to fix it. It's too late to go back now. Time stretches on, and I have a fleeting sense of hope. Maybe Ellie isn't home. Maybe I get to have my brave stick-it-to-him moment without having to actually, stick it to him. I hear shuffling inside, the murmur of voices. The urge to flee overwhelms me, but before I can act on it, the door swings open. Ellie frowns, adopting what I'm sure is supposed to be a casual stance. He glances back inside, then steps out into the hall and closes the door behind him.
Joey,
he says, surprised. He stumbles on my name as if he's nearly forgotten it. As if he's been thinking of me as fucking Garrett.
what are you doing here?
He asks after a long pause. I shove my phone in his face and demand, "What the hell is this?" He squints at the screen.
Is that my short story?
What the hell is this shit?
You came to my room because you didn't like my story? I'm kinda busy.
He tries to brush me off, but I don't let him. This is me. This is us. You wrote about me and then you sent it to our class?
Look, I'm sorry, Joey.
Once again, he stumbles on my name. I want to laugh. I want to cry. I want to scream.
But that's just a story. It's fiction. I don't know why you think.
Holy shit. He's really going to play dumb here. He's gaslighting me. A strong word, but that's what it is. I feel sick all over again. Because the Ellie I knew, the Ellie I left behind the night I died, would never have done that. Would he? Oh, bullshit. Garrett is me. You even gave her a fucking boy's name. The things she says, the way she looks, we're identical.
She has brown skin and brown hair. You hardly have a monopoly on those features.
Specifically, she's described as having caramel skin and chocolate hair. By far the worst writing in his entire story. She uses my words. You stole my words and put them in your fucking homework assignment.
I may have borrowed some stuff.
He finally concedes.
That's not stealing.
You can't just take real life, change the names, and call it fiction. I exclaim, ignoring the hypocrisy of my own plagiarism. I don't fucking care right now.
I don't know what you want me to say,
Ellie tells me, his voice hushed. I want you to apologize. for taking an intimate shared experience and turning it into fodder for our classmates' analysis.
I'm sorry,
Ellie mutters, not sounding sorry at all.
but no one will know it's you.
Helen knew it was me. Unless they find out we slept together, I say. In which case, it might be obvious by the fact that she has a fucking boy's name.
That's fine because no one's going to find out.
Is this your way of silencing me? You want to make sure no one finds out we slept together? So you write it into a little story so I'm too ashamed to admit it? Because if I do, people will realize exactly what you thought of the experience? His eyes widen, and he stares at me with alarm, wariness, a cautious distance in his eyes. Like I'm a stranger. It hurts. Because those eyes once looked at me the way a guy looks at his best friend. And the irony of the whole fucking thing is that I thought it was painful to be looked at as only a friend by the person I was in love with. Now, I know how much worse it can get. This is not my Ellie, I realize. This boy is a stranger to me.
I'm not trying to silence you.
Ellie sighs.
I didn't know she'd send this to the class.
Well, she did.
And I'm sorry for that. But I already told you, my story isn't about us. The characters might be inspired by real life, but it's completely different.
Let's see. 2 people meet at a party. Check. They bond over their names. Check. They sleep together, and it's awful. Check. The girl switches into one of the boys' classes, which, newsflash, is a pretty fucking identifiable detail. Our classmates wouldn't have to know we slept together to put 2 and 2 together. The only thing that differs from reality is that your story assumes I switched classes because of you. Because you think you're a fucking main character, but the reality is that you're nothing more than a little boy who hasn't read enough cautionary tales to know that stories like this? I shake my cell phone. Get writers sued all the fucking time. It's called libel and defamation and an invasion of fucking privacy. I'm on a roll, no intention of stopping, when Ellie interrupts me.
You're threatening to sue me?
I roll my eyes, tempted to let Ellie stew in fear. But he looks like he might cry. And now I remember that he's so young, a detail that has never been more apparent. I'm not going to sue you. I just want... But I never do get to tell him what I want, because the door behind him swings open and a familiar voice asks, "Is everything okay out here? You're starting to get loud, Joey?" Madison? I glance from her to him and back, frowning. I thought you were on a date. Where's Patrick? And then, from the guilty look on her face, I want to throw up. Your dates with Ellie? As I begin to spiral, Madison remains calm.
I meant to find a good time to tell you.
Madison and Ellie? How long has this been going on? I ask them both.
It's new,
Madison says.
About a month?
Ellie says at the same time. They share a loaded look, both of them seeming to take issue with the other's answer. But I don't care. I don't care about the details. All I care about is that my best friend is dating the guy I was in love with for nearly half my life. Was. As in, not anymore. I'm not, I realize. Haven't been for a while. Was I ever? And still. How dare you? I cry, betrayed. Do I think Madison will back down or cower or even apologize? If so, I'm sorely mistaken.
How dare I?
She says.
Excuse you, how dare you? I don't owe you anything.
We're supposed to be best friends, I remind her.
You're not my best friend, you're my roommate. I barely know you.
The shock coursing through my body is so heavy. I feel it like a physical presence. I feel like I'm underwater, drowning in it. And that tone. She's never used such a cold, distant tone with me. What are you talking about? Madison, of course we're friends. For months you've been blowing me off to hang out with that Alex guy or that girl from your class, Heather.
Helen, I correct quietly.
And now you come running over here crying like some aggrieved party? You don't get to obsess over two guys and act like you're a victim when I develop feelings for one of them. I didn't betray you. Get over yourself.
Madison and I aren't friends. How could I have missed this? You're supposed to be with Patrick. I whisper, not really intending to be heard, just trying to figure out where the hell I went so wrong.
What is with your obsession with Patrick? You've never talked to him.
I ignore her and turn to Ellie.
You didn't put this in your story, I say. I turn back to Madison. Do you know about that? Do you know what he wrote? Did you two read it together and have a laugh?
Of course not,
Ellie begins, but Madison cuts him off.
What are you talking about?
I laugh. I sound hysterical even to my own ears. Ellie looks like he's going to be sick. Your new boyfriend's an asshole. But I hope he sees you as more than just a character in one of his self-indulgent stories. I don't wait for a response before I turn and walk away. I manage to make it out of the building before breaking down in tears. 19. After I text Alex that I don't think I'm going to be able to make it over and assure him that I'm fine, I dial the number I told myself I would never need to dial. 45 minutes later, I pull up to a large Mediterranean-style home in Larchmont, just a block away from the main street of shops and restaurants. The door swings open, and I'm greeted by Kimiko, dressed to the nines in a pale pink maxi dress that matches her newly colored hair. She doesn't immediately invite me inside, just stares, frowning with concern.
I know,
she says as if responding to something I said, even though I haven't spoken.
It's hard, isn't it?
Something about the way she says that and the expression on her face weirdly reminds me of my mother. And for the first time, I really feel that I'm speaking with a 42-year-old woman, not a 20-year-old. During my limited interactions with her the night we met, she came across as so blasé and over-the-top that it was easy to forget. I have to take a deep breath to keep from bursting into tears again. As I do, she steps back inside and gestures for me to follow. Your house is nice, I say. And I mean it. Brown tiled floors meet white walls that stretch up to a wood-beamed ceiling. I follow her down a hallway lined with landscape paintings. Oh, yay, small talk, she says sardonically, then glances back at me with a knowing smirk. Yeah, it's not bad. 8 years of what is essentially insider trading goes a long way. 8 years? But you were a kid back then. I have an older cousin. He's a real... how should I put it? A fuck-up? Or he was. Harmless fuck-up. Aimless. Didn't have goals. Every parent's nightmare. But he's a good guy. I convinced him I was psychic and used the 2004 Super Bowl to prove it. I mean, how else would a 12-year-old predict that wardrobe malfunction? He was 18 and we struck a deal. He invested in what I told him, Amazon, Facebook, Netflix, Google. And when I was 18, he transferred half to me. I sold some, kept most. Neither of us will ever have to work. As she speaks, we pass through a formal living room, continue to the back of the house, and stop in what appears to be a second, cozier living room. Have a seat. Red or white? Red is. I start, but I trail off as my attention is caught by the walls, every square inch of which is covered in art. Art that is a far cry from the landscapes in the hallway. Gruesome art. Gruesome specific art. My eyes land on an easel sitting in the corner that holds a canvas, depicting the half-painted, bloody body of a chopped-up ballerina. Kimiko walks over, a bottle and 2 wine glasses in hand, and sees me staring. That one's not done. She sets the bottle and glasses down, walks over to the easel, grabs the tarp next to it, and covers the canvas. But that's just one of many. Everywhere I look, I see the same 2 things: ballerinas and blood. You painted these? I ask. She shrugs, not quite looking at me, sits down and pours the wine. The sight of the red liquid splashing into the glass immediately takes me back to Ellie's party, the last time I drank red wine. The memory freezes me in place. It takes me a moment to register that she's speaking. I realize how it looks. You come visit a strange woman you met just once and find weird, violent imagery all over her walls. If you want to run, I won't blame you. I don't want to run, I assure her. Are you sure? Positive, I say, but I can't help myself. Did a ballerina ruin your life or something? If you could say that. She laughs. I was a ballerina. A lifetime ago. I wait for her to say more. She doesn't. And now you're a painter? I prod. Aren't we here to talk about you? It can wait, I say. I'm desperate for it to wait. I want to cling to any distraction life will give me. And Kimiko's art is a fantastically bizarre distraction. Okay, but it's not a happy story. I nearly laugh. No one looking at these walls could think they were inspired by something happy. I was a ballerina. Until I wasn't. And then I felt like I was nothing. In the wake of my injury, a therapist suggested I try painting. I took to it naturally. Signed up for classes after a while. I painted happy stuff then. Landscapes, some still lifes. Always bright, peaceful images. Serene. My husband said I had the ability to capture joy in a way that brought him to tears. Since I couldn't be a ballerina, I figured I'd try being a mom. Shortly into our marriage, after suffering my 3rd miscarriage, I painted it. He didn't like that. Something in the way she says that makes me freeze. My blood chilled from just a few simple words. When I began my 2nd life, I had a hard time readjusting. The caseworkers, they warn you not to start earlier than 5 years old. And I didn't. I was 10. She shakes her head, seemingly baffled. Being back in my child brain was weird. I used to think I was in control of myself, of my actions, if not my emotions or thoughts. But then I was a grown woman in a child's body, having childlike tantrums even though I knew better. It was disconcerting. Scary. And I didn't have anyone to talk to. For years, I thought I was the only one. I felt so alone. Painting helped. I know it's kind of disturbing, but I like it. After a lifetime of creating beautiful things, only beautiful things, of being expected to be a beautiful thing and nothing more, I find it liberating to create something ugly. Though I'm not quite brave enough to transform myself into an ugly thing. She stops talking, and the silence stretches on. It's my turn, but I don't know what to say. Do the other people from the group know about your paintings? I ask carefully. Yeah, right, she scoffs. They'd have a field day. I'm sure they would see these paintings as confirmation of everything they already suspect. I want to know what they suspect, but I'm scared to ask. She eyes my glass. You haven't touched your wine? Too reminiscent of all the blood on the walls? I'm sorry, I almost can't get the words out. I drank red wine the night I died. I seem to have lost the taste for it. Her eyes widen and she stands.
Oh, you don't have to.
She takes my glass and tosses the wine back like it's a shot.
You want to know why everyone hates me, right? I'm gonna need a couple more drinks for that. How about whiskey?
She leaves and a minute later returns with 2 glasses of whiskey and a far-off look in her eyes.
I had 2 kids,
Raina and Milo.
They were 6 and 8. Whenever I hear people tell their stories about being up in that bizarre office, it always sounds like this rushed, manic frenzy. Over before you know it. Not me. I stayed for what felt like days, sitting across from my caseworker in silence. I didn't know what to say. What kind of mother would wish for her kids never to have been born? What kind of mother, if given the chance, would go back in time and make that wish a reality? But I knew. I knew that there was no way for me to go back to that life and not feel miserable. Don't get me wrong. I loved my children. Just not in the ways that I think other moms love their children. Not the way I was supposed to. That I wanted to. Once I'd gathered my thoughts, I asked a single question. What would happen to my kids if I went back to a time before they were born? He told me that if I did that, there would be near 0 odds of me having the same kids again. But that wasn't what I was asking. I wanted to know what would happen to my kids. The kids I left behind. The kids whose mom just died. He said, regardless of what you choose, the children you left behind will continue to live their lives without a mother. Somehow that made it easy. I went back and I made the choice never to be a mother again. Richard probably has the best poker face in the group, but when I first told my story, I swear he's the one who judged me the most. He's the only one who had kids the first time around. He specifically went back to the day after his youngest was born, even though his problems started way before then, because he couldn't imagine life without them. Stephen and Marie have kids, and Trent and his partner are trying to adopt. They can't imagine making the kind of decision I did. They know there's something broken in me. So that's it. That's what you were picking up on.
She shrugs and takes a sip of whiskey, and I'm left wondering what to do with all that. Because, yeah, it's a lot. I can't imagine what it took for her to make that choice. And for the first time, I'm glad that my previous life was so sparse. That coming back was an easy decision. I don't think that makes you broken, I say. Kimiko lets out a bitter laugh.
Just wait till you have kids. You'll get it then.
I open my mouth to protest, but I know that empty platitudes won't do either of us any good. I'd like to say I would never judge her regardless of the path my own relationship to motherhood takes. But I can't promise that, can I? I can't even imagine. Kimiko waves away my worries.
That's a problem for our future selves. You came here to discuss your problems, I think. I couldn't actually make out any words through all your blubbering on the phone.
I was not blubbering.
It's okay, we all do it,
she says with grave seriousness, as if she's offering sage insight. I can't help but laugh at that, and then she cracks a smile and the tension is broken.
So,
crying, she says as a segue once our laughter dissolves.
I can only assume this is about a boy, or a girl, or they.
Either the singular or the plural, I don't judge. I realize I didn't talk about Alex or Ellie at the Second Take Anonymous meeting, and have to take a deep breath to prepare myself for the info dump I'm about to throw at her. I do my best to start at the beginning. The beginning being another lifetime ago. I don't make it far before Kimiko cuts me off.
Wait a second. Are you talking about Alex Aquino?
I sigh. I should have seen this coming. One and the same. We weren't close back then. I continue, but I'm cut off again when I get to the night of Ellie's wedding.
You fucked Alex Aquino?
Stop saying his name like that.
I can't believe you let me drone on about my sob story when you're having tabloid-worthy drama with a veritable celebrity,
she says, so blasé about her trauma. It's not anything worthy because he's literally an 18-year-old freshman right now, and I think he might have decided he wants to be a movie director instead of a billionaire.
Alex Aquino wants to make movies? She asks, face contorted with disgust. Good Lord, what have you done to him?
I didn't know him at 18 the first time around. He might have always wanted to make movies until something changed. She lets out a contemplative, then pulls out her phone and makes a note. What are you doing? I lean over to see her screen. She turns it ever so slightly away.
Reminding myself to change my investment plan. His company is one of the ones I wanted to get in on the ground floor of. If you're changing the course of his life, there are too many variables even if he does start the company.
So things like that can change.
Oh, yeah. You know Tinder?
Tinder. I repeat, confused.
Yeah, Tinder.
She perks up.
Wait, did they not have Tinder in the reality you came from? I have to tell Noah. He's been trying to find proof for this theory he has that not all of us Second Lifers came from the same original reality, but nothing is stuck.
No, of course I remember Tinder, but what does Tinder have to do with Alex?
Oh.
She sighs. Damn, I thought we were onto something. You were saying? About Tinder? I prod.
Right.
It doesn't exist. Tinder doesn't exist.
Nope.
Should it exist yet? I frown. Did Tinder exist in 2012?
It should. It came out September 2012.
Except it didn't.
Not this time. It isn't there. Go ahead, check.
She adds after a moment, and I realize that my doubt must be obvious. Frowning, I open the App Store on my phone and type in Tinder. An app pops up. I open my mouth to tell her she's wrong and stop when I realize...
You found the artificial lighter app?
I deflate. It's an artificial lighter app. But maybe you misremembered the timing, and the dating app will overtake the lighter.
Nope. I remember the exact timing because a girl in my company showed it to me after rehearsal the week we went into previews for Swan Lake. And Swan Lake was 2012.
Shaking my head, I muse. But why would someone come back and make it so Tinder doesn't exist? Why not just invent it and reap all the glory and money?
Maybe someone will.
Kimiko shrugs.
You could if you know anything about coding.
The fact that Tinder doesn't exist has my brain spiraling. If things are so in flux that Tinder never appeared, it's probably a terrible idea to invest all my eggs in one basket. Did I screw up by throwing all my money into Bitcoin? Kimiko continues, unaware of my internal panic, and sufficiently distracts me. I'll worry about Bitcoin another day.
Shit, I've gotten us really off topic, haven't I? So, you fucked Alex Aquino.
She prompts me to continue. Magically, she refrains from cutting in again, though I can see she is tempted several times. She goes so far as to open her mouth, then stops herself, pantomimes zipping her lips shut, locking the zipper, which makes no sense, and throwing away the key. I talk about sleeping with Ellie and getting ghosted. I talk about dating Alex. I end on tonight's revelation that my best friend is hooking up with the boy I was obsessed with for 14 years and, even worse, doesn't even consider us friends because I've been blowing her off during the period that cemented our friendship the first time around.
Do you even want to be her friend?
Kimiko asks. Of course I do. She's my best friend.
No, she's your best friend 14 years ago. Think about it. You're 32. She's 18. I know you love her, but trust me, you're going to notice that difference. You probably already have. Maybe that's why you've been blowing her off.
I don't think that's why, considering I've been spending all my time with a different 18-year-old. That's not the same. When you're fucking someone, all your hormones go haywire and you can't see them clearly. I'm not sure why. Maybe because we've moved on to the subject of my age difference with Alex. Something I've felt weird about but mostly managed to shove to the back of my mind. But all of a sudden, that word sounds way more crass, more grating than it did when she used it minutes ago. And I wince at the sound. Fucking. A cold, sharp, meaningless word. Such an incongruous term for how I see my relationship with Alex now. Even how I saw it on the night of Ellie's wedding, when there was no relationship to speak of. And it really was that meaningless. Maybe. Except we're not. You're not fucking? She says this like it's blasphemy. I wince again, but if she notices, she doesn't say anything. We're taking things slow. Well, okay. That's weird. But okay. What I said still stands, especially now that you're back in an 18-year-old body. All the time and wisdom and perspective in the world wouldn't be a match for teenage hormones and an underdeveloped prefrontal cortex. If we're still subject to the same biological pitfalls and weaknesses we always were at this age, does it matter that I know better if I can't get myself to act better? If that's true, how can any of us be expected to actually fix anything? Kimiko shrugs. Who's to say any of us do? Except whoever erased Tinder. They did good. I'm overwhelmed. Everything we've discussed is roaring around in my head and none of it makes any sense. As I struggle to process the implications of what she said, I realize I still have no clue what to do about Madison. You might have to wait and see how it plays out. Wait? I can't just sit back and be a passive character in my own second life. I cry rather dramatically. Damn, I really do have an 18-year-old brain. You don't have to be passive. Just be careful, she tells me. Try to machinate too much and you might drive everyone away. Take some time and consider if you really want these people in your life. You grew apart from Madison in your previous life. Is it the end of the world if it happens a little sooner this time? Not just with Madison, with everyone. Who do you want in this new life you're building? It's up to you. And you don't owe it to anyone to keep them around if they're not additive. Just because they were there before doesn't mean they need to be there this time. It's hard to write a new story when it's populated by all the same characters. I leave soon after, Kimiko's words swirling through my mind. 20. By the time I get back to campus, I'm tired. A weary exhaustion that I feel all the way down to my bones. But I still text Alex to see if he's awake. Kimiko's words are in my head, and I can't stop thinking about the question she asked. Who do I want in my life? And why is it that the first person who came to mind when she posed that question was Alex? I know who he becomes. I know it's a person I don't like. And I know it's very possible that heartbreak lies at the end of the road I'm on. I'm not sure I care. Does that just come down to teenage hormones? Or is it more? The Alex I've gotten to know isn't the Alex I left behind. And it's not fair to judge him against a version of himself that doesn't exist yet. So the moment he texts me back that he's awake, I head to his dorm. He opens the door, his face poised in a smirk as if he's readying himself to give me shit for ditching him all evening. Whatever he sees on my face causes the smirk to slide right off.
Are you okay? What happened?
I've had hours to pull myself together, and I really thought I had succeeded. But it took only one look for him to see straight through me. He backs up to allow me into his room and shuts the door. Gently, he places a hand on my shoulder and says,
You don't have to tell me what happened. Just tell me if you're okay.
I nod, only once. He breathes a sigh of relief and wraps me in a tight embrace. I had half an hour on the drive from Kimiko's place to campus to think about what I would say. But now that I'm in front of him, the words spill out with no eloquence. What are we doing? It's not that Alex takes particularly long to respond, but he takes long enough for me to note that there is something careful, almost cautious, to the way he carries himself. Something that I think might always have been there if I had taken the time to notice.
Can you clarify what you're asking?
He drops his arms and adopts a casual stance. The movement feels deliberate, as if he's already assessed the situation and knows he needs to proceed with caution. I'm sure that prudence is a great quality in a businessman. The ability to assess situations, to read a room and proceed accordingly. He doesn't get heated. He doesn't work himself up with worry. He just calmly presses forward. A great quality in a businessman. But not what I need right now. My silence stretches on as I consider. Alex says nothing, but his body tenses. Had I thought his stance casual? I realize now that it's anything but. As he stares back at me, his face tightens. His lips turn down. That crease between his eyes deepens. I look down, movement snagging my attention, and just barely catch the way he flexes his hand, as if it's itching toward emotion he doesn't dare allow. I mean, what are we? What is this thing between us? Is it a relationship, or are we just friends who enjoy making out? Slowly, Alex's tension eases until there's a small uptilt to his lips, though his eyes are still confused. Or maybe concerned. I can't quite tell.
Do you want this to be a relationship?
I asked you first.
You asked what we are, not what I want. And I can't begin to say what we are without knowing what you want us to be.
Isn't it obvious?
With you, Joey, I'm not sure anything's ever obvious.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means that if you want something from me, you're going to have to spell it out.
This is it. A moment that could be a turning point. I can feel it, all around me. The weight of importance to the words I'm about to say. And I wonder if moments this big are always so charged. Like you can tangibly feel them. Or if some are sneakier, flimsier, and slip right by without anyone ever noticing. How many moments like this have slipped right past me? And how lucky am I to recognize this moment for what it is as it's happening? I open my mouth to say that I'm done taking things slow, to tell him exactly what I want and how I want it, to take charge of the moment. I chicken out. I feel the weight of the moment and I chicken out anyway. I don't know what I want. I want to slap myself as soon as the words come out of my mouth. I want to reach out and take them back. I want to erase that specific combination of words from existence, wipe them from my memory and make it so I can never utter them again. This was my chance to put myself out there. I open my mouth to do damage control, but even knowing I've fucked up, I can't quite get myself to speak.
You don't know what you want.
He repeats, flatly. I want to know what you want. I say, even though it's an easy out. I should admit that what I just said was wrong, and that I know exactly what I want. But it's hard to be vulnerable. And besides, I was already forward and sexy and take charge with a boy once in this second life, and it blew up spectacularly in my face. I expect this to be the end. I expect a fight, or worse, a retreat. I expect him to drop some emotionally evasive line about keeping things casual or needing time or not being ready. The kind of line that college boys always seem to be so good at. Instead, what I get is,
I want you to be my girlfriend.
A sentence that I definitely didn't expect.
But if that's not what you want...
He continues, but I cut him off. You want me to be your girlfriend?
Yes.
Since when? Why haven't you asked yet?
I wasn't sure you wanted me to, which was apparently a valid concern since...
I want you to. I cut in.
You want me to... what?
He says carefully. I want you to ask.
So you can say no?
I don't say anything, and he lets out a deep sigh before continuing.
Okay. Joey,
He pauses, considering his words, and I watch him, rapt.
I think you're the best. I spend so much of my time away from you simply looking forward to seeing you again. But it's been a while since... I don't know the right way to go about dating somebody. I don't know the timeline for these things. When can you say, to hell with casually making out, do you want commitment? Without sounding like an overeager loser. But I guess I let that moment come and go, so I'm a little late to asking, will you be my girlfriend?
I can't seem to find the right words. So instead of speaking, I hurl myself at him. He catches me and picks me up, and I wrap myself around him like a koala. I press my mouth to his, but I'm smiling so hard, unable to contain it, that the kiss isn't actually a very good kiss, strictly speaking. Soon he's smiling back, and rather than kissing, we're pressing our smiles together. I'm sure that if I could see this kiss from an observer's standpoint, we would look like freaks. It's the best kiss I've ever had.
Is that a yes?
He asks, pulling back. That's a hell yes, I say, then school my smile enough to give him a proper kiss. He wastes no time deepening it, his tongue running along the seam of my mouth and begging for entry. Things escalate quickly, until we're both desperate, panting messes. And while this would usually be the point where he puts the brakes on things, he doesn't seem in danger of doing that anytime soon. I break from the kiss just barely, and ask my question into his lips. Are we still taking things slow?
Fuck taking things slow,
he says, his voice so deep and gravelly, it's almost a growl. He kisses me again, fingers curling in my hair. He tugs until I groan, and I follow suit, both of us delighting in every sound we can pull from the other. Minutes pass before I feel him start to walk, never once breaking the kiss. He backs us up until I feel his bed behind me, then gently lays me down on it and crawls on top. He freezes.
Unless you still want to take things slow.
No way, I say, then pull his mouth back down to mine. We don't get much further before I realize it's so tiny. The bed, I mean, not his. That, I know from experience, is a great size. The bed, however, it's a tiny fucking bed. I mean, sure, it's an extra long twin, but it's still a twin. I could probably count on one hand the number of times I've had sex in a twin bed. And all of them were over a decade ago. And don't even think about partner-induced orgasms, because the sex I was having at that point in my life was not good enough for me to actually come. Every orgasm I ever had in a twin bed was self-elicited.
What are you thinking about?
Alex asks, pulling back to look at me with concern. I struggle to hold back my laugh. This is the tiniest bed in the world. He says, sliding down to kiss my jaw.
We might have to get creative then.
Alex kisses a path across my jaw and down my neck, pausing only to look up at me and see if it's okay for him to lift my shirt over my head. I nod, and before I know it, I've been divested of not only my shirt, but my bra and pants as well. It's only as he's sucking my nipple into his mouth, his hand inching up toward the edge of my underwear, that I remember. This is Alex.
The first time we slept together was probably the best sex of my life. There's no need for me to wonder if he's going to get me off or not, because he's the kind of guy who cares about his partner's pleasure, first and foremost. Though if the shaking of his fingers as he inches my underwear aside is anything to go by, he's more nervous this time around. The first time. The time that I should really stop thinking about, because it officially never happened. And because thinking about it is only pulling me out of this time. We had come together quickly, desperately. It had been more like two cars crashing into each other than anything. Oh, sure, we'd done it again later in the night, slower, lazier. This is neither quick and desperate, nor lazy. Alex takes his time, seeming determined to kiss every inch of me. Every moment that passes, every kiss, fans the flames of anticipation inside me. He kisses his way across my breasts and down my stomach, his shaking fingers becoming a lot more steady when they finally meet their target. And he starts to rub me in slow, confident circles. He checks on me at every point, asking if it's okay when he lowers his fingers to penetrate me. Then again before he brings his mouth down to focus on the spot his fingers just vacated. And even though I am a woman who prioritizes my pleasure as much as a man's, I murmur, "You don't have to." He freezes, looking up at me from his spot between my legs. His brow furrowed and his fingers still inside me, paused mid-motion, but deep enough that I struggle to think about anything else. He asks,
"Do you not want me to?"
"No, I do. If you want to." I gasp out, feeling myself flush in embarrassment. Why did I say that? Of course, he doesn't have to. But I wanted to make sure, and now I'm worried I've ruined it. I watch as understanding dawns on his face. A smirk that shouldn't be so damn alluring tugs at his lips, and immediately assures me that I have, in fact, ruined nothing.
"Joe, I have been thinking about how pretty your pussy would be for months. And now that it's in front of me, the reality better than anything I could have dreamed. I want nothing more than to lavish it with the attention it deserves. Now, may I do that?"
Joe. A nickname he's called me only once before. Also when we had sex. And although my feelings are all jumbled up right now, I know that I like it. I like that regardless of our history, he has a nickname for me that he reserves for intimate occasions. It takes a moment for the rest of his words to register. And when they do, my face heats for an entirely different reason. I manage a shaky nod, but he sternly tells me,
"Be a good girl and use your words."
If I didn't feel so hot, I might laugh at the sudden change in tone. But something about his voice is really doing it for me. "Yes," I say with a gulp.
"Yes, what?"
"Yes, you may." I let my words trail off, but he continues to stare at me expectantly.
"Yes, I may. What? Do this?"
Slowly, achingly slowly, he resumes moving 2 fingers in and out of me, all the while keeping his eyes on mine, knowing exactly what he's doing. "Alex," I gasp.
"Yes, Joe?"
God damn it. He's going to make me say it. I finally command, "Lick me." Infuriating asshole that he is, he lowers his head and does exactly that. Licks me. Once, right on the spot that sends a jolt of sensation through my body so strong that I nearly knee him.
"Anything else?"
He asks, a challenge in his voice, then leans forward to lick me again. I moan and command him to suck, and he does with enthusiasm, letting out a groan as he suctions his mouth to that bundle of nerves with such aching precision that I nearly scream in relief. He swirls his tongue in a way that has me seeing stars. Following my directions, and really he doesn't need many more once he's done purposely being difficult, he manages to home in on every trigger point, every sensitive spot, working me up to a quaking mess and sending me over the edge in what feels like record time. After I've caught my breath, as he's rolling on a condom and lining himself up, I breathlessly ask, "How the hell are you so good at that?" He smiles an enigmatic smile, and it's only belatedly that I realize what an awkward question that was. How is he so good at that? How is anyone good at it? Practice, duh. Luckily, he spares us the awkward conversation and kisses me deeply, circling his fingers around my entrance until I feel the build to my next orgasm starting.
You feel so fucking amazing,
he says as he finally slides into me slowly, pausing midway to let me adjust to the feel of him.
I want to do this forever. Nothing but this.
I let out a laugh that turns into a gasp when he pulls out and thrusts back in. Keep it up. I just might let you. I don't know what response I expect to that, but a smile so blindingly bright and sincere that it has my head spinning is certainly not it. It's there for only a second before he lowers his head to plant kisses along my jaw, murmuring comments to me as he continues to slide in and out.
You're fucking perfect.
And
I can't believe I got so lucky.
And
how is this real?
It feels like he's voicing the same questions that are in my head. How am I lucky enough to be here? How is this real? How is he real? It's completely perfect, and also too much. I know that here and now in this room, we are in a bubble, and the moment I step outside, reality will come rushing back to me. Nothing is actually perfect right now. Things are as messy as they have ever been. Messier, even. But with him, all that fades away. And all I feel is happy. So fucking happy that it doesn't seem possible. Do I even deserve to be this happy? 21. I stay in my bubble with Alex for the next couple of days. I don't go to class, even though only 2 are officially canceled. I make up a transparent lie about being sick, which none of my teachers call me out on. It's officially the time of year when no one wants to work. Alex is a wonderful distraction. But no distraction could keep me from wallowing over Madison. My self-pity causes me to be lousy company. Alex notices something is up, but he doesn't push me to talk. Just checks in that I'm okay, and promises he's here for me. I leave our bubble only once, to sneak into my dorm in the middle of the day when I know Madison should be in class. She's mercifully absent when I arrive, and I spend all of 5 minutes rifling through my stuff, throwing everything I need to bring home with me in a duffel. I'm on edge the entire time, bracing myself for a turn of the doorknob, desperate to avoid a confrontation. I keep imagining what I'd say if she walked in. Where to even begin? I feel like the aggrieved party. But I know I owe her an apology too. Then I wonder, would she even want one? According to her, we're just roommates. I know how to make up with Madison, my best friend. I don't know where to begin in trying to fix things with Madison, my distant roommate. I get in and out seamlessly, the anticlimax of it a weird letdown, even though I should feel relieved. I know I'll see her eventually. We still live together. But when I make it to the beginning of Thanksgiving break without running into Madison, it feels like I might never see her again. On Wednesday, I sleep in too late,
and wake up to Alex nudging my arm and informing me that I'm getting a call. It's my mother, and it goes to voicemail before I can answer. I scroll through my notifications and find a string of texts from both her and my father asking me my ETA and wondering if I'm on the road yet and, hello, am I alive? I send my mom a leaving now text and reluctantly part ways with Alex, whose flight to New Jersey isn't for hours. The drive to San Diego takes twice as long as usual, partly because of the stop-and-go holiday traffic, and partly because there are 2 incidents where someone in front of me slams on their brakes and I get so anxious. I take the nearest exit and sit in a rest stop, breathing deeply until I can get myself back on the road. Having all this time with just me and my thoughts allows me to spin out about both what I'm leaving behind and what I'm heading toward. I don't want to think about Madison or Ellie or how much I've fucked up. But if I focus on what lies ahead of me, it's even worse. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving, aka the holiday of family fights, and on the off chance I get through it without screaming my head off at Sierra, or having Sierra scream her head off at me, we still have to make it all the way to Saturday night, when Sierra flies back to Baltimore. The sun is setting by the time I roll up to my parents' Mission Revival home in La Mesa, a town on the east side of San Diego. Coming home brings on a flurry of mixed emotions. I've always kind of hated how plain and beige and blah my childhood house is, especially in contrast to the colorful Talavera decorations filling the lawn with life. A loud presence that always felt like my parents were overcorrecting for the house's architectural plainness, resulting in a strange, disjointed image. Still, my heart almost hurts at the fondness I feel for this sight that is as familiar to me as my own face. It looks the same now as it did the first time I saw it, when I was 7, and the last time I saw it, when I was in my 30s. My father comes out to greet me when I'm halfway to the door, and the sight of him pulls me up short. He's so young. It's funny how you never notice aging as it's happening. Never has that felt more true than it does right now, as I stare at my father. At 48, he has deep brown skin and salt and pepper hair. Only unlike the last time I saw him, it's more pepper than salt. The smile lines that frame his mouth and crow's feet at the corners of his eyes will get much more pronounced over the years. I start to choke up and take a deep breath to pull myself together. I've never been a very emotional person. My dad always made offhand comments about me being his rational, level-headed child, which pleased me when I was younger, until I realized that my sister's irrational, dramatic ways tended to yield more desirable results. If I cry, my father will know something is wrong. "It's not that heavy," I say when he reaches for my bag, but I hand it to him all the same.
"There's my little gordita,"
my father says affectionately in a tone that would have you thinking he's paying me a compliment when he's actually calling me chubby.
"Right in time for dinner."
I roll my eyes, ignoring his problematic term of endearment. "Josephina, look at you!" my mother exclaims once I get inside. She walks around the kitchen island to wrap me in a hug, then backs up with a frown, eyeing me up and down. Here it goes. "You've lost weight. Are they not feeding you at school?" One day, I'll sit my parents down and teach them that comments about weight are inappropriate greetings when seeing someone for the first time in a while. But not today. Instead, I take in my mom the same way I did my dad. My mother always hid her age well. Even when I last saw her at 62, she dyed her hair regularly, so it was always a shiny chestnut brown. It's the same now, as constant as the facade of our home. Her copper lipstick is immaculate, and I know from experience that it will somehow magically stay that way throughout dinner. I see differences only once I look closely. I think she has more fine lines than I remember. which bolsters my sneaking suspicion that she started getting Botox in her 50s and lied when we asked her about it. Those lines are emphasized by her matte foundation, which she will trade for a dewier look in time. I have to admit that my mother always has been and always will be the most beautiful woman in the world to me. When I don't respond, she continues. Dinner's almost ready. Go put your bags in your room and grab your sister, would you? I want to protest, but there's no point in delaying the inevitable. It's strange to step into my childhood bedroom. Next year, my parents will convert it to a home office with a Murphy bed for guests. I remember throwing a fit when I came home for Thanksgiving sophomore year and found my stuff in boxes, the change well underway, without any heads up. It had felt like such a betrayal, like I was no longer welcome in my own home. Here and now, the room is a time capsule of my teen years. There's a teal accent wall that my dad painted for me the summer after I finished 7th grade. The accent wall has poster after poster tacked to it, nearly all of them of the Jonas Brothers, except for one of One Direction, added to the wall in the spring of my senior year of high school. I turn to my dresser, which is covered in trophies, ribbons, and medals. I wince in embarrassment at the veritable shrine to myself that I had forgotten existed. I pick up a silver debate trophy and turn it in my hands. I go to the next, a bronze debate trophy, a few medals from decathlon tournaments, some ribbons from Future Business Leaders of America. I take in each one, none of which I remember winning. I have a vague recollection of going to academic tournaments, but they're foggy memories at best. My mom insisted that I join the debate team as well as Future Business Leaders. Good preparation for law school, she said. What I find surprising is the number of science-related medals. I had forgotten I was good at science, and that I liked it. It had never been this all-encompassing passion or anything, but it was my favorite subject in school. It makes sense the more I think about it. Science was Sierra's thing, and I never wanted to put myself so solidly in her shadow like that. So even if I was good at science, even if I liked it, I never would have pursued it in any real way. I consider the awards with a tilt of my head. Maybe I'll try some STEM classes next semester. I turn around and gasp. Sierra lurks in my doorway, eyebrows arched in judgment. I haven't spoken to Sierra since I've been back, and we hadn't spoken in years before I died. But it's not the time and distance that make the sight of her so strange. It isn't even the fact that my sister, my older sister, who I always looked up to and feared and resented in equal measures, is so young, standing in front of me at the tender age of 22. No. What's strange is that she looks so miserable. I don't remember this misery. Was I so in my head I just didn't notice? She has bags under her eyes. Her hair is a mess, and her mouth is contorted in a deep frown. She doesn't say anything for a long moment, and I get the sense that if I don't speak, she won't either. And we'll have a long, tense, quiet weekend ahead of us. I think of the Sierra I left behind when I died. Did she feel guilty that we hadn't spoken for so long? I wonder. Did she regret not swallowing her pride and apologizing when she had the chance? I regret it, I realize. Maybe I always have. Every single day we didn't speak. Every time I was reminded of her. Every time I thought of calling but didn't. Was that regret? I can't go back. I can't apologize to that version of Sierra. I can't sit with her and have a rational conversation and try to get to the bottom of why she insists on always bringing me down. But I can work towards something better with this Sierra. Maybe. I offer her a small smile and say, "Do they not have sunlight in Baltimore? You look like the ghost of a sad Victorian orphan." Can't be too nice. My sister smirks, a weight lifted. You're one to talk. What, did you forget to pack a brush when you left for school? She snorts, then retreats downstairs for dinner. As I follow, she continues, Med school's exhausting, but it'll be worth it. You'll find out when you're in law school. Or maybe not. I've heard it's nowhere near as difficult. Mom overhears this and yells out a protest that is drowned out by my father's laughter. A lively, joking debate about the hardships of their respective careers proceeds, with my sister and I observing their banter like a tennis match. Just like that, all is normal in the Vasquez household, as if the two daughters hadn't spent months not speaking. It's unhealthy that we move past conflicts by pretending nothing happened. No need for apology. It will only breed resentment, a lifetime of resolving nothing and silently swallowing it down. And eventually, just silence. I'm unaware of it when dinner begins, but I don't have to wait until Thanksgiving for that big family blow-up. After several minutes of Sierra talking about medical school, there's a lull in the conversation, and my mom takes the opportunity to turn to me and ask, Have you made any plans to see your old friends this weekend? I stare at her blankly, because there's no one I've kept in touch with. Then I remember. Only 6 months have passed since I finished high school, so that hasn't been established yet. I'll probably spend most of the weekend sleeping, recovering from classes, you know? Sierra scoffs, and I know she wants to comment on how lazy I am, or turn the conversation back around to her. But my mom replies before Sierra can say anything. Winter break will be so busy you might as well catch up on sleep now while you can. Wait, why is winter break going to be busy? I ask, confused. Your internship. With Judge Wright? We talked about this. Right. We did. Only I thought I told you that I wasn't sure it was something I wanted to take on during my first break. I've talked to my mother since, usually only briefly, catching up on each other's lives. She hasn't brought up the internship once since that first conversation. Yes, but if I remember correctly, my mom says. And that's her litigation take-no-bullshit tone. I asked you to sleep on it and give me an answer by the end of the week. Right, but we didn't talk again that week. That is correct, she says, her voice clipped. And we never discussed it after that. We did not. So you what? Assumed that my silence meant I had decided to do the exact opposite of what I said I wanted? Don't raise your voice to me, young lady. Carmen, please. My dad starts. Javier, don't you Carmen please me. She needs to learn to stick to her commitments. But I'm not a kid anymore. And while I might still be scared, plenty scared of my mother, I refuse to be steamrolled. There is no way in hell I'm doing that internship. Sure, but this isn't my commitment. It's yours. One you made on my behalf without consulting me first and then didn't cancel when I asked you to. If Judge Wright is disappointed, it's because you set her up for it. I don't like this tone. Where did you learn to speak to me in that tone? Is that what they're teaching in college nowadays? I start to roll my eyes, but stop myself just in time. I gained a backbone, not a death wish. I keep my voice level as I speak to her in what I perfected in law school as my litigation tone. Not quite as assured as hers. Litigation was never my strong suit. But enough to get by. I appreciate you setting up this internship. I know you had my best interests at heart. I really wanted to wait until closer to the end of my stay to drop this bomb, but I realize this is the organic moment for it to come out, so I continue. But it makes no sense for me to do the internship because I've decided I won't be going to law school. Silence. My mom appears to be parsing if I actually just said what she thinks I said. I shoot a glance at Sierra, who's staring at me wide-eyed, like she can't quite believe what I just did. She almost looks angry? Yes, that's definitely anger that I'm seeing. What the hell does she have to be angry about? I've just cemented her status as the golden child, probably for the rest of our lives. I glance at my dad, but he's not looking at me. He just watches my mom, awaiting her reaction. Smart man. My mother's words are a slow, carefully calculated response. I know that freshman year can be tough, but you shouldn't make such a big decision about your future only a few months in. If your grades aren't where you want them to be, that's something you can work on. My classes aren't hard. Never mind that I switched classes, so I'm no longer taking the ones she thinks I'm taking. That can stay my secret. I just don't want to be a lawyer. How can you know that if you don't give it a shot? She asks. Her response startles a laugh out of me. I gave it a shot, Mom. It's not happening. I would hardly call a single semester a shot, she counters. At least try the internship. Where do you draw the line? A semester of classes I hate? Then an internship I hate? You don't know that you'll hate it. I do know. But you'll never believe me. Before I know it, I'll have so many credits that switching majors will be more of a headache than it's worth. You'll talk me into giving law school a try. 1 year in, I'll already be so massively in debt, I might as well finish. And then, well, I'll have a law degree, so it just makes sense to get a job. The farther I go down this path, the harder it will be to pivot. So no, I'm not going to give it a shot. This is me putting my foot down. You're being... I'll never know what she was going to say. Dramatic, maybe? Or irrational? Or possibly childish? Because my father cuts in sharply. Carmen. She stops, and they share a long look. My father leans in, whispers something to her in Spanish that I don't understand, but is something along the lines of, No somos nuestros padres. Something about them being parents. Or their parents? Or a type of parents. I can't be sure. Whatever he says, it causes her demeanor to shift. My mom turns back to me, her brow furrowed, and asks, If not law school, then what? I'm still figuring that out. I say, I consider admitting that I've tried out a few things, but again decide to keep it to myself. That can wait until winter break. Or maybe spring break. If you don't have a clue what you want, how can you rule out law school? Law school is the only thing I have ruled out. That hurts her feelings. I can see it on her face. Okay, no law school, she says finally. You should focus on what makes you happy, Jojo, my father says. That's the most important thing. And if you decide what makes you happiest is going into medicine, well... His words bring a faint smile to my face, but it's quickly wiped off. Are you kidding me? Sierra cries, her voice a screech. Here we go. Where was this mindset when I was her age? I have to be a doctor, but Joey just needs to be happy? What are you saying, mijita? My father asks. You've wanted to be a doctor since you were a little girl. Yeah, because I knew that's what you wanted. Everyone freezes. My mom, my dad, even myself. Never, not once have I ever heard Sierra say anything about not wanting to be a doctor. Even all those years of complaining about medical school always came across more like virtue signaling than anything else. Medical school is so hard, but I know it'll be worth it for all those lives I'll be saving, etc. Sierra continues. You really think when I was 6 I had any clue what it meant to be a doctor? No!
All I knew was that you were a doctor, and I wanted to make you proud, and it worked. So here I am, in medical school, and I hate it. But perfect little Joey is 4 months into college and having her little freshman crisis, and you're okay with it? Are you joking?
That isn't fair, Sierra. Don't take your frustrations out on Joey. She didn't do anything to you. My mom responds, to my surprise.
She didn't have to. You do it for her. You allow her to get away with everything.
Hey! I cut in, but the moment she turns, her ire focused on me. I regret it.
You are so selfish, and all they do is coddle you. If I'd pulled what you just pulled, they would have told me I was setting a bad example because anything I did, you would blindly copy. So that's all I ever was, the example, the test run, the leader. It didn't matter what I wanted, only that I set a good example for you. Everything in your life has been easier because you had me there to do it first.
I can acknowledge that the struggles my sister and I have endured have been different by the nature of our birth order. But for her to dismiss any pressure I experienced growing up is, quite frankly, bullshit. I know how tonight looks through her eyes. I'm the bratty, insolent younger child, acting however I want because my parents went too easy on me. She'll never know that I did try to appease our parents. That I did my damnedest to become good at litigation so that I could follow in my mother's footsteps and make her proud. And when that didn't work, I went into a different area of law. It felt like a decent compromise. I could be a lawyer without trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I could still make my mom proud. Only I couldn't. I wasn't good enough. Not for my sister, not for my mom. At a dinner, much like tonight's, Sierra lost it on me, calling me selfish. Everyone thought so, she informed me, even if they didn't say anything. But she would say it for them. She told me in no uncertain terms that my mom was disappointed in me. My mom couldn't quite deny it.
I didn't say that,
she had hedged.
All I said was that I wished that you had gone into a different area of law, one that helps people instead of
lining your own pockets. My sister had finished, as if her job didn't line her pockets just fine. But she deserved it. She was saving lives, after all. And now here I am, listening to my sister, the sister who has, for my entire life, sat on her high horse and gone on about how her career was the only worthwhile pursuit, whine about how she had never wanted to pursue that career in the first place. I can't help myself. I start laughing even though nothing is funny. Before I know it, my entire family is staring at me like I'm a loose cannon. Maybe I am. By the time I'm done, my sister is silent, her tirade paused, if not over. Drop out, I tell her. Excuse me? Sierra says. Drop out of medical school if you're so unhappy, I say as evenly as I can manage. If you're only there to please mom and dad, well, that's just pathetic, isn't it? You think my life was easier because I had you as an example? Everything in my life was harder because all you think about is yourself. All you talk about is yourself. And all you care about is yourself. And now you're pissed because I have the audacity to take control of my own life? Get over yourself. Everyone is wide-eyed at my tirade. In the wake of it, I feel a little guilty. I know it's not actually pathetic to try to please your parents. I did it too, didn't I? And then I feel more guilty because Sierra is so young. I'm not ranting at my older sister, I realize. I'm ranting at a young woman a decade my junior. But no amount of logic can erase the resentment I feel at being called selfish yet again. Selfish if I don't become a lawyer. Selfish if I become the wrong type of lawyer. I feel like I might burst from the emotions rushing through me. And I think of what Kimiko said about an older mind still being subject to the hormones and mood swings of a younger body. Sierra storms out, and my mother follows. With just the two of us left at the table, my father asks,
Was that necessary?
I think about the years of silence, of resentment, words left unspoken, or words that, when finally spoken, were thrown like barbs. And sure, my rant was harsh, but there was truth in it. A truth I never dared to speak out loud until now. Just like Sierra never spoke her truth the first time. Maybe that will make a difference. I hope it will make a difference. I hope that in being honest with each other, we might be able to find common ground. Straighten the bend before it becomes a break. Or maybe it's more akin to when doctors intentionally re-break bones and realign them so they can properly heal. I resolve to find a more mature way to talk with her, to try to make sure the distance that once existed between us doesn't form again. Tomorrow. Yeah, Dad. I think it was. 22. I try to apologize to Sierra, but she finds a way to change the subject every time. Eventually, I give up. I can't force her to talk when she doesn't want to. Unfortunately, I also can't force her not to talk when she does want to. So you're just gonna what? Mooch off Mom and Dad for the rest of your life? I didn't say that. I snort. We're in the living room watching TV, and she keeps making comments like this. Like in deciding not to become a lawyer, I've decided to forego all ambition. Period. There's a whole world of possibilities between a doctor or lawyer and a deadbeat. But you don't have a plan. I have time to make a plan. Mom and Dad are going to get old, you know? They're going to need someone to take care of them. I'm not going to handle that all on my own just because you'd rather be useless. What is this specific shade of sadness? Not quite guilt. Not quite regret. Like nostalgia for a future I'll never get to live. How old did my parents make it to? Did Sierra have to take care of them on her own? Did she resent me for dying? Instead of responding, I open my phone. I have a text from Alex. I seem to always have one. The two of us text back and forth nonstop, which grounds me in reality and reminds me that a whole world lies beyond these four walls and my toxic family. He's in New York, dragged there by his mom and sister for Black Friday shopping. Yesterday, he got roped into making tamales. He complained the entire time, but I reminded him that he got to eat homemade tamales. My family is strictly an order tamales from restaurants family. My mom doesn't really cook anything from scratch, least of all something as time-consuming as tamales. I'm not mad about it, considering the last thing I want right now is to spend hours in the kitchen on an assembly line with Sierra, spreading masa and adding filling and folding. Our Thanksgiving meal was takeout from my parents' favorite restaurant, because my mom tried to make a turkey once when we were kids, but the whole thing was still frozen by dinner time, and she refused to ever try again. Judging from the photo Alex sent, it seems like his mother made every item that could possibly be included in a traditional American Thanksgiving meal, as well as a huge Mexican feast, just for the four of them. His father isn't around this year. Remembering what Alex told me about him being in and out of their lives, I didn't probe. Who are you texting? Sierra's voice pulls my attention back to the present. No one, I say. Her eyes narrow. Oh my God, you're seeing someone. I start to protest, but she continues. Please don't tell me you're throwing your future away over a boy. Why would your mind even go there? Why not just accept that this is the life I want? I will never tell her that the discussion that spurred me to switch majors was with a boy. She'd never let me live it down.
Mom!
She screams at the top of her lungs.
What? No, stop! Why are you like this?
She ignores me.
Joey has a boyfriend!
Despite the fact that I spend the next couple of days answering my family's questions about my boyfriend, it takes being back on campus with Alex for it to fully hit me. I'm his girlfriend. It's almost embarrassing how giddy that makes me. I've been a girlfriend only a handful of times before. In the age of dating apps and situationships and let's not define things too quickly, just see how it goes, I've had people I've regularly slept with, regularly went on dates with, and even spent a lot of time with outside the context of sex. But slapping on an actual label rarely happened. Then there's the fact that I was in love with my best friend and measured every person I dated against him. Sometimes it felt like the only reason I dated at all was to feel less pathetic. So when my dates shied away from commitment, I wasn't too put out by it. Being with Alex feels natural, comfortable. It's baffling that I lived an entire life without us ever figuring that out. Only we did sort of figure it out, didn't we? Our night together had been electric, but I convinced myself it was all in my head. Our connection, how perfect things felt, how easy, how right. I'd wanted to run away from the reality of watching the man I loved marry someone else, and I walked outside to find Alex right there waiting for me. I'd been desperate for connection, and so I imagined I'd found it. That's all it was. A self-fulfilling prophecy. Except maybe it wasn't just that. Being in an actual honest-to-God relationship with Alex is different than I would have imagined. Aspects of his personality I once hated quickly become some of my favorite things about him. Once I thought him arrogant, but now his confidence astounds me. In many ways, it's contagious. He makes me feel like anything is possible, like I should never doubt myself. It's easy to see how a guy like this became so successful. He saw his own success as an inevitability. A grating trait when I didn't like him, but a fascinating one now that I do. I practically move into Alex's dorm. There are 2 weeks of class left before finals, and Alex and I spend every moment we can with each other. When we're together, he has this intoxicating way of making me feel like he and I are the only two people in the entire world. One day, curled up in his dorm bed, we watch Before Sunset.
Let's go to Paris for Christmas.
I blink at him incredulously. You want to book a trip halfway across the world for... I glance at the date in the corner of his laptop. 3 weeks from now? He shrugs.
Why not? Imagine, the two of us, wandering down cobblestone streets together, like Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy. Say yes.
I have to force myself to hold back my laugh, so his I can have anything I want attitude isn't something that came with the money. It was always there. Good to know. I can't afford to fly to Paris, I point out. And neither can you. Maybe next year. We can save up. And I'll need to get a passport. His eyes light up, and he nods like it's a done deal.
Next year it is.
Only then do I realize what I've said. Next year. We haven't even been together a month. What's that arbitrary rule of thumb? Don't make plans further out than the time you've been together? Something like that? I just passed that timeline and left it weeping in the dust. Alex continues, unaware of my internal panic.
We should study abroad together.
My first instinct is to protest. With my major, I don't have room in my course load to study abroad. And besides, studying abroad costs money. Money I'm not sure my scholarship will cover. And then, I remember. I don't have a major. That's one problem solved. Leaving just the other. Admittedly, it's the bigger of the two, because a lack of money is nearly always the most difficult problem to solve. But there's time, and I don't have enough information to know how big the problem is. So I let myself dream. I have always wanted to travel. I quickly realized that if I'm going to do it, I'll do it for myself, not because my boyfriend wants to. I won't go to Paris just because Alex wants to see me wandering down cobblestone streets or whatever. I'm not going to tailor my life to fit his dreams. What if I don't want to study abroad in Paris? What if I'd rather go to London, or Mexico City, or Tokyo, or Istanbul? If I expected him to be disappointed by my response, I'm sorely mistaken. If anything, his eyes shine even more. He pauses the movie and opens a new tab in his browser. What are you doing?
Going to our study abroad page and seeing what programs we have. If you're dead set against Paris, we might as well see what our other options are.
I didn't say that I'm against Paris. I laugh. I want to keep my options open. I realize the possible double meaning of my words after I've spoken them, and I fear that he'll read into it. Think that in saying I want to keep my options open about studying abroad, I'm implying that I want to keep my options open about him and our relationship. But Alex must not be as much of an overthinker as I am because he doesn't even blink.
A smart decision. And even more reason to look into our options.
Oh, our options, is it? Your goal of a Parisian excursion is forgotten so easily? Are you going to follow me to Istanbul?
I'd follow you anywhere.
Maybe that's a bit much. Didn't I once read that intense words of affection and grandiose plans so early in a relationship can be a red flag? Maybe I did. But I can't remember the details. Nor can I make myself care. The truth is, while the thought of tailoring my life to fit his doesn't sound appealing, the thought that he'd shift his plans to accommodate my wishes, well, I don't dislike it. Alex misreads my silence as hesitation.
Unless you don't want to be followed, which I get. I can do long distance for a semester. You do Istanbul, I'll do Sofia. Or Athens.
You're only saying those cities because they're close to Istanbul, I say with a laugh.
You caught me. I just love the idea of traveling. Seeing the world. I want to go everywhere. I'd love to do it with you. But if you want time alone to eat, pray, love, and find yourself, that's okay. We can always travel together later.
What if I study abroad and discover that I hate traveling?
I doubt that'll happen.
Alex shakes his head.
Hating travel is like hating adventure.
Maybe I hate adventure.
You love adventure.
He counters. To my look of disbelief, he says,
You changed the plan you've had for your life since you were a child. A plan that was safe and reliable, and started over from scratch. Sounds adventurous to me.
Changing majors is hardly an adventure.
I think a dive into the unknown is the very definition of adventure. Opening yourself up to new possibilities.
When I don't say anything, he adds,
You really mean to tell me that you signed up for archaeology, the career of Indiana Jones, and you're not adventurous? Nonsense.
I focus on the screen to hide how much his words please me. It's a dangerous thing to like the way you look through someone else's eyes. It makes you want to tailor yourself to better fit the image of you they've conjured up. Okay, maybe we can both do Istanbul. What are our options? As we scroll through the choices, debating the pros and cons of each one, I realize this is exactly how I want to spend this life. Seeing the world with someone who makes me happy, who pushes me to be a braver, more adventurous person, who helps me explore new possibilities. That's what my second life is about. New possibilities for joy, for adventure, for love. And that's when it hits me, like a slap to the face. I'm in love with Alex Aquino. 23. It's strange to realize I've carved out a new life in the shell of an old one. The frame of it is the same as I remember, but it's filled with entirely new decor. A new boyfriend, new friends, a new job, new classes. Most of my professors assign a final essay in lieu of an exam, so as the semester winds to a close, there's none of the late-night cramming I remember from college. I pick up shifts at the shelter, but with every day that passes with no Ruthie, I grow more convinced I've missed her. I miss Madison, but I can't quite get myself to return to my dorm room, anxiety plaguing me at the thought. It even sparks my first fight with Alex. One day, he asks if I want to spend the night apart, hang out in my room with Madison instead. I take offense to it, like he's trying to get rid of me. Calmly, he promises that's not the case.
Madison is your best friend,
he points out. I snap that Madison and I are roommates, not friends. It's like something clicks into place, and he realizes this is what has been going on with me since before Thanksgiving. He says something about how friends can have fights, but that doesn't mean they're not friends. I accuse him of patronizing me. He doesn't get riled up, which makes me even angrier. Eventually, I calm down, and we make up. He doesn't bring it up again. I spend most of my free time with Alex, but I also hang out with Helen. We've grown even closer since the Ellie short story debacle. I start going to the Second Take Anonymous meetings, and feel fully welcomed into the dysfunctional family. I go to Kimiko's place after every meeting, and we watch TV and gossip. I download an app for a little-known startup called Uber, but it's nearly impossible to get a ride with so few drivers. My separate social circles finally collide on a Sunday. It starts at the Beverly Center, the absolute behemoth of an 8-story shopping mall in the heart of Beverly Grove. Helen drags me there so she can find an outfit for some frat party she wants to go to. While we're shopping, she begs me to come to the party too. You don't even like parties. I force my tone to stay lighthearted, even though her sudden urge to party has my hackles raised. I had begun to think that maybe, without me and Madison dragging her to parties, she might not have started drinking to begin with. I realize now that might have been naive of me. She's a college freshman. Why wouldn't she want to go to a party?
Can't know if I like them if I never go to one.
Helen laughs and pulls me into Forever 21. I worry about how to fix this situation the entire time she flips through racks of dresses and tries them on in the dressing room. Maybe we could do something chill on Thursday, I suggest as we exit the store. Her with a brand new dress. The party is on Thursday, the day after finals end, and the theme is the end of the world, because at midnight it will officially be December 21st, 2012, which, according to some silly theories, is when the world will end. I almost forgot about that. We could watch a movie, order pizza, that kind of thing.
Joey, all we do is stay in, watch Redbox movies, and order pizza.
She counters, which, fair. That is what our girls' nights tend to consist of. Maybe we can go out and do something fun that isn't a party.
Like what?
She challenges. Anything.
Okay, but What?
I list the first things that come to mind. We could go out to a movie. We could... What the fuck do college students do for fun that doesn't involve drinking? We could see a comedy show. Or get dinner. We could go bowling. Or roller skating. Play miniature golf. She perks up at that and says,
I don't think I've been mini-golfing since middle school.
Great. Me neither. I lie. Because I've gone on a possibly embarrassing number of mini-golf dates as an adult. Yeah, maybe we can do that on Thursday.
Why don't we go today? After the mall? Alex could join.
She says, which I immediately start to protest. No, this is to replace the party. Is that Joey Vasquez? In the flesh, out and about at the Beverly Center? A droll voice calls above the crowd. Helen sees who's calling me.
You know her?
She asks, a little incredulously. I follow Helen's line of sight and can't blame her for that reaction. Kimiko's hair is an icy blue, and she's decked out in designer clothes of the same color. A veritable ice queen, fit for the season. Mid-December. If not quite the actual LA weather, high 50s. I watch as she approaches, strangers' eyes darting toward her. The drama continues when she stops in front of me and leans in for 2 air kisses. Look at us, 2 babes hanging out in a mall in 2012. How quaint, she says, then raises an eyebrow at Helen and looks her up and down with unconcealed interest. Make that 3 babes. She holds out her hand. I'm Kimiko. Her lips turn down in the slightest of frowns when Helen introduces herself. And that's when my panic sets in. I think there are 2 kinds of people. People who want all of their friends to be friends with each other, and people who prefer to keep their distinct social circles as separate as possible. I am quite firmly a member of the second camp. As a general rule, I try to avoid the merging of social circles. Throughout my 20s and into my 30s, I had my group of college friends and various smaller groups of mostly work friends, people who came and went. In my short-lived relationships, I would occasionally hang out with the guy's friends, and he'd hang out with mine, but I never invited my friends and his to the same event. The very idea of merging groups like that always felt too messy. I feel validated in that approach right now, as I rack my brain to remember exactly how much Kimiko knows about Helen. She knows things about Helen that even Helen doesn't know. It's a recipe for disaster. One tiny slip-up, and everything will fall apart.
So, how do you know Joey?
Helen asks. Oh, Joey and I go way back, Kimiko says vaguely.
You're from San Diego?
San Diego? Me? God, no. I'm from the city. Kimiko responds, sounding truly appalled at the thought. When her declaration is greeted by a blank stare, she clarifies. New York City? Manhattan? Upper East Side? And I want to laugh, because Kimiko is exactly the type of New Yorker who would refer to New York as the city, even when she's on the West Coast.
Oh, like Gossip Girl.
Helen lights up. Exactly like Gossip Girl. Kimiko confirms with a wink.
Right, so then...
Helen trails off, still searching for an explanation. We're in a book club together, Kimiko says with a shrug, which Helen accepts as a good enough explanation. She doesn't know I would literally never join a book club. I love malls. Don't you just love malls? So nostalgic. Kimiko changes the subject, marveling at our surroundings. What store are you hitting next?
We were actually leaving to play mini-golf. Do you want to join us?
Helen offers. Before I can protest and say we're going on Thursday, Kimiko exclaims, Mini-golf? How kitschy. I love it. I need to run home and change. I have just the outfit. Text me the Addy. She leaves. Resigned, I call Alex to tell him the plan, and we go back to campus to pick him up. Before I know it, the three of us are walking through the doors of Sherman Oaks Castle Park, a family amusement center, with batting cages, arcade games, and multiple mini-golf courses. It's where most of my mini-golf dates took place. As soon as we enter, I'm pulled back to childhood by the scent of buttered popcorn and churros, the beeps and chimes of arcade games, the slamming of air hockey pucks, the eager screeching of kids running around. Alex leans in toward me and murmurs,
I bet I could beat you at foosball.
And I wonder why the hell my 18-year-old hormones decide to interpret that sexually. We exit out the back of the arcade and arrive at the miniature golf courses, where Kimiko waits for us. The outfit she ran home to change into is a pastel blue golf dress with a pleated skirt. She spots us, scoops up the 4 golf clubs leaning against the table next to her, and heads in our direction. I meet her halfway and take 2 of them. I paid and got us clubs and score sheets. They were very adamant about us staying on whatever course we choose rather than jumping around. The courses get harder going from right to left. Or maybe it's left to right? I'm not really sure. Oops. I've been here enough times that I should know, but the answer eludes me. Yeah, I'm not sure. Want to just do the left one? Works for me, Kimiko says with a shrug. I turn to Alex and Helen for confirmation, and find Alex glancing from me to Kimiko and back expectantly. Oh, right. Alex, this is Kimiko. Kimiko, this is... Well, if it isn't Alex Aquino, Kimiko says dramatically, sounding not unlike a Scooby-Doo villain. Don't say his name like that, I mutter, struggling to conceal my laugh. Alex's smile barely dims as he holds out his hand for her to shake.
I see my reputation precedes me.
Boy, does it, Kimiko says, her voice filled with innuendo that, if you didn't know Alex's future, might imply that I've overshared about our sex life. Somehow I think that's her intention. Kimiko, I protest. Alex and Helen don't know her, and I think they should be eased in.
What class do you 2 know each other from again?
Alex asks. Please, higher education isn't for me. Kimiko scoffs. Alex opens his mouth, probably to ask a follow-up question, but I rush in and say, we're in a book club together, just to make sure our story stays consistent. The last thing I need is for Kimiko to say something different, and Helen to frown and catch us in our lie. Besides, it's not like it's a big lie. It's just a little white lie. A tiny, existence-preserving little white lie. Should we start? Who wants to go first? I say to change the subject. Alex doesn't immediately move, and I allow Kimiko and Helen to go ahead. When I look back at Alex, he's staring at me like he's never seen me before.
A book club,
he repeats flatly. Remember? I started going twice a month on Thursdays?
You said that was a club meeting.
Yeah. Book club. I insist. Kimiko screams excitedly over her hole-in-one and calls us over because it's our turn. I feel Alex's eyes on me as I swing, which unnerves me enough that it takes me 5 swings to get the ball in. Alex gets it in too. Silent and stoic, and I don't understand why. Seemingly upset. And then we're on to the next hole. As Helen gears up to swing, Alex walks over to me. I feel a moment of relief. Maybe I'm imagining his weirdness.
You hate reading,
Alex mutters. I blink up at him, thrown for a second as I adjust to the fact that we're not past this, apparently. I don't hate reading, I argue, but I feel threads beginning to unravel. Have I told him I hate reading? That's usually something I keep to myself out of embarrassment. My heart rate skyrockets. I must have told him at some point. We have spent countless nights lying in bed talking about everything under the sun. Why wouldn't I have told him? Fuck. I try to walk it back, amending. I mean, I'm not a huge reader. Honestly, I don't even read most of the books the club picks. I just go for the free food and gossip.
What book are you guys reading?
I blanch, trying to remember what books were big in 2012. It doesn't need to be a new book, does it? It could be a classic. I know plenty of classic books. You're up, Joey, Kimiko calls out. Saved by the Bell. I walk up to the tea and feign nonchalance as I say, Alex was just asking what book we're reading this month. I forgot the title. What was it again? Gone Girl, she says without missing a beat. And I could almost kiss her, because she chose a book I can actually talk about. Well, I can talk about the movie, but that doesn't come out until 2014. I managed to get the ball in after only 3 swings this time. Alex gets a hole in 1. Kimiko shoots me a look as we silently walk to the next hole, and I realize I'm not the only one picking up on his weirdness. This is the tensest game of mini-golf I've ever played in my life. It's strange because it kind of feels like mini-golf is, by nature, something that relieves tension rather than creating it. There's a plastic castle looming over us, for Christ's sake.
Gone Girl, huh?
Alex says, as Helen struggles to get her ball in. I offer him a short, tight nod and ask, Have you read it?
Yeah, I read that one. What did you think?
Why do I feel like he's testing me? Haven't started it yet. Like I said, I mostly go for the food and gossip. I shrug. Alex doesn't immediately respond, and we descend into a long silence. I realize this is one of the few awkward silences we've had together. Maybe the only one. And I'm utterly baffled because I can't figure out why he's having such a strong reaction. It doesn't seem like I'm going to get an answer anytime soon, because Kimiko breaks the silence by announcing that she's inviting herself to the end-of-the-world party Helen told her about. She pulls me aside and promises she'll keep an eye on Helen. She remembers everything I told her, and wants to help. I'm torn between knowing I could use the help and wanting to keep Kimiko as far away from Helen and Alex as possible. But Helen seems so excited. I don't say anything. I'm just grateful that Alex finally stops chipping away at my lie. But he doesn't return to normal, even though he goes through the motions of playing the game. Kimiko wins by far. I lose, also by far. I can't get myself to care too much about mini-golf, when all I can think about is what is going on with Alex. Alex is silent as we walk back to his dorm room that evening. I replay our mini-golf outing again and again in my head, trying to figure out what happened. Is this really about my book club fib? When he closes the door to his room, I turn and ask, Are we okay? He deflects.
Why wouldn't we be okay?
You know, it's funny, I'm wondering the same thing, I say sardonically. He pierces me with his gaze, seems to weigh his words carefully. Then finally says,
If you think we're okay, then we're okay.
Well, okay, then, I say.
Okay, then.
He repeats. I want to laugh. This sounds like the complete opposite of okay. So what now? I ask as I sit down on his bed. He tilts his head, considering. Staring down at me, eyes locked on mine. I watch as his expression heats, his eyes darkening. I know what's coming, but I'm still surprised when he says,
Now, I want to fuck you until my name is the only one you can remember.
Oh. I don't know what to say to that. It's such a 180 from his mood the entire evening. There's an adult, logical part of my brain that says we should maybe wait until we've had an actual conversation and cleared the air. Then, there's the rest of me that is quickly turning the adult, logical part to putty. Breathlessly, I say, "Okay." He stalks forward, lowering himself so he's crouched on top of me, one knee on the bed between my legs. We kiss slowly, languidly, pulling apart only when he takes my top off, then unbuttons my pants. Before I know it, I'm naked, and he's still fully dressed. He returns to standing and takes me in. The urge to cover myself comes, but I resist. Just lean back, propping myself up with my hands behind me. I watch him watch me. His eyes glide over my body slowly, his attention so rapt that I can almost feel it, like a physical touch. He leans down to kiss me again, glides a hand across my shoulder, then down to cup my breast, then lower. He breaks the kiss and pulls away.
On second thought, I want you to sit on my face.
He moves, positioning us so that he's flat on the bed, and I'm straddling his face, hovering just a few inches above. I've never done this before. The closest I can think of is that night all those years ago, when he'd lowered himself to his knees, as I'd been standing. And that isn't quite the same. "Are you sure?" I ask, hesitant.
I've never been more sure of anything in my life.
Hesitantly, I lower myself. I jolt in shock at the sensation of him licking me, and he grabs the top of my thighs and attempts to hold me in place, moving his tongue through my folds with expert precision that would feel amazing if only I weren't so worried about
Joey.
His exasperation comes through even though his voice is muffled.
Sit down.
"I don't want to suffocate you."
You won't.
"I might."
New directive. Suffocate me. Do your best. If I can breathe. You're doing it wrong.
He pulls me back down, and this time, I listen, lowering myself completely. He puts his mouth back on me, licking and sucking until all my concerns for his safety fly out the window. "Alex?" I cry out and grind down against his face, my pleasure rising. I'm so close. He stops, lifts me up a bit so he can speak.
Keep saying my name.
He commands. "What?" I ask, disoriented.
Keep saying my name, and this continues. Stop, and this stops.
"Alex," I say, still confused, but not for much longer, because he returns his mouth to me, licking in circles until I see stars. When he starts to slow down, I remember his command. "Alex?" I cry again, and again, and again, clutching at his headboard as I come in a loud, shaking mess. Once I've caught my breath, he gently lifts me and lowers me to the bed, so that I'm lying flat. He unbuckles his pants but doesn't remove them, still fully dressed as he reaches over into his nightstand and grabs a condom, puts it on, and lines himself up. He pauses, holding himself still. I blink up at him, our eyes locked together. "What are you waiting for?" I ask after several agonizing moments, my voice a gasp.
Beg,
he says. My eyes narrow. I wonder if I heard him right. But then, he repeats himself.
Beg me to fuck you.
I'm about to comply. It's not like it would be a chore. Hell, I'm into it. But then, the weirdness of today rushes back to me. And suddenly I feel like this is all a placeholder for some argument we're not having. That we've been not having since mini-golf. So instead of giving in, I push him, lightly, until he flips to the side and lies on his back next to me. I don't think you want me to beg, I say, glaring down at him. I sit up and toss my leg over his waist, so I straddle him. So I'm on top. I think you like when I'm on top because you like when I'm in control, I say, thinking of all the times I've wondered if Alex might have a little bit of a shame kink. I think you're the one that wants to beg. I see my words hit him. See him close his eyes, tilt his head back, and swallow. The bob of his Adam's apple in his tightly strained throat. See that I'm right. So I rise up, reach down to grab him, and line him up at my entrance. And then I wait.
Joe,
He says, his voice strained, like he's got a tight rein on his control. Beg, Alex. I cajole him, moving him up and down through my wetness, torturing myself just as much as I'm torturing him.
please.
He gasps. Please, who? To make matters worse, I lower myself just a bit, so the very tip of him is inside me. He groans. In relief or frustration, I'm not sure. But I'm willing to bet the latter.
Please, Joe.
No, I say, unable to believe the next words out of my mouth. Use my full name.
Please. Josephina.
He says, and the words sound like a breath of relief. Please? What? I ask, hoping he'll answer quickly, because my thighs are starting to hurt, and I fear that if I hold out much longer, I'll collapse in a useless heap and embarrass myself.
Ride me.
So I do, slowly lowering myself all the way before I rise up again, eyes locked on his. Our eyes stay locked together as I ride him, up and down, until I'm about to come again, and my legs turn into a quivering mess, unable to hold me up any longer. Alex?
Yes?
He asks after a moment, his voice strained. Fuck me. I expect him to flip us over. But instead, he grabs my hips and holds them in place, thrusting up and absolutely wrecking me from his spot underneath until I come with a loud cry. My thighs fully give out and I collapse onto him. And only now does he flip us so he's on top, his body flush against my body. The fabric of his clothing rough against my skin in a way that heightens everything. He thrusts into me, his forehead resting in the crook of my neck, and he pants out breaths into my skin until he reaches his own peak with a groan. We clean up, then fall asleep together, both of us out within minutes. It isn't until much later that I realize we didn't actually resolve anything. 24. It's almost the end of the world. More specifically, it's almost December 21st, 2012. Despite the rumors, the world isn't going to end tonight, unless I've managed to screw up way more than I thought. I didn't buy into the end of the world nonsense the first time around, and I don't buy into it now. But I am in college, and in college, the possible end of the world means one thing: an excuse to party. Despite my efforts, I'm unable to dissuade an eager Helen from going to the end of the world party being thrown by one of the frats. So Helen, Kimiko, Alex, and I gather in Alex's dorm at 11 and head over. Kimiko's dress is more mesh than anything, so all eyes turn to her the moment we walk through the door of the frat house. I look at Helen, who actually visibly gulps and says,
"So many people. Why did I think this was a good idea?"
I can't blame her. Between the loud music, the students yelling to be heard over it, the combined smells of weed and perfume and sweat, and the disaster movie, The Day After Tomorrow, projected on the far wall, this party is an onslaught of overstimulation similar to, but also far worse than, the party I arrived at all those months ago. Suddenly, I remember this party. I came with Madison, Ellie, Helen, and Kat. And I ranted about how much I hated Jake as he and Madison reconciled under a glowing projection of Shaun of the Dead. "We can always leave," I tell Helen.
"I think I need a drink," Helen mutters.
"Let's go get you a drink," Kimiko says, pulling Helen farther into the party with her. "Kimiko," I start to protest, but cut myself off when I see how serious her face is. "Trust me," she implores. And weirdly, I do. And then it's just me and Alex, standing a few feet from the doorway. A group of kids come in and shove past us, pushing us farther into the room. Things have been weird between us all week. Tense. But it's an under-the-surface tension that makes me wonder if it's all in my head. Because surely things can't still be weird between us because of mini-golf, and my lie about the book club of all things. Adding to the confusion is the fact that we've been having even more sex than before, and it's been strangely intense. Not in a bad way. No complaints from my end. But there definitely seems to have been a shift. The thought flits through my mind that it feels like he's trying to prove something. But what, I don't know.
"You want a drink?"
He asks. But the idea of being drunk right now when I'm on edge because of both Alex and Helen sounds kind of terrible. So I tell him no, I'm fine. And then there's more silence. And just when I begin to feel like I might explode from the awkwardness of it all, another group walks in and crowds the area around us, pushing him into me.
"This isn't really my scene,"
he says against the backdrop of a group of frat guys across the room yelling, "Chug, chug, chug." That's too bad. I was just thinking that this is exactly my scene. I remark dryly.
"Is that so?"
Yep. Thinking I might do a keg stand just to get the party going.
"Now that I'd like to see."
He laughs. And it almost feels as if the tension between us never existed. I'm about to say I've changed my mind. That actually I'd love a drink. When all of a sudden Alex's gaze shudders. I'm about to ask what's wrong when I feel a tap on my shoulder.
"Joey, can we talk for a second?"
I turn to find Ellie standing there. I haven't spoken with him since the altercation in the doorway of his dorm room. I purposely, cowardly, skipped the class after Thanksgiving where his story was workshopped. Helen gave me a full rundown, though, and assured me that it did not get a good response. If I'm to believe her version of things, and I think I do, her own scathing critiques led the charge. I did attend the next couple of classes, doing my best to pay Ellie no attention. And from what I could tell, he was doing the same. So it's surprising to have him come up to me at a party of all places. I realize I've been silent just a touch too long. Ellie's hopeful smile fades, replaced by a look of shame-filled awkwardness. I decide to take pity on him. "Sure. You want to go outside?" He nods, and I tell him to go ahead. I turn to Alex and say, "I'm gonna go talk to him for a few minutes. I'll be back, okay?" He stares at me, silent. Finally, he asks,
"You're leaving me for him?"
I open my mouth to object to the wording, but I don't even know where it's coming from, so I can't begin to formulate a response. He's just a guy from class, I say carefully. Not technically a lie, but also not a lie. I'll be back, I repeat. I don't wait long for an answer, though it's long enough that I get the sense that one isn't coming, before I follow Ellie through the crowded room and out the back door. I glance over my shoulder at Alex once and see him looking after me, his expression unreadable. I resolve to have a serious conversation with him after the party's over, because I really have no clue what has been going through his head for the past several days. But first, I need to get some closure with Ellie. When we're finally alone together, as alone as one can be in the backyard of a frat house during a party, I wordlessly wait for him to explain himself.
I know I'm probably the last person you want to talk to on what might be the last night of the world. I mean, it won't be. I know that. I don't want you to think I'm someone who believes the world is going to end tonight.
I'm surprised you care what I think about you, I interject a little meanly.
Honestly, I'm starting to think maybe my problem is that I care too much what everyone thinks of me,
he says, with an awkward, flat laugh as he rakes his fingers through his hair. This self-deprecating confession, this nervous gesture, would probably be endearing if I weren't still upset with him. Because I am, I realize. I'm still so upset with him. And that might be a feeling I never quite escape. Because he's not just some one-night stand who disappointed me. He's my best friend of over a decade, who unknowingly shattered every perception I had of him. So you care what people think of you. Join the club. Is that all you wanted to say? I wait for an answer, and when one doesn't come quickly, I turn to leave.
I'm sorry,
he says finally. And when I turn back to him, he continues.
I shouldn't have written about you. If it's any consolation, I didn't realize that would be the story she'd send.
So you admit it was about me?
Of course it was about you. I've never told anybody this, but I've always wanted to be a writer. But I'm not particularly creative. I can't do what you do and invent a new world layered with meaning and subtext.
It takes me a moment to realize what he's talking about. The shape of water. A hysterical laugh nearly bubbles to the surface.
So I mostly write from my own experiences. Problem is, I haven't experienced much.
Now I actually do laugh, and his eyes light up. He continues.
I always imagined I'd live this exciting life, or at least have, I don't know, exciting thoughts, if that makes any sense and doesn't make me sound like a pretentious loser. That night was it was the most exciting thing to happen to me in a long time. It was like straight out of a movie or a book or something. Like it had to be written down. Written down, but probably kept to myself.
I smile at that last comment and nod. I forgive you. He doesn't bother to hide his surprise.
Really?
Sure. I'm not lying. I do forgive him for what he wrote. It's the bigger picture that I'm still struggling with. But that's not his problem to deal with. There's nothing I can say or do that will pull a full, honest apology out of him. He'll never know what he once was to me. So he'll never know the extent of his betrayal. The truth is mine alone to process. He holds his hand out for me to shake and says, "Friends?" That's when I realize it's truly over for us. In a perfect world, we could form a real friendship. A friendship on an even footing, where one of us isn't secretly pining after the other and hoping the relationship will change. But the truth of it is, I think our relationship might have always relied on my feelings for Ellie for it to work. Without them, I'm not sure what's there. especially now when the history we share exists only in my memory. But I put my hand in his anyway. Friends, I say, even as I accept that I will probably never talk to Ellie again. Can I ask you a favor? He asks when I pull my hand back. A favor? I repeat, surprised that he has the gall to follow an apology with a request for a favor. I clock his sheepish expression. Did he apologize just to cushion the blow of whatever he's about to ask? He must see how taken aback I am because he rushes to add, I want to be clear that I meant every word I just said. I really am sorry, and I really do want to be friends. Okay, I say, and then I wait. When you get the chance, no rush, but... He stutters. I patiently wait for him to get it out. He takes a deep breath, then much more clearly says, When you get a chance, could you maybe tell Madison I apologized? Why would Madison care if you apologized to me? I say, my words slow as I struggle to process his request. She hasn't told you? He asks with a frown. Things have been busy. Finals, and I haven't seen her much, I say lamely. No need for him to know that I've been actively avoiding both Madison and our shared room ever since I saw them together. His frown deepens. Madison insisted on reading my story, and when she did, she pumped the brakes on us. She isn't speaking to me and said she won't until I realize what I did wrong and apologize. Why the hell would she... I stop speaking even as my mind continues to spin. I'm thrown by this revelation. Why does Madison care if Ellie apologizes? She said herself that we're not friends. But his story was enough for her to dump him? I mean, sure, Madison was always a girl's girl, and it's only now that I realize I probably wasn't. Not really, which, ouch. But calling it quits with a guy she likes in defense of a roommate she barely knows is going above and beyond. And after that revelation, there's a new one. You really like her, huh? I really do, he confirms. She's just so... well, you know Madison. I do. And yet I'm curious what he was about to say. She's so... what? Because now I'm suddenly, for the first time, looking at Ellie not as my best friend, and not as someone I'm in love with, but as a potential partner for my once best friend. Is he good enough for her? I frown. Because I'm honestly not sure. Which is ridiculous. Why do my standards feel so much higher when I'm evaluating a person for someone who isn't me? Why would he be good enough for me to pine after for years, but not good enough for Madison to be with? I shrug off my concerns. Madison can make that choice for herself. And by now, I realize that if I try to make her choices for her, I might accidentally steer her in the wrong direction. Okay. I'll tell her that you apologized and I forgave you. But if you hurt her, I have no clue what I'm going to say. I've never been very good at coming up with threats that feel genuine and not cartoonishly trite. But I don't even get the chance to fumble through a pathetic attempt at a threat because Ellie's face breaks into a smile, and he cuts me off. Thank you so much. I promise you won't regret this. The words rush out of him as he swoops me up into a tight, enthusiastic hug. Maybe this is the moment I realize it's truly over. Because wrapped in his arms, laughing at his boyish enthusiasm, I feel nothing for him. No sparks, no butterflies, and also none of the darker shades of my former feelings. No jealousy, no bitter resentment. He's just an old friend hugging me for the first time in months. I can't tell if it feels like a goodbye hug or a hello. Calm down. I said I'd tell her. I can't promise she'll actually take you back. He assures me that's fine. He just appreciates anything I can say to get her to at least text him. I pull away, but when I do, I happen to glance past Ellie to where Alex is standing in the doorway of the house. I smile, but then I register the expression on his face. He looks absolutely devastated. 25. I race through the house, calling Alex's name. I guess he doesn't hear me because he keeps pushing forward at a rapid pace. As he shoves past the bodies in his path, I realize that's wishful thinking. He hears me, and the reason for his quickening pace is that he's running away. Sirens blare in my mind, drowning out all the sounds around me, drowning out any semblance of coherent thought. Panic races through my veins even though I can't quite figure out why this is happening. Is this because he saw me hugging Ellie? I remember his strange words before I went to the backyard.
You're leaving me for him.
A week of weird behavior, of the vibe between us being ever so slightly off, of comments I can't make sense of. It all culminates in this. Alex is running away from me. I push through the crowd with more fervor, screaming at people to move, damn it, and not giving a single shit about the bewildered and irritated looks I'm shot in return. I catch sight of Kat, looking upset, but I can't think through the implications of that and just how much I've messed up in this timeline because I'm busy with my own internal freakout. I see Alex go out the front door. My mental sirens blare louder. My blood pumps harder. Because he's actually leaving without even saying goodbye. And when I step outside, I find him already halfway across the lawn. Alex! I call after him. And if this is a moment of truth, I finally have my answer. He doesn't stop. Just confidently stalks forward. Away from me. I call his name again. No response. I go all in and run after him, trying to ignore the indignity of running after a man who wants nothing to do with me. Sierra would give me so much shit if she knew. For half a second, I get the hysterical vision into my head of him also starting to run, until I'm chasing after him at full speed. He doesn't do that. Just keeps up his pace, allowing me to catch up to him. Or maybe he doesn't realize I'm running after him until I grab his arm. Alex? I say again. I go for a soft tone, but its effect is dampened by the fact that my breath is coming in pants. Alex turns to me, looking every bit like a man defeated.
What do you want, Joey?
Is that really all it takes to defeat Alex Aquino? Me hugging someone else? The thought is so outrageous that I have the urge to laugh. But I can't laugh. Because it feels like I'm losing him. Like I've lost him. Also, I'm struggling to catch my breath. Where are you going? I ask.
Does it matter?
Of course it matters. You're just gonna leave me alone at a party without saying goodbye? I really want this to work out. I love him even though he's been acting odd lately. Even though he's being mopey and jealous. That's something we can work on. I want us to work this out. I want us to work, period.
You didn't look alone to me.
Whatever you think you saw back there, it's easy to explain.
Don't bother.
Please, I beg, hating how my voice cracks. Hating that I'm begging. I take a deep breath, look into his eyes. Eyes that are projecting such a deep level of misery that I almost don't feel embarrassed about begging. And calmly ask, I know that whatever's wrong, it didn't begin tonight. You've been weird ever since mini-golf. And no matter how much I spin it around in my head,
I can't make sense of why. Can you tell me? Tell me what's wrong, and I promise whatever it is, I can explain. Alex starts shaking his head before I'm done speaking.
You don't understand. You don't have anything to explain, Joey. I get it. I've always gotten it. I might have forgotten for a while there, but trust me, I'm crystal clear on the score here. I'll never have you. Not really. No matter what I do, no matter if you're it for me. I can take you on dates. I can be there for you when you need me. I can open my heart to you like I never have with anyone else. Hell, I can rip that heart right out of my chest and hand it to you on a plate. It doesn't matter. It won't ever matter. It'll always be Ellie, won't it? And I don't think I'm a stupid man, but I'm a fucking fool when it comes to you. I should have figured that out by now. I had decades to accept it, but I didn't. I thought things could be different if but I get it now. I can be what you need, but I'll never be what you want. I never stood a chance.
I freeze. It feels as if the earth has split wide open under my feet. He turns to leave. Alex? I whisper. Not sure if I want him to stop or not. I'm struggling to process the implication of the words he's just spoken. Alex seems to think better of his urge to leave. He spins back around and pins me to where I stand with his singularly miserable expression.
Just answer me this. What do you see in him? I've never understood it. Is it the way he just floated through life, never really aspiring to anything, only for everything to magically work out for him anyway? Because that's his big secret, you know? No ambition, just luck. I watched him for years, and it never ceased to amaze me. Maybe you have a thing for mediocrity, but shit. I'm self-aware enough to realize I'm being an asshole. Not that self-awareness makes up for anything. Ignore me. I won't bother you again.
His words are meant to cut, but I barely hear them over the ringing in my ears. What the hell is going on? This is impossible. My entire life is impossible, though. So that's not really any sort of excuse. Alex? I repeat, louder. He looks at me, breathing so fast and deep it's like he's panting from exertion. You said decades. He freezes. I see it hit him. Everything he said. Everything he's given away. Everything he needs to explain right the fuck now. Because just like that, I go from a desperate, begging woman to... I don't know what I am anymore. Confused, to be certain. Also betrayed. Though I don't want to jump to conclusions. But part of my brain can't help it. I'm just a hop, skip, and a jump away from flipping out on him. And my brain is ready to play hopscotch. Who the hell are you? Alex grimaces like he hates the answer to that question. And then, like magic, it's all gone. The grimace, the misery in his eyes.
You know exactly who I am, Josephina.
And it's that deliberate use of my full name, that snaps everything into focus. I stop thinking about the heartbreak that is only beginning to crest inside me. I want answers. And I want them right fucking now. Since when?
Since the beginning. Well, almost the beginning.
26. There are two sides to every story. I died with my shoes off. I woke up just the same. As I followed my caseworker through the long hallway, feeling the plush turquoise shag carpet under my feet, I knew this had to be hell. It wasn't a surprise. I think part of me always knew I'd end up here someday. I was never a spiritual man, but my mom was a devout Catholic. In my experience, a person can never quite escape the effects of such an upbringing. No matter how many times I called myself an atheist, in my most desperate moments, I still turned to God, at least within the quiet confines of my own mind. Mom went just a few years before I did, and in the months following, I silently prayed to a God I didn't believe in. Most of my life, I hoped I was right to believe there was no such thing as an afterlife, as a soul. I knew if there was, I didn't stand a chance. But then she was gone, and I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine a world where she wasn't. So I prayed. Not for anything in particular, I just prayed and hoped someone somewhere could hear me. It wasn't the first time I'd done that. In fact, the first time I remember praying just for the existence of something after death was over 20 years earlier. Josefina Vasquez died on November 6th, 2026. I learned about her death the following day via an Instagram story of all things. No one thought to call and tell me directly. Of course they wouldn't. As far as anyone else knew, we were casual acquaintances at most. The truth was a secret kept between the two of us. On November 7th, that secret was mine and mine alone. Ellie cried the hardest at her funeral. His sobs loud and dramatic, in a way my bitter mind wanted to call performative. I helped him compose himself, and we walked up to Joey's family and offered our condolences. It felt strange speaking trite, empty words to these people I'd never met. People who were in the throes of a grief so deep, I couldn't even imagine. Speaking to them made me even more resentful of Ellie's open, unapologetically visible sorrow. Joey's family was more stoic. Her sister's and father's eyes were rimmed with red, but they managed to hold themselves together. Idly standing there, watching as Joey's family wrapped Ellie in their arms, I felt truly jealous of him for the first time. He was welcome here in a way I never would be. They knew him. Something he said to Joey's father pushed him over the edge, and he started openly crying, which made Ellie's sobs begin anew. I found myself watching Joey's mother, who had yet to shed a tear as she rubbed circles on her husband's back. That night, I held Ellie as he drunkenly confessed that he blamed himself for her death. I just let her leave without checking if she was good to drive. She was always so careful, you know. She seemed invincible, he managed to gasp out between sobs. I could have absolved him of his guilt. If it was anyone's fault, it was my own. After all, wasn't I the one who had antagonized her into leaving? Wasn't I the one who had watched her chug a glass of wine minutes before she got in her car? I said nothing. In the past couple of years, he had become my best friend, maybe my only friend. But Joey had been kind of right when she accused me of hating him. I let Ellie blame himself, and I held my guilt inside, keeping the truth between myself and Joey. Another secret for the two of us. The second one that now belonged only to me. The following month was one of the low points of my life, and despite my massively publicized success, my life was not without its fair share of low points. It took me longer than I'd care to admit to unpack why that was. On the one hand, before the night of her death, I had not seen Joey in 7 years. We weren't friends. We never really had been. I'd never had many friends to speak of. By the time Joey died, we were the opposite of friends. I knew without a shred of doubt that if someone had asked her if she hated me, she would have said yes. On the other hand, I knew that I was partly to blame for her death. If I hadn't antagonized her, she wouldn't have left so early. If I had antagonized her a little bit more, and for the right reasons, she might have taken my advice and ordered an Uber. I antagonized her too much and yet not enough. And so she died. I don't remember the first time I saw Joey, I do remember that we were in one of the same business classes. One day, the professor called on her to answer what I, and from the looks on the other students' faces, most of my classmates, thought was an impossible-to-answer question. She responded so eloquently and succinctly that I couldn't help but perk up every time he called on her after that. I found her riveting. We didn't officially meet until the next semester. We were introduced by Ellie and Kat at a party. By that point, I was dating a girl named Rachel. I'm not ashamed to admit that I would have dropped Rachel in a heartbeat had I caught even the slightest hint of interest from Joey. Needless to say, I didn't. Life moved forward. Rachel and I broke up. I would have tried asking Joey out, but it was painfully obvious that she was in love with Ellie. So I moved on. We graduated and began stumbling our way through adult life. I met and married Ingrid in quick succession, which was a mistake. Ellie married Kat. I received an invite to the wedding. I went, expecting a mind-numbingly boring time. I was never one for weddings, which was part of the reason why Ingrid's proposition that we run off and elope just weeks after meeting each other had been so alluring. No wedding, no spectacle, just a whirlwind romance and then a marriage. The night of Ellie's wedding was anything but boring. It was a night that would have changed everything if only I had let it. Ingrid and I had been married for 2 years, and I didn't expect us to make it through 2 more. We'd been fighting almost constantly, and the icing on the cake was when I discovered just a week prior to my friend's wedding that she was having an affair. I'm not proud of returning the favor by cheating on her with Joey, but I won't say I regret it either. What I do regret was Joey overhearing my conversation with my wife and how I handled that. Joey and I both said hurtful things. After I had time to cool down, I tried to call her, straight to voicemail. I texted, the bubble turned green. She'd blocked me. I should have tried harder. I should have fought. I eventually came to realize that. But all we had had together was one passionate night. I was in the middle of a relationship that had started out passionate and devolved into a contentious, adversarial mess. How was I to have any confidence that a relationship with Joey wouldn't end the same way? I went back to Ingrid. I told her what I'd done, though I lied about one part and said it was with a stranger. She said she forgave me, but I think her forgiveness came from the fact that her life would have become indescribably different were she to divorce the millionaire husband who supported her. That worked just fine by me. We got into a cycle. We would fight for months. One of us would cheat on the other person would discover the affair. We would go to couples therapy and pretend to forgive each other. We would pretend we were fine. And then we'd do it all again. Her favorite lie was to pretend she had a book club, conveniently forgetting I could track the location of her phone. Or maybe she wanted me to see. Meanwhile, Joey and I didn't talk for 7 years. And then we did. And then she died. 3 weeks after Joey died, I finally filed for divorce. I'd like to say the shock of losing the woman who I realized I had been hung up on for the better part of a decade sparked me to make some sort of change in my life, something other than filing for a divorce I should have filed for 7 years earlier, but it didn't. Other than my divorce, the only change her death sparked was that I adopted her asshole cat. Ellie posted all over social media about how he was looking to rehome Joey's cat. Apparently no one would take her. Ellie said he would have kept her if Kat wasn't allergic. I'd been drunk enough to snort at the irony of that. I waited a full day before I gave in and messaged him. It took 5 minutes after meeting that demon spawn for me to figure out that Ellie had been a little less than honest. Sure, Kat might have had allergies, although I had my doubts, but the reason he wasn't keeping Ruthie was obviously that she was a little hellion. Ruthie loved scratching everything in sight. She bit and scratched me so often. I started wearing thick, long-sleeved sweaters as a general policy, even in the increasingly warm LA weather. She insisted on sleeping by my feet, but attacked them whenever I shifted. Over time, I became adept at sleeping without moving at all. No amount of money spent on Ruthie could make her love me. I bought her treats and toys, hoping to find some magic combination that would make her realize I was her friend. But no such luck. When she wasn't attacking me, she just sat there and stared, as if she could see down to the core of me, to the myriad flaws I worked so hard to keep hidden from the world. She was like her mother that way. But it wasn't all bad. Eventually I came to realize that she did love me in her own standoffish cat kind of way. I hired people to help out around my house, what rich person doesn't, but Ruthie wouldn't tolerate any of them. If one of them tried to clean her litter box, she attacked. If they tried to feed her, she acted like the food was poisoned. I had to do everything for her myself. It felt good, being needed. I loved that evil cat to bits for the nearly 7 years I had her before she passed. Other than that, I continued to live my life. I accumulated wealth that I spent a fraction of. I searched for love in people who were unable to give it to me. Probably for the best, since I was unable to give it back. I took up smoking real cigarettes, my vaping habit a thing of the past. Somehow, I was still surprised by my lung cancer diagnosis. It's strange, the things money can't fix. Over 20 years after Joey died, on April 23rd, 2052, I died at the age of 58. And then the strangest thing happened. I'm not supposed to talk about this part. I woke up in a waiting room. A drab waiting room, with altogether too much wood in it. I knew immediately that I had died. I had been waiting for it for months by that point. My immediate reaction was to laugh, because whatever God I thought I'd been praying to, or pointedly not praying to, all those years, whatever afterlife I'd been imagining, it certainly hadn't looked anything like this. Alexander Aquino? I looked up and saw that there was a person standing in front of a doorway I hadn't previously noticed. I stood at the sound of my name and approached them. They were shorter than me by a few inches, with black hair, jovial eyes, and an androgynous appearance. They sized me up, held their hand out for me to shake. Once I did, they told me, "I'm your caseworker. Follow me." I glanced back at the room, my eyes lingering on the empty desk at the front. Apologies if you were kept waiting long. The receptionist is on break. By the time I took my seat across from my caseworker, I was sure I was in hell, or perhaps at some sort of purgatorial pit stop where my sins would be weighed before I was directed to hell. Instead, my caseworker informed me that I was getting a second chance at life. They said I would retain my memories of my first life, but could not speak the truth to anyone, or I would be erased from existence, and then they asked when I'd like to go back to. I didn't give them a date. I asked, "Is this real? Or is it all happening inside my mind?" It didn't feel real. It felt like the hopeful hallucination of a dying and desperate brain. I half expected to wake up with a strained, painful gasp in the same hospital bed in which I had fallen asleep, inches away from the death that would have been a glorious relief and therefore kept eluding me. Maybe it was a cruel joke. Perhaps this was hell, and hell's first torture was psychological in nature. Hope, I was quickly discovering, could be its own kind of torture. Reality is a relative concept, my caseworker informed me with a smile. The people in hell are nice, I thought. You have just left a reality where you are dead, and that cannot be undone, so in that sense, this is not real. But you are being offered the chance to return to a new reality, one where this moment could be real. The choice is entirely up to you. Whatever you decide, I can promise you, we are not inside your mind. I want to make Josefina Vasquez fall in love with me. I was surprised by the words that came out so instinctively. I hadn't thought about her in years. Or maybe I had spent years thinking of nothing else. It's hard to say. The caseworker considered me for a long moment. As they did, a second thought came to my mind. Did Joey get a second chance? "We're not allowed to disclose the decisions of other clients," was all they said. But there was something in the way they said it that implied that she had been offered a second chance. I knew exactly what that meant. Of course Joey took it. Somewhere out there, in another timeline or universe or plane of existence, Joey was alive. My Joey. A Joey who shared all the same memories of us together that I did, the good and the bad, most of them bad. A Joey to whom I could apologize for everything I had done, everything I hadn't done, everything I'd said and everything I hadn't said. A Joey I could make it all up to. "Show me. I want to see her," I commanded. I had a tendency to command things. Years of never being told no does that to a person. How ridiculous of me to sit there and dare to command an otherworldly being, even one dressed as a regular office worker, to do anything. And yet they complied. Their eyes even lit up, like they were excited by my request. "We're not supposed to do this," they said gleefully, like a teenager playing hooky for the first time. They leaned in and turned their computer screen toward me. And there she was. Joey popped up on the screen, following a woman, another caseworker, I realized, through a hallway not unlike the one through which I had just passed. I turned to the doorway. It couldn't be. I stood up. "You won't find her out there," they warned me. All-knowing son of a... I felt suddenly irritated and impatient with my caseworker. "Where is that?" I asked, retaking my seat and nodding to the monitor. "That's one of our offices." "Where? If I were to walk out into the hallway and wander for long enough, would I find her?" I asked with another jerk of my head toward the monitor. "That's not how the offices work." "When is that? Is that—" Joey looked just like she had on the night she... The screen went dark. I slumped over. That was nearly 30 years ago. This was a fucking video recording. "When is a complicated word." "It really isn't," I snapped. "Not to you. It wouldn't be to those who don't understand it," they said cryptically. "I just want to know, is that happening right now? Is she here somewhere?" "She is not. And in point of fact, neither are you." "What does that mean?" "It does not matter." "Of course it fucking matters! If I'm not here, where the hell am I?" "You are nowhere. All that you are, your very being at this moment, is a choice. You are choosing where you would like to be. You are choosing when you would like to be. Until that choice has been made, you are nowhere. You are no when. You are no one." I pinched the bridge of my nose in frustration and took a deep breath. "Okay, well, if I'm a choice, my choice is her. I want to be with her. Wherever she is, whenever she is, send me to her." My caseworker nodded, hit a button on the screen, and there Joey was again, this time on the familiar grounds of our college campus. Even weirder, there I was. It was surreal seeing myself, age 18, on that screen. It had been 40 years since I'd seen that face staring back at me in the mirror. It was weird to watch a memory I had forgotten I had. I used to love sitting at that picnic table, reading whatever book I was devouring that week. I used to read for pleasure. Odd. I couldn't fathom doing anything like that at this point. The only time I consumed art, I did it in front of my 85-inch flat screen while drinking cheap beer. I expected the Joey on the screen to strut right past my 18-year-old self. But she stormed directly up to me and started telling me off for my taste in books. "This didn't happen," I murmured, but still I watched, fascinated. "On the contrary, this moment both happened and is happening right now," they told me. "Remember that this is not the Josefina Vasquez you passed without noticing 13 times on the quad of your university when you were 18 years old. This is Josefina Vasquez 1 week after she returned to her freshman year of college." I leaned forward. "What date did she return to?" I asked, challenging them to tell me even though they were under no obligation to do so. September 14th, in the year that your society refers to as 2012. I laughed, a pathetically bitter sound even to my own ears. I knew exactly why she had returned to September 14th. I knew because Ellie and Kat's wedding had taken place on September 14th, 7 years later. They had written their own grossly corny wedding vows, and Ellie had spewed on about September 14th being the best day of his life because it was the day he had met Kat. I knew it because on the night of Ellie's wedding, Joey told me that she had met Ellie the same night. Knowing Joey, she went back to the party and made a move on Ellie before Kat could. I hated knowing that. Why show me a moment a week after her return? Shouldn't I go back to the same date she did? Maybe earlier. Give me a head start. My caseworker tilted their head as if considering their words carefully. Going back to this date has the highest odds of success. Success? You said you want to make Josefina Vasquez fall in love with you. A grin slowly overtook my face. Even in the afterlife, things had a way of working out in my favor. I somehow had conned this cosmic being into tilting the axis of the universe my way. So I should go back here, to this moment. They shook their head. Watch. So I watched. I watched and listened to my 18-year-old self spar with the girl of my dreams. He was better at it than I was, and then she appeared to remember who she was talking to and ran off. She's getting away, I protested, tipping forward like I could fall into the screen and back through time. Trust him, my caseworker said. I wanted to wring their neck. Did they not realize I had been him? I knew better than anyone that he wasn't to be trusted. The girl of our dreams had just run away from that little shit, and he was sitting there smiling like it was a good thing. Moments, or minutes, or hours later, I watched as, against all odds and expectations, she stormed out and confronted him again. When can I go back? I demanded, frustrated. I am measuring each moment for the highest success rate, they said, not taking their eyes off the screen, although simultaneously, they didn't appear to be looking at the screen at all, their unfocused gaze on some distant, invisible sight. That was the moment when I understood fully that the facade right in front of me was exactly that, a facade. This being wasn't a caseworker sitting in a dreary office. They were so much more than that. Of course they were. They had the ability to control the nature of time and space. It deeply unsettled me. I had always been a man of fact, of evidence. I believed in things I could see with my own eyes and touch with my own hands and very little else. I didn't have a great imagination. I wasn't good at philosophizing. Religion had never interested me. I was good at reading numbers and trends and data and extrapolating that data to make wise financial decisions. And that was about it. But there I was, faced with what I saw as very real evidence that the things I could see with my own eyes, the things I could touch with my own hands, were not real at all. Nothing about my own perceptions could be trusted. I tried to focus on the screen to escape my overwhelming thoughts. In a weird way, it was like I was experiencing the warped nature of time myself. Hours passed on the screen. I heard every word spoken by both myself and Joey. I watched it in real time, hours passing, but it felt like only minutes. Eventually, my caseworker hit a button on their keyboard and paused the image. "This is your moment." I blinked. The last words of my on-screen self's conversation with Joey, ringing in my ears. They were at a restaurant discussing what they would do in a hypothetical situation where they died and got the chance to relive their lives. Not hypothetical at all. My caseworker looked up at me and I nodded. "This is your choice?" they asked. "She is my choice." And then, in the blink of an eye, I found myself in new surroundings. Joey sat across from me, a beautiful miracle. She took my breath away. I stood up, pushed my chair in, pulled out the one next to Joey, and slid it as close to her as I dared. I was scared to touch her, scared to touch anything, for fear that I would wake up to find this reality had crumbled away into nothingness. I still wasn't convinced this was real. Surely, I would wake up any moment in a hospital bed, gasping for air, or in hell, begging for forgiveness. Hope could be a kind of torture, but the absence of it, I knew, was far worse. It didn't matter. In that moment, she was the only thing that mattered. I took her hand in mine, looked her in the eye, and said, knowing I meant every word, if I had a chance to do things over, I would want to be as close to you as possible.
27. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. What do you mean, since the beginning? My voice is shaky. My body is shaky. I feel like I might pass out. Just when I was finally adjusting to my new normal, the rug has been pulled out from under me.
Dinner. Lobster and steak. You asked me what I would do if I died and got a second chance. Right there. Right then. I was honest. I said I would want to be as close to you as possible.
I remember the moment with distinct clarity. I had found the word sweet at the time. I thought everything he did was so sweet. How many times did I think he seemed different from the Alex I once knew, unmarred by the cynicism and arrogance that would come to him with age? How stupid was I? Before I can react, he reaches out, grabs my hand, and moves my index finger away from my thumb cuticle, which I was starting to pick at. Something I haven't done in months.
Don't,
he murmurs. His quiet seriousness jolts me. I hadn't realized he even noticed this habit of mine. He never said anything. He never said a lot of things. I yank my hand out of his grasp, the movement reminding me of another time I did that. On the night I died. My shock clears up, and I see the situation for what it is. He played me. It doesn't escape my notice that while I'm surprised to discover he's from my past life, he's not surprised at all. You knew. I accuse him. You knew about me. I had no clue, but you weren't surprised. He glances up at the sky, and I immediately understand the motion. I did the same thing at my first second take meeting. He's wondering what he can and cannot say, marveling that he's still here. I should let him stew. But instead, I offer him a kindness. Or maybe just an impatience. They're not listening. It's fine to talk about it as long as it's with someone who was also given a second chance. There's a support group. They meet twice a month. I can connect you. I force the last words out. I don't want to give him the support group. That's my safe space. He blinks, processing my words. And then...
Your book club.
That's how I met Kimiko. I admit. Alex lets out a bitter laugh, shaking his head.
That's why you lied. I thought you... It doesn't matter what I thought.
I have an urge to object, to demand an explanation. But I realize he's right. It doesn't matter what he thought. What matters is that he's been lying to me since the beginning. How did you know about me? I demand.
My caseworker told me.
He says, quietly.
I asked them to send me to you. The you that I had lost.
I scoff. Unfucking believable. You always have to be one step ahead.
Joey.
He starts, but I cut him off. Why call me Joey?
That's your name.
You called me Josephina before. It's such a tiny detail, but it causes my mistrust to grow. Everything about him was a charade. He wasn't just hiding the fact that he was from the future. he was masking his whole personality. Every kind word, every sweet moment, every time I marveled that this was the same man from my past. Of course he seemed different. He was making a conscious effort to. I'm such a fucking fool.
I wanted to try being the guy who calls you Joey. I wanted to be the guy you could turn to when you needed someone. And I think I did a pretty good job, didn't I? But it wasn't enough. You'll always be in love with Ellie. Nothing I do will change that.
I shake my head. Not just because he's wrong, but because I'm struggling to process. All these months, I thought Alex was getting to know me for the first time. And in that newness, I felt exactly what he's saying. I could try out any version of myself and he would believe it. I could become a new me, unmarred by anyone's judgments of my past self. And the real kicker is, I liked the person I was becoming with Alex by my side. Except that version of me was a lie. And he knew it. And given his knowledge of it, I feel like every single bit of growth I've experienced in the past few months is also a lie. I hate him for taking that from me. So I hurl the truth in his face. And I hope it cuts deep. The funny thing is, I don't love Ellie. I thought I loved you. How's that for a punchline? He stills.
You love me?
He asks, his words breathless, hopeful. Except I don't trust it. I can't trust his words, his tone, anything. It's so clear that every moment over the past few months was a carefully calculated manipulation. And I don't love him. I refuse. I need to go. I need to get out of here. I need to breathe. I turn to make my escape. But despite the fact that we're out in the open, Alex seems to take up every inch of space around me.
Joey, please, would you look at me?
I can't look at him. Knowing what he knows. Knowing that he's known this entire time. Knowing that I'm going to spend days recontextualizing every moment between us through the microscope of this new information. Moments when I thought I had control, but in fact, I had nothing. Moments I thought we were getting to know each other, but he was just pretending. What a terrible thing, to not be able to trust your own memories.
You said you loved me.
He murmurs softly. No. I thought I did. But it was all a lie. You're not who I thought you were. How can I trust you? I know you. I know I can't.
I've changed.
You haven't. You haven't changed at all. You're the same man who...
I died at 58.
He says.
It had been 26 years since I'd last seen you. Please believe that I changed. Because Lord knows I spent a long time trying to.
Somehow that makes it even worse. Did I say he always has to be one step ahead? More like 26 steps. I want to throw up. You have been lying to me, manipulating me for months. 58, 32, 18, doesn't matter. You are the exact same man you have always been. We're done. I start to walk past him, but I'm stopped short by his scoff. So different from anything I've heard from him the past few months. But the exact type of sound I would expect from the man I walked away from the night I died. Maybe he hasn't changed as much as he likes to think.
I'm manipulating you? Joey, don't kid yourself. You were trying to manipulate me in equal measure. You're just mad that I'm the one who came out ahead.
I was not trying to manipulate you. God, do you hear yourself right now? You're like a cartoonishly evil villain.
Why, yes, Alex, I think it would be wonderful if you dropped your computer science major to become a film director. That's in no way poor life advice, nor is it at all influenced by my hatred for people with money, despite the fact that I myself had plenty of money.
He mocks, his voice flat to start but crescendoing to heated vitriol by the end. Excuse me for encouraging you to pursue something you're actually passionate about, instead of becoming a capitalist pig who pursues wealth for wealth's sake, knowing no amount of money will ever be enough.
Get off your high horse, Joey. You were a corporate fucking lawyer. That was the irony of it all. You treated me like Satan himself because I had money, but you did too. You made your life choices the same way I did. You cared about money and comfort and stability, and you pursued them relentlessly. But somehow I'm the one who's evil because what? I did it better?
Great! Tell me more about how much you hated me, how little you thought of me. That's making me feel a lot better, actually. I wonder how many times he's had this argument with me in his head. He's clearly put effort into taking account of my every flaw. Did he spend 26 years bitter that he never got to say it to my face? That I had the audacity to die before he could get the last word? And then he died, and finally got his shot. Maybe that's the punchline.
I never hated you. I was in love with you.
He yells, so forcefully that it pulls me up short and shocks me into silence.
I know. We spent only one night together. But it's true. I fell. I fell quick and I fell hard. By the time I left your apartment that morning, I was in love with you. And you reduced me to nothing more than a bad decision.
What's your motive?
What are you talking about?
People's actions always have a motive, whether conscious or subconscious. That's what you said the night of Ellie's wedding. Don't you remember? I know I could never forget. So what the fuck are you playing at? Why claim you love me now after I found out the truth? What's the play?
Those were the words of a dumb, jaded kid, Joey.
58 years old. I really don't know the man in front of me, I realize. He knows me. He was there right up until my bitter end. But I have no idea what became of him. Can't possibly know anything except what he tells me. He's holding all the cards. And I'm supposed to just what? Trust him? Pass. Were they? Or were they a warning? That no matter what you do, you're always working in your own self-interest.
Everyone's always working in their own self-interest.
Alex snaps.
There's nothing spectacularly unique about me doing it.
There he is. That's the Alex I know. I've been wondering what happened to him.
Nothing happened to me. I've been right here. I had my secrets. But you were keeping secrets too. I'm here. I've always been here. And I've always been me. I know I'm not perfect. I'll never be perfect. But I want to try. And I am telling you that I love you. That I have been in love with you for a very long time.
Whatever he reads in my expression, disdain, disbelief, maybe even disgust, who can say, causes his face to fall. He looks heartbroken. But I'm not sure I trust it. He's already proven he's a brilliant actor. You weren't in love with me. I shake my head. You aren't capable of it. The only thing you ever loved was yourself.
You know nothing about how I felt.
No. But I know how you treated me. I know how you are treating me right now. And that's not how people treat people they love.
So that's it then. You find out the truth and write me off at a glance. It's good to know what the past few months meant to you.
They meant the world. When I thought they were real. But nothing with you is real. He takes a step forward, reaches out to grab my arm. I step back, determined not to let that happen. His hand stays out, reaching toward me in an aborted gesture.
This is me being real, Joey. I am in love with you. I have been in love with you for decades. And considering nothing that has happened so far has changed that, none of the insults you hurled at me, none of the years you spent avoiding me, not your death.
His voice cracks on the word.
And not the decades that came after. Considering that none of that did a single thing to sway my feelings for you, I imagine I will continue to love you until the day I die. Again.
But I don't believe him. So without another word, I storm off. He doesn't follow. 28. It's mostly muscle memory that brings me back to my dorm room. Strange, considering my muscles haven't brought me here in a while. But now, in the wake of Alex's revelation, I no longer feel the anxiety that plagued me any time I considered coming back to my room. I need to process the pain I'm feeling. Even though I might not be Madison's best friend, she'll always be mine. And nothing eases heartache, like wallowing with your best friend. Besides, I have nowhere else to go. She sits cross-legged on her bed, dressed in pajamas, her hair wrapped in a bonnet, no makeup on, and a magazine open in front of her. I freeze in the doorway, wondering which of us will be the first to break the silence.
You look like shit,
she remarks dryly. Believe it or not, I feel even worse.
Might want to look in the mirror before you make that call, 'cause I kinda doubt it.
Nothing she said is kind. The complete opposite. But I feel like she's doing me a kindness by acting so normal right now, when she could be giving me the cold shoulder for responding to our conflict by avoiding her for weeks. I shut the door behind me and walk over to the mirror above our sink, curious what I'll find. I'm unsurprised to see that she's right. I look like shit. Makeup running, eyes and nose red and swollen. I stare at myself, trying to reconcile the girl I see in the mirror with the woman I am inside. Months in, I'm still not used to the face reflected back at me. I wonder if I ever will be. Still feel worse than you look? Jury's out, I reply. I sit on my bed and take a makeup wipe to my face. Madison doesn't respond, and we descend into a silence that's far from comfortable. Desperate to fill the silence and give my mind something to focus on that isn't Alex, I mention, I saw Ellie tonight. When I look up and see horror written all over her face, I backtrack. That's not why. This is a completely separate. I'm not crying because of Ellie. I hear a relieved breath rush out of her even from my spot across the room, and I can't help but laugh at the misunderstanding. And laughing feels so much better than crying that once I start, it's hard to stop. What the hell is so funny? She asks, but there's amusement coloring her tone. Like she wants to laugh even if she doesn't quite get the joke. It's just... I stop to catch my breath. It's just that Ellie asked if I could tell you that he apologized and I forgave him so you might text him back, and instead, I came in as a total hot mess, puddle of tears, and made you think Ellie was the reason. Oops. Is that true? She asks, her words slow and cautious. Did you forgive him? You don't have to, you know. I read what he wrote. It was really fucked up. It was... I pause, looking for the right word. Tactless, to be certain. But it was also raw and honest, in the one-sided way honesty often is. I know he didn't mean any harm by it. So, yeah, I forgave him. Well, That's good, I guess. For the record, I'm still pissed on your behalf. I'm tempted to thank her and leave it at that. But I know there's more that needs to be said. I'm sorry I yelled at you back at Ellie's place. I was hurt and shocked, but that's no excuse. You were right. She shrugs. I totally broke girl code. No, you were right. I've been MIA all semester and you barely know me. You didn't owe me anything. And you didn't do anything wrong. If that were true, I wouldn't have felt the need to sneak around. So, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry I said we aren't friends. Are you saying... Are we friends? I ask, tentative and awkward and completely unashamed about it. I mean, I wanted to be your friend. She laughs, but her eyes dart around as if she's not sure how much to say. I think that's why I was so upset. I was so nervous about college and scared I'd have one of those nightmare roommates that, leaves their dirty underwear lying around or constantly has guys in the room or, I don't know, any of the million things that can be wrong with a roommate. And instead, you were cool. And I thought we were getting close, and then you started ignoring me and hanging out with Helen and Alex all the time, so I... Oh, God. Were you crying because of Alex? I don't want to talk about him. I brush her off, only to catch a flash of hurt in her eyes. Or maybe it's worry. It's so quick. A blink and you miss it moment. I can't quite tell. Things are so new between us, and building this friendship is going to require me to allow myself to be vulnerable. Despite what Kimiko said about the disconnect of being 30-something years old and friends with an 18-year-old, I realize I do still value my friendship with Madison. Sorry, we got into a big fight, and I'm still processing. Process away, she says. She stands, walks over to the mini-fridge, and pulls 2 pints of ice cream out of the small freezer section. She brings one over to me with a spoon, and I fight a smile when I see that it's Haagen-Dazs coffee ice cream, both of our favorite, and the first thing we bonded over. I had forgotten about that. Boys are the literal worst, Madison comments after we've spent a few minutes eating in silence. They really are. I acknowledge around a bite of ice cream. But, and I promise I'll let this drop and never mention him again after this, if you want. I think Ellie's a pretty good guy. Maybe you should give him another shot, if you want to. Or there's always Patrick. We'll see, she says, but she wears a small smile that tells me all I need to know. I have no clue where this will lead. It's possible that in pushing her back into Ellie's arms, I'm creating a big mess for her down the line if she wakes up and realizes that Patrick is her perfect match. Maybe I'm taking the messy, unrequited pining mess I lived in for 14 years and pawning that off on Patrick. Maybe I'm worried over nothing and everything will work out in the end. Or maybe life is messy and nothing ever works out as neatly as we'd like. Maybe there's always someone standing on the sidelines, silently suffering through heartbreak, even if you don't notice them. I'm almost asleep when my ringtone cuts through the silence and yanks me back to reality. I bolt up at the sight of Kimiko's name on my screen. I completely forgot about Kimiko and Helen. The realization causes a pang of guilt to jolt through me. I left them alone at the party, without so much as an explanation. I answer the phone and start to apologize, but Kimiko cuts me off. Do you know where Helen's dorm is? She keeps repeating her childhood address from Iowa. In the background, I can make out Helen slurring. 1638 Jacaranda Drive. It's got a little red mailbox. Can't miss it. We're in Los Angeles, not Des Moines, Kimiko tells her, not bothering to hide her irritation.
I don't live in Des Moines. I live in Davenport,
Helen says. You live in a dorm room in Los Angeles. Now I'm definitely awake. Wait, is Helen drunk?
I'm not drunk, I'm just...
Helen stops talking. And then there's a moan and an,
oh God.
And finally loud retching. I demand to know where they are. And 10 minutes later, I walk up to them on a corner just a block from the frat house. Helen is still throwing up. What the hell, Kimiko? I know. My shoes are soaked. Thank God I've never been a sympathetic vomiter. Kimiko remarks dryly, apparently misunderstanding my tone. I hand Helen the water bottle I took from my mini-fridge. Drink this. You'll feel better. You're gonna want to sip, not chug, Kimiko advises after Helen downs half the bottle in one go. How the hell did this happen? I demand as I pull Kimiko away and skirt around a puddle of vomit. I tried to explain the dangers of mixing liquors, but Helen was determined to try all of them to see which one she liked best. Kimiko explains with a laugh.
I don't like any of them,
Helen moans. She looks at me and continues, her voice small and pitiful.
Are you mad at me?
I take a deep breath and try to remain calm. None of this is her fault. I'm not mad at you, I assure her, then turn to Kimiko. The evening has completely wiped all my energy, and I realize I don't want to fight. I can take it from here. Wait a second. Are you mad at me? Kimiko scoffs. Of course I'm mad, Kimiko. You promised you'd take care of her. I did take care of her, she says. I dart a pointed glance at Helen, then back to her. But Kimiko ignores me and pushes on. Which is more than you did. Were you asleep? You did the bare minimum. I told you what happens to her.
What happens to me?
Helen mumbles, but she's lost all steam and sounds half asleep. I step away from her and lower my voice, even though my building frustration has my volume crescendoing with every word. I told you I was worried, and you promised you'd help. I did help. I watched her all night. I made sure nothing bad happened. I held her hair while she threw up. It's my shoes covered in her vomit. Meanwhile, you fucked off to screw your billionaire boyfriend and left her there. I left her with you because I thought I could trust you. I yell. My voice cuts through the silence of the night. Newsflash, Joey. This isn't some multiple choice question with a straightforward, easy answer. There's no quick solution. She isn't an addict. She's an 18-year-old girl who wanted to drink at a party. If you think you could talk her out of drinking a beer because she might become addicted to heroin a decade from now, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That wasn't your choice to make. It also wasn't yours. It's hers. But here's some free advice. If you want to protect your friend, you're going to have to always be there for her. You can't just change one moment in time and fix all her problems. You said yourself she developed her addiction years after you two lost touch. If you want to keep that from happening, there is not a single thing you can do now to protect her. Except maybe become a better friend and not abandon her at a party when you're actively worried about her substance abuse problems.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Helen slurs, her words barely intelligible. Nothing. We bite out at the same time, without taking our eyes off each other. I don't say anything else, and neither does Kimiko. Finally, she shakes her head, laughs, and mutters something to herself that sounds distinctly like, "Fuck this." She walks away, but says over her shoulder, "Feel free to call me when you realize I'm right." I manage to get Helen to her feet, and she leans on me as we trek back to the dorms. I'm never drinking again, she groans. That's a good idea. You should hang on to that. 29. I spend nearly a month in the limbo that is returning home for winter break, doing my best not to think about Alex or Kimiko. I wallow for the first few days, but my self-pity is brought to an abrupt halt by, who else? Sierra. If the reason you're acting so pathetic is that boy you were giggling over at Thanksgiving, I'm going to slap you, she says, apropos of nothing at dinner on Christmas Eve.
Sierra, must you?
My mom sighs. What? You've never cried over a boy before? I snap at Sierra. Although as far as I know, it's completely possible she didn't. She certainly never cried to me. Our grandparents didn't sacrifice everything to move to this country so we could cry over boys. Newsflash, both abuelas definitely cried over boys. Mom barks out a laugh.
My mom certainly did. She used to throw pots and pans at your abuelo, drugstore mascara streaking down her cheeks, and threatened to go back to Mexico.
Wait, what? I exclaim. Why? Sierra asks. Mom shrugs.
She hated it here. One time she broke one of her pots throwing it too hard. She wouldn't talk to my dad until he bought her a new one.
That is so toxic, Sierra mutters, and we all laugh. A few minutes later, Sierra announces that she's thinking of going into pediatrics, not surgery. I think that's due to my influence. That me taking control of my own life has encouraged her to choose a path she's passionate about, instead of the one she thinks is most impressive, or will make our parents proudest. But I'm sure if I ever had the audacity to suggest such a thing, she'd deny it. The rest of the break passes smoothly. I see our family doctor and request the antidepressant I was on before I died in my first life. I even ask my mom to make the appointment for me, relishing this last act of dependence. I talk my mom and sister into getting manicures with me. My cuticles are an absolute wreck, and only the scathing judgment of a nail technician will make me get my shit together. Things are weirdly good in the Vasquez household. I hope they stay that way. I text Helen and Madison, and I even agree to get dinner with a couple friends from high school I'd completely forgotten about. The dinner is awkward and stilted, and reminds me why we lost touch in the first place. And I know I probably won't see them again. I do my best to throw myself back into a normal rhythm once I return to LA, even though I'm not sure what my new normal looks like. I drive to work at the shelter, even though my entire reason for obtaining this job no longer applies. It's officially 2013, which means I missed intercepting Ruthie when she was brought in. She must have come and left before I started working here. I knew it was a long shot, but I still want to cry, knowing I missed her. I just wanted one thing to go right in this second life. Is that too much to ask for? I'm going to quit today. Put in my 2 weeks' notice. It's an okay job, but what's the point if there's no chance of me finding Ruthie? I've been at the front desk for only 30 seconds when Diego walks in, takes one look at me and says, "Dang, Joey, what the hell happened? I look that bad, huh? You just look like you could use some cheering up." I'm fine. Diego takes the seat next to me, shaking his head. "Don't even try to play me. You're not a good liar." I think I'm going to put my 2 weeks in. I finally admit. Damn, okay. That bad? We continue our shift as normal. Hours later, I go to clean the cat's water bowls. I stop in front of a particularly friendly new kitten, a gray tabby, who presses himself right up to the bars of his cage and stares up at me with light green eyes. He opens his mouth just a bit in what might be a silent meow, and I put my hand through the bars and scratch his head. I switch out his water and start to walk away, nearly missing the sign of another life inside the cage. But then the light hits in just the right way, and I nearly do a double take. Ruthie? The tiny ball of black, gray, and orange fluff hisses at me the moment she notices my attention on her, eyes narrowed with mistrust. My adrenaline is pumping, but I tell myself not to get my hopes up. It might not be Ruthie, I remind myself. It's 2013, and her bio distinctly said she was brought to the shelter in 2012. But she's unmistakable, even as a kitten. And she is a kitten, probably a few months old. She couldn't possibly weigh more than 3 or 4 pounds. A far cry from the 11-pound girl I once adopted. And yet, there's the tabby M on her forehead, a rare presence on a tortoiseshell cat. And I'm still unsure she even is a tortoiseshell. I mean, yes, she has black and orange, but she also has some gray and peach patches, all of which make her look more brown than anything, unless she's in direct sunlight. On multiple occasions, people asked me if she was a Maine Coon, and I had to inform them that, according to her bio and the DNA test I spent way too much money on, she was just a regular domestic longhair. Then there's her tiny head. So much tinier than it ever was in the time I knew her. With long, pointed ears, even more disproportionate at this age. Her fur isn't too long, and it's a bit wiry in the way that kitten fur often is. But the tail that's curled protectively around her body is fluffy and black at the end. And those eyes, gold, with a green ring in the center. This is Ruthie. It has to be.
Oh! You met Penguin and Tuna,
Diego says. I jump at his sudden presence and rush to wipe away the tears welling in my eyes.
That's what we're calling them. One of the volunteers named them, and I was like, you sure you don't want to save the name Penguin for a tuxedo cat? And she was just like, nope.
When did they come in? I ask, my voice a little breathless as I stare at Ruthie, who is blinking at me with those wide, knowing eyes. And I know it's ridiculous, but I could swear she recognizes me the same way I recognize her. Diego thinks her name is Tuna. I want to snort. What kind of a name is that?
New Year's Eve. They were our last intake of the year,
he says, sidling up to me. Ruthie lets out another long, deep hiss.
2 siblings found in a dumpster by the beach.
A dumpster? Why are they in the same cage? I ask. Cats are never put in the same cage unless they're really young kittens from the same litter. These 2 are too old for that.
Oh, they're bonded as all get out. We tried separating them, but they would not have it. Tuna in particular. She's a feisty one. She lost her voice the first day here from meowing at the top of her lungs.
She lost her voice? I repeat, outraged on behalf of my cat.
Yeah, she just yowled and yowled constantly the moment she got here. I don't think she likes being caged up too much. Then we put him in the cage with her and she calmed down. Started purring all out.
As if she's imploring me to do something. Ruthie lets out the most pitiful excuse for a meow I've ever heard. It's more of a rasp than anything. I look up, and my eyes land on Penguin. Penguin, who apparently is such a calming presence that she stops yowling when they're together. I feel my eyes tear up at the thought of this sibling who was taken away from her. What happened to him? At what point were they separated? Ruthie's rescue biography didn't mention Penguin. Are they a package deal then? If someone wants to adopt one of them, they have to adopt the other? I ask.
Nah, I don't think so. We already had someone call to check if Penguin is still available.
I mentioned tuna, but they can only take in one cat.
Thank God for whoever renamed her Ruthie. I wonder who it was. I guess I'll never know. Because in this reality, that person is me. I stare at Ruthie, and she stares back, unblinking, unyielding. If she could talk, I know exactly what she would say right now. She'd tell me to stop staring and leave her alone. She always had an independent streak like that. Maybe not so independent after all, I think, as I focus on Penguin. He stares at me with wide eyes, and I must not be thinking straight because it almost feels like he looks worried, his eyes beseeching me to help him. He opens his mouth again in a quiet, barely there meow. Oh God, am I actually doing this? I walk into our dorm room, shut the door behind me, place my backpack on the floor, and open it. The moment I do, Madison screeches, "What the hell are those?" I snuck Ruthie and Penguin across campus and up to my dorm room in my backpack, delicately clutching it to my chest the entire walk, the zipper slightly open to allow them to breathe. On my arm, inside a large tote bag I keep in my car for groceries, is a small litter box, litter, food and water bowls, and cans of the kitten version of Ruthie's favorite food. As far as impulsive, my prefrontal cortex is not fully formed behavior goes, this takes the cake for reminding me that I am a 32-year-old in an 18-year-old's body. That doesn't mean I regret it. This is Ruthie, and this is Penguin, I say, nodding at each of them. I unpack my supplies as the kittens explore the room. Ruthie immediately darts under my bed, which is unsurprising. If she's anything like she was when I adopted her in 2020, she'll spend weeks under there getting acclimated before I see her again. Penguin, on the other hand, starts frolicking around the room, putting his nose into anything and everything. There doesn't seem to be a shy bone in his body. I sit cross-legged on the floor and watch him explore. What are they doing in our dorm room? I adopted them from the shelter. They let you adopt 2 cats when you live in a dorm? I lied and said I moved into an apartment for my second semester. Madison is quiet for several moments. She visibly takes 1, 2, 3 deep breaths before she responds. When she does, her words are slow and deliberate. Why couldn't you wait until we moved into an actual apartment to adopt 2 cats? I'm pleasantly surprised by her use of we. Less than a month after making up, we're already back to assuming we'll live together next year territory. Honestly, not bad. I know this comes as a surprise. I begin. I realize this is extremely unhinged, and I didn't even give her a heads up. In my defense, it's Ruthie. She needed me. Penguin needed me. What if I'd left them there and they got separated before I had a chance to come back? They're best friends. They should never have been separated in the first place. But I promise it's temporary. Obviously, we can't keep 2 cats in our dorm room for the whole semester. I throw a joking tone into this last sentence, like the very thought is so outlandish that I can't actually believe she would think that was my plan. Like I didn't just waltz in with 2 cats, no real explanation, and absolutely no plan. It is outlandish. It's reckless. I'm old enough to know better. Hell, when I was actually 18, I was old enough to know better. But I couldn't just leave Ruthie there. Not when I'd finally found her. And once I'd decided to adopt Ruthie, leaving Penguin's fate up to chance felt cruel. I'm just not quite sure what my next move is. I lie flat on the floor so I can see Ruthie under the bed. She's cast in shadow. Her eyes the only part I can adequately make out. As I'm in this position, Penguin takes an interest in me and saunters over to chew on my hair.
I huff out a laugh and scratch Penguin's chin. He leans into my touch, and I find myself surprised by the motion. So this is what an affectionate cat is like, huh? Strange. This could get us expelled, Madison tells me. They're not going to expel us for keeping cats in the dorm. You don't know that. In the grand scheme of rule-breaking that college students get up to, sneaking a couple kittens into your room doesn't even begin to rank. But I know it was inconsiderate to bring them here without consulting you. I promise they'll be here a few days tops. I'll figure something out. In the meantime, can you see this as an adventure? As I'm speaking, Penguin hops up onto Madison's bed and pushes his head into her arm. Okay, fine. I can be adventurous, but if we get caught, you are blackmailing me. Deal. That's one obstacle overcome. Now I just need to figure out what to do with these cats. Unfortunately, no matter which way I spin it, I keep coming back to the same solution to my cat dilemma, which is that Ruthie and Penguin need a place to stay that A, doesn't put my and Madison's academic careers in jeopardy, and B, is larger than 200 square feet. Asking my parents is out of the question. They're not animal people, and I don't trust my mom not to throw the cats outside and claim they got out. Sierra's too far away. I don't know anyone else I'd trust with the cats except for the Second Take Anonymous group. Any of them would take the cats in, but there's only one I can imagine sharing custody with. And she and I aren't currently speaking. The thing is, I've had a lot of time to think about our fight. And I know I have to swallow my pride and reach out. Ruthie and Penguin just so happen to offer me the perfect excuse. I've got to see a woman about a couple of cats. I decide against calling or texting Kimiko, and instead show up unannounced at her house. I think it's because her parting words keep ringing in my head. Call me when you realize I'm right. And I'm not ready to swallow quite that much of my pride. Baby steps. The door swings open. Kimiko doesn't hide her shock at finding me on her doorstep. This is a surprise. I'm here to ask for a favor. I cut right to the chase. Okay, she says, the word a long, drawn-out drawl, and steps aside to let me in. Once we're in her living room, the one with the gruesome art staring down at us, I press forward. I'm still upset about what happened at the party, I say, figuring I might as well get it off my chest. Lay out all my cards, so to speak. Gotta tell you, this is an interesting tactic as far as requesting favors goes, she says, but there's an enigmatic smile on her face, so I don't think she's mad about it. I'm still upset, but I've given it a lot of thought. Honestly, I've tried not to give it too much thought because the more I think about it, the more I realize you were right. The tactic's getting less interesting, she says, sounding disappointed. God, that's so like her. It's enough that I almost want to laugh. I ignore her and press on. There was no good way to get Helen not to drink. No way to explain the truth, and without an explanation, she was just a freshman at a party trying to have a good time. Oh, don't worry, I made sure she didn't have a good time. She'll have absolutely no positive associations with alcohol from that night. I want to protect her, I say. But you're right. The only way for me to do that is to make sure I'm a good friend. And that I continue to be a good friend through everything life has in store. Only thing is, the more I think back on my first life, the more I realize I'm not a good friend. Never have been. I'm kind of a shit friend, to be honest. If you're a shit friend, I'm a shit friend. I literally don't talk to anyone from my first life except my fuck-up cousin. And there are definitely people I could have... She breaks off and takes a deep breath. I think it's huge that you're putting so much energy into helping your friend. A lot of people wouldn't bother. I bet you're a better friend than you think you are. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just an asshole who's finally growing a conscience. I say wryly. Even assholes need friends. She jokes. I guess I should apologize too. No need. I cut in. You're good. But I thought we were growing consciences. Yeah, I am. You shouldn't. It sounds too weird coming from you. With a laugh, she hurls herself across the couch and engulfs me in a hug. And the experience is so weird that I find myself rooted in place, frozen. I never would have expected Kimiko to be a hugger. She backs away suddenly, clears her throat, looks me dead in the eye and says, "If you tell anyone I did that, I will deny it." Wouldn't dare. It's just really nice to feel like I have a friend who accepts me for who I am. Ditto. I smile. So, about that favor. She trails off. 30. Kimiko readily agrees to watch the cats, but because she already has a vacation planned, a week-long trip to Mexico City, and is leaving in just a few days, I'll have to continue hiding the cats in my dorm for 2 weeks. When I drop the bomb about my breakup with Alex, she tries her damnedest to get me to join her on her trip. It should literally be illegal to go through a breakup and not recklessly book a last-minute vacation in a futile attempt at taking your mind off it, she declares. But I remind her that I have school, and also 2 cats to feed. When I finally get to the reason for our breakup, I feel like it breaks Kimiko's brain. Which is fair. I feel like my own brain is only just starting to recover. I try to value the 2 weeks I have with Penguin and Ruthie before she gets back. Hiding cats in a dorm room is surprisingly easy. I was worried at first because adult Ruthie liked to meow at the top of her lungs in the middle of the night. But kitten Ruthie is silent and stealthy. Too stealthy. She refuses to come out from under my bed. And after a couple of days, I start to wonder if I'll be able to get her to Kimiko's house when the time comes. I assume she sneaks out to eat and drink water and use the litter box when Madison and I are out of the room. But I'm worried she might not be eating enough. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And I find myself crawling under the bed and pushing a bowl of wet food to where she's hunched, backed into the corner. She hisses at me. A tiny sound that's too cute to have the intimidating effect she's going for. I'm squeezed under my bed, my arms reaching out to get the food closer to her even though she hisses again with each move. The look on her face is pure judgmental contempt. You're embarrassing yourself, she seems to be telling me. Penguin, interested in what's going on down here, abandons his own bowl and crawls in next to me. The 3 of us are getting real cozy beneath this old dorm bed that I've just realized I never sweep underneath, when 3 loud knocks on the door break through my quiet desperation and startle me. I jerk up and hit my head. Ouch! I pull myself out from under the bed and freeze. Someone is at my door. Someone is at my door! And I have 2 cats in here that I'm not allowed to have. I bend down to grab Penguin, but find that he's crawled back into the corner with Ruthie. Now both are completely out of reach. 3 more unashamedly impatient knocks. I stand up, and with one last glance back at my bed, I make a decision. I'll open the door and slide out. Say something about the room being a mess, and close the door behind me. They'll leave none the wiser. It's practically foolproof. I open the door and immediately forget the plan. It's my first time seeing Alex since last semester. The first time since he flipped everything around and led me to question every single moment we shared together. He claimed he loves me. I'm not sure I believe him. I'm not sure I want to believe him. Several moments pass. Too long. I want to be cool, calm, and collected. To make a snappy comment about his sudden presence in the doorway of my room. To act like nothing he's done has affected me. I want to be unshakable. But I am shaken. And so is he, if our extended mutual silence is anything to go by.
Joey,
he starts. What are you doing here? I cross my arms. I mean for the motion to be angry and full of attitude. But I worry it looks defensive and self-conscious. I uncross them.
I wanted to see you. I wanted to.
Ow. Oh no. Oh shit. That tiny raspy meow, which sounds absolutely nothing like Ruthie's chirpy ones, snaps me out of my daze. It seems to have the same effect on Alex because he stops talking and looks down to where Penguin pushes against my legs. I quickly scoop him into my arms before he can make a grand escape. Come in or he'll get out, I say, and grudgingly step aside for Alex to enter. I don't say anything once the door closes behind him. Just wait for him to continue. I don't comment on the kitten in my arms. Instead, I allow myself to bask in the bizarreness of the moment.
You got a kitten.
I got a kitten. I don't believe it's necessary for me to inform him that actually I got 2 kittens.
You have a kitten in your dorm room.
Yes.
Why do you have a kitten in your dorm room?
Is there a reason you're here? Penguin starts squirming, so I place him on the floor. He immediately walks up to Alex and rubs against his legs. Traitor.
There was, but I seem to have forgotten it.
He says, blinking down at Penguin, who stands on his hind legs, reaches up with his front paws, and stretches himself on Alex, as if Alex is his personal scratching post. I can even see his tiny claws piercing the fabric of Alex's jeans. Maybe not so much a traitor after all. Alex looks up at me, blinks, and says,
You're really not going to tell me why there's a kitten in your dorm room?
It's none of your business why there's a kitten in my dorm room. I snap. Properly chastised, Alex nods, glances down at Penguin one more time, and apparently decides to ignore the claws in his legs.
Sorry to show up uninvited. I tried to call, but I assume you blocked my number.
Astute observation, I remark dryly.
You so love to do that.
So he did know I blocked his number after that night in 2019. I always wondered. Why are you here? I press impatiently. He takes a deep breath, gathers himself, nods.
I was an ass. Before the break. And all those years ago at Ellie's wedding. And at his dinner party. I want to apologize. First, for what I said last month. I said things I didn't mean. I was caught off guard by my own slip-up. I found myself on the defensive and I lashed out. I shouldn't have, and I'm sorry.
Okay. I cut in.
Okay?
Apology accepted. He squints, tilting his head in confusion.
Apology accepted. Just like that.
Apology accepted. Just like that. But because I can see the faintest glimmer of hope creeping into his eyes, I shut it down. I believe that you're sorry, and that you didn't mean to lash out at me. It does me no good to hold a grudge, so apology accepted. But that doesn't mean we can go back to the way we were before. I don't think I'll ever be able to trust you again. He opens his mouth to interrupt, but I hold my hand up to stop him. He can speak when I'm done. It's not because you lied. I get that. Even if you wanted to tell me the truth. Which, looking back, I really don't think that he did. You thought it would result in the erasure of your existence. And it's not like I had any intention of telling you. So maybe you're right. Maybe I was just as manipulative. This time he does interrupt me.
I didn't mean that.
Maybe I was, though. I liked the Alex I was getting to know. You seemed so different than you were before. I liked it. I wanted you to be different. So I encouraged you to be different. I thought I could change you by sheer force of will.
I was different. It wasn't all your doing. I don't want to be the same guy I was.
That's well and good. But you can't just change your personality on a whim.
Who says I can't? Why not?
Because it's been 4 months. What about in 4 years? 40? How am I to know that you won't revert back to the way you were? That you won't treat me the way you treated Ingrid?
You aren't Ingrid. What we have isn't the same.
I don't even know what we have, Alex.
You said it yourself. You liked the Alex you were getting to know. Well, here he is. I've changed, Joey. I am different.
You act different. That doesn't mean you are different. It's not the same thing.
How is it not? What is a person if not the sum of their actions?
Suddenly, he shakes his head, then backtracks.
No. You're right. There's more to it. There's intent. And I'm telling you, my intentions with you are honest. I love you, Joey. I know you don't want to hear it, but I need to put it out there one more time, now that we're not in the heat of the moment. I love you. And that love has changed me. You asked about 40 years from now. I don't know who I'll be then. Hopefully I'll be better than I am now. It's impossible to know. But I am never more honest than I am when I'm telling you, Joey Vasquez, that I am in love with you. Now, 4 months from now, 4 years, 40 years. I don't see that changing. I was 58 when I died. Over 20 years had passed since your death. And when I got a second chance to go back and fix my life, you were the first thing I thought of. The only thing. Finding you. Loving you. I loved you then and I love you now, and I have changed. Just like you have. But one thing is constant. I would love every single version of you. I know from experience, with zero doubt, that I will always be in love with you. Until the day I die. And even after that, I would change the fabric of time and space for even the chance that you could love me back. But I know it's a big ask. Because you're right. Every single bad thing you've ever said about me is 100% true. But if there's even a tiny possibility that you could be happy with me, I am begging you. Give me a chance. It's always been you for me, Joey. It took me an embarrassingly long time to see it. But once I saw it, it couldn't be unseen. I may not know who I'll be in 40 years, but I do know that I already lived over half that time without you. And it did nothing to diminish my love for you. If you'll let me, I will love you until the day I die. Please, let me. Please.
Ruthie's chirp interrupts Alex's speech. I glance down and see that she's finally come out from under the bed and is staring up at Alex with wide eyes. I can't decide if I've been saved by the bell or if I want to shove the bell back under the bed and demand that Alex continue. Meow. Don't get me wrong, I'm elated to see Ruthie out and about. But also, Alex was confessing his love to me. Again. And even though I'm torn on how to respond, even though I'm leaning toward tearfully telling him that we still can't be together, despite the fact that I want to. A love confession is a love confession, and it deserves to happen free of interruption. You were saying? I prompt him. Alex stares at the ball of fluff at my feet as if looking at a ghost. I wait for the inevitable judgment. You have 2 cats in your dorm room? I imagine he'll exclaim, his confession forgotten. Instead, once he finally seems to pull himself together, he breathlessly asks,
Is that Ruthie?
It is? I say slowly, confused. How do you know that? You never met Ruthie. He chuckles, but the sound is a short staccato, shock still written all over his face.
Oh, I know Ruthie. I used to have several deep, permanent scars from Ruthie.
Not while I knew him, he didn't. Oh, did Ellie adopt Ruthie after I died? Is that how you met her? I'm a bit emotional at the thought, because I truly believed that I had left her to a fate of living at an animal rescue for the rest of her days. At the very best, I thought my parents might have grudgingly taken her in, but they've never been pet people. And Ruthie can be a lot.
Ellie didn't adopt her. I did.
He crouches down and starts scratching her chin. And she lets him. Meow. And now she's pushing her head up into his hand and purring. What the hell is going on? If I didn't know any better, I'd swear that she remembers him. Hell, do I know any better? Does she remember him?
I spent 7 years with this little hellion. I'm sure Ellie would have taken her, but Cat's allergic.
It takes me a moment to register what he said. Even though I'm still confused about how I feel about Alex. And even though I still have doubts about our potential to make it as an actual romantic couple, all at once, I'm overcome with emotion. You adopted my cat? I clarify, a little breathlessly. Then I bend down, pick up a purring Ruthie, and cuddle her close to me. I stare at her with suddenly watery eyes. And, oh no, here comes my cat voice. Unintentionally, of course, but I'm too overwhelmed to have the decency to feel embarrassed by it.
You a little billionaire cat, Ruthie. Oh, good for you, girl.
Gratitude. That's what this overwhelming emotion is, I realize. I'm grateful that Alex was able to give Ruthie a good home after I failed her.
There is no way that's Ruthie,
Alex declares, and I look up to see him scrutinizing her. How dare you accuse me of not knowing my cat? Ruthie was dropped off at the West Los Angeles Animal Shelter in 2012. This cat has all the same features and was dropped off on New Year's Eve, 2012. Ergo, it's Ruthie.
So the timing lines up. One problem. Ruthie is a monster, and this kitten is sweet and adorable. And she's letting you hold her.
I frown and point out, Ruthie always let me hold her. At his disbelieving look, I roll my eyes and continue. Okay, let me prove it. Look at her little cream-colored chin. Just like Ruthie's. And this orange patch on the back of her neck? The black line down her spine leading to the floofiest, mostly black tail?
Did you just say floofiest?
And look, her eyes. I hold her out right in front of his face, so that they're staring each other in the eyes. She leans forward and licks his nose. Just once.
It's really Ruthie.
It's really Ruthie. Only then do I catch the glimmer in his eyes. I would chalk it up to a trick of the light. Only the glimmer gets bigger and bigger until it rolls down his cheek. Are you crying? I set Ruthie on the floor, unsure how to proceed. Penguin runs over and rubs his head against hers before looking up at me and letting out a silent meow, as if he too is baffled. Alex wipes his cheeks with the backs of his hands, shaking his head. For a moment, I wonder if he's about to deny he's crying. But instead, he says,
You don't know. You weren't there. I know. I know that she was your cat. But she was also my cat. And then she was gone. And you were gone. And you'd been gone, but it was so sudden. I was divorced, and Ruthie was all I had. And she was gone. And now she's here. But it's been so long since I saw her, I didn't even think.
He stops talking, wipes his eyes again, and bends down to pet Ruthie. I think that the reason why he's so pointedly looking down is so I won't see him crying. I was wrong. It isn't gratitude I'm feeling. It's love. Love for the man in front of me. The realization comes so suddenly, it almost knocks the wind out of me. I knew I loved him, of course. But until now, I regretted it. Guiltily, I realize I didn't think he deserved my love. I thought him full of artifice. But there's nothing artificial in the sight in front of me. Alex loves Ruthie. He loved Ruthie before. I don't know why it's so easy for me to accept that as fact. But once I do, I wonder if maybe I should accept his declarations of love for me as facts too. Okay. We can try.
What?
He asks, distracted. He doesn't look up at me. He's too focused on Ruthie, which would annoy me if it weren't so endearing. A little louder, I repeat. I said, we can try. Dating. Being together. Again, I mean. But with no lies between us this time. Slowly, Alex stands to his full height. I see the suspicion in his still watery eyes, and do my best to maintain an innocent expression.
Because of Ruthie?
Because of Ruthie. I confirm.
Are you going to change your mind once the emotion of this moment wears off?
I don't think so. I'm sorry it took seeing you with Ruthie for me to believe it. But I know you love me. And it would be dumb of me to throw that away because of something you did. I do the math in my head. He died at 58, he said. And we hooked up at Ellie's wedding when we were 25. 33 years ago. That's my entire life, you know. I'd hate for someone to judge me based on something dumb I did as a baby. I smile cheekily, and he laughs. I take a deep breath and decide to be a little braver. Also, there's the fact that I'm in love with you too. I'm used to thinking only with my head. That's why I said we couldn't be together even though we wanted to. Maybe it's time I start thinking with my heart.
And your heart is telling you to be with me.
My heart is telling me to be with you.
Because you love me.
Because I love you.
Because of Ruthie.
His delivery is deadpan, but there's a smile on his face that's growing wider by the second. Before I know it, I'm smiling back. And we stand there, just smiling at each other. Not just because of Ruthie. I realized I loved you weeks ago, before the party. But you adopting my cat after I died certainly doesn't hurt your case. Alex laughs again. A short, surprised, maybe even amazed sound. And then I'm engulfed in his arms, as he peppers kisses all over my face. Then we're both laughing. And the thought passes through my mind. If I could spend the rest of my life laughing with Alex, it would be a second life, well spent. Epilogue. The water in the Gulf of Thailand is warmer in spring than the water off the coast of Southern California gets even at the peak of summer. I'm so used to all my nerves being jolted by frigid waters, so used to having to throw my entire body in and wait for the sensation to pass, that the warm waters on this side of the globe feel unnatural to me. It feels like something as powerful as the ocean should come with a little bite to it.
"We should move here,"
says a smooth voice behind me, but I don't turn away from the ocean, allowing myself to continue basking in the tranquility of it. You say that no matter where we are, I point out. It's true. He said it when we backpacked through South America after freshman year. Nothing like a 3-month language immersion to kickstart my Spanish lessons. And on our spring break trips to Greece and Spain. After we spent our junior year studying in Paris, I had to play hardball to actually get him on the plane back home. He'd made quite the case for staying, saying we shouldn't put Ruthie and Penguin through a second transatlantic flight if we could help it. I was originally hesitant to travel. I didn't want the cats to feel abandoned. But at this point, Kimiko is so used to cat sitting that I feel like she thinks they're partially hers. She's watched them every trip except this one, and our year in Paris. Luckily, Sierra is proving to be a great cat sitter, sending photos and videos twice a day.
"But this time I actually mean it,"
he says, wrapping his arms around me. I look up into Alex's warm brown eyes, overcome by affection for this boy who, year by year, grows closer in appearance to the man I remember. You always mean it, I counter. I really think he does, and I'm always tempted to take him up on it. We've been here only a few days, but so far, I love Thailand. Last night I tried Scorpion, the experience calling to mind that first conversation, the only one 18-year-old Alex and I had, before he came back for his second life. We said lobsters were basically just sea scorpions. I can now say with absolute certainty that that is not true.
"Say the word, and I'll invest in real estate right now. Don't you want a vacation home?"
I roll my eyes, even though his words bring to mind our most recent fight. Over the past 4 years, I've carefully pinched every penny to be able to afford the vacations we take, working 3 jobs at one point. When we were planning this trip, which was both easier and harder than the others because it's the first one we've taken with friends, and therefore the first that allowed us to split the cost of rooms so many ways. But it also involved taking 5 additional budgets into consideration. I nearly had a meltdown and called the whole thing off. Then he offered to cover the cost of the whole trip himself. It was a mic drop moment. How could Alex, who had never in his 4 years of college taken on more than a part-time minimum wage job, instead working back-to-back unpaid film internships and volunteering on friends' short films, afford to pay for a 7-person trip to Thailand by himself? Then, he showed me his bank account. Alex, 21-year-old, not even a business owner yet Alex, was already well on his way to becoming a millionaire. It made me livid. "You promised you wouldn't get rich off the backs of others this time," I screamed.
"I didn't get rich off the backs of others. I got rich playing the stock market,"
he responded calmly, his calmness fanning the flames of my ire.
That still counts.
I'm always going to be me. I can't just not jump on an opportunity when I see one.
He said, then added,
You act like you aren't still waiting for Bitcoin to skyrocket.
The conversation had sent me spiraling. I'd stormed off, too proud to admit that A, he had a fair point about Bitcoin, and B, I'd already forgotten how to access said Bitcoin. Eventually, I realized Alex was right. Because that's the thing. He might not be the earnest 18-year-old boy I thought he was at the start. But he's also not the 32-year-old guy I left behind. He's not even the 58-year-old man who died alone in his hospital room. He's a mix of all three of those men, and a new man all in one. He has all the context and wisdom of the man he once was, and the life he lived. But some things can't be changed even by death. One of those things is that Alex is a man who notices opportunities and jumps on them. Asking him not to invest in what he knew were safe bets felt a little like needless punishment. And considering I plan to spend the rest of my life with him, I might as well be punishing myself, too. I love him the way he is. I think that once, I might have said that I loved him in spite of his flaws. But I don't think that's quite right. Now, I think that every single one of his quirks and flaws only add to the whole picture of Alex that caused me to fall for him. Maybe that's what love is. Learning to appreciate someone not in spite of their flaws, but because of them. Plus, it'll be nice to have help as I work my way through grad school. In 2 months, I'm getting my bachelor's degree in psychology, and then I'm going straight into a PhD program. All that talk about trying new lives, and it turns out that no matter who I try to be, certain things will always ring true. 1, I don't have an artistic bone in my body. 2, I'm someone who thrives on academic excellence. Only now, I'm locked into even more years of schooling. At least this time, I'm going to try to use my work to make an actual difference. My intention is to become a therapist for other people living their second lives. I've continued going to Second Take Anonymous meetings with Alex and Kimiko. And as the years have gone on, something from my first meeting has really begun to resonate. Someone, I don't remember who, made a comment about how over time, the meetings begin to feel sparse, quieter than they should be. Like someone is missing. Maybe many someones. But you can't quite place who. It's true. There's an absence there. And I feel it every time I go. This second life is a gift. It's such a fucking gift. But that doesn't mean it doesn't come with its own challenges. I get how someone wouldn't be able to handle the secrecy of it all. And would just break. Let it slip, either intentionally or unintentionally. I feel like maybe, if people had someone they could talk to, candidly, someone who could offer one-on-one support and perspective, fewer of them would slip. At least, I hope that's the case.
What are you thinking about?
Alex's voice cuts through the quiet moment of the two of us standing together, listening to waves breaking. I'm just thinking that I'm glad I got this second chance with you, I admit.
I'm glad too,
he says. After considering me for a long moment, he presses a kiss to my forehead.
I've got a good feeling about this life.
You guys are so cute together, it makes me want to vomit. Kimiko yells from behind us, and then I hear a strange whooshing sound. I turn and look at her lying on a reclining beach chair next to Helen, both of them sunbathing.
Did you just throw sand at us?
Alex asks Kimiko incredulously. Why, did it hit you? When we both laugh and inform her it didn't, she says, Come closer. I watch as she picks up another handful of sand and throws it. And sure enough, it doesn't even come close to hitting us.
You're being ridiculous.
Helen snorts, only to find herself with a face full of sand for the comment. Helen quickly joins in Kimiko's antics, the two flinging sand back and forth.
Why are you guys lying in the sand? Come in, the water's great.
I turn toward Ellie's voice. He, Madison, and Patrick are waist deep in the water.
Yeah, it's so great.
Madison squeals, sputtering as Patrick splashes water at her. She splashes him back, and Ellie joins in. I watch them interact for several moments, and can't quite keep the frown off my face, even though she seems happy with Ellie. As the years have gone on, I can't help but notice there's still something between her and Patrick. I'm not the only one who sees it. Alex remarks,
That's going to get messy.
Yeah, it probably will. I respond after watching them a moment longer. Do we care?
No. Their lives are their own to figure out.
I feel a smile tug at my lips as I watch them. He's right. They'll figure it out. And they have plenty of time to do it.
Besides,
He adds, then pauses long enough after the word for me to turn to him expectantly. He reaches out, takes my hand, pulls it up toward his enigmatic smile, and kisses my fingers one by one.
sometimes, messy can be good.
I think back on the nearly 17 years I've known him. Years as acquaintances, and years as enemies. Years that we spent as strangers, except with too much intimate knowledge between us to ever truly be strangers to each other. I think about loving him, about how I fell and how not a single moment of that was easy. People got hurt in the process. I got hurt in the process. Our love story was the very definition of messy. We both literally had to die to find our happily ever after. But now that we've found it, I wouldn't trade it for the world. It might have been messy, but it was worth it. I don't believe in fate. But if I did, I'd believe that Alex and I were meant to be. We crossed whole planes of existence and realities to make it happen. Sometimes messy can be good, I repeat. And I really believe it. I wouldn't trade our messy love story for anything. Every Version of You, a novel, was written by Natalie Messier and read by Alejandra Reynoso, with Timothy Andres Pabon. Editing and post-production by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Every Version of You, a novel,